After I found myself transported to the game world I once played in my previous life, I became a nobleman who had lost his title. At this moment, the continent was still an elemental desert, a shadow of its former glory. The mighty wizards, who had once ruled this realm, abandoned it thousands of years ago to embark on expeditions across the multiverse. Over time, they faded into mere legends, their existence becoming little more than whispers in the wind. Yet, I alone held the knowledge that in the distant future, the elements would awaken, the wizards would return, and this land would flourish once more in a golden age of magic. My task was clear: I needed to train diligently to become a wizard myself and survive until that prosperous era arrived. Resources are scarce? I scoffed. Not for me, I'll just have to synthesize what I need. With determination, I activated the synthesis cube, ready to forge my path. This is my story, a tale of a time traveler armed with a player panel and a synthesis cube, leveraging a sliver of prophetic insight to seize control of this world. Astral calendar year 1248, autumn dusk moon, October. In Blackstone City, on the border of the Principality of Stars, the weather was gradually cooling down. Occasionally, I spotted a few yellow leaves fluttering in the wind, reminding me that the hot summer was finally passing. As I walked along the cobblestone path of the courtyard, I tightened my collar against the cold breeze while clutching a wooden box securely in my other hand. After crossing the courtyard, I arrived at a secluded yard. Looking around the deserted space, I frowned, unable to understand why Master Sunan had chosen to move here and instructed the servants not to disturb him. He claimed he liked quiet, but this seemed too isolated even for him. Since the death of the old master, Baron Anist, and the exile of the two young masters to Blackstone City, Master Sunan had become even more withdrawn. He spent his days either holed up in his room reading or tinkering with strange objects. I had noticed he often asked Master Key to help him gather various herbs and small animals, which was puzzling behavior. Fortunately, Master Key was still here. Unlike Master Sunan, Master Key had thrown himself into governance and practice since arriving in Blackstone City. At just 19, he was already a senior knight and was well liked by his subordinates. Having such a capable leader was undoubtedly beneficial for Blackstone City, especially given the ongoing harassment from the black-scaled lizardmen. Lost in thought, I approached the door of the innermost room and gently knocked. "Master Sunan, I'm here to bring you the silver moonflower." "Just put it at the door," came a weak voice from inside. "Yes, Master Sunan." I skillfully placed the wooden box to the side of the door, bowed, and turned to leave the yard. After a moment, the door creaked open, revealing a boy around 16 or 17 years old. He looked a bit thin and pale as he bent down to pick up the wooden box and retreated back into the room, closing the door behind him. Inside, the room was simply decorated, with long tables lining the walls, covered in glass bottles and jars filled with various strange materials. In the center stood a large laboratory table that took up nearly half the space, cluttered with an array of glass bottles, test tubes, beakers, and other tools. The air was thick and heavy, filled with a mixture of spicy and sweet aromas, along with a faint smell reminiscent of disinfectant, since the doors and windows were tightly shut. Sunan casually placed the wooden box on the table before picking up the book he had been reading and diving back into it. About half an hour later, he finally finished the last page and closed the book with a snap. Simultaneously, a line of text appeared in front of him in the void. Reading Basics of Pharmacy, Potion Making Learning Progress plus 0.5%. The learning progress of potion making has reached 100%, and potion making LV1 has been obtained. Letting out a long breath, a touch of joy spread across Sunan's pale face. After more than 2 months of flipping through relevant books and practicing various drug extractions and purifications, he had finally completed his learning progress in potion making. Setting the basics of pharmacy aside, Sunan's gaze fell on a box in the corner of the room. It contained more than 20 books, all wizard tomes collected by his predecessor. The top book was wrapped in a cold, hard black cover, with a series of strange symbols on the front that resembled ghostly paintings, leaving one unable to decipher their meaning. Yet, Sunan could interpret these markings: enlightenment. This was an enlightenment book for wizard apprentices. Reading it would allow those with wizard qualifications to activate their spiritual power and become the lowest level first-level wizard apprentice, setting them on the path of a wizard in search of truth and power. However, those lacking wizardly qualifications would suffer dire consequences for attempting to read it, either falling into a coma or meeting their demise. His predecessor had recklessly read from these books and ultimately died, which had led to Sunan occupying this body. What surprised him was that the world he had entered felt like a virtual reality game he had just begun to explore in his previous life. The game was set in a vast continent of swords and magic, where sword referred to knights and magic to wizards. This particular moment was set at the beginning of version 1.0 of. Thousands of years prior, wizards had abandoned the continent due to its poor elemental energy and ventured into the multiverse in search of more suitable planes. It wasn't until the elemental energies revived thousands of years later that they returned. Even now, the dominant class on the stage was still the military class known as knights. It's a pity that by the time I entered the game, it was already at version 2.0, and I didn't have much knowledge about version 1.0. If I had that information, I could live better in this world, I sighed. Fortunately, as a time traveler, I wasn't without support. With a slight mental shift, a translucent light screen materialized before me. Sunanyenist, human male, 16 years old, spirit, 1.5/physique, 0.7, skills, star ring meditation LV1, 103/1000, potion making LV1, 0/1000, player panel. This was one of the benefits of my time travel. Through this panel, I could clearly gauge my strength. All skill learning was digitized, allowing me to track my progress. As long as I put in the effort, I could steadily improve. As long as I work hard, I can steadily enhance my strength. This is the advantage of being a player, I thought. With another mental shift, the screen transformed into a dense grid, displaying 10 rows and 100 slots. Synthesis Cube, this was my other golden finger. In simple terms, the Synthesis Cube allowed me to combine multiple items of the same type to enhance their quality, effect, or power. I opened the wooden box that old Geller had brought me. Inside, a layer of red velvet cradled 10 small silver flowers. Silver moon flower. This plant had refreshing properties. Many nobles enjoyed making scented tea with silver moonflowers. Drinking a cup in the morning could dispel sleepiness and energize the drinker. This was due to the flower's ingredients that activated the spirit. Purifying and refining this ingredient could further amplify its refreshing effects. I took the wooden box to the experimental table in the middle of the room, removed a silver moonflower, and placed it in a beaker before lighting the alcohol lamp beneath it to heat the contents. It's a shame I couldn't find a magic stone, otherwise, I could create a magic stone lamp to enhance the potion's effects. The Starlight continent in the 1.0 version of the game was still an elemental desert, and the concentration of energy particles in the air was painfully low. As a result, various resources, including magic stones, were scarce. At this point in time, the Starlight continent simply lacked enough resources to cultivate a formal wizard. Fortunately, I had the Synthesis Cube. Even with limited resources, I could find a way to synthesize what I needed. After adding some water to the beaker, I covered it with a glass lid. Under the flame's heat, the liquid began to boil vigorously, producing a flurry of bubbles. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the water transformed into a beautiful silver blue hue, with steam billowing from the edges of the lid, filling the room with a refreshing aroma. I took a sip and felt instantly revitalized. After more than 10 minutes, the bubbling sound subsided, and I noted that more than half of the liquid in the beaker had evaporated. I picked up the beaker, inspected it, and nodded in satisfaction. I had nearly 100 milliliters of silver moonflower extract. Successfully completed drug purification and refining, drug making proficiency +1. I divided the extract into 10 equal portions of 10 milliliters each and then opened the Synthesis Cube, placing one portion of the extract into a grid. Soon, corresponding information appeared above the grid. Silver moonflower extract, purity 37.12%, mental activity increased by 21.47% after consumption, lasting for 10 hours and 35 minutes. I added the remaining 9 portions of extract into the cube. The interface suddenly transformed, revealing a large grid on the right, filled with the silver blue liquid that shimmered with an even brighter, more alluring color. Silver moonflower essence, purity 76.44%, mental activity increased by 160.24% after consumption, lasting for 10 days, 14 hours, and 22 minutes. Clearly, this was the final product after synthesis. While the ordinary silver moonflower extract couldn't be stacked, 10 extracts could only extend the mental activity effect for less than 5 days, with an increase of only 21.47%. However, after synthesizing it with the magic cube, both the effectiveness and duration had been greatly enhanced. This was the power of the Synthesis Cube. I raised the silver moonflower essence to my lips and drank it down. As the effects of the potion spread through me, my mind felt remarkably clear. Without wasting any time, I settled into a cross-legged position on the ground and began to meditate. Each enlightenment book is actually a kind of meditation method. And the star ring meditation method is the meditation method attached to the enlightenment book that activates Sunan's spiritual power. The core is to build a star ring in the mind. Every time a star ring is built, the spiritual power will increase significantly. According to the description of the enlightenment book, as long as 3 star rings are successfully built and the spiritual power reaches 12 points, you can be promoted to a second-level wizard apprentice. As Sunan closed his eyes, his vision fell into darkness in an instant, and his consciousness was like a stone falling into a lake, gradually sinking to the bottom of the quiet and silent lake. A dazzling starlight slowly emerged from the darkness, gradually growing to form a lock ring. However, most of this lock ring showed an illusory texture, and only about 1/10 of the part was real. During the meditation process, there were constant flashes of light around Sunan, sinking into his body, and constantly filling the illusory part of the star ring. I don't know how long it took. Sunan suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. He took out his pocket watch and saw that nearly 2 hours had passed. On the panel, the star ring meditation method increased the proficiency by 5 points, and the mental power also increased by 0.01. It's the same 2 hours of meditation time, but the gains are about 2.5 times the usual. This is the benefit of increased mental activity. A smile appeared on Sunan's face. At this moment, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door, followed by someone knocking on the door. Master Sunan, Lord Kei is back and asked you to go to the martial arts training ground. Sunan came back to his senses and said lightly, I know. Blackstone City was built on the mountain. In order to prevent the invasion of black-scaled lizardmen, the city walls were built very tall, and towers were densely covered on the periphery. From a distance, it looked like a beast entrenched in the mountains and forests. In the center of the city, there stands a wide inner castle. Unlike the crucial city walls, the inner castle has not been repaired for many years and looks a bit dilapidated. Only the martial arts training ground is flat and open. It can be seen that it has just been expanded not long ago, revealing the owner's heart for martial arts. When Sunan walked into the martial arts training ground, he saw his elder brother Key standing at the edge of the field, followed by 7 or 8 strong men in armor. These people are the only knights in Blackstone City, and they are also the last loyal fighting force left by their father, Baron Arnest, to the Flash family. The physical fitness of formal knights is above 8, and high-level knights like my elder brother can reach more than 14 points. Compared with these inhuman beings, my body is so weak. Looking at his physical fitness of only 0.7, which is worse than that of ordinary people, Sunan couldn't help but sigh secretly. His predecessor was born with deficiencies and had a weak physical fitness since childhood. Although he also practiced breathing methods, he made almost no progress and was not a knight at all. From childhood to adulthood, he has always lived under the aura of his elder brother Key. He didn't say it on the surface, but he was very unwilling in his heart. Otherwise, he would not have placed his hopes on the illusory wizard legend, but ended up giving up his life. Although there are many wizard books left on this continent, ordinary people can't understand the words on them at all, so people only regard these books as antiques worth collecting. Wizards have also become legendary things, and most of the time they only appear in some ancient legends. Brother! Sunan called out. Key turned around and looked at his brother, with a smile on his sculpture-like face. You came just in time, I got what you want for you. The knights around bowed to Sunan. Sunan looked at the cart on the side. There were more than 10 corpses on it. These corpses were covered with black scales, with eagle claw-like palms, protruding mouths and sharp fangs. Even though they were dead, they still exuded a fierce aura. It was the mortal enemy of Blackstone City. The black-scale lizardmen. These subhuman creatures lived in the wilderness dozens of kilometers away. They do not produce anything, but only know how to plunder. Every year, they invade villages around Blackstone City to plunder and kill people, which makes people hate them. Whenever the Blackstone City guards go out, they are mostly to deal with these bandits. Please send someone to carry the things to my laboratory. No problem. Key called a soldier to order him, then turned his head to look at Sunan, hesitated, and couldn't help asking, can we really find a way to improve the combat effectiveness of the army with only these black-scaled lizard corpses? Sunan smiled slightly and said, I said it now, but you don't believe it. I'd better wait until I show the results, and you won't doubt it when you see it with your own eyes. Key sighed, I don't doubt you, but the legend of the wizard is illusory, and whether it is true or false has not been determined yet. I don't know. Sunan smiled and said, anyway, there are only more than 10 black-scaled lizard corpses, and I don't feel bad about losing them. Key nodded and said nothing more. Half a year ago, my father died unexpectedly on the battlefield, and the cause of his death was a mystery. With the support of Marquis Jean Yen, my uncle Owen Yennis took the opportunity to seize the title of the Flash Baron and took over most of the territory of the Flash territory. If he hadn't been afraid of being too greedy, and the other three lords of the Flash territory had ambiguous attitudes, Owen would have killed the two brothers long ago, instead of finding a reason to exile them to Blackstone City in disguise. Even so, the threat from Owen is still a sword of Damocles hanging over his head at all times. It might fall down one day and take the lives of the two brothers. For this reason, Kei practiced desperately and tried every way to strengthen the power of Blackstone City. So much so that the so-called wizard methods held a glimmer of hope, although he was not optimistic about this matter in his heart. Listening to the conversation between the two brothers, many knights around showed disapproving expressions. They didn't believe that there was something on the black-scaled lizard man that could make them stronger. It's not like no one had tried lizard man meat before, and they didn't see that the body became stronger after eating it, and the meat was very unpalatable. Seeing the changes in everyone's expressions, Sunan sighed secretly. People in this world don't understand how powerful wizards are. Knights and wizards, just like practicing martial arts and cultivating immortals, are not comparable at all. Even the most powerful legendary knights in the Principality of Stars are just a slightly larger ant in front of a formal wizard, and they can be destroyed with a backhand. Shaking his head, Sunan didn't intend to explain. He said a few words to Kei and turned to leave the martial arts training ground. After returning to the courtyard where he lived, Sunan went straight to the basement. This was the laboratory he had people clean out for biological transformation research. A large number of books left by his predecessor, except for Enlightenment books and several spell model books, the rest were books related to biological transformation and potion making, including biology, mutation, blood extraction, anatomy, neurology, basics of pharmacy, and magic plant cultivation. It was with these books, plus some practical operations, that Sunan successfully completed the learning progress of potion making and successfully mastered this skill. In addition, the learning progress of another skill, biological transformation, has also exceeded 50%. It is estimated that it will be successfully completed in another month or two. But if you want to master other skills or spells, you have to collect more wizard books. This is also one of the reasons why Sunan boasted in front of his eldest brother. Only by making others realize the power of wizards will they be more dedicated to help collect various resources. Otherwise, even if the eldest brother is willing to continue to spend a lot of manpower and material resources to help collect resources for the sake of brotherhood, the knights under his command will be full of complaints and will not work hard. For more than 2 months, Sunan has been busy with this matter. He spent a lot of effort to master the production of potions in preparation for the next action. After looking at the more than 10 lizard corpses piled in the corner, he took out a book 0-level potion encyclopedia from the cabinet and turned to page 284. The pages were filled with dense text and complex and complicated patterns. The first line at the top was a few bold black fonts. Dragon Blood Potion. Among the many wizard potions, Dragon Blood Potion is considered a very special potion. Its effect is to strengthen the human body. It works even for formal knights. The reason why it is special is because the gap between the upper and lower limits of Dragon Blood Potion can reach an extremely wide range. The low-quality Dragon Blood Potion is not even of the first level, and can only be regarded as a 0-level potion. But the high-quality Dragon Blood Potion can even reach the 3rd level, and even formal wizards will be moved when they see it. The grade of Dragon Blood Potion mainly depends on the quality of its main material, dragon blood. The higher the quality of dragon blood, the better the effect of the potion produced, and the higher the level. However, let alone real dragon blood, even slightly stronger sub-dragon blood, Sunan didn't have the ability to get it now. But there are no alternatives. The ancestors of the black-scaled lizard people were descendants of the dragon clan tens of thousands of years ago, and the blood of the dragon clan flows in their bodies. Although it has been passed down to this day, the dragon blood in the black-scale lizard man's body has long been extremely weak, but it still contains the blood of the dragon after all. Sunan's goal is to extract dragon blood that meets the material standards for dragon blood potions from the blood of black-scaled lizards. Patting his cheek, Sunan braced himself and prepared to take action. But just the first step of moving the heavy lizard corpse to the operating table made him panting from exhaustion. When you make the dragon blood potion, you must take it for yourself first and improve your physical fitness first. After calming down her breathing, Sunan picked up the scalpel and began to dissect and collect blood. These black-scaled lizards had just died, and their bodies had been preserved with medicine. The blood in their bodies had not yet coagulated, so the blood collection process was very smooth. It took more than an hour to take out all the lizard blood, and then Sunan started the process of blood extraction. Complete a blood purification, biomodification learning progress plus 0.01%, complete 1 blood refining, biological transformation learning progress plus 0.01%, complete a bloodline extraction, biological modification learning progress plus 0.03%, after many times of purification and refining, a large bucket of blood was finally reduced to just over 3 liters. Looking at the jelly dot-like scarlet blood in the glass, Sunan's eyes flashed slightly. Dragon lizard blood, purity 35.68%, contains dragon lizard blood. After being injected into the human body, there is a very small probability of mutating into the body of a dragon lizard. There is a high probability of rejection, and severe cases can lead to death. The stronger the body, the more successful the mutation. The higher the rate, the lower the rejection. With my current technology, refining it to this point is already the limit. Sunan sighed. Bloodline extraction and refining are part of biomodification. He doesn't even have the biological modification skills yet, so of course his skills are limited. Fortunately, he also has the cheating device of synthetic Rubik's Cube. It takes 80 milliliters of dragon blood to make a dragon blood potion. Sunan separated 2 80 milliliters portions of dragon lizard blood and put them into the Rubik's Cube. The corresponding information soon appeared on the synthesis interface. Dragon lizard blood, purity 51.59%, contains dragon lizard blood. After being injected into the human body, there is a small probability of mutating into the body of a dragon lizard. There is a high probability of rejection, and severe cases can lead to death. The stronger the physique, the higher the success rate of mutation. The higher, the lower the rejection reaction. Not enough. Sunan gradually put in more dragon lizard blood. The purity of the synthetic products continues to improve, but the improvement becomes smaller and smaller as it goes on. It was not until the 8th dragon lizard blood was added that the information about the synthetic product finally changed qualitatively. The blood of the dragon, with a purity of 1.12%, contains the blood of the dragon. After being injected into the human body, there is a very small probability of mutating into the body of a dragon. There is a high probability of rejection, and severe cases can lead to death. The stronger the body, the higher the mutation success rate. The higher it is, the lower the rejection response. It finally worked. A delighted smile appeared on Sunan's face. The blood of the dragon is the minimum standard material for refining dragon blood potions. Considering that the failure rate might be a bit high when making a potion for the first time, Sunan thought about it and decided to prepare a few more materials and did not continue the synthesis. In the end, more than 3 liters of black dot scaled lizard blood was synthesized into 5 parts of sub-dot dragon blood. Sunan did not start making the potion immediately. Instead, he performed a round of meditation to restore his energy to its peak state, and then started making the potion for the first time. The most important ingredient for dragon blood potion is dragon blood. Other ingredients are not difficult to find. Sunan has already prepared them. He lit the alcohol lamp, placed the beaker, then added water and put the ingredients in order. The whole process is similar to that of tempering the silver moonflower, except that there is an extra step in the final finishing step. Under the bright candlelight, Sunan flicked his finger, and a little blue dot purple halo instantly disappeared into the beaker. At the same time, his lips moved slightly, and a series of weird syllables came out of his mouth, sometimes sharp and high, sometimes low and weak. And with his voice, the bright red liquid in the beaker also changed into various shapes. For a real potion, even a 0-level potion, the production process must be guided by mental power, otherwise it will inevitably fail. This is why the wizard's potion is mysterious and powerful. After more than 10 minutes, the bright red liquid gradually calmed down and its volume slowly shrank. But at a certain moment, the liquid suddenly boiled rapidly again, emitting a large amount of green smoke. After a bang, it turned into a ball of burnt black powder. Complete potion making once, failed, potion making proficiency +4, even if it is a failed potion making, the increased proficiency is far greater than the extraction of silver moonflower. Sunan's face did not show any frustration. He did not expect to succeed in making the potion for the first time. After a short rest, Sunan continued to make the potion for the second time. However, this time it still ended in failure. The subsequent third potion making also failed. Sunan summed up the experience of 3 failures and finally succeeded in the fourth making. Complete a potion making proficiency plus 12, secondary dragon blood potion, 0 level/low quality. After taking it, it can strengthen the physique. The specific degree of strengthening depends on the physique of the user. The weaker the physique, the stronger the effect. Taking it multiple times will weaken the effect. It's just a secondary dragon blood potion? Yes, after all, the purity of the sub-dragon blood is too low, and it's good enough to be able to make it successfully. Sunan poured the liquid medicine into his mouth without saying a word. The moment the liquid medicine entered his stomach, a stream of heat suddenly exploded and instantly surged through his limbs and bones. Sunan felt as if his whole body was soaked in boiling magma, and there was a sense of pleasure that could not be concealed in the severe pain. It took 4 or 5 minutes for the severe pain to slowly dissipate. Sunan was sweating all over, as if he had just been pulled out of the water, and his clothes were soaked. But at this moment, he felt full of energy, as if he had endless strength, and he didn't feel weak at all. Taking off his shirt, Sunan looked down at his body. His body, which was so thin that his ribs could be clearly seen, has now become much stronger. Reaching out and pressing lightly on the abdomen, you can clearly feel the abdominal muscles under the shallow fat. As soon as he clenched his fist and exerted force, obvious muscle lines immediately appeared on his arm. Sunan opened the panel and was surprised to find that his physical fitness had changed from 0.7 to 2.6. An increase of 1.9. A physical fitness of 2.6 is almost equivalent to that of an apprentice knight who has practiced for 4 or 5 years. Sunan was full of amazement. A bottle of potion turned him from a thin and ordinary person into a powerful apprentice knight. This is the power of wizard potion. This is just a low-grade 0-level potion. If it is replaced with an entry-level dragon blood potion, it may allow an ordinary person to be promoted to a knight directly. The entry-level potion is still too far away for me, and now the secondary dragon blood potion is enough to get by. The 5th potion making failed, and Sunan used up the last portion of dragon blood. But he didn't care. No need to take out the real thing, he himself is the best proof now. After a good sleep, Sunan found Qi in the meeting hall the next day. Qi had just returned from a patrol, still wearing armor, looking dusty. He and a group of knights and generals were sitting in the hall, discussing how to deal with the invasion of the black-scaled lizardmen. In previous years, the black-scaled lizardmen would invade in the month of frost, rob food, and go back for the winter. The time is about the same. The scouts found traces of the black-scaled lizardmen more than 10 kilometers north of the city yesterday. This group of damned robbers, they never changed their bad habits. My lord, give me a team of 100 people, I will definitely kill those robbers. Qi frowned. Blackstone City is just a small city, and the total number of troops is only more than 500 people. More than half of them are militiamen who have only received basic training and have never really seen blood. It's okay to defend the city, but if they are pulled out to fight the black-scaled lizardmen, they will probably collapse at the first sight. There are only more than 250 soldiers who can really be called combat forces. This number of troops is really not enough to defend Blackstone City and the many surrounding villages. Thinking of this, Qi couldn't help but have a headache. In addition to Owen, the black-scaled lizardmen are also a threat that he has to deal with. If he doesn't deal with it properly, Blackstone City will be in trouble this winter. While he was having a headache, Qi saw Sunan coming in from the corner of his eye, raised his hand to signal his subordinates to stop talking, and looked at Sunan. "What's the matter?" Sunan said, "I succeeded." After being stunned for a while, Qi realized what Sunan meant, and said doubtfully, "Have you found a way to improve the strength of the army?" The others also reacted at this time and looked at Sunan in unison. But there was obvious doubt in their eyes. "It's only been a day, and a feasible solution has been developed? This doesn't sound reliable." Facing everyone's questioning eyes, Sunan didn't waste any words, and went straight to a long table, grabbed the edge of the table with one hand, and lifted it up. Immediately, there was a creaking sound, and the heavy long table was lifted off the ground and hovered steadily about 20 centimeters above the ground, without any shaking. Everyone looked at this scene with astonishment, and their eyes almost popped out. It is well known that Sunan is in poor health. Normally, he can't even lift a long sword. But now he can easily lift a table made of solid wood, weighing at least 200 or 300 pounds, and it seems very easy. This strength is probably not inferior to that of an apprentice knight. Coming back to his senses, Qi got up and looked at his younger brother with surprise. "What's going on?" Sunan put down the long table, smiled and nodded, explaining, "I made a potion that can strengthen the human body. I took a bottle myself.
Now my physical condition is roughly equivalent to that of an apprentice knight.
The worse the physical condition of the user, the stronger the effect of the potion. It is also effective for formal knights. It can be taken multiple times, but the effect will gradually weaken.
More specific information requires collecting more data for analysis.
Listening to Sunan's words, Kei's eyes became brighter and brighter. According to this, if there are enough potions, it is entirely possible to train apprentice knights or even knights in batches.
An ordinary person can be promoted to an apprentice knight after taking the potion, then an apprentice knight is likely to be promoted to a formal knight, isn't it?
Kei's face flushed with excitement. People who are not lords have no idea how difficult it is to train a knight these days. An ordinary person starts practicing skills and training his body at the age of 12. It takes an average of 4 or 5 years to train his physical fitness to the point where he can practice breathing techniques and thus be promoted to a knight squire. And a knight squire generally has to practice breathing techniques for 4 or 5 years before he can be promoted to an apprentice knight. After that, it takes another 7 or 8 years of training to condense the seeds of life before being promoted to a formal knight. It takes an average of 17 or 18 years to train a knight. This requires sufficient qualifications. Those with poor qualifications may never become knights in their lifetime. In addition, the manpower and material resources consumed in the training process are also a huge expense. Therefore, even the powerful nobles who own the territory often cannot train too many knights. Take the Flash territory as an example. Even at its peak, the total number of knights in the territory did not exceed 100. This shows how precious a potion that can train knights in a short period of time is. After taking a few deep breaths, Kei calmed down his inner excitement, stared at Sunan, and asked solemnly, "What do you need me to do?" Sunan said seriously, "Making this potion requires a lot of black dot scaled lizardman blood."
"No problem." Kei agreed without saying a word. "Tomorrow I will lead the army out of the city to hunt black dot scaled lizardmen."
After a pause, he quickly came to Sunan and patted his shoulder with a look of relief. "I didn't expect the legendary wizard's tricks to be real. I was wrong to doubt you before. I apologize to you here."
Sunan smiled slightly. "We are a family, so don't worry about this."
Kei's smile became brighter and brighter, and he nodded vigorously. "Well said. If we brothers work together, sooner or later we will be able to take back the Flash territory and avenge our father."
Sunan nodded seriously, but his heart was calm.
With the goal of becoming a wizard, he had no interest in being the king. He just wanted to practice and live in peace and quiet until the recovery of elements and the heyday of wizards 1,000 years later. However, although he thought so in his heart, he still had to act in front of his elder brother. After all, wizard practice requires a lot of resources. With a lord brother, it is more convenient and faster to collect resources. So Sunan's goal is very clear. On the one hand, he wants to improve the strength of the territory and turn it into a logistics platform for collecting resources for himself, while practicing to improve his strength and strive to be promoted to a formal wizard as soon as possible. On the other hand, the generals also recovered from their shock and looked at each other.
No one thought that the legendary wizard's method was actually true. It can make ordinary people become apprentice knights in just one day.
This method is simply magical and awesome.
For a while, everyone looked at Sunan with amazement and awe. Then came a strong surprise. With such a magical potion, the territory is expected to grow.
So when Kei gave the order to go out of the city to hunt down the black dot scaled lizardmen tomorrow, all the generals responded with excitement. They had never wanted to see those damned bandits so much. The black dot scaled lizardmen, whom they hated in the past, have now become precious medicines in their eyes. They are all capital for becoming stronger.
Early the next morning,
Kei led the army out of the city in a hurry, hunting the black dot scaled lizardmen with great momentum.
Sunan stayed in the room as usual, doing his own things.
In the study room with closed doors and windows, the bright yellow candlelight flickered. Sunan sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. After about 2 hours, he ended his meditation and opened his eyes. On the panel, the proficiency of the star ring meditation technique increased by 5 points. Mental power also increased by 0.01. At this rate, it will take about half a year to build the first star ring.
Sunan's eyes flickered slightly.
According to the description in the Enlightenment book, without the help of external forces, most wizard apprentices will take 2 to 3 years to build the first star ring. Wizard apprentices with excellent qualifications can shorten this time to about 1 year. From this point of view, even if the buff effect of the silver moonflower essence is removed, his qualification is also very outstanding. After all, in most games, players with digital panels are rare geniuses compared to natives.
However, Sunan is still not satisfied.
It takes more than half a year to build the first star ring, and the second and third star rings will take even longer. It will probably take 3 or 4 years to be promoted to a second-level wizard apprentice.
Wouldn't it take more than 10 or 20 years to be promoted to a third-level wizard apprentice? What about being promoted to a formal wizard? Hundreds of years?
You should know that the lifespan of a wizard apprentice is not much longer than that of an ordinary person. Without physical transformation, it will not exceed 200 years at most. Only when the promoted wizard breaks through the shackles and the essence of life is sublimated, the lifespan will be greatly improved. Sunan's goal is to be promoted to a wizard before his life ends, so that he can live until the recovery of the elements 1,000 years later. We still need to further improve the efficiency of meditation. Sunan got up and walked to the bookshelf, taking out the 0-level potion encyclopedia. This book records the recipes of 18 0-level potions. In addition to the dragon blood potion, there are also brute force potions, healing potions, swiftness potions, photosensitivity potions, etc.
Among them, what Sunan is most interested in is a 0-level potion called secondary active potion.
The effect of this potion is similar to that of the silver moonflower essence, both of which increase mental activity, but the effect is much stronger than the latter, and it can be regarded as an upgraded version of the silver moonflower essence. If there is a secondary active potion to assist meditation, it can be promoted to a second-level wizard apprentice in 1 or 2 years at most.
Sunan's heart is burning.
However, when he saw the materials needed to make the secondary active potion, his excitement cooled down again. Although materials such as sushin grass, dragon eye mint and black dot spotted python bone powder are precious, you can always find them as long as you are willing to spend time.
But the juice of the Mingxin tree is a headache.
In Sunan's limited game memory, the Mingxin tree seems to be only in the southern Sangjin Empire. It is thousands of kilometers away and it is impossible to get the juice of the Mingxin tree.
We can only try to see if we can use silver moonflower essence as a substitute.
The main effect of the sap of the heart clearing tree is to enhance mental activity, which is similar to silver moonflower essence. The feasibility of using silver moonflower essence as a substitute is still quite high. The key is that silver moonflower is not a particularly precious item.
1 silver coin can buy 1. However, whether it is feasible or not, we have to wait until other materials are collected before further experiments. In addition, the secondary active potion is also the most difficult to make among the 0-level potions. Sunan estimated that at least level 2 potion making is required to get started.
Otherwise, the success rate must be shockingly low. During this period, use the secondary dragon blood potion to brush proficiency. When the materials are collected, the potion making should be almost upgraded to level 2, and then we can conduct experiments.
Sunan put down the 0-level potion encyclopedia and took a few spell model books from the cabinet.
There are only 4 spell models left by the predecessor. They are the Hand of the Mage, Acid Splash, Sleeping Spell, and Flash. Without exception, they are all the lowest level 0-ring spells.
But it just fits Sunan's current situation.
If it is a first-ring spell, it is basically impossible to master it with his current mental power.
Sunan opened the page, which was filled with dense text and various complex and complicated models.
The spell model is the basis for mastering spells.
To release a spell, you need to use mental power to compile the corresponding spell model first, and then use the model to induce energy particles, and release it in a special way, which becomes the so-called spell. In simple terms, the spell model is a CPU processor that converts energy particles into various spells. It's just that this processor is extremely precise and complex, and the dense spell circuits and spell nodes are enough to make people's scalps numb. Even the simplest 0-ring spell model is far more complex than ordinary people can imagine. And each spell model involves several branches of knowledge. Take the Mage's Hand as an example. It involves energy circulation and force field energy conversion.
If you want to master the Mage's Hand, you have to find books related to these two subjects, learn and integrate them. Therefore, the time required for wizard apprentices to learn a spell is often measured in years. However, Sunan, the cheater, is an exception. With his own player panel, he doesn't need to understand the knowledge in the book, nor does he need to master the prerequisite knowledge. He can increase his spell learning progress by reading the spell book, even if he doesn't understand it at all. Similarly, he doesn't need to work hard to build a complex spell model in his mind. As long as the learning progress is full, he can master the spell instantly, and the related knowledge involved can also be integrated in an instant.
This is the advantage of the player.
Opening the spell model book of the mage's hand, Sunan reads it attentively. About half an hour later, a line of text slowly appeared in front of him. Reading Mage's Hand spell model, Mage's Hand learning progress plus 0.08%. In the following time, Sunan meditated every day and read spellbooks. Occasionally, he took time to deal with the black dot scaled lizard corpse sent by K, and took blood to make secondary dragon blood potion. As his skill proficiency increased, his skills in making potions became more and more proficient, and his success rate gradually increased. Later, 3 portions of sub-dragon blood could make 1 bottle of secondary dragon blood potion. After half a month, he had accumulated 11 bottles of secondary dragon blood potion. When Key returned to the meeting hall of the inner castle of Blackstone City, he saw Sunan and the potions neatly arranged on the table. "Is this the potion that can enhance physical fitness that you said?" Key picked up a bottle of potion and looked at the bright red liquid shaking in the transparent glass bottle with a look of amazement on his face. The knights around him also stretched their necks to look at the potions on the table, revealing fiery eyes. After all, according to Sunan, these potions are also effective for formal knights. Who doesn't want to become stronger? All the potions made during this period are here, and they will all be distributed by you, big brother. Sunan said. Thanks for your hard work. Kay patted Sunan's shoulder with excitement, then looked at the potion on the table, thought for a while and asked, how is the effect of this potion on high-level knights? It's very limited. Sunan replied without thinking, it can only enhance the physique of senior knights by 1 to 2%. That's it. Key shook his head in disappointment. It was such a waste to give him this medicine. He thought for a moment, turned around and shouted, Jodan. Yes, sir. The knight whose name was Red stepped forward with a joyful expression. Key picked up a bottle of potion and threw it to Jordan. Drink it. Xiaodan opened the cork without hesitation, raised his head and poured the bright red liquid into his mouth. The next moment, his skin became visibly red, veins bulged, and his face became distorted due to severe pain. Fortunately, it only lasted less than 2 minutes, and Xiaodan's body returned to normal. He was breathing heavily, sweating profusely, but he looked very excited. What a magical effect! I feel like my strength has become much stronger and my reaction speed has become faster. Xiaodan was gesticulating excitedly. Sunan nodded secretly. The level of strengthening of the junior knight by the secondary dragon blood potion should be between 0.7 and 0.9 points of physical fitness. You must know that the physical fitness of a junior knight is only between 8 and 10. The physical fitness is increased by about 1/10, which is already considered a huge increase. If it is a high-level knight, it is estimated that it will only increase 0.2 to 0.3 points of physical fitness. However, this is only a low-level 0-grade dragon blood potion. When the potion-making skills are improved in the future, and the quality of materials is improved, dragon blood potions with better effects will naturally be produced. Seeing Xiaodan's change, the eyes of the surrounding knights shone brightly, and their eyes became more and more fiery when they looked at the potion on the table. Key also had a happy smile on his face, thought for a while and said, Go and call Nelson, Katie, and Norden over here. Key said 7 names in a row. These people are all trainee knights who followed the brothers and left the Shining Territory. Their father left them with fighting power, and their loyalty is guaranteed. The secondary dragon blood potion will naturally be given priority to these people. Immediately a knight turned around to deliver the order. The other knights were a little disappointed, but quickly regained their composure. They all knew that rather than giving them potions to enhance their strength, it would be more appropriate to use them on trainee knights. If a few knights can be strengthened, it will be of greater benefit to Black Rock City. Especially when the black scale lizards are ready to invade Black Rock City. Even 3 or 4 more knights at this time can greatly alleviate Black Rock City's shortage of manpower. Soon, 7 selected trainee knights were brought to the meeting hall. After taking the secondary dragon blood potion, 3 of the 7 gathered life seeds on the spot and broke through to become official knights. Although the remaining 4 people failed to break through, judging from their appearance, they were not far away from being promoted to knights. All 7 of them were so excited that their faces turned red. Key encouraged the 7 people a few words, then looked around and said solemnly, the existence of the potion is very important. Without my permission, no one present is allowed to leak the potion to others. Anyone who violates the order will don't blame me for the military punishment. Everyone looked solemn and responded in unison. They are not stupid and know what this potion represents. Apart from anything else, if the rebel in Glitter City knew about the existence of the secondary dragon blood potion, he would definitely attack Black Rock City without hesitation and would never allow them to develop and grow safely. Sunan originally wanted to remind him, but seeing that his elder brother was thoughtful, he stopped saying more and took out a list from his body and handed it to Kay. Brother, help me collect the materials above, as much as you need. There are also wizarding books, please help me pay attention to them. No problem. Key nodded without hesitation. After seeing the magic of the secondary dragon's blood potion, he no longer had any doubts about the wizard's methods, but only marveled and admired them. Now he is eager to satisfy all his brother's requests so that he can research with peace of mind and create a potion that is more powerful than the secondary dragon's blood potion. After entering the Frost Moon, the weather became colder and colder. Black Rock City already has a sense of desolation. The thin white smoke exhaled by the militiamen in the cold air formed a cloud over the city wall. Many militiamen huddled behind the parapet, rubbing their hands to resist the cold, and occasionally sticking their heads out to look outside. Suddenly, one of them stood up suddenly, looked into the distance with wide eyes, and then shouted loudly, "A scout cavalry is coming." I look at the direction and they are coming from the village of Castle. Several militiamen quickly put down the hanging baskets and prepared to pick up people. More than 10 minutes later, a loud alarm bell rang over Black Rock City. Everyone heard the sound. In the study room, Sunan raised his head and his expression moved slightly. At the sound of the bell, the black dot-scaled lizards have finally arrived. Since last month, Blackstone City has been preparing to deal with the invasion of the black scale lizards, temporarily relocating residents of distant villages into the city. In the nearby villages, soldiers were stationed to guard the villages. At the same time, Kay was sitting in Black Rock City wearing armor, ready to lead his army to kill the black scale lizards at any time. In previous years, the atmosphere in Black Rock City was always very heavy at this time. After all, the invasion of the black-scaled lizardmen will cause considerable losses to Blackstone City. The casualties, building damage, and trampled fields will take a whole spring next year to slowly recover. In the war with the black-scaled lizardmen, Blackstone City will not get any benefit, and will be damaged regardless of winning or losing. But this year is different. The existence of the secondary dragon blood potion makes the blood of the black-scaled lizardmen a nutrient for the Blackstone City army to become stronger. Every time a black-scaled lizardman is killed, the Blackstone City army has an extra chance to become stronger. Blackstone City already has the capital to strengthen its strength through war. In this case, the invasion of the black-scaled lizardmen is no longer a simple disaster for Blackstone City, but an opportunity. As long as a large number of black-scaled lizardmen corpses can be obtained, Blackstone City will have a large number of apprentice knights and even knights next year. With interests as a driving force, the army will naturally burst out with several times the morale and enthusiasm. Sunan can already imagine the group of knight generals rushing towards the black-scaled lizardmen with excitement. Just a zero-level potion can turn around the plight of Blackstone City. Knowledge is power, this sentence is indeed true. Sunan's eyes flickered, and he lowered his head to continue looking at the book. On the slightly yellowed page, the first line was written with a line of small black words. Wisdom is the real source of power for wizards. At the end of the month of frost descent, November, the first snow fell. The Blackstone City was covered in silver and white. Sunan's learning progress of the Mage's Hand also reached 100% on this day. The learning progress of Mage's Hand has reached 100%, and Mage's Hand has been obtained. A large amount of information suddenly flooded into his mind. Sunan closed his eyes to digest it for a while, then opened his eyes, looked at the book on the table, and uttered a series of strange syllables with his lips slightly opened. The moment the sound sounded, the book suddenly trembled slightly, and then slowly floated up, slowly moving up and down and left and right as his eyes moved. The effect of the Mage's Hand is to make distant objects float and move at will. To outsiders, it looks like an invisible ghost hand is moving objects. The name of the Mage's Hand comes from this. Among many zero-level spells, the Mage's Hand is one of the most practical spells. Whether it is a surgical experiment or making potions, using the Mage's Hand to assist can save a lot of effort. In battle, the Mage's Hand can also be used to remotely control weapons to attack enemies. As for the effective distance and weight that can be controlled, it depends on the caster's spellcasting attainments and mental strength. This is also the reason why Sunan chose the Mage's Hand as the first spell. With the Mage's Hand, it will be much more convenient to make potions and extract lizard blood in the future. Which spell should I choose for the second spell? Sunan's mind moved, and 3 spellbooks automatically floated out of the bookcase and landed on the table. Acid Splash, Sleeping Spell, and Flash. The effects of the three spells are easy to understand, and you can see the clues from the names. After thinking for a while, Sunan finally decided to learn the sleeping spell first. In order to improve the learning progress of biological transformation, he caught a lot of small animals for experiments. If you master the sleeping spell, it will undoubtedly be much more convenient when doing experiments. Anyway, the black dot scaled lizards have retreated, and the territory does not need him to participate in the battle now, so there is no need to rush to learn attack spells. In fact, the combat effectiveness of first dot level wizard apprentices is generally not strong. When they are just promoted, the first dot level apprentice is actually just a novice whose mental power is stronger than that of ordinary people, who can attract energy particles from the outside world, store them in the body, and form the concept of mana. Later, as meditation improves mental power, the body will gradually become stronger due to the subtle infiltration and improvement of energy particles. At this time, the first dot level wizard apprentice is actually not much better than the trainee knight. Compared with the trainee knight, it is just a little more spell resistance, far inferior to the knight dot level characters. After mastering 2 or 3 attack spells, the first dot level wizard apprentice can be considered to have real combat power and have the strength to fight against the formal knight. This situation will continue until the promotion to the second dot level wizard apprentice. The second dot level wizard apprentice can initially control energy particles, which is enough to strengthen the physique to a very high level. If combined with spell assistance, even the peak knight will find it difficult to match, and only the strong at the level of the great knight can resist. In addition, the second dot level wizard apprentice can also contract magic pets and use magic items. A second dot level wizard apprentice with a pet and combat magic items, even a great knight would not dare to confront him directly. At this time, the gap between wizard apprentices and knights really emerged. Concentrating his thoughts, Sunan picked up the sleeping spell and began to read. Reading Sleeping Spell Model, Sleeping Spell Learning Progress plus 0.08%, Reading Sleeping Spell Model, Sleeping Spell Learning Progress plus 0.08%, time flies. After the Frost Descent month, the coldest and most difficult sleeping month of the year, December, has also passed. On the 5th to last day of December, the black dot scaled lizardman finally retreated in a panic on the snow. This war that lasted for more than 2 months came to an end. After a 5-day rest, Blackstone City then ushered in the first day of the winter Qin month, January, in the starlight calendar 1249. This day is the new year of the Principality of Stars. The cold wind howled, but it could not cover up the joyful atmosphere in the city. Houses decorated with lights can be seen everywhere on the street, and children are running in groups among the crowd. Their little faces are red from the cold wind, but they are still giggling. In the inner castle, the banquet hall, the young maids are busy, constantly bringing fragrant ham, cheese, dried fruits, and fine wine to the table. The knights are drinking and talking around the table, and burst into laughter from time to time. Old Geller directed the servants to decorate the hall. He glimpsed this scene from the corner of his eye and couldn't help feeling emotional. At this time of year in previous years, because of the losses caused by the black dot scaled lizardmen, the former lord and generals were all exhausted and had no intention of holding a New Year's banquet. But this year is completely different. I heard from Knight Jotun that they beat the group of lizard bandits so badly this year that they couldn't even survive the first snow and fled back to their nest. The surrounding villages suffered almost no losses. Because of this, on the first day of the new year, the serfs sent all kinds of agricultural products to the inner castle to express their gratitude to the lord. But what puzzled old Geller was that he heard that this was all the credit of young Master Sunan. The knights and generals he knew all meant this, and they all spoke of young Master Sunan with a respectful tone. This puzzled old Geller. Having been in Blackstone City for decades, he could vaguely feel that some kind of positive changes seemed to be taking place in this city. The Lord and His Excellency Sunan are here. A cry of surprise suddenly sounded. The hall suddenly became quiet, and everyone turned their heads to look at the door. Kei and Sunan walked into the hall side by side. Both of them were dressed in formal attire, and they were handsome with faces that were 70% similar. As the eldest brother, Kei was tall and strong, with full and round muscles and hard lines, as perfect as an ancient Greek statue. As the younger brother, Sunan still looked thin, but he no longer felt weak, and his whole body exuded a capable aura. Especially a pair of eyes, as deep and bright as stars, making people dare not look at each other. The arrival of the two brothers immediately attracted everyone's attention. Lord! Your Excellency Sunan! The knights bowed one after another. The address for Sunan also changed from the previous young master to Your Excellency to show respect. Kei strode to the front of the crowd and raised the wine glass in his hand. Thank you for your hard work last year. Let's enjoy the wine and food tonight. The knights cheered loudly, and the noise almost overturned the roof. Sunan watched the scene quietly, picked up a glass of fruit wine from the table and took a sip. After more than 2 months of energy particle infiltration, his physique has now increased to 2.79, almost reaching the peak of the trainee knight. Because he can absorb energy particles, he doesn't have a big appetite like other trainee knights, and needs a lot of food to replenish the energy consumed by training. If necessary, he can even go without food for several months. Now he eats more to satisfy his appetite. As soon as Sunan finished a glass of fruit wine, Kei walked up to him. Why don't you go drink with everyone? I still like to be alone and quiet. Kai knew his brother's temper, and he didn't say much after hearing this. He smiled and said, I have good news for you. I have found what you want, and it should have been moved to your yard now. Sunan was not very interested in the banquet to begin with, and now that he knew that what he had been thinking about had been found, he had no intention of staying any longer. After talking to Kei for a few words, he left the banquet hall in advance and returned to the courtyard where he lived. As soon as he entered the door, Sunan saw 2 boxes placed in the courtyard. He used the magician's hand to move the 2 boxes into the study, and then opened them for a careful inspection. There were more than 10 books in one of the boxes. On the dark hardcover, complicated and irregular lines formed text that only wizards, apprentices, could understand. Touch of fatigue, detect poison, unlocking, charming humans, shielding, analysis of alien life, reincarnation of the dead, principle of negative energy. Among the 12 books, except for 5 spell model books, the rest are various professional knowledge. And among these 5 spells, charming humans and shielding are both first-level spells. First-level spells? Sunan was a little jealous. Charm Human and Shield are both very practical first-level spells. Especially Shield, which is a life-saving spell that almost every wizard apprentice must learn. It's a pity that if you want to learn first-level spells, your mental power must reach at least 10 points. He is still far from that now. Although the wizards abandoned this world, they left behind many classics, magic items, and even inheritance. These things are useless to ordinary people, and they can't even understand them, but they are precious treasures for wizard apprentices. Sunan smiled. As long as they are willing to spend time and have enough financial resources, any wizard apprentice can actually collect enough knowledge in this world to be promoted to a formal wizard. Of course, resources are another problem. Although 2 first-level spells cannot be learned for the time being, 3 0-level spells are not a problem. Sunan put away the spell books and planned to learn them slowly later. Then, he flipped through the remaining professional knowledge books one by one, but unfortunately none of them triggered the corresponding skills. Obviously, this knowledge is not classified as a skill. Keep it and read it slowly when you have time. It will increase your knowledge. Sunan was slightly disappointed. He put away the books and then opened another box. The box was densely packed with various small boxes of different sizes. Sunan opened them one by one. As expected, the boxes were full of various well-preserved materials. Sushin grass, dragon eye mint, and black-spotted python bone powder are all materials for making secondary active potions. After counting, except for the sap of the heart clearing tree, all the materials for making secondary active potions were complete. And the quantity was not small, enough to make potions for 40 or 50 times. So many materials should be enough for me to research a new version of secondary active potions. Sunan was a little impatient and went straight to the laboratory with the materials. The progress bar of the star ring meditation method has passed halfway. If there is a secondary active potion to assist, it won't take long for him to build the first star ring. Arriving at the laboratory, Sunan lit the candlelight and then went straight to the long table filled with beakers and test tubes. In the past 3 months, he has made less than 200 secondary dragon blood potions. He has already reached LV2 in potion making, which is more than enough for conducting 0-level potion experiments. So in the following time, in addition to meditation and spell learning, Sunan has another task of potion experiment. He constantly synthesizes silver moonflower essences of different purity and capacity, experiments with the compatibility with other materials, and explores the best ratio as a substitute. Starlight Calendar Year 1249, the month of recovery, February, as the black-scaled lizardmen completely retreated to their old nest, the Red Horn Wilderness, the Black Stone City, which was no longer threatened, was completely relaxed. Key put his focus back on the management of the territory. As Black Stone City is located in the south and the climate is hot, the snow began to melt at the beginning of the month. It is expected that sowing and plowing can begin in the spring dawn month, March. Key ordered the militia to build irrigation canals for the territory early and introduce river water to prepare for the farming work in the spring dawn month. With the irrigation of river water, this year's harvest is expected to be good. In addition, Key also called on the serfs in the territory to fish in the river during the slack season, which was considered to increase the income of the territory. After a battle with the black-scaled lizardmen, the strength of the Black Stone City army has not decreased but increased. Under the effect of the secondary dragon blood potion, the number of knights has soared from the original 9 to 20.1. And this number is expected to continue to increase in the next 2 months until the accumulated black-scaled lizard blood is consumed. As a result, the meat consumption in the territory has soared. After all, if a knight opens his belly, he can eat 30 or 40 kilograms of meat a day. It is difficult to rely on the beef and mutton of Blackstone City alone, so he can only think of ways to fish. However, fishing can only slightly alleviate the problem of food. Key had to spend money to purchase a large amount of meat from other cities. In addition, his younger brother's research is also a huge expense. Last month alone, the batch of antiques and materials cost dozens of gold coins, which is almost equivalent to the tax revenue of Blackstone City for 1 month. It made Key's flesh hurt as if it was dripping with blood. However, considering the long-term development of the territory, Sunan's research expenses must not be cut off. As a lord, Kei has lost a lot of hair these days in order to save money. Sunan, who is confined to the laboratory and focusing on researching medicine, is unaware of this. Mid-month of the recovery. After unremitting efforts in experiments and research, Sunan finally produced the first bottle of secondary active potion. Secondary active potion, 0 level/low quality. After taking it, it can improve mental activity, lasting for 15 days and 4 hours, and there is no effect of stacking. Finally done. Looking at the beautiful silver-blue liquid in the potion bottle, Sunan breathed a sigh of relief with joy. With the synthetic magic cube, he can accurately control the refreshing effect of the silver moonflower essence, so that its effect is infinitely close to the sap of the heart tree, reaching the level of a substitute. The whole experimental process is actually to constantly adjust the proportion of materials, and it went very smoothly. That's why Sunan was able to produce a new version of the secondary active potion so quickly. Without hesitation, he drank the potion immediately, and then sat down on the spot and began to meditate. A mint-like coolness suddenly spread from the abdomen and quickly spread to the whole body. For a moment, Sunan felt as if he was wandering at the bottom of a cold lake, with an indescribable sense of peace. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his whole body was full of energy. This was the positive effect of a small increase in mental power in a short period of time. Sunan immediately opened his personal panel. Sunan Yenist, human male, 16 years old, spirit 2.82/physique 2.94, skills, star ring meditation LV1, 750/1000, potion making LV2, 289/3000, mentality increased by 0.03, and star ring meditation proficiency increased by 25 points. Sunan was overjoyed. This efficiency is almost 5 times that of the previous one. Sure enough, the effect of the potion is much better than that of pure plant essence. Sunan was extremely happy. At this efficiency, he can build the first star ring in 10 days. 10 days later. In the meditation room, Sunan sat cross-legged on the ground. In the void that others could not see, countless energy particles seemed to be pulled by invisible forces, rushing into his body. In the depths of the sea of consciousness, most of the star ring had materialized, leaving only the last bit of it with an illusory texture. As the energy particles continued to fill, this last bit of phantom also disappeared visibly. When the last bit of phantom materialized, the entire star ring suddenly shone brightly and trembled slightly. Sunan suddenly felt a clear sound in his mind, and his mind suddenly became clear. Success! Sunan opened his eyes and showed a happy smile from the bottom of his heart. It took nearly half a year from the beginning of practicing the star ring meditation method to the present, and he finally built the first star ring. After coming back to his senses from the joy, Sunan looked at the panel as soon as possible. Spirit 3.60/Constitution 3.25 Spirit increased by 0.78, and Constitution increased by 0.31. Sunan nodded with satisfaction. Even with the help of the secondary active potion, he had to meditate for almost a month to increase his mental power by so much. The improvement brought by the construction of the star ring is indeed very significant. In terms of constitution, Sunan is now above the trainee knight.
But it is still far from the 8-point constitution required by the official knight. After all, he has not practiced breathing. If I practice breathing now, the progress should not be too slow. Breathing and constitution complement each other. The faster the breathing progresses, the faster the constitution improves. The same is true in reverse. With Sunan's current constitution, he may be able to practice breathing to a small degree in less than a month. But that being said, he does not intend to do so. Wizards have many ways to strengthen their constitutions, so there is no need to waste time and energy practicing breathing. If you have this time, you might as well brush up the learning progress of spells or skills. Sunan opened the spell list with a thought. Mage's Hand, Sleeping Spell, Acid Splash, Flash. Thanks to the buff effect of the secondary active potion, his efficiency in learning spells has increased several times. In just 2 months, he not only successfully mastered the sleeping spell, but also learned Acid Splash and Flash. Currently brushing up the learning progress of lockpicking. Most of the knowledge fields involved in wizards are extremely profound and take a lot of time to master. This is also the main reason why many wizard apprentices with good qualifications have to spend hundreds of years to be promoted to wizards. But as long as there is enough resource support, this time can be greatly shortened. Sunan sighed secretly. It is precisely because of the withering of elements and the lack of resources that wizards cannot see the hope of improving their strength that the Starlight Continent is abandoned. If he did not have the golden finger of the synthetic magic cube, it would be a foolish dream to want to be promoted to a wizard in the current Starlight Continent. It takes 3,000 points of proficiency to upgrade the level 2 star ring meditation method, which takes about 4 months. If you can keep the supply of secondary active potions constant, you can be promoted to a second-class wizard apprentice in 2 years at most. Sunan estimated that the cost of making a bottle of secondary active potion is about 12 gold coins. If you become more proficient later, it should be reduced to about 10 gold coins. That's 20 gold coins a month. It seems that the tax revenue of Blackrock City is only 40 or 50 gold coins a month, which is not a small expense. Sunan has thought about synthesizing secondary active potions, which may greatly improve the effect of the potion. Unfortunately, with the current income level of Blackrock City, he does not allow him to purchase a large amount of materials at one time to make enough secondary active potions. Let's discuss it with my eldest brother. Sunan got up and walked out of the meditation room. On the way, he met old Geller. After asking, he learned that Key was in the study, so he turned around and went straight to the study. However, when he found Key in the study, he found that the latter was also sighing and looking sad. Looking up and seeing Sunan, Kay suppressed his worry and asked with all his strength, "It's you, Sunan, you have locked yourself in the yard for many days, why did you dare to come out today?" "Brother, I have something to discuss with you." Sunan got straight to the point and talked about buying materials. After hearing this, Kay smiled bitterly. "There are more than 50 gold coins in the account, which I originally planned to use to purchase armor. Since you want to use it, I'll give it to you first." Sunan glanced at Kay, and thinking of his worried look just now, he immediately understood. Is the territory short of money now? Kay did not hide it, and sighed and said, "The number of knights in the territory has increased a lot recently, and the food expenses have increased significantly. We will start farming next month, and we have to spend money to buy tools and seeds. The expenses are indeed not small. Is there any way to increase revenue and reduce expenditure? It is impossible to save money if the territory wants to develop. Whether it is arming the army or developing the economy, gold coins are indispensable. Key has always wanted to strengthen his strength to take back the Flash territory, so he naturally cannot be content to be a salted fish. As for increasing revenue, I have an idea. I plan to restart the Blackstone mine." "Blackstone mine?" Sunan's expression moved slightly. He remembered that Blackstone City was famous for producing Blackstone iron. Blackstone iron is a high-quality metal. It only needs to be simply refined to have a hardness comparable to that of refined iron. It is a good material for forging armor and weapons. The name Blackstone City also comes from this. It is precisely because of Blackstone iron that Blackstone City has become one of the most prosperous cities in Jinyin province. But later, something happened, which led to the abandonment of the Blackstone mine, and Blackstone City gradually declined. Speaking of which, why did the Blackstone mine be abandoned in the first place? Sunan asked in confusion. Without special reasons, the successive lords of Blackstone City would never give up a cash cow that can continuously produce gold coins. According to the old soldiers in the city, it is because a monster appeared in the mine. Monster? Key was well prepared.
He took out a piece of parchment and spread it on the table. It was painted with a dark black leopard, but the stone texture was clearly visible on its body, and it exuded a metallic luster. It looked like a creature made entirely of gold and stone. The previous lords called this kind of monster an iron-swallowing beast. They feed on black stone iron ore, and their bodies are as hard as black stone iron. Each one has the combat power comparable to that of a primary knight, and is very difficult to deal with.
Are there many such monsters? Sunan asked.
Although the knight-level monsters are terrible, they are not so daunting that the previous lords will back off. If it really doesn't work, just spend a few hundred gold coins to ask a great knight to solve it.
Unless there are a lot of monsters, or there are other reasons.
Sure enough, Key continued to say, there are not many monsters, probably only 20 or 30.
The key is that the iron-swallowing beast is very cunning.
Once it sees that the situation is not good, it will drill into the rock wall and escape.
It is very fast, and even the Great Knight can't stop it.
If these monsters are not cleaned up, the mining area cannot be operated normally.
Monsters that can drill into the ground. Sunan raised his eyebrows.
This is indeed difficult to deal with. Of course, only relative to ordinary people.
If that's all, there's a solution. The words from Sunan's mouth made Key stunned.
After a while, he reacted and stood up in surprise.
Do you have a way to deal with the iron-swallowing beast? Sunan pondered and said, you can try. Although Sunan did not make a 100% guarantee, it made Key ecstatic.
You know, what bothered him most during this period was the gold coins. If the Blackstone mine could be restarted, all problems would be solved. Blackstone mining area is located in the southwest of Blackstone City. There are more than 10 mines in total, covering a very wide area. The mining of shallow veins has hollowed out the surrounding mountain walls, forming an inward concave valley. Looking inward from the mouth of the valley, there are large tracts of red-gray and lead-black rocks that are eye-catching. There are minecarts and railroad tracks everywhere in the valley. It can be seen that the original lord invested a lot of resources in the construction of this mining area. Unfortunately, decades later, this place has long become a desolate and deserted ruins, and the minecarts and railroad tracks have also disappeared. Full of rusty dust.
Key and Sunan stood side by side in front of the valley entrance, looking at the environment inside.
Behind him were more than a dozen knights and hundreds of soldiers. Out of concern for the Blackstone mining area, Key deployed nearly half of Blackstone City's troops at once. Of course, ordinary soldiers did not play a big role in this operation.
Their task is to hold the retreat and ensure logistics.
The real main force of the battle is Sunan, Key, and more than a dozen knights.
Is it really okay?
Xiaodun glanced at the dark entrance to the mine and muttered worriedly, I heard from the veterans that those iron-swallowing beasts are very powerful.
Wouldn't it be too risky to go in with only our few people?
Hearing this, the eyes of the other knights flickered. To be honest, they were all surprised when they heard the Lord said that he wanted to clean up the iron-swallowing beasts in the Blackstone mining area. The Blackstone mining area is well known in Blackstone City, and they have also heard some news. It is said that several previous lords have thought about solving the Blackstone mining area, but they all failed in the end and lost a lot of manpower. As time went by, no one wanted to explore the Blackstone mining area anymore. No one expected that Key suddenly planned to restart the Blackstone mining area. If Lord Sunan hadn't said there was a way to deal with the iron-eating beast, they would have raised objections long ago. But even so, many people are still a little worried at this moment.
Xiaodun, if you waver in the military morale again, I will punish you not to drink alcohol for a month when you go back. Key turned and glared at him. Xiaodun shrank his head and remained silent.
What he likes most is all kinds of fine wines and spirits.
He can't have fun without wine.
Forcing him not to drink for a month is as good as killing him. Seeing that Xiaodun had settled down, Kei turned back to look at the mine, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. After all, he had never seen an iron-swallowing beast with his own eyes. If these monsters were more terrifying than the veterans said, that would be troublesome. However, after looking at Sunan beside him, Kei finally chose to believe in his brother and did not show his worries.
Sunan touched the scales on his body.
This is the only piece of scale armor in Black Rock City, and it is more valuable than a complete set of fine iron armor. It was originally Key's equipment, but Key was afraid that something would happen to him, so he just put the scale armor on him and stuffed him with a long sword. Although Sunan's swordsmanship was terrible, it was better than nothing.
Let's go.
Following Key's order, everyone lit torches and filed into the mine, leaving only the soldiers guarding the entrance. The shallow veins in the Blackstone mining area have long been mined, and several deep wells were drilled into the ground to mine the underlying mineral layers. The mines are criss-crossed under the rock formations, and every few hundred meters, you can see an oil lamp hanging on the rock wall. It's just that the oil inside has long evaporated. A knight held up a skin bag, poured oil into the lamp, and then lit it. Soon, streaks of fire lit up in the mine tunnel, and the separation of light and shadow outlined a winding trajectory at a very far distance from each other, guiding everyone to move forward. As they went deeper, everyone gradually slowed down. These underground tunnels are uneven, and the light is dim. If you are not careful, you will fall and break your head. Although the knights present were all physically powerful, no one wanted to be beaten to death. There was silence all around, except for the footsteps and breathing of everyone. No other sounds could be heard. There is no breath of life in the cold and silent underground. If an ordinary person walks alone in such a place, he will definitely feel instinctively terrified. After walking some distance further, the surrounding rock walls finally changed. A knight held a torch close to the rock wall. By the light of the fire, one could clearly see that the surface of the rock was coated with a layer of deep, coal black. It's black stone iron ore. Xiao Dun's eyes lit up. No need for him to say anything, everyone present could see it. Everyone immediately mentioned being very careful. Going further, there is a layer of mineral veins that have not yet been mined. It is very likely that the miners back then had to stop mining because they encountered an iron-eating beast. In other words, they will soon meet the target of this trip. It turns out they were right. After walking 400 to 500 meters, everyone soon heard a rustling sound coming from the front, as if something was moving forward against the ground. Be alert. Prepare to fight, Key said in a deep voice. Everyone raised their weapons solemnly and stared ahead as if facing a formidable enemy. Soon, cats emerged from the darkness. They gracefully walked through the darkness and entered the light range of the torch, staring at the group of uninvited guests in front of them with a pair of gray gem-like eyes. The iron-eating beast. It was exactly the same as the portrait Su Nan had seen. More and more iron-swallowing beasts appeared in the darkness, more than 10 after a quick count, and there were a few pairs of shimmering eyes swaying outside the dividing line between light and shadow. More than a dozen iron-eating beasts loomed into a semicircle, surrounding everyone. These beasts have quite a big appetite. It seems they want to keep us all here. Knight Brad said in a low voice, tightening the huge steel shield in his hand. He is the most powerful knight in Blackstone City, second only to Key, and he is only one step away from being promoted to a senior knight. Standing 2 meters tall, he is good at using shields. He is the knight with the best shield skills in Black Rock City and is also a famous warrior on the battlefield. After seeing the iron-swallowing beasts at close range, Brad could feel that the aura of these monsters would never exceed the level of a junior knight, and he immediately felt relaxed. It would be a good thing if that were the case. I'm afraid these beasts will escape. Key also noticed it and breathed a sigh of relief. Their lineup is enough to deal with more than a dozen junior knight-level monsters. The question is how to keep these iron-eating beasts and prevent them from escaping? The reality left them no time to think. The iron-swallowing beasts quickly launched an attack and pounced on the crowd. The battle broke out instantly. The tunnel suddenly echoed with the endless sound of gold and iron clashing. Brad raised his shield and smashed an iron-swallowing beast away. The opponent flew more than 10 meters and hit the rock wall with a bang, and the stone powder suddenly fell straight down. But after the iron-swallowing beast stood up, he just shook his head and continued to pounce as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Brad frowned immediately. On the other side, the knights were also locked in a hard fight. The body of the iron-swallowing beast is so hard that even if a sword containing fighting spirit is struck on it, it can only leave a not very obvious crack. Only Key, as a senior knight, can cause significant damage to the iron-swallowing beast. If the narrow space of the tunnel had not restricted the movement of the iron-eating beasts, preventing them from displaying their swift and agile speed, it would have been even more difficult to deal with. The battle was not as easy as they expected, and it was a stalemate for a while. At this moment, Sunan took action. He whispered weird syllables in his mouth, and at the same time stretched out his finger, and instantly saw a ball of acid the size of a basketball formed out of thin air at the tip of his finger, and then shot out, accurately hitting an iron-swallowing beast and smearing its face. Sizzle! A large amount of pungent white smoke suddenly appeared on the face of the iron-swallowing beast, and its body rolled crazily on the ground, trying to wipe away the corrosive liquid on its face. There is no weak attack spell. Although Acid Splash is only a 0 level spell, its corrosiveness is even more terrifying than Aqua Regia. A ball of acid the size of an egg is enough to corrode an ordinary human adult male, leaving no bones left. Even though the body of the iron-swallowing beast is extremely hard, it would not be uncomfortable to receive such a shot to its vital parts. Laugh. A figure flashed over and stabbed the wound on the face of the iron-swallowing beast with a sword. Then with a powerful spit, the iron-swallowing beast's head suddenly exploded, and its headless body shook on the spot a few times before falling to the ground. Kei drew out his sword and turned around to glance at Sunan in surprise. The other knights could not hide the horror on their faces. They have personally experienced how hard the iron-swallowing beast's body is, which is no less than real black stone iron. But even with such a hard body, half of his head was corroded in just a few breaths. What kind of terrifying power is this? If a flesh and blood body takes such a blow, what's the point? Just thinking about that scene, everyone present felt their scalps go numb. Is this the wizard? Just when everyone was shocked by Sunan's thundering means, the person involved was still not satisfied. If the mental power was higher, the acid splash just now would have killed the iron-swallowing beast. Sunan felt a little regretful, stretched out his hand and pointed, and another acid splash flew out, attacking an iron-swallowing beast like an arrow. Zzzz. Although the iron-swallowing beast dodged in time, it was still hit in the side abdomen, and most of its waist and abdomen were corroded in an instant, and its movements were inevitably affected. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kei flashed forward and cut the iron-swallowing beast in half with a sword. The two brothers cooperated tacitly and killed 4 iron-swallowing beasts in a short while. The morale of the crowd was immediately boosted when they saw this. The iron-swallowing beast seemed to realize that something was wrong and gradually retreated. Noticing this, Kei hurriedly shouted, "Don't let them escape, stop them." The knights rushed towards the iron-swallowing beasts. Sunan narrowed his eyes and cast a sleeping spell on the last iron-swallowing beast. But to his surprise, the iron-swallowing beast was not affected at all. The spell didn't work? Sunan was stunned. At this moment, an iron-swallowing beast suddenly jumped up and crashed into the rock wall as if falling into the water, and disappeared. The whole process was so smooth that no one had time to react. The other iron-swallowing beasts followed suit and disappeared into the rock wall. Seeing the last iron-swallowing beast also jumped up and crashed into the rock wall, the stunned Sunan finally reacted, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. In an instant, the elegant posture of the iron-swallowing beast stopped abruptly, and the whole thing was fixed in mid-air, as if it was tightly grasped by an invisible giant hand, and it couldn't touch the ground or the wall at all. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free from the invisible restraints on its body. "Kill it," Sunan said in a deep voice. The people who were staring at the bizarre scene in front of them suddenly woke up and took action. Crack! The iron-swallowing beast in mid-air was instantly shattered to pieces. "Sunan, you just..." Kei looked at Sunan with a look of surprise. If the secondary dragon blood potion was still within his understanding, then the miraculous means that Sunan had just displayed were far beyond his cognition. Sunan knew what he wanted to ask, and explained calmly, "This is a spell." Spell! Everyone present chewed on this word silently, and felt that a whole new world was slowly unfolding in front of them. Sunan didn't care about other people, and quickly came to an iron-swallowing beast that was cut in two, squatting down to check. After a moment, a strange look appeared on his face. "Is there anything wrong?" Seeing Sunan's expression, Kei asked hurriedly. Sunan shook his head, stood up and said, "I roughly know where these iron swallowers came from. When the sleeping spell didn't work just now, he actually felt something was wrong. There are generally only 2 situations in which one can be immune to spells. One is that the spell resistance is high enough, such as the dragon race. The dragon race is famous for its natural high magic resistance. Adult dragons can be immune to all spells below the 3rd ring. The other is that the life form of the creature happens to be immune to a certain spell. Take the sleeping spell as an example. Elemental creatures, undead creatures and puppet creatures are all immune to the sleeping spell. And the iron swallower can obviously only be the latter. I thought it was a metal dot-shaped creature, but I didn't expect it to be a puppet creature. When checking just now, Sunan found enchanted runes in the fragments of the iron swallower's body. It is impossible for enchanted runes to exist in a naturally born life form. The only explanation is that the iron swallower was artificially created. And the only one who can create a puppet is a wizard, apprentice. There is probably a wizard's inheritance deep in this mine. Sunan was filled with ecstasy. He had originally planned to go out and search for the whereabouts of the wizard's inheritance after he was promoted to a 2nd class wizard apprentice, but he didn't expect that there was one near Blackstone City. This is undoubtedly a huge surprise. After Sunan's explanation, Key and others showed extremely shocked expressions. No one expected that these iron-swallowing beasts, which have the combat power comparable to that of knights and the strange ability to drill into the rock wall, were actually puppets created by wizards. Magical potions, terrible spells, powerful puppet creations, these things that are unimaginable in the eyes of ordinary people, are actually from the hands of wizards. What kind of group is this? The more they understand, the more they can feel the mystery and power of wizards. It is said that thousands of years ago, wizards once ruled the entire continent and created an unprecedented prosperity. In the past, they only thought that this was an illusory legend, but now it seems that this is very likely to have really happened. Everyone had different thoughts, and the tunnel fell into silence for a while. Sunan didn't care. He said something to Kei and sat on the ground, meditating to restore his mental strength. In the previous battle, he had cast a lot of spells, and his mental strength was almost exhausted. Considering that there would be a fierce battle next, it would be safer to wait until his mental strength was restored before continuing to explore. About 2 hours later, Sunan ended his meditation. The team continued to move forward. Fear comes from the unknown. After knowing the origin of the iron-swallowing beast, everyone's fear of this monster suddenly decreased a lot. Especially after killing 5 iron-swallowing beasts in the battle just now, the team's morale reached its peak. However, what was confusing was that on the way, the iron-swallowing beasts seemed to have disappeared and never appeared again. Where did those monsters go? Jotan smacked his lips in dissatisfaction. Key also frowned. If the remaining iron-swallowing beasts just hid like this, they really couldn't do anything to them. Trying to find a group of iron-swallowing beasts that could drill through the walls in the dimly lit underground tunnels was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Sunan was thoughtful. High-level puppets have autonomous consciousness and artificial intelligence that are not inferior to humans, but iron-swallowing beasts are obviously not one of them. They are low-level puppets at first glance, and generally follow a certain specific program to act. For example, when encountering an enemy that they can't deal with, they prioritize their own safety. This also explains why successive lords have been unable to eliminate the iron-swallowing beasts. Facing a group of monsters that are bullying the weak and fearing the strong and have first-class hide and seek abilities, even the Great Knight can't do anything. However, the fact that the previous lords had no solution does not mean that Sunan has no solution. He closed his eyes and concentrated on sensing the energy particles in the air. If nothing unexpected happens, these iron-swallowing beasts should be the guards of the unknown wizard heritage deep in the mining area. As long as they find the location of the wizard heritage, the iron-swallowing beasts will definitely appear to stop them, and then they can annihilate the other party. And where the wizard heritage is, the concentration of energy particles must be much higher than other places. As long as you go to a place with a high concentration of energy particles, you will most likely find the target location. Not long after, Sunan opened his eyes, pointed to the tunnel entrance on the right and said, "Go that way." Kui was just stunned for a moment, and immediately reacted, and took the lead to the right without hesitation. Everyone came back to their senses and hurried to follow. Along the way, the team walked and stopped. Whenever they encountered a fork in the road, Sunan would stop and sense for a while, and then decide the direction of travel. In this way, they didn't know how long they had walked, and everyone suddenly stopped. This time, it was not that they encountered any monsters, nor did they find a fork in the road, but that the road was gone. To be precise, a dark door appeared in the middle of the tunnel. The closed door blocked the entire tunnel. Some strange patterns were engraved on the dark iron door, intertwined and entangled, with a hint of mysterious charm. Kei and others were confused, but only Sunan recognized these patterns at first sight. Enchantment runes. The structure of the runes is not complicated, and it looks like a simple magic trap. Once someone touches the iron door, it will issue a warning and attack the toucher. However, these runes are already dim and obviously have long been ineffective, probably because of the long years of erosion. No matter how exquisite the enchantment runes are, they cannot resist the erosion of time. Is the place behind that iron door where the iron-swallowing beasts are made? Kei looked at Sunan, who nodded and reminded him again. Be careful, those iron-swallowing beasts will not watch us go in. As if in response to Sunan's words, as soon as his voice fell, a group of iron-swallowing beasts suddenly emerged from the rock walls on both sides of the iron door, rushing towards everyone with evil wind. Everyone was prepared. They shouted and went forward fearlessly. Only Brad stepped back a few steps, holding a heavy shield in front of Sunan.
After seeing Sunan's methods, everyone understood that Sunan was the main force to deal with the Iron Devourer, and naturally would not ignore his safety. Sunan's lips uttered strange syllables. This time he did not use Acid Splash, but changed to the magician's hand. More than 10 meters away, an Iron Devourer that was about to pounce on Ki suddenly stopped, and its body seemed to be suspended in mid-air against gravity. Its limbs danced, but it could not land. Ki's eyes lit up, and he took the opportunity to dodge forward, and slashed the same position of the Iron Devourer's neck with several swords in a row, cutting off its head. The headless Iron Devourer quickly fell to the ground, motionless and silent. Compared with the Acid Splash that can only attack once, the magician's hand has a small attack power, but it lasts for a long time, which is perfect for Ki to kill the Iron Devourer. Fortunately, the low-level puppets are not very smart and do not know how to kill the fragile spellcasters first. Otherwise, these guys would rush forward and Brad alone would not be able to resist. Sunan thought silently in his heart. Of course, if the iron-swallowing beasts were not puppet creations, he would not have to use acid splashes in the magician's hand to deal with these guys. A flash spell will instantly make these creatures, who have lived in the dark underground for many years and are extremely sensitive to light, become blind and at the mercy of others. With the tacit cooperation of everyone, one iron-swallowing beast after another fell to the ground. As Sunan guessed, the iron-swallowing beast's mission is to guard the Iron Gate. So even if they suffered heavy casualties, they showed no signs of escaping. More than 10 minutes later, accompanied by a crisp sound, the last iron-swallowing beast was also broken into 2 pieces and fell to the ground. So far, more than 20 iron-swallowing beasts were completely wiped out. Looking at the blackstone iron fragments all over the ground, Ki's expression was full of uncontrollable excitement and joy. Before coming here, he never thought that the biggest threat in the blackstone mine area could be solved so easily. And all this was thanks to Sunan. Looking at Sunan's back, Ki couldn't help but sigh with emotion. When Sunan said he wanted to become a wizard, he thought Sunan was fooling around and believed what was written in the book because he was obsessed with reading books. But he didn't expect that he would not only succeed, but also become so powerful, with all kinds of strange and powerful methods emerging one after another, which made people amazed. So much so that Ki was a little moved. After returning to the inner castle, should I try to see if I can follow the path of a wizard? Sunan didn't notice Ki's little thoughts and quickly came to the iron gate to check carefully. As expected, the magic trap on the door had indeed failed. So Sunan called 2 knights and pushed the heavy iron gate together. Boom! The iron gate slowly opened, shaking the stone powder above the head and making dust fly. When the dust cleared, the situation behind the iron gate gradually appeared in front of everyone. Inside was an extremely spacious hall, about 400 or 500 square meters. The entire hall was paved with blue-gray square stone bricks, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of dust. There were messy footprints and traces of beasts lying in many places. It can be seen that this hall is the usual place for the iron-swallowing beast to move around. There are 3 open stone doors deep in the hall, and it is dark and unclear what is inside. Several knights holding torches walked into the 3 stone doors respectively. After checking to make sure there was no danger, Sunan and Ki entered the stone door. Behind the first stone door was a room suspected to be a warehouse, with a large area, filled with dense black stone iron. It was not the black stone iron ore that had just been excavated, but the black stone iron ingots that had been refined. Looking at the tens of thousands of square black stone iron ingots, everyone looked a little dazed. I'm rich now. Jodan stared at the black stone iron ingot in front of him, and swallowed his saliva with a gurgling sound in his throat. No one laughed at his loss of composure, and everyone had a similar expression. Even Ki's eyes were wide open, with shock, ecstasy, and trance. Various expressions mixed together, making his face a little distorted. The hardness of black stone iron is not inferior to that of refined iron, but it is much lighter, so the price is more expensive than the same weight of refined iron. I dare not say that the black stone iron in front of me is worth 10,000 gold coins, but it is definitely worth 6,000 or 7,000 gold coins. It is almost equivalent to the tax revenue of Blackstone City for 10 years. How can people not be ecstatic with such a windfall? Only Sunan didn't have too much obsession with gold coins. Although he was also surprised, he quickly came to his senses and walked to the next room. The second room was a little smaller, and it was filled with various tools, including a furnace, molds and fans for iron making. However, the most eye-catching thing was the huge stone table in the center of the room, which was more than 3 meters long and nearly 2 meters wide. It was covered with messy cutting marks. Sunan glanced at the black stone iron piled up in the corner of the room, and his mind suddenly became clear.
This should be the laboratory where the wizard apprentice made puppets. He had ruled out the speculation that the owner here was a formal wizard. Whether it was the strength level of the iron-swallowing beast or the attainments of the magic trap on the iron door, it showed that the owner here was at most a wizard apprentice, and was far from reaching the level of a wizard. If it was really a formal wizard, it would not be able to break through the guards outside and enter here with just the strength of their group of people. With thoughts turning in his mind, Sunan's actions were not slow, and he quickly searched the entire room. To his disappointment, apart from the tools and iron ingots, he found nothing else of value. Sunan shook his head, turned and left the room, and walked into the third room. Compared with the previous two rooms, the third room was smaller in area, but the decoration was more delicate and comfortable. In addition to a small bed and a desk, there was also a bookshelf. It was obvious that this was a study room. Sunan's eyes fell on the bookshelf full of books, and his eyes lit up slightly. If you want to know what is the most valuable thing in a wizard's inheritance, knowledge is undoubtedly one of the answers. Sunan suppressed his joy, walked quickly to the bookshelf, and quickly scanned the books on it. Composition, Material Science, Life Energy Structure, Enchantment Rune Foundation, Puppet Mechanics Principle, Puppet Basic Structure, Puppet and Golem. More than 80% of the books are related to puppet making. It can be seen that the owner here loves this skill very much, and can even be called obsessed. No wonder he created a puppet creature like the iron-swallowing beast. I just don't know where this wizard apprentice went later. Sunan had a vague guess in his heart. After thinking about it, he turned around and came to the desk. The surface of the desk made of solid wood was covered with a thick layer of dust, and there was nothing on it. Sunan opened the drawer below. The first few drawers were empty, and only the last drawer contained 2 diaries, a ring and 2 boxes. Sunan took out the top diary and opened the cover. There was only a few lines of words on the slightly yellowed first page. Ange McLean, recorded in the 1124th year of the Starlight Calendar. The 1124th year of the Starlight Calendar, which is about 125 years ago. The iron-swallowing beast appeared in the Black Rock mine, which seems to have happened just over 100 years ago. Sunan was thoughtful and continued to turn the pages. I don't know what the paper of the diary is made of, but it can still be kept intact after so many years. April 12, 1124 of the Starlight Calendar. Today, the exploration of the Black Rock iron ore vein was completed. As I guessed, the reserves of this vein are very rich. Now I have enough materials to use for my puppet experiment. This is really good news. I decided to build a laboratory deep in the mine as my future retreat. February 8, 1126 of the Starlight Calendar. The experiment of the Black Rock leopard finally achieved a key breakthrough. It won't be long before I can successfully refine my own puppet creation. So that kind of puppet is called the Black Rock leopard. Sunan raised his eyebrows. March 15, 1127 in the Starlight Calendar. I succeeded. I finally succeeded in refining the first Black Rock leopard. This is my own puppet creation. I am really a genius. However, the combat effectiveness of the Black Rock leopard is still not good enough. It is much worse than that of a formal knight. There are still many areas that can be improved. More combat data needs to be collected. It just so happens that there are many knights outside. Let them act as opponents of the Black Rock leopard. What a lucky bunch of guys. June 10, 1128 in the Starlight Calendar. The improvement experiment went smoothly. The Black Rock leopard now has the combat effectiveness level comparable to that of a primary knight. It's a pity that the timid lord gave up this mining area. I have to find a new target that can provide combat data. Perhaps the black-scaled lizardmen in the north are good targets. There is not much content on each page of the diary, only 2 or 3 sentences. And the time span is relatively large, with the shortest interval exceeding half a year. Most of the content in the back is the progress of the improvement experiment of the Black Rock leopard. Occasionally, there are some meditation, spell learning, and going out to collect materials. From the lines, it is not difficult to see that this wizard apprentice named Ange is a little arrogant and withdrawn, and does not like to contact the outside world. It is worth mentioning that he is still a third-level wizard apprentice. In the elemental desert and the resource-poor Starlight continent, Ange was promoted to a third-level wizard apprentice before he was 100 years old. It must be said that Ange is indeed a genius and has the capital to be proud. However, as he grew older, Ange gradually shifted his energy from puppet research to cultivation, and the tone in the diary also became more anxious and confused. September 20, 1162 in the Starlight Calendar. the improvement of mental power seems to have reached a bottleneck. There has been no obvious growth for more than half a year. Maybe I should use external forces. January 4, 1163 in the Starlight Calendar, lucky, I found a recipe for an evil hallucination potion. If I can make an evil hallucination potion, I will definitely be able to solve the problem of mental power not being able to grow. May 19, 1165 in the Starlight Calendar, damn it. Why can't I find all the ingredients in the recipe? I have found the place where the ingredients grow according to the records in the book, but why can't I find it? Is there something wrong with the records in the book? February 6, 1167 in the Starlight Calendar, so that's it. The elements are lost, the concentration of energy particles has dropped sharply, and the continent we are on has become a wasteland. No wonder I haven't met other wizard apprentices in all these years. No, I won't give up. If I can't find all the ingredients, then try other substitutes. I don't believe that my wisdom can't solve the problem. April 4, 1169 in the Starlight Calendar, the experiment failed. February 9, 1170 in the Starlight Calendar, the experiment failed. Repeated experimental failure record, March 16, 1192 in the Starlight Calendar, no matter how much the low-level materials are extracted and purified, the effect can't reach the point of replacing high-level materials. There is no possibility of making this potion successfully. Damn it! I can't accept this. The following 10 pages are filled with all kinds of anger and criticism towards this world, and the reluctance, bitterness, and despair of not seeing the way forward. It was not until 1200 years into the Starlight Calendar that Ange seemed to have come to his senses, and his words regained their calmness. December 3, 1200 years into the Starlight Calendar, I can feel my vitality gradually fading away, and it seems that I won't live long. If I undergo biological transformation, I may be able to live longer, but this is not my strong point, and I don't want to turn myself into a ghost for the sake of survival. Perhaps it's just because that kind of transformation will completely make me lose the hope of becoming a wizard. If I can't become a wizard, then what's the point of living longer? Wizards pursue the truth, not immortality. May 5, 1202 years into the Starlight Calendar, death is getting closer and closer, and I seem to be able to smell the decay of my body. The good news is that I found the legend of the Starry Tower in an ancient book. It is said that it is the inheritance left by the ancient wizards. Perhaps there is a way for me to become a wizard there. This is my only hope now. I have decided to find the whereabouts of the Starry Tower. The Starry Tower. Sunan's expression changed. In his few memories of the game in his previous life, the Starry Tower seemed to be one of the only 3 wizard inheritances in the Starlight Continent in version 1.0. It was not a laboratory left by a wizard apprentice like this, but a legacy left by a real wizard. It was the last bit of goodwill left to this continent by the wizard who went on an expedition to the multiverse thousands of years ago. It is obvious that there must be a lot of precious knowledge and materials in that place. If you can find the Starry Tower, it will definitely not be a problem to become a wizard. Sunan was excited and quickly turned to the next page, but what he saw was a blank. No more? Sunan continued to turn the page, but it was all blank. It was obvious that Angel McLean never came back after he went out to find the Starry Tower. I don't know if he found the Starry Tower in the end? Sunan guessed that the answer was probably no. Otherwise, this laboratory wouldn't have been untouched for 50 years. Thinking of this, Sunan couldn't help but sigh. With Ange McLean's talent, he would have become a powerful wizard in the wizard era 1,000 years ago. Unfortunately, he was born in the wrong era, and he could only waste his life and die unwillingly. Wizards Jedi? Sighing, Sunan shook his head and didn't think much about it. In any case, he had 2 golden fingers, the synthesis cube and the player panel, and he would never end up like Ange McLean. Putting down the diary, Sunan picked up another diary. What surprised him was that the content of this diary was Ange McLean's Black Rock Leopard experiment record. It detailed the refining process of the Black Rock Leopard. With this experimental record, as long as I use these books on the bookshelf to brush out the puppet refining skills, I can try to refine the Black Rock Leopard. Sunan showed a happy smile on his face. The Black Rock Leopard is a night-level puppet, and it is loyal and reliable, fearless, and can be regarded as an excellent combat force. If you have a batch of Black Rock Leopards in your hands, you will be more secure when you go out to search for materials in the future. After putting away the 2 diaries, Sunan picked up the ring. The gray ring looks like a cheap ornament sold by street vendors, not at all eye-catching. But in Sunan's perception, the ring was like a miniature black hole, constantly devouring the free energy particles in the surrounding air.
Magic item. Sunan's eyes lit up. I didn't expect that Ange McLean actually left a magic item. Sunan turned around and took a look. Seeing that everyone else was staying outside, he unnoticedly opened the synthetic cube and put the ring on it. A line of text soon appeared in front of him. Bloodvine ring, alchemy/sub. Magic item. After activation, it can summon bloodvines to bind the designated target and continuously absorb the target's energy in a small range. It can be used 3/3 times, and can be restored by injecting mental power or automatically absorbing free energy particles. Not bad, very practical effect. Sunan nodded secretly. Magic items are divided into different levels. The lowest level is the alchemical level, also called the sub. Magic item. This kind of magic item often only has a single enchantment feature. For example, dimension bags and space rings. For example, various enchanted weapons with features such as sharpness, bleeding, black steel, etc. Although it is only the lowest level magic item, its power is very impressive. Take the Bloodvine ring as an example. Sunan estimated that even a strong knight like the Peak would not be able to break free if bound by the Bloodvine. For a wizard apprentice like him, a sub. Magic item is undoubtedly precious. Of course, if he wants to use the Bloodvine ring, he has to wait until he is promoted to the second. Level wizard apprentice. Only when he has the initial ability to control energy particles can he activate the magic item. Above the alchemical level, there are glimmer. Level magic items, also known as low. Magic items. This level of magic items usually have multiple magical properties, and their value is far more precious than alchemical magic items. Even a third. Level wizard apprentice would be ecstatic to get one. Above the glimmer level, it is the magic level. This level is a real magic item, also known as a magic weapon. A magic weapon usually has at least one illuminating magic power and is amazingly powerful. Generally, only formal wizards are qualified to own a magic weapon. As for magic items of higher levels, Sunan guessed that there probably wasn't even one in the current Starlight continent. In fact, in the game of the previous life, it wasn't until the 2.0 version of the game, Wizard's Return, that magic weapons above the magic level appeared. I remember that there seemed to be a lot of sub. Magic items and low. Magic items left in the 1.0 version of Starlight continent. I have to ask my brother to pay more attention to it. Sunan thought secretly. However, that being said, unactivated magic items look like normal items to ordinary people, and it's hard to tell them apart. Even if Kui helps to keep an eye out, it probably won't be of much use. It's better than nothing. Sunan put away the Bloodvine ring and looked at the last two wooden boxes. Open the larger wooden box, and there are 3 index finger. Long leaves in it. It looks a bit like a 4. Leaf clover, but it's purple. Green, and it's crystal clear and warm like a leaf. Shaped gem. This is Soul. Enhancing grass. Sunan recognized the origin of the leaves at the first time, and his eyes widened in surprise. He immediately put the leaves into the magic cube. Spiritual grass, purity 29.28%, can slightly increase mental power after swallowing. The specific effect depends on the mental power of the user. The higher the mental power, the weaker the effect. It is ineffective for users with mental power of 12 or above. It is actually the spiritual grass that can increase mental power. Ange McLean is really willing to spend money. Halfway through the words, Sunan suddenly realized that as a third. Level wizard apprentice, Ange McLean's mental power is definitely more than 12 points. The spiritual grass has no effect on him, and it is normal that he is not valued. That's good, now it's cheap for me. Sunan happily closed the wooden box and opened another wooden box. What came into view were more than 30 shiny gems. Sapphire, ruby, fire opal, radiant stone, moonstone. Sunan was amazed. The total value of these gems is definitely more than 1,000 gold coins. Good stuff. Sunan thought about it and decided to keep these gems for himself. Anyway, with the batch of blackstone iron in the warehouse and the blackstone mine that is about to be restarted, Blackstone City should not be short of money for a long time in the future, so there is no need to sell these gems in exchange for gold coins. More importantly, for wizards, gems are also a precious material. Precious gems are not only for viewing and decoration. In the hands of wizards, gems can play many roles. For example, it can be used as a medium for casting a special spell. Sunan remembered that there was a spell school called Gem Spell, and its medium for casting was various gems. This spell school was famous for swallowing gold. Each time a spell was cast, a gem was consumed, which could cost as little as a dozen gold coins or as much as hundreds of gold coins. If a wizard was not wealthy, he could not afford it. However, in contrast, The spells of this school were also incredibly powerful. A first ring burning hand, using a ruby as a medium for casting, could increase its power to the point where a second ring spell was close to a third ring spell. Therefore, the descendants of this spell school were all famous wealthy people and masters who could challenge beyond their ranks. In addition to the medium for casting, gems were also materials often used in making magic items. The most common one was the staff. Inlaying different types of gems on the staff could add specific magical powers. In addition, gems were often used as the energy core of puppet creations. Many wizard apprentices who cannot afford soul crystals will choose gems as a second choice to make energy cores. In short, gems have many uses, and Sunan is reluctant to sell them unless necessary. After checking the drawer, Sunan searched the other corners of the room carefully again, but unfortunately he could not find anything else valuable. Forget it, I have already got a lot of good things this time, so I can't be too greedy. Sunan let out a long breath, packed up his things and left the room. During the time he stayed in the study, Ki had sent someone to notify the soldiers who stayed outside to bring in carts to move black iron ingots. The hall was busy at this time. Seeing Sunan come out, Ki did not ask him what he found inside, but pointed to the laboratory and asked, "Do you want the things inside? If you want, I will have someone carry them to your yard." "No need." Sunan shook his head. Decades have passed, even the magic traps have failed, and the puppet refining equipment inside has long been damaged, and it is useless to repair it. Anyway, there are relevant equipment drawings in the experimental records left by Angel McLean. If you need it in the future, you can just ask the blacksmith in the territory to make a set. Jinyan Province, Shining City. As the central city of the barony, Glitter City is actually more prosperous than many central cities of the Viscounty. Among the 7 baronies in the Golden Rock Province, the Arnest family's Shining Territory deserves to be ranked first. Whether it is territory area or economic strength, it is not much inferior to the Viscounty territory. It's a pity that this also attracted the covetousness of big shots, making the position of Baron easy for him to grasp. Inner Castle, Bedroom. After getting dressed under the service of the young and beautiful maid, Owen Arnest then came to the restaurant. As soon as he sat down and took a sip of warm milk, he saw the clerk walking in hastily. "Lord." The secretary bowed and saluted. Owen nodded and said, "Looking at how hurried you are, what's the emergency?" "There are a few things I need to report to your excellency." "Explain." Owen spoke concisely and to the point, and his hands did not stop making elegant eating movements. Since he inherited the position of baron, he has paid more attention to the noble manners in daily life and worked hard to integrate into the circle of noble lords. With his efforts, and more importantly with the support of Marquis Jinyan, many noble lords have shown goodwill to him. As time goes by, his position in the circle of noble lords will only become more and more stable. And when everything settles down, it's time to free up your hands to completely solve your worries. Lord Zolf sent someone to deliver a letter, making it clear that he would participate in this year's harvest celebration in Glitter City, the secretary said. Hearing this, Owen paused slightly, and a knowing smile appeared on his fat face. It seems Zolf finally understands the situation. Very good. What do Norwood and Devon say? They haven't agreed yet, but they haven't explicitly rejected it either. They're probably still waiting and watching. A trace of contempt flashed in Owen's eyes. Wait and see. Humph, do they think those 2 little guys can return to Glitter City? Ridiculous idea. The secretary smiled flatteringly and said, "What your lord is saying is that sooner or later the 2 lords will realize that you are the true master of the Shining Collar. The true master of the Glitter Collar." This title made Owen's expression calm down a little, and he felt much better. Speaking of which, what are my 2 nephews doing recently? The secretary hesitated and said, "I heard that they plan to restart the Blackstone mining area." Blackstone mining area? Owen was slightly startled. He had heard about what happened in Black Rock City back then, and naturally knew about the situation in the Black Rock mining area, so he couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. Do they have a way to deal with the monsters in the mining area? I don't know much about this. The secretary glanced at Owen and explained cautiously, Blackstone City has blocked the mining area, and my people cannot detect the specific conditions there. Seeing Owen frowning, he quickly added, "Don't worry, sir, if the Blackstone mining area is really restarted over there, my people will definitely get the news." When Owen thought so, he stopped holding on to this matter and asked instead, "Is there anything else?" The secretary hurriedly said, "One more thing. Just yesterday, Lord Storm was attacked by the Spark cult while he was out hunting. He was seriously injured. The storm territory is now in chaos when
the clear sound of the knife and fork touching the porcelain plate was heard. After hearing the news, Owen suddenly lost his elegant demeanor.
He put down his knife and fork and stood up. He asked with a solemn expression, "Seriously injured? How many injuries?" The clerk hesitated and said, "I have been in a coma for a day and a night, and I haven't woken up yet."
Owen's face changed slightly. From this point of view, the situation of Earl Storm is not optimistic. Owen sat back in his chair, his expression changing. He didn't care about the life or death of Lord Storm, he was more concerned about the subsequent impact of this incident. The Earl of Stormwind is one of the two most powerful earls in the Golden Rock province, second only to the Marquis of Golden Rock. Unlike Earl Winterfrost, who has a close relationship with Marquis Jean Yen, Earl Storm has never been close to the former, and can even be said to be somewhat indifferent. For the Marquis of Gold Rock, who is trying to control the entire Gold Rock province, the presence of Earl of Storm was quite an eyesore. Others may not know it clearly, but Owen knows that the relationship between Marquis Jean Yen and the Spark Cult is not simple. When he was able to win the position of Flash Baron, the Spark Cult was also behind it. Behind the attack on Lord Storm, there may be the shadow of Marquis Jean Yen. After a long silence, Owen said, "Continue to pay attention to the situation in the Storm territory. Any information must be reported to me as soon as possible. In addition, let Farah take people to the edge of Norwood and Devon's territory to suppress them. In the name of bandits. Jean Yen province is becoming increasingly unstable, and Owen no longer intends to wait any longer. He needs to fully control the Flash Collar as soon as possible. If Norwood and Devon still don't know each other, don't blame him for using other methods. Time flies and it's the month of recovery, March. More than 10 days have passed since Ange McLean's laboratory was discovered. Key sold the Blackstone iron in the warehouse through a secret channel and received nearly 7,000 gold coins. Except for the remaining part to purchase military equipment and improve the condition of the territory, he invested the rest in the reconstruction of the Blackstone mining area. Everything is developing in an orderly manner. Sunan didn't care about these things. After returning to Blackrock City, he devoted himself to study and cultivation as always, paying little attention to external matters. After reading the books brought back from the laboratory, Sunan successfully triggered the learning progress of puppet refining. Compared with biological transformation and potion making, puppet refining involves a wider range and has a higher threshold. This skill not only includes enchantment knowledge, but also covers some areas of biological transformation and magic item manufacturing. Therefore, the learning progress of puppet refining skills is slower. Even with the bonus of secondary active potions, after more than 10 days, the learning progress has only advanced to just over 10%. Sunan estimates that he will have to wait until the month of Flowing Fire, July, to fully master the puppet refining skills. On the contrary, meditation practice is very smooth. After returning from the Blackstone mine, Sunan used the synthetic magic cube to fuse 3 pieces of soul grass on the same day. Star pattern soul grass, purity 15.33%, can greatly increase mental power after swallowing. The specific effect depends on the mental power of the user. The higher the mental power, the weaker the effect. It is ineffective for those with mental power of 20 or more, inclusive. As expected, the effect of the star pattern soul grass synthesized by the synthetic magic cube is stronger than the simple 3 pieces of soul grass superimposed together. After taking the star pattern soul grass, Sunan's mental power soared by 1.87. It is almost equivalent to the results of 2 months of meditation. Thanks to this, his mental power soared to 5.77. The benefit of the surge in mental power is that the proficiency of the star ring meditation method increases faster. Meditation increases mental power, and the increase in mental power will in turn increase the efficiency of meditation. The two are complementary. Now Sunan can increase the proficiency of the star ring meditation method by 10 to 12 points in 1 day of meditation. At this rate, at most 7 or 8 months, the second star ring should be constructed. But it can actually be faster. The financial pressure in Blackstone City is not very great now. I can draw more gold coins to buy materials to make secondary active potions, and then I can use the magic cube to synthesize better potions. In this way, the efficiency of meditation can be further improved. Gulu gulu. The sound of boiling liquid gradually diminished and eventually disappeared completely. Sunan picked up the beaker, poured the viscous liquid inside into the medicine bottle, inserted the cork, and placed it on the table behind him. On the table made of solid wood, 15 bottles of potions are lined up in a row, shining with a charming luster under the bright yellow light. Looking at the potion in front of him, a smile appeared on Sunan's face. These 15 bottles of potions are the result of his production in the past few days. The materials consumed for this cost more than 150 gold coins.
But it's all worth the money. After calming down, Sunan put the potions into the synthetic Rubik's Cube one by one.
As the number of potions put in increases, the information displayed on the synthesis interface on the right is also constantly changing. When the quantity increases to 3 bottles, the synthesized secondary active potion changes from 0.level/low.grade to 0.order/medium.grade. When the quantity increased to 7 bottles, it became 0 level/high grade again.
Sunan kept moving and continued to put in the secondary active potion.
When the 12th bottle of medicine was put in, the synthesis interface suddenly flashed, and the medicine that appeared finally changed its appearance. Active potion, first level/lower grade, after taking it, can greatly increase mental activity and extend meditation time, lasting 30 days and 12 hours. Superposition has no effect. The user's mental power must reach 5 or above. Compared with the secondary active potion, the active potion adds the word significantly in the description of improving mental activity. In addition, an extended meditation time has been added, which actually improves meditation efficiency in disguise.
But what made Sunan frown was that the duration was only doubled.
On the contrary, the subsequent consumption restrictions did not surprise him.
Most advanced potions will have usage restrictions. And the higher the level, the more stringent the restrictions.
This limitation is generally reflected in mental power. If a person with insufficient mental strength takes a potion forcefully, the result may be insanity and damage to the soul, or the worst case may be to turn into something strange or even explode to death.
After thinking for a moment, Sunan put the remaining 3 bottles of secondary active potion into the Rubik's Cube.
Perhaps the quantity was too small, but there was no change in the quality of the synthesis this time.
Seeing this, Sunan took out 3 more bottles of potion, and then chose to synthesize it.
In an instant, there was a bottle of active potion in his palm.
Without hesitation, Sunan took it on the spot.
He couldn't tell much from the effect description alone.
He planned to experience the effects of the next level potion personally.
As the medicine entered his stomach, Sunan felt his energy suddenly lifted, and the whole world seemed to become much clearer in an instant, as if it had changed from low resolution to high resolution.
Without delay, Sunan immediately sat down on the spot and began to meditate.
After an unknown amount of time, he opened his eyes suddenly and looked at the clock on the wall for the first time. He was surprised to find that nearly 4 hours had passed and the sky outside had darkened.
My meditation time has doubled. Sunan opened the panel and looked at it, and was surprised to find that his mental power had increased by 0.09.
The star ring meditation method suddenly increased the proficiency by 68 points. The increase in mental power is less than expected, but the efficiency of increasing proficiency is almost 6 times more than before. Sunan made a quick calculation in his mind. The results of meditating with a secondary active potion for 1 month will probably be slightly better than those of meditating with 12 bottles of secondary active potions for 6 months.
The difference is not particularly obvious.
But the time taken varies greatly.
For a wizard apprentice with a limited lifespan, it is self-evident which one is more beneficial.
This is the irreplaceable advantage of precious resources. It can increase spiritual power faster and break through levels faster. If I can keep using the active potion, it will only take more than 40 days to build the second star ring.
In less than a year, I will definitely be promoted to the second class wizard apprentice. Sunan was extremely happy.
After being promoted to a second class wizard apprentice, many restricted methods can be used. His combat effectiveness can also be greatly improved, and he truly has the power to gain a foothold in this world.
Should we continue to synthesize and improve the quality of active potions?
After hesitating for a while, Sunan finally rejected the idea. Synthesis is definitely not a loss, but higher quality active pharmaceuticals will definitely require higher mental strength. It would be a waste if a potion came out that could not be taken at this stage. Although the financial pressure in Black Rock City has been greatly relieved now, there is not much money for him to squander at will. The first level low-grade active potion is almost enough before you can be promoted to the second level wizard apprentice. Time has entered the Thunder Moon, April, and the weather is still hot.
Serfs in the villages surrounding Black Rock City have gradually completed farming, and the farming work is nearing completion.
More manpower was gradually transferred out and turned to the reconstruction of the Blackstone mining area. It is expected that the reconstruction of the Blackstone mining area will be completed by the end of the month. However, in order not to waste time, he decided to recruit miners at the beginning of the month and decided to start mining in advance. So the Blackstone mining area immediately started operating at full capacity. Every day, ore was transported from the underground mine to the ground, and then put into the furnace to turn into square Blackstone iron ingots. The entire Black Rock City was enveloped in a lively atmosphere. The only exception was the courtyard where Sunan was located, which was as quiet and peaceful as ever. Meditation room. Sunan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly trembled slightly, then opened his eyes and smiled happily. Finally, the second star ring has been constructed. In the depths of his sea of consciousness, the two star rings intersect and connect with each other, forming a chain-like shape, exuding a deep and mysterious atmosphere. Sunan felt radiant and opened the panel with joy. Sunan Yenist, human male, 16 years old, spirit 10.85/physique 5.04, skills, star ring meditation method LV3, 28/10,000, potion making LV2, 629/3000, biological transformation LV1, 3/1000, spiritual power increased by 1.21. Sunan nodded secretly. Originally, his mental power was only 9.64, and with the successful construction of the star ring, it instantly broke through the 10-point mark. According to this situation, when he constructs the third star ring, his mental power will definitely exceed 12 points, thus promoting him to a second-class wizard apprentice. My physique has also broken through 5 points. Sunan clenched his fist. He did not deliberately strengthen his physique, but with long-term meditation and mental strength improvement, his physique has been subtly enhanced. It is estimated that when he is promoted to a second-class wizard apprentice, his physique will not be much worse than that of a formal knight, even if it is not as good as that of a formal knight. The proficiency of the level 3 star ring meditation method has increased by more than 2 times, but 10,000 points of proficiency can be fully upgraded in half a year if it is fast. Sunan's eyes swept across the skill bar and fell on the biological transformation at the bottom. This is a skill that he mastered only yesterday. Since he had potion making and puppet refining, Sunan spent most of his time on these two skills, and only occasionally took the time to brush up the learning progress of biological transformation. However, the learning progress of this skill was originally halfway through, and after several months of intermittent brushing, it finally reached 100% yesterday, and thus appeared on the skill bar. As long as you continue on the path of wizards, sooner or later you will come into contact with the field of biological transformation, and then this skill can also be used. On the other hand, the learning of spells is also very smooth. The subsequent unlocking, poison detection and touch of fatigue have been mastered one after another. Needless to say, the first two spells have their effects as you can tell from their names. Touch of fatigue is an attacking spell. It can inject negative energy into the recipient by touching it, causing it to fall into a state of fatigue. Its practicality can only be described as average. It was only when there were no other spells to choose from that Sunan learned this spell. I asked my elder brother to collect wizard books and magic items before, but I don't know how things are going. Leaving the courtyard, Sunan walked towards the main building of the inner fort. The patrol soldiers he met along the way saluted him and said hello. Out of concern for keeping secrets, Sunan asked his eldest brother to block the news that he had become a wizard's apprentice. Because of this, the civilians and ordinary soldiers in Blackstone City didn't know much about Sunan. They only knew that the Lord's younger brother was somewhat withdrawn and lived in seclusion on weekdays. Only the knights who knew the inside story would be in awe of Sunan from the bottom of their hearts. Entering the main building, Sunan went straight to the study on the 3rd floor. Except for being in the meeting hall when discussing matters with the generals, Kay usually handles government affairs in the study or goes to the martial arts training ground to practice. According to usual habits, he should be in the study at this time. As soon as she stepped into the corridor on the 3rd floor, Sunan saw a beautiful maid coming out of the study. Looking at her disheveled clothes, red cheeks and damp hair, it was obvious that she had just experienced an intense exercise. Seeing someone coming up, the maid turned around and saw that it was Sunan. She was startled and saluted at a loss. Master Sunan. Sunan gave the maid a strange look. He vaguely remembered that the maid seemed to be a widow, but he didn't expect that the elder brother would be lucky. Go down. Sunan waved his hand. The maid hurriedly excused herself. Sunan stood at the door for a while, then opened the door and walked in. Key behind the desk had already dressed and was holding a book and reading intently. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he raised his head and said with a natural smile, "It's Sunan, do you have anything to do with me?" Sunan did not expose him, pulled up a chair, sat down, and asked, How is the situation over there in the Blackstone mining area?
It went well.
Mentioning the Blackstone mining area, Key suddenly had a smile on his face. It's only been half a month, and we've already made hundreds of gold coins by selling Blackstone iron.
This is just the beginning. The output of the mining area will further increase in the future.
When it stabilizes, the territory can earn at least 4,000 to 5,000 gold coins every year by selling Blackstone iron. The annual income of a viscounty is probably only 4,000 to 5,000 gold coins. Blackstone City has an annual income comparable to that of the viscounty in one city, which shows the strong gold-making ability of the Blackstone mining area.
What's the reaction from Glitter City? Su Nan asked.
There is too much movement in the Blackstone mining area, and it is basically impossible to hide it for long. If nothing else, Glitter City now must have known about the restart of the Blackstone mining area by now. As long as Irving was not stupid, he would not be able to watch Black Rock City develop and grow relying on the Black Rock mining area. He knew with his toes that he would definitely intervene. Key's smile faded and he mused, the buyers of Blackstone iron are mainly the lords and chambers of commerce in the Principality of Jinghua. If they don't take the route of Jingyan province, it won't be easy for Owen to intercept them. The Principality of Jinghua is as famous as the Principality of Stars, and its border happens to be adjacent to Black Rock City. If we trade with them, the caravan route can reach Black Rock City without passing through the Golden Rock province, and we don't have to worry about Owen taking advantage of checkpoints along the way to embarrass them.
Of course, Owen could have sent troops to cut off the route.
But in that case, if the Jinghua Principality is involved, the nature will probably change.
Unless absolutely necessary, Irving will most likely not be so impulsive.
It is necessary to prevent the other party from using other means.
I plan to form a cavalry. Key suddenly said. Su Nan raised his eyebrows and quickly reacted.
The reason why Owen was able to occupy the title of Baron and silence the other three lords was because he had an elite cavalry regiment of 500 men under his command. Black Rock City will face Irving sooner or later, and it must prepare for this in advance.
The best way to deal with it is to form an equally powerful army. It will cost a lot of money. Su Nan said. Key nodded, purchasing war horses and armor will cost a lot of money. In this era, war horses and armor were extremely expensive items.
Buying a war horse and a set of armor is impossible without 30 or 40 gold coins. The subsequent cavalry training, war horse raising and equipment maintenance are even more huge expenses. It can be said that the cavalry regiment is the golden cave, and most of the tax revenue of many territories is basically consumed on it. It is precisely because of this that the number of cavalry under his command has become the criterion for judging the strength of a lord. Even if Blackstone City had the cash cow of the Blackstone mining area, it would still be very difficult to form an elite knighthood.
If that's the case, I have a solution.
Su Nan's eyes flashed slightly.
What can I do? Key's eyes lit up and he couldn't wait to ask.
Having seen many of Su Nan's magical methods, it can be said that he has great trust in his younger brother. Hearing Su Nan say there was a way, hope suddenly surged in his heart.
Black Rock Leopard. Su Nan said concisely.
Key immediately understood what he meant, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He has already seen the fighting power of the Black Rock Leopard, which is even better than that of the knight. The key is that this kind of puppet creation is not afraid of death, will not get tired, and does not need to eat. If it can be used as a mount, it is definitely the best mount.
Can you refine the Black Rock Leopard? Key looked at Su Nan expectantly. It should be no problem. Su Nan said.
Thanks to the gain effect of the active potion, the learning progress of puppet refining has accelerated a lot during this period, and now exceeds 90%. In 4 or 5 days at most, he will be able to master this skill. Then he will be able to refine the Black Rock Leopard.
Great!
Key was ecstatic, subconsciously stood up, and paced back and forth excitedly, not knowing what to say for a while. The cavalry regiment with the Black Rock Leopard as its mount is definitely the strongest cavalry army in Jingyan province. If he could control such a cavalry regiment, the number of people would not need to be too large, just 300 people, he would have the confidence to counterattack the flashing city. In addition to being excited, Key looked at Su Nan, and he secretly sighed in his heart. After returning from the mine, he got the Enlightenment book from Su Nan, wanting to test whether he had the potential to become a wizard apprentice. As a result, he opened the book and read only 2 pages, and his head hurt as if it was going to explode, so he had no choice but to give up. It turned out that he did not have the qualifications to become a wizard apprentice. For this, Key regretted for several days. But later he also figured it out, it didn't matter if he couldn't become a wizard apprentice, as long as Sunan was there. With Sunan's support, the two brothers will surely be able to revive the Yenist family. After a while, Ki calmed down his inner excitement and patted Sunan's shoulder vigorously. I'll leave this matter to you. If you can succeed, you will be a great contributor to our family. Sunan just smiled faintly when he heard this, changed the subject, and mentioned the purpose of his visit this time. After hearing this, Ki slapped his forehead and smiled. I was just about to tell you about this. He stood up and walked out of the desk, motioning Sunan to follow. A while ago, I commissioned the Firefox Chamber of Commerce of Jinghua Principality to help find what you want. They just arrived in Blackstone City this morning and should be resting in the tavern now. Let's go over and take a look. Walking on the street, Sunan was surprised to find that there were obviously more people in the city, and it was much more lively than before. Many of them wore leather armor and carried weapons with them, looking tough. Noticing Sunan's gaze, Kay smiled and explained, after the Blackstone mine was restarted, many caravans heard the news and rushed over. Many of these people were caravan members and accompanying mercenaries. Sunan suddenly realized. The prosperity of a city often starts with the prosperity of business. As long as the Blackstone mine continues to develop, it will take a few years for Blackstone City to become one of the top cities in Jinyan province. Walking, Sunan saw a simple shed area built with wooden sheds. More than a dozen people were busy inside, some cooking porridge, and some distributing porridge. A group of ragged, sallow and thin people lined up in front of the shed area, staring at the porridge shed. Their throats kept moving, and their faces were impatient. But under the warning eyes of the surrounding soldiers, they could only wait in line obediently. Who are those people? Sunan looked at Kay. They are refugees from Jinghua Principality in the west. There is a war going on there, and many civilians are displaced. I sent people to meet them and prepare to absorb these people into the city. Sunan was thoughtful after hearing this. In addition to income, population is also a very important factor for the prosperity of a city. Blackstone City is located on the border, and the population is not large. Even the army has only more than 500 people. This is a congenital deficiency. If this problem is not solved, Blackstone City will never grow, and the cavalry regiment will not be formed. And absorbing refugees is undoubtedly an excellent measure to solve the problem. Especially the refugees who can survive the long journey are mostly young men and women with good physical fitness. After joining the territory, they can immediately become labor force after a few days of recuperation. Young and middle-aged people can directly join the army to strengthen the military strength of Blackstone City. Before the arrival of this winter, I plan to take the initiative to attack the black-scaled lizard tribe in the Red Horn Wilderness. Kay continued with a bright look. Moving the battlefield to the Red Horn Wilderness will save Blackstone City from the flames of war. Sunan nodded in understanding. Although Kay didn't say it, both of them knew the more important reason. By getting more blood from the black-scaled lizardmen, Blackstone City can train more knights. The two then talked about what happened in the Golden Rock province recently. Sunan couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard that the Storm Earl was attacked and seriously injured and unconscious. The Storm Earl himself is a great knight and a powerful lord, and the guards around him must be very strict. Under such circumstances, the assassin was able to severely injure the Storm Earl. What is the origin of the Spark Cult? Seeing Sunan's doubts, Key explained, the Spark Cult is a mysterious sect that appeared more than 10 years ago. It has developed very quickly. In just 3 or 4 years, it has grown into a sect with power all over the principality. They act very secretly and their sect's purpose is unclear. It is said that they have colluded with many nobles in private, but they have done a lot of assassinations of nobles. It is very strange. The more Sunan listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Could it be that there is a wizard, apprentice, behind the Spark Church with this kind of development trajectory? Sunan recalled, but he didn't have much impression of the Spark Church in his memory. After all, when he came into contact with the game in his previous life, it was already version 2.0. He basically didn't understand version 1.0 unless it was something very important related to wizards. While thinking, there was a sudden noise in front of him. It turned out that the two of them turned the corner and had come to the vicinity of the tavern. The door of the tavern was open, and there was a noisy and lively sound from inside, as if many people were shouting loudly. When he walked in, he found that someone was competing in drinking. 2 burly men sat on both sides of the round table, desperately pouring wine into their mouths. While pouring, they cast provocative eyes at their opponents. There were more than a dozen tall and strong men around, cheering happily, and bursting into cheers from time to time. Sunan's eyes swept across the crowd and fell on one of the men who was competing in drinking. The man was about 25 or 26 years old, with a rough face and lush body hair. His exposed arms, open chest and most of his face were covered with hair. His eyes were amber in color, not like human eyes, but like the pupils of wild beasts. Beastman. Sunan's expression moved, and he blurted out subconsciously. Beastmen were originally the product of wizard experiments. Most of them are bloodthirsty and cruel, and extremely aggressive. Once they are stimulated by some external factors, it is easy to lose control of their bloodthirsty instincts, transform into beasts and attack all living creatures they can see like crazy. In ancient times, the earliest beastmen had caused the beast disaster, causing a large number of casualties, and were not suppressed until later by wizards. However, after many years of reproduction and weakening of blood, the later beastmen have improved a lot, and can basically control their beast abilities. Beastmen cannot practice breathing methods, but their physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people. Adult beastmen have the strength of trainee knights. Some beastmen with the blood of wild beasts can even have the strength comparable to that of knights after hard training. However, compared with their strong physique, the lifespan and reproductive ability of beastmen are much worse than those of normal humans. Today, it is rare to see beastmen on the continent. Even if there are, most of them live in the territory of the Tsungjin Empire. Sunan didn't expect to see a descendant of a beastman here. Few people can tell Oda's origins at a glance. You are really knowledgeable. A voice suddenly came from his ear. Sunan turned his head and saw a tall man in his 40s walking towards him with a smile. He was wearing a red fox fur coat that looked very expensive. Lord, long time no see. Walking closer, the man first saluted to Kei, and then looked at Sunan. What's your name? Sunan. Sunan nodded slightly at the other party. He had guessed his identity. This is my younger brother. Kei introduced, and then introduced the man's identity to Sunan. This is Mujwe Ismail, the owner of the Firefox Chamber of Commerce. Sir Sunan, nice to meet you. Mujwe shook hands with Sunan with a smile on his face, but he was secretly confused in his heart. According to the information obtained, the second young master of the Shining family is a loner. His favorite thing to do is to lock himself in the room and tinker with strange things. He rarely goes out. Such a person should not have seen much. It is reasonable that he should not be able to tell the identity of Oda Beastman at a glance. Moreover, the information also said that Sunan did not have the qualifications of a knight, and he had not yet mastered the breathing method. His physique was weaker than that of ordinary people. But looking at Sunan in front of him, he had an upright posture, bright eyes, and a full spirit. How could he look thin and weak at all? What do those people who are responsible for collecting intelligence do for a living? They can't even do a small thing well. Mujwa frowned secretly and made up his mind to scold those people when he returned. Big guys, please vote for me, thank you. After a few pleasantries, Kei spoke up. After hearing this, Mujwa smiled and said, how dare I ignore what the adults ordered? I have collected a lot of things. I will take you to see it now. After he finished speaking, he shouted loudly in the middle of the tavern, Oda, stop drinking, come here quickly. The beastman named Oda had drunk his opponent and was enjoying the cheers and flattery of the people around him. Hearing Mujwa's voice, he wiped his mouth and walked over with big strides. When he came closer, Oda's eyes paused on Sunan for a moment, his pupils seemed to shrink, and then he looked at Mujwa and grinned and said, Boss, what's the matter? It's time to work. Mujwa pointed to the backyard, and then smiled at Kei and Sunan, please follow me. The carriages and goods of the Fox Chamber of Commerce were placed in the backyard, guarded by more than a dozen fully armed men. Judging from the uniform dress and weapons of these people, they should not be mercenaries, but private soldiers trained by the Fox Chamber of Commerce. Sunan's eyes flickered. These days, the chambers of commerce that have the strength to train private soldiers are all large chambers of commerce. It seems that the Firefox Chamber of Commerce has a great foundation. At Mujwa's order, Oda took out a heavy wooden box from one of the carriages and put it on the ground with a bang. After opening it, there were more than 10 thick books and 5 small boxes inside. These are what the Lord wants. Mujwa smiled. But to his surprise, Kei just nodded without any movement. Instead, Sunan walked to the box and squatted down to check the contents. There were a total of 14 books, 4 of which were duplicates of the books Sunan already had. There was nothing he could do about it. Ordinary people could not understand the words on the wizard books, so naturally they could not be asked to make choices when collecting, and duplication was inevitable. The remaining 8 books were also of the type that could not trigger skills.
But Sunan was not disappointed. Although skills could not be triggered, the more new knowledge, the better. After all, for wizards, knowledge represents power. And he has a player identity. As long as the reading progress of a book reaches 100%, he can fully master the knowledge in the book. This alone gives him a huge advantage over other wizard apprentices. However, there is a book that Sunan is somewhat interested in. Extraction and Transformation of Green Chameleon's Ability. From the content of the preface, this book tells how to extract blood-containing color-changing ability from a lizard called Green Chameleon, and then integrate it into the human body for transformation, so that people have the invisibility ability to adapt to the environment like a chameleon. It's a very interesting experiment. Sunan put down the book and planned to read it carefully after returning, and then opened the 5 small wooden boxes one by one. 3 of the boxes contained scrolls made of parchment. The moment he opened the box, Sunan felt the energy particle fluctuations contained in the scroll. Obviously, the 3 scrolls are spell scrolls. Moreover, the spells recorded on it are all first-level spells, namely, Freezing Ray, Hidden Mist, and first-level Summoning Monster. Good stuff! A hint of joy flashed in Sunan's eyes. His current mental power is not enough to learn first-level spells, but there is no problem using first-level spell scrolls. Spell scrolls can be activated by injecting a small amount of mental power, and any wizard apprentice can use it. Of course, if one's own strength is insufficient, when using spell scrolls of too high a level, it is easy to be accidentally injured by the energy fluctuations caused. However, first-level spell scrolls do not have this problem. These 3 spell scrolls can fully play a good role in battle. After a while of joy, Sunan continued to look at the remaining 2 wooden boxes. The wooden boxes were also filled with parchment scrolls, but they did not record spells, but other things. What surprised Sunan was that the first scroll actually recorded the formula of the active potion. The essence of the sap of the heart. Clearing tree, the bone powder of the ghost python, the 1,000 soul grass, and the magic soundflower are all rare and precious materials. Sunan curled his lips secretly. In today's Starlight continent, it is not easy to collect all these materials. It is still unknown how much manpower and material resources will be spent. Even if you want to use the magic cube to synthesize a suitable substitute, you have to go through many experiments. In comparison, it is easier to synthesize the active potion with the secondary active potion. The second scroll records the skill called Energy Rune. Sunan has an impression of this skill. Energy Rune is a branch of enchantment. Its method is to control energy particles to condense a rune with elemental characteristics, attach it to yourself or other items, and add corresponding elemental effects to it. For example, attaching a lightning rune to a weapon can make the weapon have lightning damage and paralysis effects for a short time. Attaching a wind rune to the body can make the body lighter and greatly enhance agility and flexibility. In simple terms, Energy Rune is actually a skill that can temporarily turn ordinary items into magic items, or temporarily bless yourself with a buff state. Since energy runes consume very little mental energy, once mastered, they can be used in close combat to exert a good combat power, and are very practical in combat. To put it bluntly, it is actually an advanced technique for controlling energy particles, which has extremely high requirements for the caster's energy particle control ability, so it requires at least a 3rd level wizard apprentice to use it. However, Sunan clearly remembered that in his previous life, a player had developed a special method that allowed 1st and 2nd level wizard apprentices to use energy runes. If this method was used, perhaps he could master energy runes in advance. Go back and try it. Sunan had a plan in mind, closed the wooden box and put it back in the box, and slowly stood up. Mujwa also realized at this time that it was Sunan who really wanted to collect these things, so he smiled and said, "These things can still be in the eyes of Mr. Sunan, right? Not bad." Sunan nodded slightly, and he could not see anything on his face, but he was actually very satisfied in his heart. Not to mention the books and spell scrolls, the energy runes alone made him feel like he had gained a lot. Kay saw that his brother was quite satisfied with these things, raised his hand to call 2 soldiers, and asked them to move the things back to the inner castle. He and Sunan then said goodbye to Mujwa and left. Watching Kay and Sunan go away, Mujwa showed a thoughtful expression. Books and other items related to wizards are all good collections. Many nobles have a hobby of collecting such items. But as far as he knows, the situation of the 2 brothers Kay seems not to be very good, and it stands to reason that the 2 should not have the intention to collect collections. After all, these things are not cheap, and dozens of gold coins are enough to buy several sets of armor. But if it is not for collection, why does Sunan collect these things?
After thinking for a while, he couldn't figure out the reason. Mujwa shook his head and stopped struggling. He turned around and saw Oda staring at the direction where Sunan and the others left, so he asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Oda hesitated and said, "That noble named Sunan gives me a very dangerous feeling." "Very dangerous?" Mujwa's face moved. Because of the blood of the beast-man, Oda has a beast-like intuition, which can vaguely sense whether a person is a threat to him. But you have to know that Oda, as his guard leader, has the power of an intermediate knight. He can make him feel very dangerous, at least he is a peak knight. Although Sunan doesn't look thin at all, he doesn't look like a top knight at all. Mujwa was getting more and more confused. In the spacious study room, the bright candlelight flickered slightly, casting long shadows on the wall. Sunan sat behind the desk, concentrating on reading the book Extraction and Transformation of Green Chameleon's Ability. Chameleon is called this name because it is good at changing the color of its body at any time according to the changes in the environment. This physiological change is mainly achieved by regulating the autonomic nervous system, expanding or contracting the pigment cells in the skin. The color-changing ability of green chameleon is several levels stronger than that of ordinary chameleons, almost invisible. Even if standing in front of ordinary people, it is difficult to observe it with the naked eye. The author of this book extracts the color-changing ability of green chameleon, transforms and strengthens it, and then transplants it to the human body, so that humans can also obtain similar abilities. It has to be said that this idea can be called a fantastic idea. However, in Sunan's opinion, the transformation ability finally obtained is not very practical. First of all, this ability, in essence, is actually to change its external form according to the environment. No matter how fast the change process is, it takes time, and it is inevitable that there will be a slight lag. People who are not sensitive enough may not notice it, but wizard apprentices can definitely find something unusual. In the final analysis, this ability can only be used to deal with ordinary people or knights, and it is of no use to wizard apprentices. There is still a big gap between it and real invisibility. And the real invisibility is a second ring spell, which can be learned and mastered by third level wizard apprentices. Therefore, this kind of ability transformation will only be attempted by those who have no hope of being promoted to third level wizard apprentices. Moreover, physical transformation is not something that can be implemented casually. The human body can be said to be one of the most plastic bodies. After all, many wizards' physical transformation experiments are based on human bodies as samples. Once the physical transformation is carried out, if you encounter better physical transformation or blood fusion in the future, the difficulty will increase dramatically. Therefore, although many wizards, apprentices, do not mind transforming themselves, they will be very cautious. If Sunan had the choice, he would not have transformed himself into this color-changing ability. However, this book still has a lot of reference value, and it can be used as a reference when conducting similar experiments in the future. Putting away the book, Sunan took out the parchment scroll of the energy rune, unfolded it and laid it flat on the table. After a pause, he opened the drawer again, took out a few gems and placed them on the table. The reason why the energy rune can only be cast by a third level wizard apprentice is that it is completely composed of energy particles, and the caster's ability to control energy particles is very demanding. The first level wizard apprentice who can only sense energy particles, and the second level wizard apprentice who only has the initial ability to control energy particles, naturally cannot use it. However, if the energy rune is given a carrier to increase its stability, then even the second level wizard apprentice who has poor ability to control energy particles can use the energy rune. In the previous life, many players relied on this method to use energy runes across levels. There are not many carriers suitable for energy runes, and gems are one of them. But in this way, the energy rune becomes a disposable consumable. Each time it is used, a gem is consumed, which is painful enough. Sunan picked up a gem and looked at it in the candlelight. That being said, if you can master one more powerful combat method, it is worthwhile to consume some gems. Even as strong as the Count of Storm, he was seriously injured by the assassin and was on the verge of death. This world is far more dangerous than he expected. In order to ensure the safety of his own life, the more combat methods, the better. First read and master this skill, and after being promoted to the second level wizard apprentice, I will immediately make energy rune gems. After making the decision, Sunan immediately restrained his distracting thoughts and concentrated on reading the contents of the scroll. Time flies. 5 days later. The learning progress of puppet refining finally reached 100%. At the same time, a puppet refining skill appeared on Sunan's panel. At the door of the laboratory, Sunan looked at the full set of brand-new puppet refining equipment in the room and nodded secretly. After returning from the Black Rock mine, he copied down the equipment design and asked the blacksmith in the city to help build the equipment. A few days ago, the equipment was completed and sent to the laboratory. Today, he successfully mastered the puppet refining skills, and he could start trying to refine the Black Rock Leopard. More than 90% of the main body of the Black Rock Leopard is black stone iron, which is also one of the most important materials. Another key material is the energy core. In this regard, Sunan chose gems as the energy core. After all, he did not have soul crystals, nor did he know how to make soul crystals. But even if he knew, he could not make it at present. Soul crystals, as the name suggests, are crystals condensed from souls. Its raw material is purified souls. To make a piece of the lowest soul crystal, at least thousands of ordinary human souls are needed. Or dozens of night souls. No matter which one, Sunan does not have the conditions to achieve it now. He can only settle for the second best and use gems to make energy cores. With complete experimental records and the puppet refining skills he has mastered, Sunan successfully refined a Black Rock Leopard on his first try. To his surprise, the Black Rock Leopard could actually be put into the synthetic Rubik's Cube. Black Rock Leopard, puppet/primary night level, a puppet creature made of black stone iron, has the ability to sneak in the black stone iron vein, and can replenish energy and recover from injuries by swallowing black stone iron. It seems that non-living objects can be synthesized and upgraded with magic cubes. Sunan nodded secretly. In this way, he can use the Black Rock Leopard to synthesize a more powerful puppet. As for the ability to sneak in the black stone iron vein in the description, Sunan had seen it in Ange McLean's experimental diary. It disappointed him a little at the beginning. After all, he always thought that the Black Rock Leopard had the ability similar to rock sneaking. That's right, if it really has the ability to sneak in rocks, it will not only be a low-level puppet. Shaking his head, Sunan looked at the remaining black stone iron in the corner. It takes about 5 tons of black stone iron to refine a Black Rock Leopard. For gems, you can choose cheaper types. The total cost is about 38 gold coins. So many gold coins are enough to buy 2 or 3 good war horses. However, considering the combat power, the Black Rock Leopard is obviously more cost-effective. Forget it, let Big Brother worry about the money, I'm only responsible for refining the puppet. High-level puppets can automatically absorb free energy particles in the air to replenish energy and recover from injuries, but the Black Rock Leopard obviously does not have this ability, so it can only obtain the same effect by swallowing black stone iron. However, with the current concentration of energy particles in the Starlight continent, Sunan estimated that even if he refined a high-level puppet, he might not be able to absorb enough energy particles from the air. On the training ground, more than 20 knights stood in a circle, looking at the Black Rock Leopard in the middle with shining eyes, just like seeing a naked beauty. As long as they are knights, there is no one who does not want to own a fine warhorse. Although the Black Rock Leopard is not a warhorse in the strict sense, it can also be used as a mount. The key is that this mount has the combat power of a junior knight. Isn't it much stronger than a warhorse? How majestic it would be to ride it. On the battlefield, it is simply invincible. My lord, sir, can you give me one of these Black Rock Leopards first? Xiaotun rushed to Kei and Sunan with excitement and said in a voice so loud that the whole training ground could hear it. After hearing this, the other knights were immediately dissatisfied. Why should I give it to you, a drunkard, first? I'm an intermediate knight, I should go first. Bah, I'm the best rider, you should give it to me first. You're riding a horse, this is a leopard. They're almost the same. Bullshit, I'm also good at riding women. Shouldn't the Black Rock Leopard be given to me first? Seeing that everyone was about to start a quarrel, Key rubbed his brows with a headache and waved his hand, saying, "Shut up, everyone, give this Black Rock Leopard to Brad first." Brad, who was standing quietly aside, didn't expect there would be such a surprise, and he smiled immediately. Thank you, sir." Jotun and others looked at each other, curled their lips and said nothing. Brad's prestige among the knights was not low, and his strength was one of the best. The first Black Rock Leopard was given to him first, and the others had no objection. As for Key, Sunan had already said that he would refine a more powerful Black Rock Leopard for him later. Sunan threw a necklace to Brad and said, "This is the key to control the Black Rock Leopard. As long as you wear it, the Black Rock Leopard will be under your command, but it can only accept some less complicated instructions." "I know, thank you, sir." Brad put on the necklace excitedly, and rode the Black Rock Leopard around the martial arts training ground in the envious eyes of others. Key turned his head to look at Sunan and asked, "How long does it take to refine a Black Rock Leopard?" 3 or 4 hours will do. Seeing that Key and the knights were happy, Sunan poured cold water on them again. The materials of the Black Rock Leopard are black iron and gemstones, and the cost of one is about 30.8 gold coins. Hearing this, Key frowned, but soon relaxed. Compared to the increase in military strength, the cost of 30.8 gold coins is nothing. As long as the Black Rock mine is there, Black Rock City will have a steady stream of gold coins. In contrast, what Black Rock City is more in need of now is military strength. Only with a strong army can we defend the cash cow of the Black Rock mine. Don't worry about the money, I'll take care of it. Next, you will have to work hard to refine the Black Rock Leopard. Sunan nodded calmly. In addition to meditating and making secondary active potions every day, he spends the rest of his time reading books, and his sleep and rest are basically replaced by meditation. It is not difficult to take a few hours out of it to refine the Black Rock Leopard. Moreover, refining the Black Rock Leopard can also increase the proficiency of puppet refining. When more and more puppets are refined and the level is improved, the time spent will become shorter and shorter. This matter will not take up too much of his energy. 2 months passed in a blink of an eye. In the summer hazy month, June, the rising temperature burned the leaves, and the scorching sun licked the ground day after day. Although the weather was very hot, the faces of the residents in Black Rock City were covered with smiles. With the restart of the Black Rock mine, a large number of caravans were attracted to Black Rock City. The prosperity of business has raised the living standards of the people to a higher level. Although the city had just absorbed a large number of refugees not long ago, the Blackstone mine, the army, and the reclamation of wasteland were 3 places that absorbed these refugees very well, greatly eliminating the impact of the refugees on Blackstone City. Everyone can see the prosperity of Blackstone City and are more hopeful about the future. It is worth mentioning that Sunan's birthday is also in the month of summer. Although Sunan said no, Kei still insisted on holding a 17th birthday party for him. All the knights of Blackstone City and several chambers of commerce that have close cooperation with Blackstone City sent representatives to attend the banquet. Mujua, the president of the Firefox Chamber of Commerce, came in person and presented Sunan with a precious gift, 12 rubies. Perhaps he heard that Blackstone City was purchasing gems. In any case, this gift worth hundreds of gold coins is unique among all the gifts of the guests. The generosity of the gift has surprised many people secretly. Sunan was also a little surprised. He could sense that Mujua wanted to build a good relationship with him, but he just didn't understand why he did that. Could it be that Mujua noticed his identity as a wizard apprentice? And he also understood the meaning of this identity? Although he was confused, Sunan did not reject Mujua's offer and had a warm conversation with him during the banquet. I heard that Mujua, the old fox, likes to invest in young people with potential. He probably knows that you are a wizard apprentice, and he probably understands the power of wizard apprentices, so he gave you such a big gift. After the banquet, Kei and Sunan returned to the study and sat down to talk about Mujua's actions tonight. However, the Firefox Chamber of Commerce has influence throughout the Jinghua Principality, and has cooperative relations with many chambers of commerce in the Star Principality. If you make friends with him, it will be much easier for you to collect wizard books and materials. Indeed. Sunan nodded and glanced at Kei. What happened? You seem to be a little absent-minded tonight. You saw it. Kei smiled bitterly, then looked serious. The spies I arranged for in Glitter City received information. Zulf, Norwood and Devon will all attend the harvest celebration held in Glitter City 3 months later. Zulf, Norwood and Devon were all subordinates who followed Baron Arnest on the battlefield, and they were promoted to lords by him. However, when Baron Arnest died unexpectedly on the battlefield and Owen broke out to seize the title of Baron, the 3 of them were intimidated by the power of the Marquis of Jinyan and chose to protect themselves wisely. It was precisely because of the silence of the 3 that made Owen scrupulous and did not eliminate the 2 brothers immediately. However, Kei would not be grateful or forgive the 3 of them. If it weren't for my father, how would those 3 guys have the chance to obtain the title of Lord? But they have no gratitude at all, and now they have turned around and joined that bandit. Damn it! Compared to Kei's anger, Sunan seemed calm and said calmly, except for Black Rock City, Owen has now completely controlled the entire Flash territory. I think he will attack us soon. Kei suppressed his anger and frowned. What Sunan said was also what he was most worried about now. After thinking for a while, he quickly made up his mind, slapped the armrest of the chair hard, stood up and said solemnly, "We can't delay it any longer. We will attack the black dot scaled lizard lair in 3 days and deal with the nearest threat first." After 2 months of training, the cavalry regiment formed by Key has begun to take shape. Although there were only more than 60 people, there were 20 knights, and the rest were all trainee knights. What's more, the entire cavalry regiment is equipped with a black rock leopard as a mount. Although he was a little behind on time, with this cavalry regiment in hand, Key was still somewhat confident in wiping out the black dot scaled lizards. "Let's do it. I'll go with you." Sunan stood up and said. If the war is postponed to the Moon of Scrolls, August, and he is promoted to the 2nd class wizard apprentice before taking action against the black dot scaled lizards, the losses will be minimized. Now, even if we can win, the losses will inevitably be relatively large. But that's not necessarily the case. After all, he still has the magic scroll as a trump card. If you're lucky, you might get a good result. The Red Horn Wilderness is a wasteland located more than 200 kilometers north of Black Rock City. There are few plants and water sources in the wasteland. There are only many rugged rocks shaped like red horns, which is why the name of the Red Horn Wilderness comes from this. Due to the harsh environment, there are no other intelligent biological groups in the Red Horn Wilderness except the black scale lizardmen. It is precisely because it is difficult to find enough food in the Red Horn Wilderness that every winter, the black-scale lizardmen invade the territory of Black Rock City to plunder enough food for the winter and consume too many tribal populations. Black Rock City hates this barbaric race that is predatory and brings disaster to Black Rock City every year. Therefore, when Key ordered a raid on the black-scale lizardmen tribe, he immediately received a fanatical response from a group of knights. "I have been unhappy with those lizard bandits for a long time, and I must kill them today." Jotun rode on the black rock leopard with excitement on his face. The knights around him also looked ready to fight. Due to the importance attached to this war, Kei dispatched 500 soldiers in addition to the newly formed cavalry regiment. With sufficient gold coins, the army of Blackstone City has now expanded to 1,000 people. This does not include the militia. Compared with last year, the military strength has been strengthened several times. The cavalry regiment was in front, and the infantry was behind. The long team of more than 500 people marched in an orderly manner in the wilderness. Kei and Sunan were in the middle of the team, riding a black rock leopard under their crotch. But compared with the black rock leopard of the cavalry regiment, the black rock leopard they rode looked stronger and taller, and the body luster was more profound. Black Rock Leopard, Puppet/Advanced Knight Level, a puppet creature made of black stone iron, with a body stronger than black stone iron, has the ability to sneak in the black stone iron or vein, and can replenish energy and recover from injuries by swallowing black stone iron. This is an elite Black Rock Leopard synthesized by Sunan using 7 Black Rock Leopards. Each of them has the combat power of a senior knight, and their bodies are even harder. Even weapons made of black stone iron can only leave a shallow mark on them. Key couldn't let go of this elite Black Rock Leopard, and it was obvious that he was very satisfied with his mount. As he went deeper into the Red Horn Wilderness, the surrounding environment became more and more desolate. After another half an hour of driving, the scout in charge of exploration returned and shouted, "Sir, the black-scale lizard tribe is about 2 kilometers ahead." "Very good." Key was refreshed and gave an order in a deep voice. "Everyone speed up and get ready for battle." As the order was issued, the team's marching speed suddenly increased. Not long after, the black-scale lizard tribe came into view. It was called a tribe, but in fact it was a number of low houses made of hay and wood surrounded by wooden fences, which were primitive and backward everywhere. The black-scale lizards were not blind and naturally could not have failed to notice the approach of more than 500 troops. When the army arrived, hundreds of black-scaled lizardmen had gathered in front of the tribe with weapons in hand, staring fiercely at the incoming enemies. The black-scaled lizardmen can be regarded as a tribe where everyone is a soldier. Even women and children have the same combat power as normal adult men. Adult black-scaled lizardmen have the strength level comparable to that of knights' attendants. A few elite black-scaled lizardmen can reach the level of apprentice knights. If a black-scaled lizardman with a trace of dragon lizard blood awakens due to atavism, he can compete with the knights. At present, there are more than 10 knight-level black-scaled lizardmen standing in the front, with red lines on their scales, who have obviously awakened the dragon lizard blood. The black-scaled lizardman in the lead, who is nearly 2 meters and 5 meters tall and exudes a fierce and violent aura, gives Sunan an aura that is almost the same as Kei. You should know that just last month, Kei had been promoted to the peak knight. In other words, this black dot scaled lizard man who was suspected to be the chief of the tribe was likely to have the strength of a peak knight. In addition, the number of black dot scaled lizard man warriors holding weapons was obviously more than 200. In terms of number, they might be less than theirs, but their individual strength was only higher. It seemed that it was not that easy to win this battle. However, whether it was Key or his knights, they were all fearless and in high spirits. It was because there was a wizard standing behind them. While running, all the cavalrymen of the cavalry regiment took out the potion at the same time, used their thumbs to push open the cork, and raised their heads to pour it into their mouths. Brute Force Potion. A 0-level potion that can greatly enhance strength. For this battle, Sunan made more than 60 bottles of potion in one breath, and equipped each cavalryman with one bottle. With the blessing of the Brute Force Potion, even the trainee knights were able to exert strength that was not much inferior to that of the formal knights. Charge! Key drew out his long sword and shouted loudly. With him leading the charge, the cavalry regiment slammed into the defense line of the black dot scaled lizardmen like a sharp arrow. Blood splattered in an instant, and limbs flew everywhere. The battle broke out in an instant and quickly became white hot. The open space in front of the tribe turned into a bloody battlefield in an instant. The cavalry regiment, which used black rock leopards as mounts, was on the battlefield for the first time since its formation. The fighting power they showed did not disappoint. Even if the black dot scaled lizardmen could resist the weapons cut down by the cavalry, they were soon torn apart by the claws of the black rock leopards. What they faced was no longer a single cavalry individual, but a joint attack of the cavalry and the black rock leopards. This is completely different from the cavalry they had faced before. The information gap at the first meeting did not surprise the black-scaled lizardmen to suffer heavy losses. Sunan stood in the back, looking at the battlefield and nodding secretly. This world seems to have never had an example of taming a beast as a mount. At least there has never been one in the Principality of Stars. Therefore, it is easy for people who face the Black Rock Leopard cavalry, an unprecedented type of troops, to make the wrong response for the first time. And in the ever-changing battlefield, the wrong response often means death. The number of Black Rock Leopard cavalry is still relatively small. When this army is expanded into a truly large-scale cavalry regiment, it will surely bring a huge surprise to the enemies of Black Rock City. Sunan retracted his gaze, glanced at Brad who was standing by, and sighed slightly in his heart. He still had to be promoted to a second-class wizard apprentice as soon as possible, otherwise he would always be a fragile wizard and would need someone to protect him on the battlefield. Shaking his head, Sunan gathered his thoughts and uttered strange syllables. The void in front of him quickly condensed into a basketball-sized acid. As he extended his fingers, it flew like a sharp arrow towards a knight-level black-scaled lizard man. The range of the mage's hand was not long enough and was not suitable for use on the battlefield at this time. Therefore, Sunan chose to use Acid Splash. Chi. The black-scaled lizard man did not expect that there would be an attack from a distance, and was hit in the face by the acid without warning. In just a moment, the acid corroded a big hole in the black-scaled lizardman's face. All his facial features were corroded, leaving only a big black hole, and even the bones inside were corroded a lot. The black-scaled lizardman twitched and fell to the ground, and it seemed that he was dead. The terrifying power of the acid splash made the surrounding black-scaled lizardman's scalp numb. For a while, the black-scaled lizardman looked at Sunan with a deep fear. They are not afraid of human blades and fists, but this strange and terrifying attack is beyond their cognition and understanding. What kind of power is this? Sunan's face was cold, and he continuously released a ball of acid splash. He aimed at the knight-level black-scaled lizardmen. In just over 10 breaths, as many as 7 black-scaled lizardmen died under his spell. The black-scaled lizardmen were already at a disadvantage, and with Sunan's attack, the situation became increasingly unfavorable to them. The balance of victory and defeat gradually tilted towards the Black Stone City. Roar! At this moment, a roar suddenly exploded. It was the chieftain of the black-scaled lizardmen who noticed Sunan's threat and planned to kill this human with strange power first. But as soon as it made a move, it was stopped by Key. Lizard head, your opponent is me. Key sneered and swung his sword. The peak knight-level power plus the enhancement of the brute force potion made this attack stir up a sharp explosion in the air. The pupils of the black-scaled lizardman chieftain suddenly shrank, and he did not dare to take it head-on. He hurriedly dodged backwards, but he also lost the opportunity to approach Sunan. Jilawaji. The black-scaled lizard chief made a strange and harsh sound. Kay thought it was scolding unwillingly, and ignored it and was about to continue the attack, but suddenly found something wrong and looked towards Sunan. A huge black shadow appeared from the back of the battlefield at some point and rushed towards Sunan. Brad noticed the black shadow at the first time, turned around suddenly, shouted angrily, raised the black stone iron shield and hit the attacking black shadow. Bang! Amid the deafening muffled sound, Brad flew out like a kite with a broken string. On the other hand, the black shadow just took a few steps back, shook his head and returned to normal. Taking this opportunity, Sunan also saw the true face of the black shadow. It was a giant lizard that was 7 or 8 meters long and covered with cold and hard black and red scales. I didn't expect that these lizards would also play the trick of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. Sunan pouted, but there was no panic on his face. He discovered the monster earlier than Key and Brad, and had already prepared spells, and immediately released a sleeping spell. This giant lizard was obviously an alien species that had awakened the blood of the dragon lizard. It could easily knock Brad, who had taken the brute force potion, away in a power confrontation. Its combat power might have reached the peak knight level. The acid splashing would not cause much damage to it, but would instead stimulate its ferocity. So Sunan decisively chose the sleeping spell. The giant lizard that was about to charge suddenly shook its head and swayed in place as if it was drunk. Should I say it is worthy of the alien bloodline, it can even resist the sleeping spell. Sunan pulled the corner of his mouth, took out the spell scroll of Level 1 Summoning Monster, without hesitation, and activated it instantly. In an instant, a shining hexagram array suddenly appeared on the ground a few meters ahead. As the light flashed, a creature less than 1 meter tall, surrounded by burning flames, and only vaguely humanoid, appeared out of thin air, opening its mouth and letting out a childlike crisp laugh. "Fire boy, you're lucky." A smile appeared on Sunan's lips. Summoning monsters, as the name suggests, can summon creatures from other worlds to obey the caster's orders and assist in combat. The strength of the summoned creatures from other worlds depends on the spell level, the caster's mental strength, and luck. The strength of the creatures from other worlds that can be summoned by the first level summoning monsters is roughly between the intermediate knight and the primary knight. The Fire Boy is a creature from the plane of fire elements, and its combat power is roughly equivalent to that of a peak knight. Although it failed to summon the upper limit of the primary knight level of otherworld creatures, the peak knight level of otherworld creatures is already very good. Under Sunan's command, the Fireboy cheered, ran towards the giant lizard that had not yet woken up, and hugged it. Almost in an instant, the scales on the giant lizard's body that came into contact with the Fireboy softened and shrank, and then turned into charcoal. The blazing flames ignited immediately, burning the flesh and blood underneath, making a sizzling sound. The severe pain instantly freed the giant lizard from the residual effects of the sleeping spell, and it let out a deafening scream. It suddenly turned its huge body and rolled quickly on the ground, extinguishing the flames on its body while getting rid of the Fireboy, then opened its bloody mouth full of sharp teeth and bit the Fireboy viciously. Unfortunately, physical attacks have very limited damage to the Fireboy as an elemental creature. The sharp teeth passed through the Fireboy directly, not only failing to cause much damage, but the giant lizard itself was burned by the flames in the mouth, and screamed in pain. The Fireboy laughed and opened his hands and rushed over again. Burning and Flame Aura. These are the two abilities that the Fireboy has. The former can make any creature touched by the Fireboy suffer from blazing flame damage, even metal will be melted into slag. The latter can make the Fireboy continue to emit high heat rays, and all creatures within a radius of 10 meters from the Fireboy will continue to suffer secondary burning damage. Simply put, the Firechild is a walking source of high heat. Unless you have a magic item that can isolate high heat, once you get close to it, you will face constant burning damage from the flames. The Monitor Lizard obviously has no means to check and balance the Firechild. Its scales can't withstand the blazing flames. Under the pursuit of the Firechild, the Monitor Lizard can only flee in embarrassment, completely without the majestic and ferocious posture when it first appeared. Brad, who had just recovered his breath, just got up from the ground and looked up to see this scene. He immediately stared at the spot with his eyes wide open. What kind of monster is this? It can actually suppress that terrible Monitor Lizard. Not far away, Key breathed a sigh of relief and sighed in his heart. As expected of Sunan, he has endless tricks. The black-scaled lizard man made him a target for a sneak attack, which must be said to be the most wrong decision. The cheerful laughter and the painful howls intertwined and echoed over the battlefield. Although he tried his best to dodge and avoid being directly touched by the Fireboy, the fire spirit attached to the Fireboy also made the giant lizard miserable. In a short while, there was no intact scale on the giant lizard's body, and it was covered with shocking burns. After extinguishing the flames on its body again, the giant lizard finally couldn't bear it anymore, rushed to not far in front of Sunan, lay on the ground and kept shaking its head up and down, with a human dot-like pleading emotion in its amber vertical pupils, and it looked like it was begging for mercy from him. It's quite spiritual. Sunan was amazed. It was rare to encounter a rare alien species, and he didn't want to kill it just like that, so he stopped the fire boy from chasing and threw a sleeping spell. The severely injured giant lizard could no longer resist the effect of the sleeping spell, and its eyelids opened and closed several times, and it fell asleep in the next second. Out of caution, Sunan did not stop there, but patted the black rock leopard beside him, asking it to suppress the giant lizard, and then stretched out his hand to press on the surface of the giant lizard, and released another touch of fatigue, draining the energy of the giant lizard, ensuring that this big guy completely lost his combat effectiveness. After doing all this, he was relieved to shift his attention away from the giant lizard and turned his head to look at the battlefield. At this moment, the surviving black scale lizards felt a chill running up their spines. In their horrified eyes, the terrible fire monster cheered and rushed over. The battle ended in just 4 or 5 minutes. The addition of the fire boy was the last straw for the black scale lizard. Wherever the little guy passed, the black scaled lizards turned into torches one after another, their whole bodies ignited with blazing flames, and they fell to the ground wailing and screaming until they turned into charred corpses. As powerful as the black scale lizard chief, he could only hold on for a while longer under the fire boy's attack, but in the end he could not escape the end of being turned into a charred corpse. It can be said that for elemental creatures like Huatong, Tianka is a black scaled lizard man who doesn't even have fighting spirit and relies solely on his physical body to fight. After the battle, everyone began to clean up the battlefield. Everyone who passed by Sunan secretly looked at him with eyes full of awe. The fire boy was certainly scary, but Sunan, who could summon such a monster, was obviously even more awe-inspiring from the bottom of his heart. Especially those soldiers who did not participate in the battle in the Black Rock Mine were even more shocked. They never expected that the thin young master Sunan could be so powerful. That strange and mysterious power seems to be more powerful than the Lord. At this moment, they suddenly understood why those knight generals always respected Sunan. That is clearly awe of the strong. After today's battle, the news that I became a wizard's apprentice probably won't be sealed. Sensing the gazes of the soldiers around him, Sunan thought silently in his heart. But he didn't care too much. This kind of thing couldn't be kept secret for long. With the increase in the number of knights in Black Rock City and the activity of the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment, more and more people are bound to explore the reasons behind it. By then, he couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. There are also some black scale lizard people, old, young, women and children in the tribe, about 60 or 70 people. Instead of killing them all, Key ordered these black scaled lizards to be tied up and brought back to Black Rock City, obviously intending to keep them in captivity and use them as a continuous blood supply. The corpses of dead black scaled lizards cannot be wasted. All the blood is drained and taken away in special storage containers. Also tied up and taken away was the giant lizard mutant. Compared with ordinary black scaled lizards, monitor lizard mutants are undoubtedly better blood suppliers. After all, the blood in its body is genuine dragon lizard blood. On the way back, everyone was excited. There was a smile that couldn't be concealed on Kei's face. This battle completely eliminated the cancer of the black scaled lizards. And the price they paid was only less than 50 casualties. Such a brilliant record is thanks to Sunan. He alone killed 70 or 80 black scaled lizards, including nearly 10 knight level elite black scaled lizards. This battle can be described as a complete victory. More importantly, from now on, Blackstone City will have a steady stream of materials for making secondary dragon blood potions. Key seemed to have seen the sudden increase in the number of knights in Black Rock City. The troops returning to the city in triumph were warmly welcomed by the people. Especially when they saw the black scaled lizard prisoners being escorted, the cheers were even more deafening. Many civilians whose relatives had died at the hands of the black scaled lizards couldn't help but throw stones at the prisoners. The soldiers did not stop them and pretended not to see them, allowing the civilians to vent their anger. Returning to the inner fort, Key ordered the butler Old Geller to prepare food and wine and hold a celebration banquet, which received a warm response from the knights headed by Jordan. For a whole night, the inner castle was enveloped in an atmosphere of ecstasy. After the war, Black Rock City returned to the track of development. Sunan also started to get busy. In addition to meditation, he devoted most of his time to making secondary dragon blood potions. A large amount of black-dot-scaled lizard blood was transported into Sunan's laboratory, and then turned into a secondary dragon's blood potion. Almost every day, a new knight is born in Blackrock City. It wasn't until all the black-dot-scaled lizard blood obtained in the war was used up and the blood was extracted from the black-dot-scaled lizard prisoners as raw materials that Sunan's production of secondary dragon blood potions slowed down. But at this time, his attention began to shift to the giant lizard. The vitality of the giant lizard mutant is very strong. After more than 10 days of recovery, the injuries left by the fireboy have healed as before. Sunan specially used black stone iron to synthesize a batch of fine metals and used it to build a huge cage to lock the giant lizard mutant inside. In order to prevent the giant lizard alien species from escaping, they have to give the opponent a touch of fatigue every day. This made all the giant lizards look extremely frightened when they saw him. In the giant metal cage, under the aggrieved gaze of the monitor lizard, Sunan drew a large tube of blood from it as usual, then walked out of the cage, closed the door and locked it. The concentration of dragon lizard blood in the monitor lizard was higher than he expected, reaching 18.35%. If black-dot-scaled lizard blood was used, it would take almost 20 times the volume of blood to synthesize dragon lizard blood of this concentration. With this concentration of dragon lizard blood, it saves me a lot of time. Sunan looked at the row of bottles containing bright red liquid on the experimental table, which contained the blood he had extracted from the monitor lizards these days. If it were extracted from the black-dot-scaled lizard captives, it would probably take a month or two to accumulate so much dragon lizard blood. These should be enough. After calming down, Sunan began to synthesize the blood of the sub-dot dragon, and then started to make the secondary dragon blood potion. During this period, a large number of potions were made. His skill proficiency of potion making has already exceeded 2,000, and he is only 800 proficiency away from reaching level 3. The success rate of making secondary dragon blood potions has also exceeded 30%. For a first-level wizard apprentice, this is already an amazing success rate. Half a day later, more than 20 bottles of secondary dragon blood potions were added to the experimental table. 3 of them were of medium quality. Sunan put the potions into the magic cube one by one. After putting in 3 bottles of medium quality and 5 bottles of low-quality secondary dragon blood potions, the potions on the synthesis interface finally showed a qualitative change. Dragon blood potion, first level/low quality. After taking it, it can strengthen the physique. The specific degree of strengthening depends on the physique of the user. The weaker the physique, the stronger the effect. Taking it multiple times will weaken the effect. The user's physique must reach 5 or above, not bad. Sunan smiled with satisfaction. If he made the dragon blood potion directly, with his current potion-making skill of only level 2, the success rate is estimated to be only a pitiful single digit. Even if he was lucky enough to make a bottle, the cost of the materials consumed would be at least 6 or 7 times the current cost. In comparison, it is indeed more cost-effective to make low-level potions and then use the magic cube to synthesize high-level potions. After coming to his senses, Sunan synthesized the potion without hesitation and took it on the spot. His current physical fitness is 5.61, which just meets the consumption limit. A familiar heat flow suddenly burst out from his body and instantly flooded his limbs. Sunan felt as if his whole body was soaked in boiling magma, and there was a sense of pleasure that could not be concealed in the severe pain. After a while, the strangeness on his body slowly dissipated. Sunan exhaled a long breath, and felt that his muscles and bones seemed to have become much denser, and there was a surging sense of power in his body, as if it would burst out at any time. Looking at the panel again, the physical attribute has become 11.46. It increased the physical fitness by nearly 6 points. It's worthy of being a first-level potion. Sunan smiled happily. Now, in terms of physical fitness alone, he is almost the same as a mid-level knight. His physical fitness even exceeds the mental strength of 11.35. It can only be said that compared with improving mental strength, strengthening the body is almost not difficult for wizards, apprentices. The Star Ring meditation method is only 3,000 more proficiency points away from level 4, and it will take more than a month if it's fast. Thinking that he will be promoted to a second-level wizard apprentice soon, Sunan can't help but be excited. After coming back to his senses from the joy, he used the remaining secondary dragon blood potion to synthesize another bottle of dragon blood potion. He didn't plan to take this potion himself, but to give it to Kei. The same person can take up to 4 to 5 bottles of dragon blood potion, and it will have no effect if taken later, but this amount should be enough for Kei to be promoted to a great knight. The moon of flowing fire, the day when the sun walks on the earth. The hot weather makes people irritable and weak. However, there is joy in the inner castle. After taking 4 bottles of dragon blood potion in a row, Kei successfully broke through and became a great knight. If the knight is the backbone and elite combat force of a territory, then the great knight is the mountain stone of the territory. No matter which country, the great knight is undoubtedly a high-end combat force. The great knight who has mastered the external release of fighting spirit is a tank-level war beast on the battlefield, invincible. With Kei's promotion to the great knight, the haze from the Flash City that has been shrouding the sky above Black Stone City seems to have dissipated a lot. The joyful atmosphere outside cannot affect Sunan. After the Star Ring meditation method was only more than 200 proficiency points away from upgrading, he locked himself in the meditation room and told others not to disturb him and concentrate on preparing for promotion. 3 days later, Sunan sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. Deep in the sea of consciousness, tiny energy particles sank into the 3rd star ring phantom, filling the last bit of illusion. When the entire star ring was fully materialized, an unprecedented trembling feeling came like a surging tide, instantly drowning his consciousness. In the silent tranquility, Sunan felt as if he was wandering in the boundless galaxy universe, with invisible warm currents washing through his body, and the indescribable extreme joy brought by the sublimation of the essence of life filled every inch of his body. After an unknown amount of time, Sunan slowly came back to his senses and opened his eyes. The world in front of him seemed to have wiped off a layer of gray dust, and suddenly became much clearer. Is this the feeling of promotion? With a strong sense of joy in his heart, Sunan quickly opened the panel. Sunan Yenist, human male, 17 years old, spirit 13.25/physique 12.02, skills, Star Ring Meditation LV4, 3/20,000, Potion Making LV2, 2641/3000, Biological Transformation LV1, 527/1000, Puppet Refining LV2, 816/3000. My mental power increased by 1.27, which is a little less than expected, but it's normal. After all, my original mental power is close to 12. My physical fitness hasn't changed much, it only increased by less than 0.5. Sunan's face showed a happy smile from the heart. From this moment on, he is a 2nd-level wizard apprentice. In today's Starlight continent, a 2nd-level wizard apprentice is undoubtedly a strong man. He has taken another solid step on the road to becoming a wizard. Taking a deep breath, Sunan calmed down the excitement in his heart and began to study the improvement brought by this promotion. First of all, the most obvious change is that the casting speed has become faster. The preparation time for spells such as the Hand of the Mage, Acid Splash, and Sleeping Spell has been reduced by about 1/3. The increase of 1 or 2 points of mental power is obviously not enough to produce such an effect. Sunan guessed that it was because the 12 points of mental power broke through a certain limit, and the quantitative change led to a qualitative change, which made the casting time so obviously shortened. Although it only reduced the casting time by 1/3, in the ever-changing battle, even a blink of an eye may change the outcome. For wizard apprentices, casting time is equivalent to life. Super magic skills such as silent spells and instant spells can only be learned and mastered after being promoted to the 3rd-level wizard apprentice. At this stage, the casting preparation time is reduced to about 1 second, which is almost the limit. The second change is the control of energy particles. Bang! Sunan snapped his fingers, and a layer of light blue light suddenly lit up on his body. A layer of water vapor appeared out of thin air, soaking his whole body. Then a layer of fiery red light lit up on his body, and wisps of white water vapor rose up. In a blink of an eye, the water was evaporated and the whole person immediately became refreshed. With the promotion to the 2nd-level wizard apprentice, Sunan's mental power has changed. Now he can initially control energy particles and use their characteristics to achieve almost spell-like effects. For example, water energy particles and fire energy particles can be used to clean the body. In addition, energy particles can also be used in battle. Sunan stretched out his palm, and a blue light suddenly flashed between his palms. The next second, there was a crackling sound, and countless tiny arcs appeared out of thin air, entwined on the surface of his palm, flickering and jumping. Then, the lightning turned into a blazing flame, and then turned into a whistling wind, pure white frost, and a gloomy black shadow. Various elements appeared alternately. A 2nd-level wizard apprentice can materialize energy particles into elemental entities to attack, or attach energy particles to weapons or themselves to give them various elemental properties. For example, attaching fire energy particles to weapons will add fire damage. Attaching wind energy particles to the body will make the body lighter and more agile. And so on. This is why the combat power of a second-level wizard apprentice far exceeds that of a first-level wizard apprentice. Even if he does not use spells, a second-level wizard apprentice can crush any level of knight with his strong physique and the assistance of energy particles. If he adds spells, it is not a problem to confront the great knight head-on. Not to mention that a second-level wizard apprentice can also use magic items and contracted magic pets. Thinking of magic items, Sunan's expression changed, and he looked at the blood vine ring that he had been wearing on his index finger since he brought it out of the black stone mine. Before, he could only sense the energy particles contained in the ring, but he couldn't mobilize it. But now, as long as he thought about it, he could activate the magic properties of the ring at any time. With the power of the blood vine ring, it is enough to become one of his trump cards. There are also energy runes. Now we can make energy rune gems. Magic pets should also be put on the agenda. Magic pets are a kind of magical creatures. Their original bodies are just ordinary animals, exotic beasts, or alien species with special blood. After they have awakened special abilities after contracting with wizards, they are transformed into magic pets. Magic pets are divided into auxiliary and combat types. Auxiliary magic pets are mostly various spirit creatures, such as fairies, elves, etc. Most of these magic pets have strong plant spirituality and can communicate with magic plants by nature. They are very suitable to be used as gardeners to cultivate magic plants. In addition, some magic pets are used by wizard apprentices as experimental assistants. There are many more types of combat pets. From small animals such as bats, cats, lizards, owls, snakes, toads, to various ferocious beasts comparable to knights, they can all be transformed into combat pets to assist wizard apprentices in killing enemies in battle. A few powerful pets can even become the trump card of wizard apprentices to defeat the enemy, and their role should not be underestimated. The more powerful the creature is, the more powerful it will be after being transformed into a pet. The first time you contract a pet, you have to choose the object of transformation carefully. Wait! Sunan suddenly remembered. Speaking of suitable transformation objects, isn't there one in the yard now? That giant lizard species. Sunan's eyes lit up immediately. If the alien species with dragon lizard blood is transformed into a pet, it will definitely become another powerful means of combat in his hands. It's worth a try. The book month, August, in the legend of the Starlight Continent, is the month of knowledge and wisdom. After entering the book month, Sunan also began to get busy enriching himself. The first thing is to learn new spells. He now has only 2 first-level spells, namely, Charm Human, and Shield. The former can guess the specific effect from the name. The latter can create an invisible, transparent, tower-shield-sized invisible shield out of thin air, floating and hovering 360 degrees without dead angles, automatically resisting attacks from all directions. Since the shield is actually a force field effect, even virtual contact attacks, mental shock, soul damage, can be resisted. Considering his own safety, Sunan naturally chose to learn Shield first. Read Shield spell model, Shield learning progress plus 0.02%. The difficulty of a first-level spell is much higher than that of a 0-level spell. Sunan estimated that if he used active potions to assist, it would take about 40 days to master the shield technique. It would take no less time to master the charm of humans. The second thing was to create rune gems. Considering that it was his first attempt, Sunan chose the relatively stable earth energy particles. The gems he chose were also black opals that matched the force field protection properties. It's a pity that star sapphires are too expensive. One costs thousands of gold coins. Otherwise, star sapphires would be more effective. Sunan thought with some regret. Using star sapphires as carriers, the power of the final product can be at least doubled. But that would be a waste of money. He didn't have the financial resources now, so he could only choose black opals as a second choice. Black opals are a green opal with black spots and gold particles, which look strangely beautiful. As Sunan injected the condensed earthy yellow energy runes into the gems instantly burst into a hazy light. The light lasted only 4 or 5 seconds, and then quickly dissipated. The black opal seemed unchanged, but if you look closely, you can find that the surface of the gem is coated with a layer of mysterious and strange patterns. Successfully create a rune gem, magic item manufacturing learning progress plus 0.5%, huh? Sunan was slightly startled, a little surprised. How did the magic item manufacturing skill get triggered? But after thinking about it, he was relieved again. Energy rune text is one of the branches of enchantment. Things made by combining energy runes with gems can barely be considered magic items. It is not surprising to trigger the magic item manufacturing skill. I thought I had to find relevant books to trigger this skill, but I didn't expect it to be triggered in advance by accident. Sunan looked at the rune gem in his hand. A large amount of earth energy particles are concentrated in a gem as big as a soybean. As long as the energy inside is activated, a layer of earth element protection can be created for itself in an instant. Compared with spells that still need to be prepared for casting, rune gems, which can be activated instantly, are undoubtedly more practical in battle. The only disadvantage is that it costs money. Considering that there was already a defensive spell like Shield, Sunan only made 2 earth rune gems and stopped, and began to make offensive rune gems. After all, the offensive spells he mastered were all 0-ring spells, which were already a bit behind the level, and rune gems could just make up for the lack of offensive means. Lightning, fire, frost, and shadow. Except for the fire rune, which used the red zircon with the highest affinity with fire, the remaining 3 offensive energy runes all used rubies suitable for energy spells. Sunan made 3 of each rune gem as backup. In addition, he also made 2 plant rune gems to recover from injuries. Including the ones that were damaged by mistakes in the middle, Sunan finally consumed a total of 18 gems, with a total value of more than 300 gold coins. Rune gems are also a gold-eating hole. Sunan sighed secretly. Fortunately, he had the support of the entire Black Stone City behind him, otherwise he alone would have a hard time collecting wizard books, let alone rune gems. It took a long time to make the rune gems. When he came to his senses, Sunan found that it was already late at night outside. Seeing this, he controlled the energy particles to clean his body, and then returned to the meditation room, ready to use meditation instead of sleep, and by the way, restore the mental power consumed by making rune gems. After the promotion, Sunan still maintained the maximum meditation time of 4 hours a day. However, as the mental power increases, its growth is getting slower and slower. Now the average daily meditation can only increase 0.01 to 0.02 points of mental power. This is still with the assistance of active potions. To be promoted to a 3rd level wizard apprentice, you need to successfully build 9 star rings and have a mental power of more than 30 points. At this rate, it will take at least more than 10 years to be promoted, or even longer. It took more than 10 years to be promoted from a 2nd level wizard apprentice to a 3rd level wizard apprentice, which is definitely dazzling in today's Starlight continent. But Sunan was not satisfied. He was already considering whether to synthesize higher level potions to assist meditation. But in that case, more gold coins would be spent every month. Even if the family has a mine, they can't afford his money. Consuming expenses. Unless we take back the Flash territory and expand the territory's income. Sunan narrowed his eyes, and a thought flashed through his mind. After a moment, he shook his head, collected his thoughts and concentrated on meditation. The next day, Sunan came to the room where the giant lizard was imprisoned. Being imprisoned in a narrow cage, and having blood and energy drawn every day, the giant lizard had been miserable for more than a month. Seeing Sunan coming in, it just raised its eyelids and lay on the ground motionless, as if it had lost all hope in life. Sunan opened the metal cage, used the magician's hand to lift the giant lizard out, and then came to the wide laboratory and put the giant lizard on the laboratory table. In order to match the giant lizard's huge body, this laboratory table was specially made by him, and it was more than 10 meters long. Although he decided to transform the giant lizard into a magic pet, Sunan did not take action immediately. Any creature will awaken at least one spell-like ability after being transformed into a magic pet. As for what type of spell-like ability can be awakened, it mainly depends on the creature's own ability. For example, cat-like creatures, after being transformed into magic pets, awaken spell-like abilities, which are generally illusion-like or shadow-like stealth. Snake-like creatures, after being transformed into magic pets, generally awaken spell-like abilities related to poison. As for the alien with dragon lizard blood in front of him, Sunan guessed that the awakened spell-like ability was most likely related to physical strengthening. For wizard apprentices, this kind of spell-like ability is undoubtedly the least favored one. If you want to strengthen the body, wizard apprentices have many means, and there is no need to waste precious awakening opportunities. So Sunan plans to transform the giant lizard's body before the formal contract to transform it into a magic pet, so that it can master one more ability, so that it may awaken abilities other than physical strengthening during the transformation process. As for the direction of physical transformation, the book Extraction and Transformation of Green Chameleon's abilities obtained before can come in handy. Although you are not a chameleon, you belong to the order of lizards like chameleons, so your compatibility with color-changing ability should be high. Sunan stretched out his hand and a cage on the table behind him floated out of thin air and landed in his palm. In the cage was a green chameleon. Although this creature is not at the level of a magical creature, it is also relatively rare. He still asked Mujua of the Firefox Chamber of Commerce to find enough for the experiment. Swish! Sunan waved his hand again, and a sharp scalpel fell into his hand. At this time, the giant lizard finally realized that something was wrong and struggled frantically, but unfortunately its weak body could not get rid of the suppression of the wizard's hand. Seeing this, it whined again, and a human dot-like pleading appeared in its vertical pupils. Don't worry, it's okay. When the experiment is over, you will become stronger. Sunan threw a sleeping spell, and the giant lizard's eyelids opened and closed a few times, and soon fell asleep and stopped struggling. Then the sound of a sharp blade cutting flesh was heard in the laboratory. Please give me some recommendation votes and monthly tickets, thank you. In the middle of the harvest month, September, a harvest celebration was held as scheduled. This is the grandest celebration in the Principality of Stars, second only to the New Year. At this time, all noble territories will hold celebrations to celebrate the harvest of the whole year and pray for a good harvest in the coming year. From the beginning of the month, caravans and foreign travelers have entered the glittering city. By the day of the harvest celebration, the glittering city was already full of people, and the festive atmosphere was everywhere. In the glittering castle, in the banquet hall decorated with lights and colors, the invited guests drank and talked happily, and the laughter was endless. In the corner of the hall, a group of young men and women gathered together, eating delicious food while chatting about gossip in a lively atmosphere. I heard that Earl Storm has not woken up yet in a coma. His sons are fighting for the title and their brains are almost broken. It's normal. After all, it's the title of Earl. If it were me, I would definitely fight for it with all my life. It is said that Earl Storm's wife also invited a wizard to treat Earl Storm. TSK, I didn't expect that the legendary wizard actually exists. They are just a group of guys pretending to be gods and ghosts. They only know some juggling skills. They are no different from the magicians performing acrobatics in the circus. I have heard about this. The so-called wizard didn't cure Earl Storm's illness at all. Later, he was stabbed to death by Earl Storm's second son. The legend of wizards has a large market in the upper class. As the topic unfolded, many people showed interest and joined the chat with their glasses raised. Speaking of which, Black Rock City seems to have a wizard. You are talking about Sunan, the second son of the previous Flash Baron. I heard that Black Rock City can develop into what it is now because of his efforts behind the scenes. Really? When the brothers Kay and Sunan were driven out of Flash City and exiled to Black Rock City in disguise, almost no one was optimistic about this pair of brothers in distress. After all, Black Rock City is located on the border of Jinyan Province, with a poor geographical location, and there is a serious threat of black-scale lizardman next to it, so its development potential is pitifully low. The two brothers with a bad hand in hand can never be the opponent of the current Flash Baron. As long as Owen integrates the territory's power, he will have time to deal with them. In the eyes of everyone, the two brothers are almost dead. But the subsequent development is a twist, beyond many people's expectations. Black Rock City not only restarted the Black Rock mine, with a steady stream of gold coins, but also wiped out the black-scale lizardman in one fell swoop. Anyone can see the thriving and growing potential of Blackstone City today. If Blackstone City continues to develop, it may become one of the most important cities in Jinyan Province in a few years. Many people are exploring the reasons behind the changes in Blackstone City. Hearing that it may be related to Sunan, many people present are skeptical. After all, Sunan's shy and introverted personality is no secret in the aristocratic circle. Compared with his talented elder brother, he is not a little bit worse. Such a person, no matter how you think about it, can't be the mastermind behind the changes in Blackstone City. Wizards and the like are nonsense. A young man snorted disdainfully. Sunan is just a waste who can't even practice breathing. What great things can such a person do? Blackstone City is just a little bit lucky. It can't become a big deal at all. My father can easily deal with them without Lord Owen taking action. Someone recognized that the young man who spoke was the son of Lord Zorf, who first surrendered to Owen. He smiled and didn't refute. The conversation quickly turned to other topics. Although Blackstone City has been in the limelight recently, as Lord Zorf's son said, no one believes that Blackstone City can compete with Baron Owen, who almost controls the entire Flash territory. Even without Baron Owen's elite cavalry regiment, any of the three lords can deal with Blackstone City. At the same time, in the meeting hall, Owen and the three lords were sitting opposite each other. My two nephews are really amazing. They made such a big scene without making any noise. It seems that I really underestimated them before. Owen gently shook the wine glass in his hand, and the scarlet wine liquid shone with a charming luster under the light. Restart the Black Rock Mine, wipe out the black-scaled lizardmen, and form a cavalry regiment. If we let them continue to grow, they may really grow to the point where they can compete with me. You are joking, sir. It is not that easy to form a cavalry regiment. Even if Black Rock City has enough gold coins, they have no channels to buy enough war horses. Forming a cavalry regiment is just a fantasy after all. Zulf, who is tall and strong, said in a muffled voice. The breathing method he practiced focuses on physical fitness, so his physique is particularly sturdy and strong, and his height is nearly 2 meters. When the previous Flash Baron was still there, Zulf was a famous general. After breaking through to become a peak knight not long ago, his reputation became even louder. That's right, training cavalry is a time-consuming and labor-intensive task. In such a short time, even if Black Rock City can pull up a cavalry regiment, its combat effectiveness is very limited and there is nothing to be afraid of. Davin said with a smile, with a flash of disdain in his eyes. If the cavalry regiment was so easy to form, he would have done it himself long ago. Two young boys, who have only a little money, have wild ideas. They really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Seeing that his two colleagues had spoken, Norwood also echoed a few words. Owen narrowed his eyes and took a sip of wine. Unlike Zulf and the other two who only speculated based on rumors, he had definite intelligence to prove that Black Rock City had domesticated a new type of mount, which seemed to have certain combat effectiveness. Black Rock City formed a cavalry regiment with the new type of mount as the core. According to the spy's report, Black Rock City suffered very little loss in the war to eliminate the black-scaled lizardmen. It is very likely because of this cavalry regiment. In this way, this cavalry regiment cannot be underestimated. Given time, it may really grow into an elite army. When Owen thought of this, he could not help but feel a little anxious in his heart. It can't be dragged on any longer. It's time to root out the last hidden danger. As long as the brothers die, the Flash territory will be completely in his pocket, and there is no need to worry about any changes. What do you think of Black Rock City? Oh asked calmly. The three lords present were all cunning people, and they immediately understood Owen's plan when they heard this. Zulf was the first to speak. As long as the Lord gives the order, I am willing to lead the troops to attack Blackstone City. Davin and Norwood were a step slower, and they couldn't help cursing in their hearts. This big man has thick eyebrows and big eyes, but he is very good at flattering, and his face is as thick as the city wall. Cursing inwardly, the two of them were not slow, and they all asked for battle. Seeing the loyalty of the three, Owen smiled with satisfaction, waved his hand and said, "Forget about sending troops to attack, it's too ugly. And although the military strength of Blackstone City is not strong, it will cost a lot of manpower to bite it off." Zulf and the other two looked at each other. Davin hesitated and said, "Then what the Lord means is," Owen smiled mysteriously and said, "as long as Kay and Sunan die, Blackstone City will naturally return to my hands." The three understood it immediately and showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Assassination. This is almost a common skill of the nobles. It's just that it's usually not a good idea to send your own people for this kind of thing, lest they catch you. But if you don't send your men, where will Lord Owen go to hire people? It's said that Key has been promoted to a great knight. It's not easy to assassinate a great knight. Blackstone Castle, courtyard. Sunan stood in front of the banyan tree, staring at the trunk. To the naked eye of others, there was nothing in front of the trunk, and even if you looked carefully, you couldn't see anything. Only Sunan could sense that there was something there. Sprint. Sunan suddenly spoke. The moment the voice fell, a whistling sound suddenly sounded in the void. Although there was nothing in front of him, he could clearly hear the rustling sound, as if some creature was crawling quickly along the ground. At this time, a slight distortion finally appeared in the empty void. "Okay," Sunan said. The next moment, more than 10 meters ahead, the figure of the giant lizard appeared out of thin air. The amber vertical pupils showed humanized flattery, whining and low, as if asking for credit from Sunan. Sunan laughed and praised, "Well done." After more than half a month of experiments,
during which he failed more than 10 times, he finally succeeded in transferring the color-changing ability of the green chameleon to the monitor lizard and further strengthened the effect. The monitor lizard, which has acquired the color-changing ability, can now instantly change its form according to the environment, achieving a nearly invisible effect. Only when sprinting at high speed will it reveal a trace due to the lag in the form conversion. Of course, unless it is a wizard apprentice or a great knight with good eyesight, normal people can't detect this trace at all. But this ability is not without disadvantages. It's okay when it's still, but once it starts to move, the sound of footsteps and the friction of the body touching objects will expose the position. Sunan has no good solution for this. After all, even the real invisibility has the same flaws. There are disadvantages, and the color-changing ability is just to lay the foundation for transforming magic pets. I hope you can awaken a more powerful ability based on the color-changing ability. The giant lizard didn't quite understand what Sunan meant, and just called out cautiously. Sunan didn't care, and used the magician's hand to pick up the giant lizard, and then walked into the laboratory. This was a laboratory that was temporarily cleared. A contract array composed of countless complicated patterns had been drawn on the floor in advance, shining with a faint dark color under the candlelight, with an inexplicable and wonderful meaning. Putting the giant lizard in the center of the array, Sunan then released a sleeping spell, and the somewhat uneasy giant lizard fell asleep immediately. Sunan then cut the tip of his thumb with a knife and pressed the edge of the array. As the blood spread along the lines, the array suddenly shone brightly. Countless black and red intertwined mists emerged out of thin air, drifting away to wrap and cover the giant lizard's huge body, and the mist continued to penetrate into its rough and thick skin. Crack! Crack! A series of tiny sounds suddenly sounded, and the monitor lizard's bones suddenly expanded, piercing through the thick skin, and exposing white in the air. In a short while, the monitor lizard's body had become a huge skeleton of nearly 10 meters, with flesh and blood hanging like rags, curled up on the ground, almost filling the entire laboratory floor. Sunan had to retreat to the door, but his eyes were fixed on the monitor lizard without blinking, holding a plant rune gem in his hand, ready to activate and treat the monitor lizard at any time. The transformation process of the magic pet is not 100% successful. The more powerful the creature, the lower the success rate of transformation into a magic pet. For alien species like monitor lizards with dragon lizard blood in their bodies, the probability of transformation failure is at least more than 50%. Even if rune gems are used to assist, the success rate can only be increased by 1 or 2%. The monitor lizard's bones continued to grow, and soon exceeded 15 meters, but the flesh and blood did not show any signs of proliferation, and it looked like a skeleton monitor lizard. Seeing this, Sunan decisively activated the rune gem, and a soft light green light immediately enveloped the monitor lizard's body. However, the monitor lizard remained motionless and did not change. Failed? Sunan frowned inside. But in the next second, something strange happened. Countless black oval scales the size of an adult's palm suddenly grew on the monitor lizard's originally tattered skin, spreading rapidly to the whole body at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in a blink of an eye, the exposed bones were rewrapped. After the scales took shape, the smooth surface flashed a glimmer under the candlelight, gradually becoming exactly the same as the surrounding environment, and finally completely hiding the monitor lizard's huge body. Color-changing ability? No, that's not right, it seems a little different. Just as Sunan was in doubt, the disappeared monitor lizard appeared again out of thin air, and its appearance had changed dramatically compared to before the transformation. The original monitor lizard was 7 or 8 meters long, which could be called a giant beast, but after the transformation, its body expanded more than twice, like a small mountain. However, although its body is huge, it is still slender compared to its length. It does not look bloated, but rather extremely swift and agile. It rushed to Sunan quickly, bent its body softly into a circle, and stared at him with its huge pupils. Although it looked very ferocious, through the mysterious connection, Sunan could feel the admiration and closeness conveyed by the giant lizard. Magic pets and their masters can sense each other's emotions within a certain distance, similar to telepathy, and wizards call it emotional connection. And as the wizard's mental power increases, it will evolve into vision sharing, spell sharing, and other abilities, and even more spell abilities. In addition, the life of the pet is also bound to the master. Once the master dies, the pet's body and soul will also be destroyed. So in the pet's cognition, the master is the closest and most loyal existence in the world. Thank you for your hard work. Sunan reached out and touched the monitor lizard's head. The latter whined and rubbed his hand carefully with its huge head, showing its intimacy. Against the huge body, there is an inexplicable sense of contrast. Go outside and try your ability. One person and one lizard quickly moved to the courtyard. The process of transforming the pet took a lot of time, and it was already night outside.
Under Sunan's command, the monitor lizard jumped forward extremely lightly, soaring 4 or 5 meters high. Under the moonlight, its slender body suddenly disappeared from head to toe. Then the banyan tree not far away broke with an inexplicable snap, and the huge branches fell to the ground. Both the strength and physical strength have been significantly improved. In terms of physical fitness alone, it is estimated that it is no less than the Great Knight, but the specifics need to be tested again. The giant lizard's physical strength and color-changing ability have been strengthened in different ways, but these two are the original strengths, obviously not new abilities that have been awakened.
Sunan continued to watch with expectation.
After charging for a distance, the giant lizard reappeared and turned back to hit the tree stump again. But this time, its body suddenly turned into nothingness halfway, and it passed through the tree stump like a phantom.
This is the ability to transform the real and the virtual. Sunan was surprised.
From the performance of the giant lizard just now, it seems that it can instantly transform its body into a virtual body, so as to shuttle through obstacles. You must know that the transformed giant lizard itself has powerful lethality and agile speed, coupled with the ability to change color and the ability to shuttle through obstacles. It is simply a perfect killer. The combat effectiveness has been improved by several levels at once. What a perfect combination of abilities.
Sunan couldn't help but admire.
The ability to transform from real to virtual made up for the defect of the color-changing ability that could not cover up the sound.
Now the monitor lizard has the real perfect stealth ability.
After hearing what Sunan said, the monitor lizard made a high-pitched cry of excitement and pride.
Sunan smiled slightly. I can't call you monitor lizard in the future. I have to give you a new name. After thinking for a moment, he quickly came up with an idea. Let's call you Yinlong.
In the autumn moon, October, Blackstone City already has a bleak flavor. Although there is still some time before the first snow falls, the air temperature has become very low and it is no longer as hot as during the harvest month. 4 men in armor walked on the road to the vestibule of the inner castle, the breath from their mouths forming a vague white mist in the air. The 3 younger youths who were left behind all had unconcealable excitement and anticipation on their faces, as if something good was about to happen next.
After walking for a while, one of them finally couldn't help but ask Xiaodun, Your Excellency Xiaodun, is there anything I need to pay attention to when taking that secondary dragon blood potion?
Xiaodun looked back at the young man who was speaking, waved his hands carelessly, and said, Look at how nervous you are. Nearly 100 people have taken the secondary dragon blood potion before you, and no one has had any problems. You guys just relax. The young man scratched his head in embarrassment and said calmly, I'm not worried, I'm just excited.
After all, after drinking that potion, I can be promoted to a knight.
The other 2 people also nodded excitedly.
After all, he is a knight. Known as a beast on the battlefield and a knight in reserve for the nobles.
They have worked hard for many years in order to be promoted to knights and honor their ancestors in their lifetime, but they did not expect that this dream would be realized so soon.
This makes them feel like they are in a dream even now. I can understand how you feel.
A year ago, I wouldn't have thought that there was a potion in the world that could allow a trainee knight to directly break through and become a knight.
All of this is thanks to Lord Sunan. When he mentioned Sunan, Xiaodun's tone was full of respect.
The 3 young men also subconsciously showed expressions of awe and admiration. Although the news about Mr. Sunan in Blackstone City is strictly blocked, all the trainee knights who have taken or are about to take the secondary dragon blood potion know that Blackstone City can develop today because Mr. Sunan has done a lot of things behind his back. Vigorously. Even the establishment of the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment can be said to have been promoted by Mr. Sunan. In the hearts of the knights and trainee knights in Black Rock City, His Excellency Sunan's status is no lower than that of the Lord. Anyway, you don't need to be too nervous.
You can wait until you meet the Lord, get the potion and drink it.
Before Xiaodun finished speaking his soothing words, he suddenly felt a chill passing through his back, as if something passed by him in an instant, causing goosebumps to appear on the skin of his back. He subconsciously stopped and looked around, but found nothing strange.
Did you see anything? Xiaodun turned around and asked the 3 of them.
The 3 of them shook their heads in confusion.
Damn it, could it be that I drank too much last night and haven't sobered up yet?
Xiaodun patted his head, muttered a few words, quickly put the matter behind him, and continued to lead the way. After a while, the 4 of them arrived at the martial arts training ground. From a distance, Jordan saw Lord and Brad standing at the entrance of the training ground, seeming to be discussing something.
There are 3 large wooden barrels not far away.
After getting closer, Xiaodun saw clearly that the wooden barrel contained a light red liquid. You can also smell a pungent smell that seems familiar. It's the smell of secondary dragon blood potion.
Are these secondary dragon blood potions?
Xiaodun was startled, but he quickly realized that the smell in the air was a bit light, not like a real medicine, but probably a diluted medicine. Take the barrel to the military camp. All warriors who have reached the level of Knight Squire will drink 1 bowl per day, and officers will receive an extra bowl per day. Seeing Xiaodun bringing people over, Qi gave Brad instructions and waved for him to step back. Then he looked at Xiaodun and the others, looking at the 3 young men with emphasis.
Lord.
The 3 of them bowed and saluted.
Qi nodded solemnly and looked at Jordan. There are only 3 people in this batch?
Xiaodun nodded and said, the remaining ones are trainee knights who have just broken through. Your Excellency Sunan said that it is best to wait for a while and wait for them to stabilize their strength before taking the potion.
Hearing what Sunan meant, Qi stopped saying anything and took out 3 bottles of secondary dragon blood potion. The subsequent process was very simple.
The 3 young men took the medicine on the spot. 2 of them broke through and were promoted to knights on the spot. Although the remaining one did not break through, according to past experience, he could still complete the promotion if he went back to practice for a few days. After a few words of encouragement to the 3 new, quasi-knights, Qi signaled Xiaodun to take the people away, and then he also left the training ground and headed to the main building. Since the annihilation of the black scale lizards, Black Rock City has entered a period of rapid development.
The number of knights skyrocketed.
Today, the total number of knights in Black Rock City has exceeded 100. Looking at the entire Principality of Stars, only the noble territories of Viscount and above can accumulate so many knights after hundreds of years of development and inheritance.
Blackstone City has as many knights as a Viscounty territory in one city. If word spread, I don't know how many people would have their jaws broken.
It's a pity that all the blood obtained from the extermination of the black-scaled lizards has been used up. Next, we can only slowly draw blood from the prisoners.
The speed of making potions in Sunan will also be slowed down a lot. But it's okay.
I used a lot of secondary dragon blood potions some time ago, and the trainee knights in the army are all broken. It's just a good time to train more trainee knights during this period. Qi thought of the dragon's blood potion that Sunan had recently developed. The effect of that potion was far greater than that of the secondary dragon blood potion. Only 4 bottles allowed him to cross the threshold that countless knights dream of and step into the level of a great knight.
It was simply miraculous. The only pity is that the output is very small.
So far, apart from him, only a few high-level knights such as Brad have taken it and have been promoted to the top knights. It's a pity that what Black Rock City lacks most now is time. Otherwise, if I was given a few years to develop, it would be easy to regain the shining leader. While he was thinking about it, Qi suddenly saw the housekeeper Old Geller passing by with 6 or 7 servants. A group of people carried a few sheep that had lost their wool. Old Geller soon discovered Qi and quickly stopped to salute.
Lord. Qi hummed, pointed at the sheep and asked, where are they going to be carried?
Old Geller said, carry it to Mr. Sunan's yard. Qi quickly remembered that Sunan's yard seemed to have a monitor lizard captured from the black-scaled lizard tribe, and it ate a lot of meat every day. But he glanced at the 3 sheep, feeling a little confused.
Has the monitor's appetite increased a lot? Mingming had just heard Xiaodun say before that it seemed like it only ate 1 sheep every day.
Curious, Qi didn't ask any more questions, and waved his hand to let Old Geller and others leave. Most things related to wizards are mysterious and weird, and it is difficult for outsiders to understand them. He was not interested in delving deeper, as long as he continued to support Sunan.
After all, the power of Sunan is the power of Black Rock City.
The brightly lit study room was peaceful and quiet. Occasionally, the sound of pages turning could be heard.
Sunan sat behind the desk, flipping through the books intently.
In the void that others could not see, a reminder of the progress of spell learning flashed by every once in a while.
Shield spell, Sunan had already mastered it successfully.
Now he was learning Charm Human, and the progress bar had exceeded 90%, and he would be able to master it successfully in 2 or 3 days. But after that, he had no more spells to learn. Although I have entrusted the Firefox Chamber of Commerce, it is not so easy to find a suitable first ring spell.
I wonder how things are going.
Sunan closed the book and muttered to himself. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he looked up at the door of the room with a smile on his face.
Where have you been going again? Are you kidding me? Hiss. He was responded to by a hoarse cry. As if an invisible curtain had been lifted, a giant lizard appeared out of thin air near the door, shaking its head at Sunan. Perhaps because it was locked in the cage for too long, after coming out, Elong completely let himself go and ran around the inner castle every day. It was also thanks to its perfect stealth ability of changing color and switching between reality and illusion that it did not cause panic. No one has noticed its existence so far, including Ki, the Great Knight. Sunan had to sigh that his luck was really bursting, and the first contracted magic pet could awaken such a powerful ability. In terms of physical strength alone, Elong is at most at the level of a junior Great Knight. But with the ability of changing color and switching between reality and illusion, even a high-level Great Knight would die under the attack of Elong if he was not careful. Moreover, Elong's physical strength still has a lot of room for development. The reason lies in the dragon lizard blood in its body. According to the information given by the magic cube, the current concentration of the dragon lizard blood in Elong's body is only 18.35%. If the concentration of its dragon lizard blood can be increased, the power of Elong can naturally be greatly enhanced. Increase the blood concentration? Sunan's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. He had tried to give Elong a dragon blood potion, but unfortunately the effect was minimal. Although the dragon blood potion contains sub-dragon blood, the effect has been modified to strengthen the physique. Even if Elong takes it, it cannot increase the blood concentration. At most, it can only slightly strengthen the physique. So after thinking for a long time, Sunan decided to find another way and directly give Elong a blood transfusion. With the synthesis cube, he can completely extract dragon lizard blood from Elong, synthesize it into higher-level sub-dragon blood, and then inject it into Elong's body to achieve the goal of blood transfusion. Blood extraction, synthesis advancement, and blood transfusion. As long as this process is repeated continuously, the blood of Elong can be continuously improved. Worth a try. Is this a bug? Sunan laughed at himself. Of course, this process must be relatively long. After all, the amount of blood after synthesis will be greatly reduced, and transfusing it back into Elong's body cannot make up for the blood that has been drawn. It is necessary to wait for Elong to generate new blood and recover by itself. So blood transfusion can only be done once in a while. As for extracting blood from the black-scaled lizard captives, not to mention that the amount of blood after synthesis is just a drop in the bucket, the fact that the repulsion of blood from different individuals will increase the difficulty and risk of blood exchange surgery is enough to make Sunan give up this idea. In any case, blood exchange seems to be quite feasible, and Sunan thinks it is worth a try. It just so happens that the biological transformation has been upgraded to level 2 some time ago, so it shouldn't be difficult to do a blood exchange surgery. Under Sunan's sharp gaze, Elong, who was lying on the ground, shuddered suddenly, recalling the fear of being dominated by blood extraction before. Late at night. The silver moon hung high in the sky, casting a veil like moonlight. In the darkness, two figures quietly climbed over the wall and sneaked into the yard. Looking at the silent courtyard, the two looked at each other. Both of them were a little confused. How could the younger brother of the Lord of Blackstone City not even see a guard where he lives? The guards of the inner castle of Blackstone City were so lax? If the guards of the other target were in the same situation, their assassination mission would be much easier. After a brief eye contact, the two men in night clothes held the hilts of their swords and walked towards the corridor deep in the courtyard in tacit understanding. According to the intelligence of the spies, Sunan rarely let servants enter the yard, so they didn't know which room he usually slept in. Now they could only search one room at a time. Fortunately, there were no guards here, and there was no need to worry about being discovered if the search took too long. Under the cover of the night, the two people's actions were very smooth and they were not blocked at all. But for some reason, they always had a sense of uneasiness in their hearts, and their backs felt cold, as if they were being stared at by some dangerous existence. But looking around, there was no one around. The two thought they were too cautious, shook their heads to suppress the strangeness in their hearts, and continued to sneak in. After crossing the courtyard, the two arrived in front of the corridor. Looking at the closed door deep in the corridor, the two men grasped the hilts of their swords at the same time and silently took down the long swords on their waists. However, at the moment of drawing the swords, the uneasiness in their hearts suddenly magnified, and a chill suddenly rushed up from their backs. At this moment, the two men felt the fear of death at the same time. With their rich combat experience over the years, the two men did not hesitate at all and decisively jumped to the left and right. However, the man on the right had just jumped out 3 or 4 meters when his body suddenly solidified in midair.
Several blood holes in an arc suddenly burst out of his chest, and his head and feet twisted into a strange and unnatural angle. After the other killer landed and stood firm, he looked up and saw this scene, and his pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle tip. The bright moonlight shone through the spraying blood mist, vaguely reflecting the figure of a giant beast that was more than 10 meters long, covered with scales all over its body, and on all fours. Its mouth full of sharp teeth bit its companion tightly, and blood flowed from its twitching body. It was obvious that his companion was no longer alive. Star God, what kind of monster is this? The man took a breath of cold air. It's not that he had never seen ferocious beasts before, but a monster like this one that was more than 10 meters long and could be invisible, so that the two knights could not detect any breath, was simply unheard of. Plop! The monster vomited out the corpse, hissing from its mouth, and its huge body slowly disappeared in the moonlight. The man's scalp suddenly numbed, and he turned around and ran without thinking. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the wall of the courtyard and jumped over the wall. But the next second, he was suddenly hit hard by a high-speed flying boulder, and his bones made a crackling sound. He screamed and flew more than 10 meters away and fell to the ground. After being hit hard, the man still did not give up. He roared and spit out a mouthful of blood and flesh, struggled to get up and wanted to escape, but then he felt his body sink, as if something stepped on his back. The next second, severe pain came like a tide, drowning his consciousness. Thank you for the reward from Xianyuan, thank you. Looking at the two tattered corpses in front of him, and then at the hidden dragon lying on the ground next to him with innocent eyes, Sunan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Through his connection with his familiar, he roughly understood what happened. As soon as the two killers climbed over the courtyard wall, they were discovered by the hidden dragon sleeping in the courtyard. Initially, it was just curiously observing, but until the two approached the corridor and drew their weapons, it listed the two as enemies and launched a brazen attack. As a result, it used too much force and killed the two of them directly. Remember to stay alive next time. Sunan patted the hidden dragon on the head and returned his attention to the two corpses. Judging from the muscle density and bone strength of the corpses, both of them were formal knights, and at least high-level knights. Being able to dispatch two high-level knight-level killers at once, and having this motive, the mastermind behind the scenes is self-evident. Since people have been sent to me, it should be the same for brother. Sunan looked in the direction of the main building, his perception spread, and he heard a faint noise. He squinted his eyes and cast a spell to shield himself. Then a layer of cyan halo appeared on his body, and he rushed out of the yard as fast as the wind and rushed towards the main building. Behind him, the hidden dragon neighed, jumped up, and disappeared into the night. In the courtyard in front of the main building, the sound of gold and iron can be heard endlessly. Led by Brad, more than a dozen knights and an equal number of black rock leopards were besieging a tall and burly middle-aged man. It was obvious that more attacks meant less, but Brad and the others were at a disadvantage. Under the moonlight, you can vaguely see the middle-aged man's body shining with a very faint brilliance. The weapons of the surrounding knights hit that layer of brilliance. Not only were they unable to break through, they were shocked to the point of pain. On the other hand, a middle-aged man could kill a knight with just one blow. Among them all, only Brad could barely block the enemy's attack with his shield. Relying on their numerical advantage, they could barely deal with the enemy. Not far away, Key was fighting fiercely with a killer holding a black sword, and it was obvious that he was at a disadvantage. If Black Rock Leopard's fearless offensive had not left the killer somewhat restrained, the situation would have been even worse. Sunan arrived at the courtyard and saw this scene. Two great knight-level killers, what a great battle. Sunan glanced around and immediately had a rough judgment on the killer's strength, and couldn't help but secretly doubt in his heart. Owen only has one Grand Knight under his command. Where did he hire two Grand Knight-level killers? These days, the Great Knight can enjoy the treatment of a guest in any territory he goes to, and it is impossible for him to become an inferior killer. But now is not the time to think about this. Sunan's eyes narrowed and he said in a deep voice, "Everyone, step back." As soon as the words fell, Brad and others gave up on their opponents without hesitation and stepped back together. The middle-aged knight couldn't help but be startled when he saw this, frowning and looking at Sunan. He clearly felt that the moment the young man appeared, the more than 10 knights who besieged him were obviously happy, and their morale increased greatly. It was obvious that the people who came were not weak, which gave them great confidence. To be able to make more than a dozen knights, including a peak knight, obey and respect him so much, this young man's status in Blackstone City must not be low. For the first time, the middle-aged knight thought of Sunan, who was said to be a wizard. Looking at the other party's young face, he became more and more certain. Wizard? The middle-aged knight narrowed his eyes, his expression showing a bit of solemnity. Others may think that wizards are just pretenders, but he has been exposed to some secret information and knows that real wizards are a group of mysterious and powerful people. As for whether the Sunan in front of him is a real wizard, the two senior knights sent to assassinate Sunan may be able to answer this point. Just seeing that Sunan appeared here and the two people didn't show their heads, you could guess their fate. Needless to say, this is a formidable opponent. The middle-aged knight took a deep breath, gripped the hilt of his sword, and stared at the indifferent Sunan as if facing a formidable enemy. However, the next second, he seemed to be hit hard by a speeding carriage. His whole body flew out like a cannonball and hit the stone wall dozens of meters away. Boom! Rubbles are flying everywhere, and smoke and dust are flying. The knights watching the battle were all shocked, their eyes widened with astonishment on their faces. What's going on? Why did that guy fly out suddenly? Only Key and the Black Sword Knight vaguely noticed a clue. The moment the middle-aged knight was knocked away, they clearly saw a piece of void slightly distorted, outlining the outline of a giant beast. It was obviously the middle-aged knight attacked by the giant beast. The Black Sword Knight looked horrified. What kind of monster is that? Can you actually become invisible? Before he could figure it out, a shrill scream suddenly came from the flying dust, followed by a figure rushing out of the dust like a gust of wind, but he is a middle-aged knight. It's just that his current appearance is extremely miserable. One arm hung limply by his side, bent into an unnatural arc. There was a row of arc-shaped blood holes on his chest and abdomen, which looked like wounds left by being bitten by some kind of beast. The whole person was covered in blood and in a miserable state. Damn monster! The middle-aged knight's face twisted and roared, and then he seemed to sense something and swung his sword backwards. But the blow failed. The next second, a huge figure appeared from the other side, and the giant claws of the forelimbs ejected sharp hook nails, piercing the middle-aged knight's body. Then it jumped high again, pressed the middle-aged knight fiercely under it, opened its bloody mouth, showing its mouthful of sharp teeth, and tore his body into several pieces in a few seconds. The bloody scene made people's backs cold. Brad and others swallowed their saliva at the same time, looking at the giant beast with awe. Even though its body size had expanded more than twice, they still recognized that the giant beast in front of them was the giant lizard that Sunan brought back from the black-scaled lizard people. I just don't know why it has become so huge, and it can also be invisible and elusive? This terrifying combat power that easily crushed the big knight is more than 10 times stronger than before. Key and the Black Sword Knight stopped their hands at some point, and both stared at Yinlong in shock. But besides being shocked, Key also looked a little surprised. The Black Sword Knight was simply horrified. The assassination operation that was thought to be a sure thing had flaws from the beginning. The intelligence did not mention that there were a large number of knights and knight-level monsters guarding the target. Especially those strange black panthers. The two of them could not detect the breath of these creatures at all, so they had just sneaked in and were detected before they could do anything. If it was just like this, it would be fine, at most it would take a little more effort, and it would not be difficult to complete the task. But what's the matter with this terrible beast? The intelligence did not mention that there are such powerful and terrifying creatures in Blackstone City. Sunan looked at the scene in front of him with an indifferent expression. Originally, with the strength of the middle-aged knight, even if he was not a match for Yinlong, he would not be crushed so quickly. The key is that he did not understand Yinlong's ability and characteristics at all, and he did not even realize the existence of Yinlong at the beginning, so he was happy to kill him face to face. Information gap can sometimes be fatal. Retracting his sight, Sunan turned his head to look at the Black Sword Knight. Facing Sunan's eyes, the Black Sword Knight instantly felt a chill all over his body. He could see that the terrible beast was controlled by Sunan behind the scenes. Is this the power of the wizard? It is as strange as the legend. With the death of his companions, the current situation has become extremely unfavorable to the Black Sword Knight. His mind turned quickly, and he immediately made a decision. The whole person turned into a residual image, and rushed towards Sunan like a ghost in the dark night. As long as Sunan was killed, the beast would most likely fall into chaos, and he could take the opportunity to escape even if it was only for a moment. Seeing the killer heading straight for Sunan, but the giant lizard was still dozens of meters away and unable to come back to help in time, Kay's face suddenly changed, and he subconsciously rushed forward to stop him. But then, he saw Sunan's calm face, and his footsteps stopped immediately, and he stopped where he was. Go to hell! Almost in the blink of an eye, the Black Sword Knight rushed hundreds of meters, and the black sword in his hand suddenly slashed down. Where the sword passed, a half-moon-shaped sword energy formed out of thin air, piercing through the void like lightning and rushing towards Sunan. Do-Chi is released. Do-Chi long-range attack skills that only the Great Knight can master. Seeing that the sword energy was about to hit Sunan, a trace of joy flashed in the eyes of the Black Sword Knight. But the next moment, his expression suddenly froze. In the astonished eyes of everyone, the sword energy seemed to hit something invisible, and it disappeared with a snort. The force of the collision stirred up a twisted shockwave in the void, faintly outlining the shape of a tower shield. The Black Sword Knight's eyes widened in shock. What the hell is this? Before he could recover, Sunan had already raised his palm, with a sparkling ruby between his raised index finger and thumb. Under the moonlight, the blue-green lines on the surface of the gem flashed with beautiful luster, which was extremely eye-catching. The next second, Sunan threw the gem fiercely. Boom! Everyone seemed to hear a deafening thunder in their ears, and a flash of lightning suddenly flashed in their vision, and then they saw the Black Sword Knight flying backwards like a kite with a broken string, and hit a tall tree dozens of meters away with a bang. Crack! The tree trunk, which was as thick as two people hugging, broke in the middle, and the upper half fell to the ground with a bang, stirring up billowing smoke and dust. When the dust cleared, everyone looked closely and found that the Black Sword Knight was lying on the ground with a charred body, motionless and unconscious. There was silence all around. Everyone stared at this scene with dull eyes, feeling dry mouths and tongues, and they couldn't come back to their senses for a long time with their mouths wide open. Even Ki was in a trance. Although he guessed that Sunan had a way to deal with the Black Sword Knight, he didn't expect it to be so easy. The Black Sword Knight couldn't even survive a face-to-face encounter before he was defeated and fainted. That was a great night. Unknowingly, had Sunan become so powerful? No. Ki suddenly woke up. It wasn't that Sunan had become stronger, but that he had never seen Sunan fighting with all his strength from the beginning, and had no idea of Sunan's true strength. Even now, Sunan obviously didn't try his best. What level did his real strength reach? Ki stared at Sunan in a daze. This younger brother who he had watched grow up since he was a child, now gave him a sense of unfathomable mystery. Ta-da-ta. The sound of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded, breaking the silence in the courtyard. A large group of knights in armor rushed into the courtyard, led by Jotun. Lord, we are here to support you. Where is the killer? Jotun stopped talking halfway. He stared at the messy courtyard, the people who were safe and sound, and the Black Sword Knight lying on the ground not far away, and blinked in confusion. Already done? Kui had sorted out his emotions at this time, ordered the soldiers to clean up the battlefield, and took the Black Sword Knight away. After arranging everything, he came to Sunan and said with a grim face, "It's the killer sent by Owen." Sunan nodded calmly, which was something that could be guessed without thinking. But where did he find the killer from? Kui frowned. Forces like killer organizations do exist in this world. But they are all inferior forces. Let alone the killers at the level of great knights, the killer organizations that can find a knight are considered first-class forces in the killer world. At least Kei and Sunan, two sons of noble families, have never heard of any assassin organization with a member of the Grand Knight level. Sunan thought for a while and said, Owen definitely doesn't have that power, otherwise he wouldn't have to endure until his father got into trouble before he broke up with him. I guess it's probably the connection of Marquis Jinyan. Kei's eyebrows jumped, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that what Sunan said made sense, and his face became even uglier. He still had the confidence to deal with Owen alone, but if Marquis Jinyan intervened, things would be troublesome. After all, the latter was the actual overlord of Jinyan province, with tens of thousands of troops under his command. The current Black Stone City was just a bigger ant in front of him. Seeing Kei's face changing, Sunan said calmly, "Don't worry, Marquis Jinyan didn't take action directly before, which means he still cares about the rules among the nobles and will not personally seize the vassal's territory. We just need to be careful to guard against the assassins he sent." Kei thought so and breathed a sigh of relief. Coming back to his senses, looking at Sunan's calm expression, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. Obviously, he is the Lord, but he is not as calm as Sunan when encountering things. It seems that his character needs to be trained. He didn't know that the reason why Sunan was so calm was actually because he didn't value the territory very much. Now that he has passed the most difficult novice period, even if the territory is taken away next, it will only lose a stable source of funds. He can take Kei to the Jinghua Principality to hide, and come back to destroy the enemy after being promoted to a wizard. As for making money, he has plenty of means. Of course, it would be better if he could keep the territory. After all, having your own power is much more convenient, whether making money or collecting resources. But I won't say these words to Ku Yiming. Not far away, Jotan was pestering Brad to ask what happened. After listening to Brad's narration, Jotan couldn't help but look around with his eyes wide open. A giant lizard over 10 meters long that can easily crush the Great Knight is too mysterious, just like listening to a night novel. Seeing Jotan's eyes darting around, Brad said unhappily, "Don't look for it. It's said that the giant lizard will be invisible, the Great Knight can't even detect its existence. Can you still see it?" Jotan scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "I'm just curious, but then again, Lord Sunan is too powerful. The giant lizard was originally only at the peak Knight level, and it was only caught and cultivated for a few months, and it can actually kill the Great Knight. It's incredible." The surrounding knights showed deep approval. Who said it wasn't? Every time they saw Lord Sunan's fighting methods, they felt that their cognition was refreshed. Fortunately, this strong man is one of our own. If he were an enemy, it would make my scalp tingle just thinking about it. In order to avoid chaos, Qi ordered the attack to be blocked. After finding several lurking spies, the inner castle quickly returned to its former appearance and operated smoothly as usual. As for the Black Sword Knight, after undergoing some treatment and barely saving his life, he was imprisoned for torture. However, after 2 consecutive days, no valuable information was tortured out of him. That guy should have received anti-torture training. No matter how we tortured him, he refused to speak. In the meeting room, Brad reported the results of the 2 days of torture. "If you ask me, I don't believe he can bear it if we just crush his bones one by one." Jotun sneered. Brad shook his head and said, "It's useless. He seems to have mastered some means to isolate pain. He didn't react at all when we tortured him." "There is such a method?" Jotun widened his eyes in shock. The other knights looked at each other when they heard it. "How can we torture him?" Qi frowned, turned to look at Sunan who was sitting beside him, and asked, "Sunan, do you have any good ideas?" Sunan nodded and said, "Leave it to me to interrogate." When they heard that Sunan seemed to have a way, everyone was immediately refreshed. Under the guidance of Brad and Jordan, Sunan came to the prison where the Black Sword Knight was imprisoned. When he stepped into the cell, he saw the Black Sword Knight with his limbs tied tightly to the iron pillars with chains, and he looked extremely miserable. There were still scorch marks left by the lightning rune gem on his body, and coupled with the torture in the past 2 days, there was almost no intact skin and flesh on his body. But even so, he still didn't look like he was in pain at all. When he saw Sunan coming in, his face changed slightly, and then he showed a disdainful sneer. "Don't waste your energy. Don't even think about getting any information out of me. If you dare, just kill me." Sunan said calmly, "If you really want to die, there are plenty of ways to commit suicide. Why do you have to live until now?" This remark obviously touched the pain point of the Black Sword Knight. The corners of his eyes twitched fiercely, and he snorted coldly and stopped talking. Sunan didn't care at all, and came to the Black Sword Knight with a calm face. "Since torture doesn't work on you, let you speak for yourself." After hearing this, the Black Sword Knight looked even more disdainful. He was about to sneer at the other party, but the moment he met Sunan's eyes, his whole body trembled suddenly, and he felt that the other party's eyes were like a deep pool, and his soul actually had the illusion of being sucked in. In just a few seconds, the Black Sword Knight's face became dull, his eyes were dull, as if he was sleepwalking. "Name?" Sunan spoke slowly. "Yuri Elric." The Black Sword Knight answered with a dull look. "Age?" 32. Brad and Jotun, who were following behind Sunan, were already dumbfounded. What happened? How did this guy suddenly become so obedient and answer whatever was asked? The two soon noticed that the Black Sword Knight's face was not right, and they realized that Lord Sunan might have used that strange power called magic again. "I just didn't expect that there would be such a spell in the world that could make people lose their minds and answer questions obediently. In front of such power, doesn't anyone have any secrets?" Brad and Jotun took a breath, and looked at Sunan's back with more awe. Sunan didn't notice the small movements of the two people behind him, and his eyes were directly on the Black Sword Knight. The spell of Charming Human can affect the cognition of the recipient to a certain extent, making the other party regard you as a reliable partner. The caster can give orders to the recipient to let him do something he would not do otherwise. However, orders such as suicide or self-mutilation that are obviously harmful to oneself and threaten one's own life safety are likely to fail, resulting in the termination of the spell effect. But if you just want to ask for some information, the spell of Charming Humans is still very useful. Who sent you to assassinate the Lord of Blackstone City? It was the priest Casper. Priest? Sunan raised his eyebrows. What are your origins? We belong to the Starfire Church and believe in the great star god who created this continent. When it comes to the star god, even though he is under the influence of the spell, the Black Sword Knight's dull face still shows a bit of fanaticism, which shows how deep his belief in the so-called star god is. Starfire Church? Sunan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that these killers came from the Starfire Church that attacked the Earl of Storm. What is your relationship with Marquis Jinyan? I don't know. The Black Sword Knight shook his head dully. Sunan frowned slightly. It is a foregone conclusion that Marquis Jinyan has a connection with the Starfire Church. Since this guy doesn't know, it means that the person responsible for contacting Marquis Jinyan should be a higher-level member of the Starfire Church. How many companions do you have in Blackstone City? There are 4 of us, including me. Tell me the list of spies you know. The Black Sword Knight said 6 or 7 names in one breath. Some of them were the spies who were caught in the past 2 days. Without Sunan's instructions, Brad consciously wrote down the names and hiding places of these people, and then left the prison with Jordan and rushed to catch them. Sunan then asked about the organizational structure, strongholds, branches, and member status of the Starfire Church. According to the description of the Black Sword Knight, the Starfire Church is a sect that believes in the Star God and is committed to spreading the great glory of the Star God throughout the continent. They secretly cooperated with many nobles, and at the cost of assassinating competitors for the nobles, they used the power of these nobles to continuously expand the sect, and in just over 10 years, they spread their tentacles throughout the Principality of Stars. As for which nobles they had cooperated with, the Black Sword Knight didn't know much. They were all nobles of the Baron and Viscount level. Members of his level could not get in touch with noble partners of higher status. After all, above the priest, there are priests, chief priests, high chief priests and the Pope who controls the entire sect. The Great Knights are only middle-level cadres. It seems that the foundation of the Spark Church is very strong. Sunan thought silently. Before, he had guessed that the Spark Church might be related to wizard apprentices, but now it seems that he guessed wrong. The Spark Church obviously took the religious belief route, which was completely different from the wizards who pursued truth and believed in the great power. As for the strongholds, the Black Sword Knight didn't know much, only knowing that there were 3 strongholds in the Jinyan province. As for other provinces, it was completely unclear. Keeping the personnel structure of the strongholds mentioned by the Black Sword Knight in mind, Sunan then asked about the actions of the Spark cult in Jinyan province in recent years. The result was unknown until asked, and it was shocking. It turned out that the 7 or 8 nobles who died in Jinyan province in the past 10 years were all behind the Spark cult. They killed these nobles by creating various unexpected coincidences, pretending that they died accidentally or died of illness. If it was more difficult, they would assassinate them directly. This included Sunan's cheap father. He seemed to have died on the battlefield, but in fact, before the war broke out, the Spark cult sent someone to pretend to replace a guard beside him, and then secretly attacked him on the battlefield, causing him to die at the hands of the enemy. Although the Black Sword Knight did not know the real purpose behind this series of assassinations, Sunan could guess with his toes that the mastermind behind the scenes must be Marquis Jinyan. Kill the vassal nobles, and then support the puppet to take the position, so as to achieve the purpose of controlling their territory in a roundabout way. The ultimate goal of Marquis Jinyan is to completely control the entire Jinyan province. No, perhaps this is not the ultimate goal. It is not necessary to go this far just to completely control Jinyan province. Marquis Jinyan may have a deeper purpose. After unexpectedly learning about Marquis Jinyan's conspiracy, Sunan felt a little heavy. Unless they abandon their territory, they will definitely face off against the Marquis of Jinyan in the future. Shaking his head, Sunan temporarily put the matter behind him and continued to interrogate the Black Sword Knight. When he heard that the Spark cult branch of Jinyan province came out in full force some time ago just to hunt down a magical creature, Sunan interrupted the Black Sword Knight and asked with interest, "What kind of magical creature is it?" "A cat?" Sunan was slightly startled. He thought it was some powerful and ferocious magical creature that forced the Spark cult branch to dispatch a large number of manpower to capture it, but he didn't expect it to be a cat. He thought about it carefully, and there seemed to be no powerful cat-like magical creatures in his memory. However, the Starlight continent is vast and rich in resources, and there may be cat-like magical creatures that he doesn't know about. After thinking for a moment to no avail, Sunan had no choice but to continue asking, "Why do you want to capture that magical creature?" "It's an order from the priest. I don't know the details. I only know that it seems to be related to the wizard." The Black Sword Knight said with dull eyes. We deployed a lot of people, but that magical creature was very cunning. Until I came to Blackstone City to carry out the assassination mission, I didn't hear that anyone in the church had caught it. Magical creatures related to wizards. Could they be familiars? Sunan was thoughtful. According to what the Black Sword Knight meant, they had been chasing the magical creature for a long time, but no one stopped them. This meant that the magical creature was probably ownerless, and it didn't look like a familiar. Out of curiosity, Sunan carefully inquired about the details of the matter several times. He didn't release the spell until he was sure that he couldn't find anything useful anymore. After coming back from his daze, the Black Sword Knight showed a shocked expression. What did you do to me? Charming humans will not erase the memory of the subject. The Black Sword Knight clearly remembered the situation when he answered Sunan's questions just now. This made his hair stand on end and he could not understand how he could become like that. However, Sunan had no intention of explaining at all. Without even looking at the Black Sword Knight, he turned and left the prison, leaving the pale Black Sword Knight doubting his life. Back in the meeting hall, Key, who had already heard the news from Brad, couldn't wait to greet him. Did that guy say anything else? Sunan didn't hide anything and told everything about the Spark Cult. After hearing this, anger suddenly appeared in Kei's eyes, and he punched the armrest of the chair angrily. I knew that my father's death must have something to do with them. After a while, he took a deep breath to calm down his anger, calmed down and said, so the Marquis of Jinyan was behind the attack on Earl of Storm? Sunan nodded, most likely. The Earl of Storm was attacked and fell unconscious. He can secretly intervene in the struggle for the successor of Storm territory. As long as he supports the puppet to ascend to power, he can secretly control Storm territory. In the Golden Rock province, from the Marquis level down, the two most powerful lords, Earl Winterfrost and Earl Storm, were the most powerful. Earl Winterfrost has already surrendered to the Marquis of Jinyan early and wears the same pants as the latter. If even the Storm territory falls into the hands of the Marquis of Jinyan, then he will almost be able to control the entire Jinyan province with one hand. We still have a chance. Key took a deep breath, his eyes determined. The news from the Storm territory is that the Sons of the Storm, Earl will not be able to tell the winner for a while. The Marquis of Jinyan will definitely focus his energy there and ignore the Flash territory for the time being. As long as we are here, if you take back the Shining Collar in the meantime, you will be able to fight with him. If other nobles heard Key's words, they would definitely laugh at him for talking nonsense. How could a Shining leader compete with the Marquis of Jinyan who controlled most of Jinyan province? But Kei was confident about this. As for the source of confidence, it is naturally Sunan, the wizard apprentice. Now that they control a Black Rock city, they have the confidence to compete with the barony. If you own an entire barony, are you still afraid of competing with the Marquis of Jinyan? Seeing that Kei did not give up in frustration, but instead aroused fighting spirit, Sunan nodded secretly and mentioned another matter. I'm going to leave Black Rock City. Key was slightly startled and asked subconsciously, where are you going? Stone Bell City. Key thought for a moment and vaguely remembered that Stone Bell City seemed to be within the Silver Moon territory, which was the territory of the Silver Moon Viscount. What are you doing there? Looking for something. Sunan said vaguely, without saying anything clearly. Stone Bell City is exactly what the Knight of the Black Sword said, a town infested by magical creatures hunted by the Spark Cult. Since coming to this world, this is the first time that Sunan has found clues about the wizard, so naturally he cannot miss this opportunity in vain. Even if it turns out that the magical creature has nothing to do with the wizard, it doesn't matter. A rare cat-like magical creature was worth a trip in itself, and maybe there would be some extra rewards. Furthermore, the Spark Cult assassinated the two brothers this time. Although he did not have enough strength to confront the Spark Cult in a short period of time, and he had to bear with it for the time being, he was actually very unhappy in his heart. If you find that magical creature before the Spark Cult and cut off their beard, you can collect some interest in advance. After listening to Sunan's words, Kei didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, Viscount Inua happened to belong to the group of nobles who were not close to Marquis Jinyan. In the Silver Moon territory, Marquis Jinyan and Owen are out of reach even if they want to do anything, so there is no need to worry about Sunan getting into danger. When are we leaving? In a few days. Considering that this trip is likely to be against the Spark Cult, Sunan plans to make more preparations. For example, make more rune gems for self-defense. And continue to strengthen the power of the hidden dragon. After making all the preparations, it won't be too late to go to Stone Bell City. Anyway, according to the Black Sword Knight, the Spark Cult has no way to deal with that magical creature, and the latter should not be caught in the short term. In order to avoid being assassinated again, Kei decided to move to the barracks, where he ate, drank, slept, and handled government affairs. Unless it was a legendary knight, there was basically no need to worry about someone being able to assassinate Kei under the protection of thousands of soldiers and more than 300 knight-level combat forces, including Black Rock Leopard. Considering that he was about to leave Blackstone City, in order to be more secure, Sunan also upgraded Kei's Black Rock Leopard to the Great Knight level. Including the previous ones, this Knight-level Black Rock Leopard consumed a total of 42 Black Rock Leopards, costing nearly 1,600 gold coins. Even in Black Rock City, which has mines, the tax revenue in a year is only enough to produce 3 Knight-level Black Rock Leopards. Of course, both Kei and Brad and others said it was worth it. 1,600 gold coins for a Knight-level combat power, it's really a good deal. Please vote for next month, I'd like to thank you for my insomnia. And the book has been renamed Synthesis Wizard. It was late at night, and the moonlight was bright. In the meditation room, Sunan sat cross-legged on the ground, staring at the panel in front of him. Sunan Yenist, human male, 17 years old, spirit 15.23/physique 12.83, skills, star ring meditation method LV4, 12759/20,000, potion making LV3, 108/6000, biological transformation LV2, 319/3000, puppet refining LV2, 1701/3000. It has been nearly 5 months since I was promoted to a second-class wizard apprentice, and the star ring meditation method still lacks about 1/3 of the proficiency to upgrade. The speed of building the star ring is still too slow. When I come back this time, I have to try to use the secondary active potion to synthesize a more efficient potion. Sunan thought secretly. With his current physical condition and mental strength, it should be no problem to take higher level potions. The key is still the cost. With the potion production upgraded to level 3, his success rate in making secondary active potions has also greatly increased, and the cost of potions has also decreased a lot. Nowadays, the cost of a bottle of secondary active potion is about 8 gold coins, and the cost of synthesizing a bottle of first-level lower-grade active potion is about 100 gold coins. To significantly improve the meditation efficiency, at least a first-level upper-grade active potion must be used, and the estimated cost will not be less than 200 gold coins. 200 gold coins a month, 2,400 gold coins a year, which is almost equivalent to the income of Black Rock City for half a year. If you synthesize a second-level potion, the cost will be at least 1,000 gold coins. Sunan frowned slightly. Black Rock City is now in a period of rapid development. Whether it is expanding the army or further developing the Black Rock mining area, a lot of money must be invested. Even if Kei doesn't mind, Sunan can't take out too many gold coins to use on himself. After all, the development and growth of Black Rock City is also very important. We still have to find a way to open up the source of income. Sunan looked at the active potion at hand, with a thoughtful look on his face. Maybe we can try to sell 0-level potions. For example, brute force potions, healing potions, and swiftness potions. In the previous battle to eliminate the black-scaled lizardmen, the cavalry regiment had taken brute force potions and healing potions, and the response afterwards was very good. If these potions are sold, there must be many knights interested. Of course, the potions sold to the outside must be distinguished from those used by the Black Rock City knights. For example, 1 bottle of potion can be diluted into 3 bottles. This way, more gold coins can be sold. The more Sunan thought about it, the more feasible it was. He simply decided to make a batch of finished products before leaving and give them to the Firefox Chamber of Commerce to test the water. If the response is good enough, he will come back and expand the scale. As long as this trade route is established, there is no need to worry about the material money for synthesizing high-quality active potions. That's it. Sunan was slightly excited and got up and went outside. The dark night enveloped the entire courtyard, and it seemed to be silent. But only Sunan could sense that Yinlong was lying under the courtyard wall more than 10 meters away, sleeping soundly. During this period of time, he had performed more than 10 blood transfusion operations on Yinlong, and increased the dragon lizard blood in its body by more than 10 percentage points. Now Yinlong's dragon lizard blood has exceeded 35%, his body has expanded again, and his physical strength has been strengthened to the level of an intermediate knight. Now Yinlong has the power to fight even against a peak knight. Therefore, Sunan decided to take Yinlong with him when he went to Shizhong City this time.
With the stealth.level ability of color change and virtual.real conversion, he doesn't have to worry about being discovered even if he enters the city. He can also have a mount to ride on the road. Kill two birds with one stone. As for the original Blackrock Leopard, Sunan gave it to Brad casually. The rune gem is also ready. The fight with the Black Sword Knight has proved the power and practicality of the rune gem. Even a junior knight as strong as him could not withstand the power of a lightning rune gem. So these days, Sunan has made more than 10 attack rune gems. Now the number of rune gems on him has exceeded 30. A hidden human turret. In addition to the hidden dragon and rune gems, he also has 2 trump cards in his hand, the spell scroll and the blood vine ring. It can be said that as long as he is not a legendary knight, no matter what enemy he encounters, he at least has the ability to protect himself and escape. You want to sell potions? When Sunan placed the potion that he spent 3 days making in front of Kay, the latter was stunned. That's right. Sunan nodded, pointed at the potion and said, these are diluted potions, and the effect is about 1/3 of the original. Each bottle is about 70 silver coins. We can sell them directly to the Firefox Chamber of Commerce, and the price is set at 2 gold coins. Kay's eyes lit up immediately. Although the income of Blackstone City is now far more than before, he still feels that there is not enough money most of the time. If we can open up another channel to make money, it will undoubtedly greatly alleviate the current tight financial situation. But soon, Key hesitated again. Will the price be too high? Selling it to the Fox Chamber of Commerce is 2 gold coins, and the Fox Chamber of Commerce's external price is definitely higher. And for a junior knight, unless he has a village fief, the total income of all kinds in a year will not exceed 10 gold coins. Would they be willing to spend 1/5 or even more of their annual income just to buy a bottle of potion? The world is not peaceful, wars are happening everywhere, especially in the Principality of Jinghua where the Fox Chamber of Commerce is located. In recent years, wars have been frequent. If you can buy a trump card that can save your life at a critical moment by spending a few gold coins, there must be many people willing to do it. Sunan picked up a bottle of potion and shook it slightly. To be honest, if we didn't have channels in the Principality of Jinghua, we could do this business by ourselves, and the profit would only be more lucrative. Qi was moved by Sunan's words. Thinking carefully, many lords in the Principality of Jinghua are now trying their best to expand their armaments. If a potion that can strengthen the power of knights appears at this time, even if it is only temporary, it is estimated that they will scramble for it. If you don't buy it, what if your enemy buys it? This matter has great potential. Okay, I'll contact Muzhuo right away. Kei was decisive and resolute in his character. When he found that there was something to gain, he stopped hesitating and quickly decided to send someone to Jinghua Principality to deliver the letter. After arranging the matters, he turned around and asked Sunan, "Are you leaving?" "Yes." Sunan nodded. "Be careful." Kei patted Sunan on the shoulder. "If the Starfire cult fails to assassinate, it won't stop so easily." Sunan smiled and responded, thinking that there was no need to wait for them to come. "I'm going out to cause trouble for them this time. You should be careful too." Kei laughed and said, "Don't worry, I'll stay in the barracks. If any assassins dare to come, I guarantee that they will never come back." After exhorting each other for a few words, Sunan left the barracks. Not long after leaving Blackstone City, he suddenly felt a chill on his face. Looking up, the sky had been snowing with crystal snowflakes, like cold raindrops falling on his face. It was snowing. Sunan reached out to catch the snowflakes, and the cold ice crystals gradually melted into water droplets in his palm. The first snow of the frost descent month. Sunan smiled slightly, and with a thought, the energy particles had formed a very faint halo on the surface of his body, isolating the snowflakes. Then he jumped up and jumped onto the back of the hidden dragon beside him. "Let's go." The hidden dragon neighed softly, revealed its figure, and ran wildly in the wilderness with its limbs. The bright moonlight fell on the alleys of Stone Bell City, and melodious music came from the tavern, like a nocturne. Through the window, you can see the stove burning brightly inside, giving off a warm glow. The wooden sign at the door reads Golden Wheat Tavern. Sunan pushed open the wooden door and walked in. The bustle and bustle suddenly hit her face. The smell of hormones filled it, mixed with the strong smell of alcohol. The rude men were drinking wine while the maids dressed in coquettish costumes were carrying plates and shuttled between the tables and chairs, their white thighs dazzling people's eyes. Sunan found a table in the corner and sat down. He took out a few silver coins and stuffed them into the chest of the passing maid. "Same old." The maid winked at him, then brought a glass of ale and some food.
Ale wine has low alcohol content, no aroma, rough taste, turbid liquor, and a sour taste. However, even this kind of wine is a rare enjoyment for the people at the bottom, and most people are satisfied just by ordering one glass. Sunan rarely drinks alcohol, but the ones he has tasted are mostly top-quality wines. The low-quality ale in the tavern is really difficult for him to drink. The food is also the simplest cooking method. There is no seasoning such as pepper, MSG, soy sauce, honey, butter, etc. It is just a matter of adding salt after cooking and grilling. In this world, sugar is a luxury product, and spices are extremely expensive, basically only appearing on the tables of nobles. The reason why Sunan ordered ale and food was just to suit the occasion and avoid being too conspicuous in the tavern. Under normal circumstances, the tavern is a good place to brag and show off. Here you can hear all kinds of drunkards bragging about their glorious past experiences. So after coming to Stone Bell City, Sunan would come to the tavern every evening to sit and inquire. Send information. The rest of the time was spent secretly exploring the Spark cult's stronghold near Stone Bell City, which was interrogated by the Black Sword Knight. Unfortunately, there was no harvest for 3 consecutive days. If we can't find anything tonight, we'll arrest someone for interrogation. Sunan thought silently. At this time, the chat at the next table suddenly came to my ears. Have you heard that Lord Kubero's manor in the north of the city is haunted? Ghost? Stop talking nonsense. How can there be ghosts in this world? To be honest, my brother-in-law served as a soldier under Lord Kubero. After the manor became haunted, Lord Kubero moved out and sent a few knights inside. As a result, no one came out for several days. Now the whole manor is blocked. Really or not, even the knight is dead? If it's really a ghost, it's normal that the knight can't beat it. By the way, is the ghost a boy or a girl? What, Lance, are you interested in the female ghost too? It's not impossible if you look pretty. A group of people burst into laughter, and the topic quickly turned to women and the lower body. Sunan on the side showed a thoughtful expression. As for ghosts, they do exist in this world. The most common ones are ghosts. Generally speaking, people who die violently are most likely to transform into ghosts. The appearance of the ghost is the same as in life. In most cases, traces of the violence suffered during death can be seen on the body. However, the damage caused by the ghost is very low. Even if it possesses a human, it will only make people feel chilly. It is also difficult for normal humans to see ghosts. In addition, ghosts cannot be exposed to sunlight, will become weak in the sun, and will disappear in a short time. Even without sunlight, ghosts generally cannot survive for long in the material world. If ghosts can be considered harmless, then resentful spirits are ghosts that can actually kill people. Wraiths usually harbor such strong hatred during their lives that they cannot rest in peace after death, but instead transform into undead creatures who only want revenge. The formed resentful soul can absorb the energy of humans by contacting them, or control humans with weak willpower through mental hypnosis. This incorporeal creature is immune to physical damage and is very deadly to ordinary people. Only knights who have mastered fighting spirit can harm them. If the resentful soul kills enough humans and absorbs enough soul energy, it will advance into a powerful evil spirit. Evil spirits usually have earth-bound properties and will occupy a territory and transform it into a ghost realm. The formed evil spirits are not afraid of sunlight or physical damage. Not to mention knights, even great knights may not be able to deal with them. On top of the evil spirits, there are also evil spirit aberrations, evil spirits, etc. Among them, evil spirits are already terrifying existences that can bring disaster to a country. The emergence of every evil spirit is often accompanied by the demise of a country. Judging from the words of those drunkards just now, if Kubero Manor is really haunted, it is probably caused by evil spirits. Evil spirit? Sunan was slightly moved. Evil spirits are good materials for making soul crystals. If he could get a soul crystal, he could create a puppet more powerful than the Black Rock Leopard. Forget it, let's focus on the Spark cult matters for now. It's not too late to investigate the evil spirits matter later. After listening to the information for a while, Sunan got up and walked towards the second floor. The Golden Mai Tavern also provides accommodation services, and he has been staying in the tavern's room these days. Not far away, several waitresses stared at the back of Sunan going upstairs and whispered, "I guess he must be a noble. He has more temperament and is more handsome than the second young Master Irwin I have seen before. How can Master Irwin compare to him? Yesterday I accidentally touched his arm. Wow, his muscles are so strong. He doesn't look strong, but I didn't expect him to be so strong.
Is the little girl in heat?
Bah, I don't believe you won't be tempted. Hee, if you really want to, go knock on his door at night and ask if he wants a massage service.
Maybe you can have a casual relationship.
That's a good idea, Sandy. If you don't go, I won't be polite.
I didn't say I won't go.
Wait, I'll go and try his quality tonight. A group of waitresses laughed and made a mess, attracting many drinkers around to cast fiery glances.
Late at night,
Sandy specially changed into a shorter waitress uniform, pulled down her collar, came to the room where Sunan lived, and raised her hand to knock on the door.
Tap. No one responded.
Guest,
do you need a massage?
Sandy knocked a few more times, but still no one responded.
Did he fall asleep?
Sandy was immediately discouraged. At this time, the door next to her creaked open, and a man poked his head out. Seeing Sandy, he immediately showed a lewd smile on his face.
Does your bar provide massage services? Give me one too.
Sandy's eyes swept across the man's fleshy face, and she said expressionlessly, "Sorry, the bar doesn't have this service."
But I just heard it clearly.
You heard it wrong. Without waiting for the man to respond, Sandy turned around and left without looking back.
At this moment, Sunan's room was already empty. Late at night,
the deep night enveloped the entire alley. Standing in the shadows, Sunan stared at the brightly lit mansion in the distance. This ordinary-looking mansion, which seemed a little inconspicuous compared to the many magnificent noble houses in Shizhong City, was one of the bases of the Spark cult in Jinyin province. After arriving in Shizhong City, Sunan squatted in the vicinity for 3 days and tracked many people in and out, but unfortunately, it was finally discovered that they had nothing to do with the pursuit of magical creatures. He didn't intend to waste too much time here, so he simply decided to catch someone tonight for interrogation. Not waiting too long, the right target soon appeared. A man in a cold-proof cloak walked out of the mansion, first looked around calmly, and then hurried into the night. Sunan did not follow him immediately, but waited patiently for a while, and then walked out of the alley naturally and walked in the direction the man left.
Yinlong had already followed him in advance.
With it, there was no need to worry about losing the target. This distance would not arouse the target's vigilance. Following the man from a distance, after circling around for almost half an hour, Yinlong finally received a message that the target had stopped.
Sunan immediately quickened his pace. Not long after, he arrived at the place where Yinlong was. What is this guy doing here?
Sunan raised his eyebrows and looked at the residential house in front of him.
This is just an ordinary house located in a civilian residential area. What is that Spark cultist doing here in the middle of the night?
Signaling Yinlong to stay on the spot and let out the wind, Sunan immediately blessed himself with a layer of wind energy particles, and then his body lightly crossed the courtyard wall and landed silently on the ground in the courtyard. As soon as he landed, his powerful perception captured the sound coming from the room, and his face suddenly showed an extremely strange expression.
My dear, I miss you so much. I miss you too, dear honey.
The old man Kuburo has been so busy with the manor recently that he has no time to pay attention to me.
We will have a lot of time to meet next time.
That's great. Now let me taste the taste of Lord and Lady Kuburo. Then there was a burst of ambiguous and intimate voices. Sunan couldn't help but feel a little pity for Lord Kuburo, whom he had never met. It was miserable enough to be involved with evil spirits, and his wife also put a hat on him, which was really pitiful. Shaking his head, Sunan didn't hide his tracks and strode towards the room. He had already sensed that there was no other life fluctuation in the whole house except the two people inside. Come to think of it, these two people came to have a tryst, so it was naturally impossible for them to bring extra people.
Who is it?
The man in the room soon noticed Sunan's undisguised footsteps. When Sunan pushed the door open, the man had already jumped off the bed, reached out to take the weapon on the table, and stared at the door with vigilance. On the bed behind him, a beautiful woman with heavy makeup wrapped in a quilt, huddled at the head of the bed in panic.
Who are you? The man asked sternly.
Sunan did not answer, raised his hand and shot out a flash of lightning to hit the man. The man had no time to react at all, and fell to the ground with convulsions, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Seeing this scene, the lady on the bed was so scared that she covered her face with her hands, took a deep breath and prepared to scream, but it was a pity that the pre-casting of taking a breath took too much time. Sunan threw his hand and shot out a flash of lightning, and the lady also convulsed and fainted. Closing the door casually, Sunan used the magician's hand to pick up the unconscious man from the ground and wake him up. Before the man could speak, he had already cast the charm of humans, and the man's eyes suddenly became sluggish.
Name: Honey Diomand. Position in the Spark Church. 3-star believer. Sunan was slightly disappointed.
Below the Spark Church priests, ordinary believers are divided into 1-star to 5-star believers from the lowest to the highest. 3-star believers are still at the bottom of the Spark Church, and they probably don't get involved in two core affairs.
Do you know about the capture of magical creatures?
Yes.
Sunan's spirits lifted slightly. Tell me in detail.
Honey paused, then said with a dull look, the people in charge of this matter are Priest Troy and Priest Ryan. They go out almost every day, but they haven't been able to catch the magical creature so far.
The priest is very annoyed about this. Go out every day? Then why haven't I seen anyone entering or leaving the manor?
Those people enter and exit the manor through the underground secret passage.
Sunan patted his forehead, speechless. Come to think of it, this is a secret stronghold.
It is naturally impossible for the people of the Spark Church to frequently enter and exit the gate in a swaggering manner, otherwise people would have noticed something wrong long ago. It is normal for a stronghold to have a secret passage. It is just that he has been in a blind spot and has not thought of this.
Inexperienced. Sunan laughed at himself, and then asked, where do those who capture magical creatures usually go? North of the city. Honey said blankly, for some reason, the range of activities of that magical creature has always been limited to the north of the city, so Troy priests have been searching in the north of the city. Sunan understood. It seems that the search range will be transferred to the north of the city.
Although he knew there was a secret passage in the Shinhosek base, who knows where the exit of the secret passage leads to?
What if the exit is in a remote abandoned well or a residential building? It is unknown how long it will take to find it. In comparison, it is better to try your luck in the north of the city. Once the Shingho sect finds the magical creature, the pursuit process will definitely be very noisy.
He and Yinlong search separately, and the probability of finding it is still not small.
Yinlong's ability to convert reality into reality is very suitable for finding people in towns with complex terrain. While thinking, Sunan had already made a plan in his mind.
He asked for a while, until he was sure that he could not get any more valuable information. He was ready to get rid of Honey. But at this moment, Sunan's expression suddenly moved, and he turned his head abruptly to look at the table next to him. The doors and windows of the room were all closed, not opened, and only a trace of moonlight came in through the gaps in the doors and windows, like silver lines printed on the ground and the table. A kitten was standing on the table, just crossing the silver line in the middle of the table. The bright moonlight illuminated its slender body, shiny and smooth snow-white fur, and gem-like ice-blue eyes.
Cat?
Sunan was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes suddenly fixed. He turned his wrist, and an earth-rune gem appeared between his index and middle fingers, ready to be activated at any time. The doors and windows of the room were closed.
How did the cat get in? Besides, with his own perception, how could he not notice a cat approaching him? There is a problem.
Just when Sunan was in doubt, the kitten walked towards him naturally. The slender body showed a graceful curve while walking, and the steps were light and vigorous, with a dreamy brilliance. There was also a delicate and small golden bell tied with a red lace around her neck. For a moment, Sunan actually had the illusion that he saw a rich lady taking a lazy walk in her own yard. Walking to the edge of the table, the kitten jumped down and landed lightly on the ground. He raised his head and looked at Sunan and Honey with his gem-like ice-blue eyes, revealing human curiosity.
Meow, what are you doing?
By this time, Sunan had actually realized that the strange cat in front of him was probably the magical creature that the Spark cult had been hunting. It was just the kitten's sudden opening that still surprised him. There are many magical creatures who are as intelligent as humans, or even smarter than humans. But this does not mean that these magical creatures can communicate with humans normally. Take the hidden dragon as an example. As the level of life increases, one day its intelligence will improve to a level that is almost the same as that of humans, or even higher. But it still doesn't speak human language, but only lizard language.
Maybe it will naturally master dragon language after awakening the dragon's bloodline.
But unless someone patiently teaches it to learn human language, it is basically impossible for the hidden dragon to speak human words.
So Sunan was very surprised to see a cat uttering human words. Teaching a cat to understand human language is no easy task. Meow, why are you ignoring me?
Seeing Sunan staring at him silently, Mau Mau asked again seriously. The voice is as young and tender as a 7 or 8-year-old girl, and it sounds as sweet and clear as the flowing mountain spring. After coming back to his senses, Sunan said calmly, sorry, it's the first time I've seen such a beautiful cat like you, so I was a little fascinated by it.
Meow, really, Thank you for the compliment. The kitten's happy eyes narrowed, and his expression was very vivid. My name is Sunan, what's your name? My name is Amy. How did Amy get into the room? That's how you came in. Amy jumped forward lightly and disappeared out of thin air.
When she reappeared, she was on the other side of the room a few meters away.
Space shuttle. Sunan opened her eyes wide in shock.
At that moment, he actually sensed spatial fluctuations.
This weird kitten has mastered the rare ability to travel through space. Sunan finally understood why the Spark cult had been unable to catch this kitten.
Although the Hidden Dragon's virtual reality conversion ability can also travel through the void, the distance it moves ultimately depends on its own movement speed. But the space shuttle ability can achieve instant movement within a certain range regardless of distance and obstacles. The radius of this range ranges from hundreds of meters to several kilometers. For the knights, this ability is as unsolvable as a bug. Even Sunan was helpless with abilities such as space travel before he learned the fourth ring spell, Dimensional Anchor. A cat that has mastered the ability to travel through space and can also speak human words.
What is the origin of this little guy? Sunan became more and more curious. Amy didn't seem to know how to refuse.
She answered all his questions without hesitation.
She had no tendency to avoid even questions involving her own abilities. She seemed to have a sense of pure beauty in terms of IQ.
Sunan simply squatted down, showing as gentle a look as possible, and continued to ask, Amy, why are you here?
Amy jumped up and jumped back in front of Sunan.
Meow, I feel energy particle fluctuations here, so I came over to take a look. Having said this, Amy looked at Sunan carefully and her eyes widened slightly.
You have very strong energy particles in your body. You are the wizard's apprentice, meow. Sunan raised an eyebrow. Do you know the wizard apprentice?
Of course, this is what the master told me.
The master is a very powerful wizard.
The little cat held its head high and its voice was full of pride.
Then what is your master's name?
Although it felt very strange to talk to a cat, Sunan still asked patiently and seriously.
Master's name is Master.
Amy tilted her head in confusion.
Then where is your master?
Oh nar.
Amy's mood suddenly dropped. The master is missing. I took a nap and woke up to find that the owner was missing.
Then a group of bad guys broke in, plundered everything and wanted to catch me. Fortunately, I was smart and escaped in time.
So that's the case, then you are really pitiful.
Sunan reached out and touched Amy's back, feeling the softness of the kitten's hair and thinking secretly in her heart. From the analysis of Amy's words, the place where it is located is most likely the residence of a wizard. The wizard disappeared for unknown reasons, and then people from the Spark cult found the place and moved away the contents.
Thinking of this, Sunan couldn't help but feel a little regretful.
It would be a waste to give those things to the people of the Spark cult, and they would not be able to use them.
If you give them all to him, you will definitely gain a lot. Then why did those bad guys keep chasing you afterwards?
It seemed that she hadn't been touched by anyone for a long time. Amy narrowed her eyes in enjoyment.
She didn't realize why Sunan knew that it had been being hunted by bad guys.
She answered without thinking, I was so angry that they stole the owner's things, so I followed them into their residence, trying to get all the owner's things back, but I ended up getting the wrong things because I was too nervous, and then the bad guys kept chasing me.
I want to take things back. What did you take? Sunan asked subconsciously.
Amy stretched out her fluffy paws and patted the floor. Instantly, a bead as big as an egg appeared out of thin air.
Sunan keenly felt that at the moment the bead appeared, the golden bell hanging around Amy's neck showed extremely subtle energy particle fluctuations.
Obviously, that was not an ordinary bell, but a space magic item.
Sunan couldn't help but sigh.
He was a second-class wizard apprentice who had no space magic items so far, and he was worse off than a cat. And the more this happened, the more curious Sunan was about Amy's master. The person who could cultivate a magical creature like Amy must be very powerful, and he might be a powerful official wizard.
I just don't know how the other party managed to become a wizard in the current Starlight continent. While thinking, Sunan looked at the bead. After a careful observation, he found that it was not a bead, but a round, crystal-clear light yellow amber with a drop of blood inside? Can I take a look? Sunan pointed at the amber and asked Amy.
Amy nodded readily, no problem, but be careful, meow, this thing is a bit weird. Sunan nodded, wrapped a layer of energy particles on the surface of his palm, and then carefully picked up the amber. After a pause, and after making sure that nothing unusual happened, Sunan quickly put the amber into the Rubik's Cube under the cover of his body, and then checked the information. At a glance, he was immediately surprised. God Blood Amber, God Blood content 0.05 milliliters. Carrying it with you can increase the attraction to energy particles, but it has a certain mental pollution. Long-term close contact will cause changes in thinking and cognition, and a strong and fanatical belief in the source of God Blood. Thanks to the book friend 20210301106600834300 for the reward. By the way, this book has been renamed Synthesis Wizard. God's Blood. Sunan didn't expect that the blood in the amber would be this kind of thing. You have to know that the Starlight continent was the territory of wizards 1,000 years ago. It is impossible for a god to enter the Starlight continent and seek death. It stands to reason that there should be no god's blood. Could it be that in the 1,000 years since the wizard left, there have been gods from other worlds entering the Starlight continent to spread their faith? Sunan couldn't help but think of the star god believed in by the Spark Church. I thought the star god was just fabricated by the top leaders of the Spark Church to fool the lower-level believers, but now it seems that this is not the case. But if the star god really exists, why don't the believers of the Spark Church know any magic, and their fighting methods are completely native knights? Or is this god's blood actually just the materials collected by a wizard 1,000 years ago, and left to this day? Frowning and thinking for a while, Sunan couldn't figure it out. He shook his head and temporarily put this matter behind him, and put his attention back to the god's blood amber in his hand. After hesitating for a moment, he dispersed the energy particles in his palm and let his skin touch the blood amber. In an instant, he was in a trance, and there seemed to be a vague whisper in his ears. A magnificent palace seemed to appear in his vision, and a tall figure whose face could not be seen sat high on the throne, and countless fanatical believers knelt below. Countless prayers and praises echoed in his mind, describing the greatness and omnipotence of the gods. Sunan frowned and used energy particles to isolate the blood amber. The sound in his ears and the vision in his mind disappeared. Is this the so-called mental pollution? Sunan looked a little solemn. With his mental power, he was not immune to mental pollution. If it were someone else, even a knight, who suffered from this kind of mental pollution for a long time, it would be difficult not to be transformed into a fanatic. But although mental pollution is terrible, this thing also has benefits. At the moment of contacting the blood amber just now, Sunan clearly felt that his body's attraction to the free energy particles in the air had become much stronger. For knights, this allows their bodies to be constantly bathed in energy particles, and their physique is subtly enhanced all the time. Presumably, the Starfire cult used the characteristics of the divine blood amber to pollute the mind and enhance the physique, and cultivated a large number of knights with fanatical faith in a short period of time, thereby rapidly expanding its power. And for wizard apprentices, the divine blood amber is also beneficial. The essence of meditation is actually to absorb energy particles to strengthen mental power. The divine blood amber can strengthen the absorption of energy particles, and naturally it can also improve the efficiency of meditation in disguise. The question is how to eliminate mental pollution. Sunan doesn't want to become the so-called fanatic believer of the star god. Synthetic magic cubes can enhance the effects of synthetic objects and weaken the side effects. If there is enough divine blood amber, can the side effects of mental pollution be weakened through synthesis? Sunan's eyes lit up. When the blood of the black-scaled lizard man was used to synthesize the blood of the dragon lizard and the blood of the sub-dragon, the rejection reaction of the blood was successfully reduced. If the divine blood amber is synthesized, the result should be similar. Thinking of this, Sunan suddenly became excited and looked at Amy expectantly. Amy, do you have any more of these? No, I only took one. Amy shook her head. Sunan was a little disappointed, but he continued to ask, the Spark Church is where those bad guys live. Are there many of these things? A lot, meow. Amy raised her paw and tapped the floor gently, counting a number every time she tapped. 1, 2, 3, 4, 20.2, 20.4, 20.5, there are 20.5. Your counting ability needs to be improved. But 20.4 God Blood Ambers are not a small number. Come to think of it, since the Spark Church can use God Blood Amber to grow rapidly, it means that they must have a lot of God Blood Amber. Sunan was refreshed. If he could get enough God Blood Amber, the problem of improving meditation efficiency might be solved. Amy, can you sell this to me? Sunan shook the God Blood Amber in his hand. What do you want this for? Amy tilted her head in confusion. Meow, I can give it to you if you want it, but you have to do me a favor. You say. Amy has been chased by those bad guys and can't even sleep well. Can you help me drive them away? Sunan smiled and agreed without hesitation. No problem. He was going to deal with the spark cult anyway, so this favor was just a matter of convenience. Tearing off a piece of tablecloth, wrapping the blood amber and putting it in his pocket, Sunan turned his head to look at Honey, who had a dull look. The recipient under the effect of the charm human spell can clearly remember what happened around him, so this person must not be left alive. Sunan was about to get rid of this guy, but his expression suddenly changed, and he activated the earth rune gem in his hand without hesitation. The pale yellow halo with a heavy texture instantly enveloped his whole body. The next moment, the door suddenly exploded with a bang. As the gravel splashed, two half-moon-shaped sword energy came through the air like sharp arrows, slashing towards Sunan and Amy respectively. Sunan raised his hand to block, and the sword energy hit his palm with a bang. After a moment of stalemate, it suddenly exploded. The violent shockwave hit the yellow halo on his body, causing ripples, but it could not break through. On the other side, Amy had already used Space Shuttle to move to an unknown place when the sword energy attacked. Swish! Explosions broke through the air. Two more sword energies attacked. This time the target was Sunan and the unconscious noblewoman on the bed. The latter was twisted into a bloody mist by the sword energy without any resistance. Sunan was prepared this time, and his figure flashed and easily avoided the sword energy, squinting his eyes to look outside. Both attacks were so accurate. Can you sense the position of the people in the room? His eyes flashed, and Sunan broke Honey's neck casually, then rushed out of the room, crossed the courtyard and came to the street outside. More than 20 people wearing cloaks and armor had already surrounded the house. The leaders were two tall and burly men, whose bodies were shining with a faint glow under the moonlight. Great night! Meow, it's you bad guys again. Amy appeared on the roof more than 10 meters away at some point, staring angrily at a group of spark cultists. Sunan immediately understood that this group of people should be the spark cultists who had been chasing Amy. The two knights at the head were most likely the priests Troy and Ryan mentioned by Honey. Troy and Ryan ignored Amy's words and stared at Sunan with caution. Who are you? Sunan's face was covered by a layer of yellow halo, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. However, the opponent's ability to easily block two sword attacks in succession made Troy and Ryan dare not underestimate him. The blood of God is on him. At this time, Ryan took out a statue and took a look. His face suddenly changed, and his sharp eyes shot at Sunan like a sword. Troy's face also became cold, pointing his sword at Sunan, and shouted in a deep voice, "Hand over the things." Sunan didn't say anything nonsense, and raised his hand to shoot out a flash of lightning. Troy and Ryan quickly dodged, but the spark cultists behind them did not have such a fast reaction and speed, and were blasted into charcoal by lightning on the spot. Wizard! Looking at their charred subordinates, Troy and Ryan's faces changed. When they looked at Sunan again, their eyes were already as if they were facing a great enemy. The two of them decisively gave orders at the same time. Kill him! The battle suddenly broke out in an instant. But it was different from what everyone in the Spark sect expected. They were the first to be attacked. Almost as soon as Troy finished speaking, the two Spark cultists let out shrill screams, and their bodies broke into several pieces out of thin air, as if they were torn apart alive by the claws of a beast. What's going on? Shocked thoughts appeared in the minds of everyone in the Spark sect at the same time. Before they could figure it out, the two companions flew into the air with a bang, their bodies twisted into strange and unnatural arcs, and a scalp-numbing bone explosion sound came from their bodies. They only twitched after landing, there was no sound. Troy finally reacted and shouted angrily, "There is something hiding nearby, be careful." However, these words had no other effect except causing panic among his men. They had no idea where the invisible enemy was, let alone how to defend or attack. They could only watch helplessly as each of their companions was torn apart by attacks from unknown sources, with muscles and bones broken, and they wailed miserably as they died. In just 3 or 4 breaths, more than a dozen Spark cultists were killed. The remaining people also had frightened faces, pale faces, and trembling hands and feet. Damn it! Troy gritted his teeth as he watched this scene, suddenly turned around and rushed towards Sunan. Kill that guy first. Ruyan also realized at this time that this strange scene must be caused by Sunan. Kill this guy first. Facing the two men who rushed towards them with murderous intent, Sunan looked calm and threw a rune gem without hesitation. With a bang, the gem suddenly burst out with blazing red light in mid-air, turning into a raging wave of flames and drowning Ruyan. The Dochi shield on the latter's body only lasted for less than a breath before it was shattered, followed by flames sweeping across his body, turning into a pillar of fire soaring into the sky in the blink of an eye. Ah! Amidst the shrill screams, the great knight was burned to ashes by the flames in the blink of an eye. Troy on the other side felt his scalp numb and his whole body cold. Although Ruyan's strength is not as good as him, he is still a junior knight, but he was instantly killed in one encounter. This mysterious man's methods are simply terrifying. Seeing Sunan's gaze, Troy suddenly felt a kind of fear that seemed to tighten his heartstrings, and decisively turned around and ran away. He finally understood that this person was not something they could deal with. Even if everyone takes their lives, they can't do anything to each other. If you want to get back the divine blood potion, you can only go back and ask the priest to take action. However, when he turned around, Troy was shocked to find that all the men he had brought over had been wiped out. There were stumps and broken bodies everywhere, and the blood was dripping and shocking. Other than that, the surroundings were deserted, and there was still no trace of the monster. Troy suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, in the next moment, a powerful force came from the side and struck him down like a mountain. Boom! Troy flew out like a cannonball, flying a full 100 meters away before falling to the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood mist mixed with minced meat. Ignoring his breath, he roared and climbed up, running forward quickly. But what was faster than him was a bolt of lightning. A bolt of lightning tore through the night, spanned a distance of more than 100 meters in the blink of an eye, and struck his back. Crack! Countless electric arcs exploded and swept through Troy's body instantly. By the time the dazzling lightning dissipated, Troy had turned into charcoal and collapsed to the ground, making no sound. In the distance, Sunan retracted her palm with an indifferent expression. Against high night level enemies, whether it is 0 level spells or simple manipulation of energy particles, the effect is very limited. The only truly useful fighting method is rune gems. One rune gem is enough to kill a junior knight instantly. If the cost hadn't been too high, Sunan would have considered using rune gems as a regular means of combat. Meow, Sunan, you are so awesome. Amy appeared out of thin air at Sunan's feet, looking at him with admiration. So many bad guys were all eliminated by Sunan in one go. Awesome. By the way, is that big invisible guy your pet? Amy asked curiously. Sunan said in surprise, can you see the hidden dragon? Yeah. Amy nodded vigorously. Master said that my perception is very keen and I can see many things that others cannot see. Is it similar to the ability of the Eye of Truth? Sunan thought thoughtfully. After knowing that he had been discovered, Hidden Dragon no longer hid, and directly revealed his figure, looking at Amy up and down with his pupils wide open. Amy's hair suddenly exploded and she hid behind Sunan. Meow, don't eat me, Amy doesn't taste good. Sunan was startled. At that moment, he had indeed sensed the idea of this cat looks delicious conveyed by Hidden Dragon through the magic pet contract. Can you sense the thoughts of other creatures? Amy shrank and said, it's not meow, but I can sense other people's malice toward me. You actually still have this ability? Sunan suddenly realized. He had previously thought that Amy was too naive and simple, approaching a stranger without reservation and answering all questions. It seems now that it felt that it had no ill intentions towards it at that time, so it was not wary at all. Sunan couldn't help but secretly feel lucky. Fortunately, when he saw the god blood amber and the space magic item with the appearance of a bell, he didn't get greedy. Otherwise, Amy might have slipped away now. However, this little cat is too versatile. Space shuttle, the ability of the Eye of Truth, and now there is a malicious perception. It has mastered many spell-like abilities. And I don't know if it has more spell-like abilities? After sighing for a while, Sunan walked to Ryan's body and searched for a statue from the ladder. Just now, Ryan judged that the god blood amber was on him with this statue. Before, these people could accurately judge his position in the room, perhaps because of this statue. The moment the statue was in hand, Sunan's ears rang again with a familiar murmur. Resisting the mental pollution, he carefully checked it. But this thing is not like a magic item, and the method of use can be calculated by the enchanted runes. He looked at it for a long time and couldn't figure out anything. In desperation, Sunan simply crushed the statue, and found a divine blood amber inside. Now there are two. Sunan happily put both divine blood ambers into the Rubik's Cube, and then looked at the synthesis interface. Divine blood amber, divine blood content 0.1 milliliters, carrying it with you can increase the attraction to energy particles, but it has a certain mental pollution. Long-term close contact will cause changes in thinking and cognition, and a fanatical belief in the source of divine blood. After the synthesis of the divine blood amber, the last part of the description of the text generated a fanatical belief lacked the word strong compared to before. This also confirms Sunan's previous guess that synthesis can indeed reduce side effects. Next, as long as we find enough divine blood amber,
we can synthesize a prop that can greatly improve the efficiency of meditation. Sunan showed a happy smile on his face. Chapter 41. Wait until this matter is over. With Amy, Sunan returned to the tavern room quietly. As soon as he entered the room, Amy immediately pounced on the bed and rolled on the soft sheets. Meow, I haven't slept on such a soft bed for many days. Finally, no one will come to catch me tonight. Although this is the case, have you forgotten something important? On the way back to the tavern, Sunan kept building up his mentality, emphasizing that he had no ill will towards Amy. Now he could start to induce Amy without any burden. Amy, who was lying on the bed with her limbs spread out, raised her head and thought about it for a while, and then suddenly jumped up as if she remembered something. Meow, I almost forgot, I haven't taken back the owner's things. The kitten jumped onto Sunan's knees and looked at him with tears in his eyes. Sunan, you will help me, right? It's good to remember it. Sunan smiled gently, stretched out his hand to scratch Amy's chin, and said, of course, we are friends. Meow, thank you, Sunan, you are such a good person. Amy showed an expression of enjoyment, and it took a long time for her to come back to her senses, and she hurriedly asked, then what should we do? Tomorrow night, we will go to the base of the Spark cult. I will let Elon lead the people inside, and then we will sneak in, take back your things and take away the god blood amber by the way, and teach them a lesson. Meow, let's do it, teach them a lesson. Amy couldn't tell whether the method was good or bad, but she believed in Sunan. Since Sunan said so, there must be no problem. After relaxing, Amy couldn't help yawning, and went back to bed with sleepy eyes, and soon fell asleep. Looking at the heartless kitten, Sunan couldn't help laughing and shaking his head, sitting cross-legged at the end of the bed, and began to meditate. No words were spoken all night. The next day, Amy slept until almost noon before getting up. Meow, I slept so comfortably. Amy jumped onto the table and grabbed the bell hanging around her neck. A crystal-clear ice crystal that looked like a mint leaf suddenly appeared on her fleshy paw. Amy put the ice crystal leaf in front of her nose and sniffed it a few times, then put it in her mouth. Looking at her happy look, it was as if she was tasting some supreme delicacy. What is this? Sunan asked curiously. Ice mint, it tastes very good, do you want to try it? Amy generously gave Sunan a piece. The latter took it and looked at it for a few times, then put it into the magic cube. Ice mint, carry it with you to resist the invasion of heat and poison, and take it directly to have a refreshing effect. It turned out to be a magic plant, no wonder it looks so strange. Sunan glanced at Amy, the kitten held the ice mint and sniffed and licked it, and soon it collapsed on the table like a puddle of mud, looking very enjoyable. Shaking his head with a smile, Sunan came to the window and sat down, took out a book and started reading. Recently, he discovered another use for the Rubik's Cube, which is to use it as a temporary storage item. As long as it is a non-living object without autonomous consciousness, it can be placed in the Rubik's Cube. In addition, the Rubik's Cube can also shield the energy fluctuations of some special items. For example, the god blood amber. Whether it is placed in a pocket or in Amy's bell, it will be sensed by the Spark cult. But after it is placed in the Rubik's Cube, even Amy can't sense the energy fluctuations of the god blood amber. From this point of view, the Rubik's Cube is undoubtedly a higher level existence than space magic items. If there is any problem, it is that when using the Rubik's Cube to synthesize items, everything must be taken out, which is a bit troublesome. I still have to find a real space magic item. Sunan sighed slightly, gathered his thoughts and concentrated on reading. In the evening, he went downstairs to eat something to show his presence, so that the boss would not come to knock on the door after seeing that he had been locked in the room all day. As a result, while eating, Sunan unexpectedly heard a piece of news. Have you heard that the Viscount is recruiting warriors to eliminate evil spirits? What evil spirits? Didn't they say that Lord Kubero's manor was haunted a while ago? It is said that it was an evil spirit. Even the Viscount was alarmed by this matter? After all, several knights died. For this matter, the Viscount has offered a reward of 1,000 gold coins. Really? 1,000 gold coins, I can't spend them all in my lifetime. Several drinkers exclaimed. Sunan's eyes flashed, and he finished his meal calmly, then went upstairs to his room. Time passed slowly. The gloomy night gradually enveloped the entire Stone Bell City. Sunan glanced at the night sky outside the window, closed the book and stood up. It's time to act. Amy was licking her paws boredly, and immediately stood up when she heard this. Meow, I'm ready. Sunan nodded, pushed open the window and jumped down, landing silently in the alley behind the tavern. Amy appeared on his shoulder out of thin air.
In the night, a man and a cat rushed out of the alley and ran towards the Shinghosek's base. Late at night, most of the residents in the city had fallen asleep. There were few people on the street, and only a few drunks were seen lying on the roadside. Occasionally, patrolling city guards passed by, but Sunan sensed them in advance and easily avoided them. Not long after, a man and a cat arrived at the Shinghosek's base. Looking at the brightly lit manor in the distance, a cold light flashed in Sunan's eyes. Go, try to lead out the people inside. A low hissing sound came from behind, as if a breeze blew past, and then everything returned to silence. Deep in the manor, in the study of the main building, the atmosphere was extremely stagnant. The four priests stood in front of the desk with their heads bowed, not daring to breathe, and not daring to look at the priest Casper sitting opposite. 2 priests, plus more than 20 believers, were killed overnight, and you still can't find any clues about the murderer. Casper swept his eyes coldly over the 4 people, and his tone became colder. I now doubt whether you have the ability to continue to serve as priests. A layer of sweat suddenly appeared on the foreheads of the 4 priests. An older priest said quickly, Master Priest, we checked the traces at the scene and confirmed that most of the believers died at the hands of some kind of beast. The body of the Ryan priest had lightning scorch marks on it. As for the Troy priest, although we didn't find his body, judging from the traces at the scene, he was most likely burned to ashes by the high-temperature flames. Casper narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Are you trying to tell me that the one who killed them was a legendary knight who raised a strange beast? No, no. The priest shook his head hurriedly. If a legendary knight who had a feud with the sect entered Stone Bell City, they would not have received the news in advance. In addition to the legendary knights, there are also wizards who have mastered the power of elements. We all agree that the person who made the move is likely to be a wizard, and the other party is very likely to be related to the magical creature we are chasing. Casper was silent for a long time, and said, No matter what, the 2 divine blood ambers that were taken away must be taken back and must not be allowed to be lost. I don't care what method you use, you must find the wizard for me. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Yes, sir. The 4 priests' expressions tightened and they responded in unison. Casper's expression eased a little, rubbed his eyebrows and asked, How is the investigation of the matter in Blackstone City going? A priest hesitated and said, Sir, the 4 people sent out have all lost contact. The list of spies given to us by Baron Owen has also been cleared. Yuri and others may have. Casper's eyes twitched. The loss of 2 great knights and 2 senior knights at once is a big loss for the Stone Bell City stronghold. Adding the loss of manpower last night, it is not an exaggeration to say that the vitality is seriously damaged. Logically speaking, there is only one great knight, Keenist, in Blackstone City. Yuli and his men cannot fail no matter how they think about it, said a priest. Another person snorted coldly and said, Is there any need to think about it? The information given by Baron Owen must be wrong. There are probably other strong people in Blackstone City. He must be responsible for the failure of this assassination. Casper looked at the older priest, who immediately understood and said, Baron Owen said he didn't know what was going on. The guy was confused and insisted that we were incapable of doing things. He asked us to continue to send assassins and must kill the 2 targets. He thinks it's a good idea. Casper sneered with contempt and waved his hand. Tell him that the previous reward is compensation for the wrong intelligence. If you want us to continue to assassinate the target, you have to pay another 3,000 gold coins. Yes, sir. Waving his hand to let the 4 priests retreat, Casper stood up and walked to the window, looking at the endless night sky. The mistake this time was not small, but fortunately there is still that batch of things. As long as they are handed over, it should be enough to make up for the mistake this time. If it works well, it is not impossible to move up 1 level. When this matter is settled, I will personally take the things to Junan City. Casper's mouth showed a faint smile. Boom! A thunderous sound suddenly came from the distance. Casper's smile froze, and he looked into the distance, and saw a cloud of dust rising from the direction of the manor gate. Boom! The deafening sound spread far in the silent night. Sunan calmly looked at the dust rising hundreds of meters away, petting the cat and waiting patiently. Not long after, deafening shouts and screams came from the direction of the manor. Just by listening to the sound, Sunan could imagine the confused look of the people of the Spark sect when they heard the news and rushed to the gate, but found that there was no one around, and the panic and confusion when the invisible bloody attack suddenly broke out around them. Unless there are priests at the level of great knights or higher level cadres, ordinary Spark sect members are just lambs to be slaughtered for the hidden dragon. They will not know where the attack came from until death comes. The fight lasted for about 4 or 5 minutes, and then the invisible hidden dragon rushed out of the manor and ran wildly into the distance. Behind it, 3 figures chased closely. One of them was extremely powerful, and his straight-line sprint speed was even faster than the hidden dragon.
A senior knight?
Most likely the priest who manages this stronghold. The other 2 are also knights, and they should be priests. The management of the Spark cult stronghold in Shizhong City consists of a priest and 8 priests. 2 of the priests died in Blackstone City. 2 priests died in the battle last night. That is to say, there are only 2 priests left in the manor at most.
Meow, will Xiaoyin be okay? Amy asked worriedly. I don't know when it gave Yinlong this name. Don't worry, it will be fine. Sunan comforted.
The ability of Yinlong to transform virtuality and reality is particularly unique in the urban environment with complex terrain. If it is determined to escape, even a senior knight can't catch up with it, and can only be led by it to circle and run farther and farther. After waiting patiently for a while, Sunan estimated that the 3 people who left had run a long distance, and then he appeared and walked towards the manor.
He is not good at sneaking in.
After all, he doesn't have the right spells and magic items. But there is no need to sneak in. At this time, the remaining defense force of the manor was no longer a threat to him. The most important thing was to get rid of the people who blocked the road as soon as possible and then find the target of this trip. In the messy courtyard, a group of Spark cultists were busy treating the wounded. Seeing a man and a cat swaggering in, they were stunned. Coming back to their senses, one of them immediately realized that something was wrong, raised his weapon and shouted, "What are you?" Crack! Before he finished speaking, a flash of lightning had already blasted him into charcoal. Then more lightning and fire suddenly broke out, sweeping the entire courtyard.
The Spark cultists present did not even have a big knight. Sunan controlled the energy particles and easily solved everyone. Where is the thing you are looking for? Sunan looked at Amy who was lying on his shoulder. The little guy raised his head, tilted his head to sense it, pointed to the left front and said, "In that direction. The concentration of energy particles there is very high." Sunan rushed to the left front without saying a word. Along the way, there were many Spark cultists who heard the noise and jumped out to stop him, but they were all killed by him at will, and he couldn't even stop them. The manor was not large, and it only took 4 or 5 minutes for Sunan to reach the place where Amy said the energy particles were very dense. What came into view was a closed iron door. A splash of acid splashed on the iron door and corroded a big hole. Sunan bent down and walked through the hole and walked down the stairs. What appeared in front of him was a wide basement. The night pearls inlaid around the ceiling emitted a soft white light, illuminating the entire basement like daylight. There were many wooden shelves around the room, with various items placed on them. The most were books, about 30 or 40 books. There were also some jewelry such as rings, necklaces, and bracelets, as well as a large number of cloaks, swords, etc. Sunan's eyes lit up, and he immediately walked to the shelf where the books were placed, and his eyes swept over the books one by one. Magic Philosophy, Plain Biology, Burning Hands, Magic Alarm, Spell Missile, Weak Ray, Basics of Magic Item Manufacturing, Low-Level Magic Item Collection, Design and Manufacturing of Magic Crystal Forge, Magic Pattern Core. Sunan was pleasantly surprised by the dazzling array of books. Among the books in front of him, there were 7 or 8 books on first-ring spell models alone, and even 1 book on second-ring spell models. Among the remaining books, there were also many very practical knowledge. For example, Basics of Magic Item Manufacturing could speed up his progress in learning magic item manufacturing. Low-level Magic Item Collection could provide him with design drawings for making magic items in the future. Design and Manufacturing of Magic Crystal Forge, as the name suggests, is the manufacturing drawing of the Magic Crystal Forge. The furnace in Sunan's laboratory is only a basic furnace. If he can make a Magic Crystal Forge, the cost of refining the Black Rock Leopard will definitely be reduced by a large margin, and he will also have the foundation for refining higher-level puppets. But I've never heard of the Magic Pattern Core. Is it a magic item? Sunan shook his head. Now is not the time to study this. The most urgent thing is to take the things away. Without hesitation, he put everything into the magic cube. After thinking for a while, he also took down the night pearl on the ceiling and took it away, and then looked at Amy. Are all your master's things here? Amy nodded vigorously. They're all here. Okay, then let's go look for the Divine Blood Amber. No problem, meow, the Divine Blood Amber is over there. Amy pointed to the right. Sunan paused as she walked out, and looked at Amy in surprise. Can you sense the location of the divine blood amber?
Meow, I have memorized the energy fluctuations of the divine blood amber.
It's not wrong.
Amy tilted her head, with a puzzled expression as if this was normal.
Sunan suddenly became speechless.
He originally thought that Amy could only sense the concentration of energy particles, but he didn't expect that what this kitten could really sense was more essential energy fluctuations.
The gap between the two is completely vast.
The former wizard, apprentice, can also do it as long as his mental power is high enough or he masters spells such as detection magic.
At most, the sensing distance is not that far. The latter can be used as a treasure hunt detector. As long as the energy fluctuations are recorded, the same, approximate, high-dot energy items can be found. It's simply not too practical to use when looking for treasures.
Sunan's eyes suddenly changed when she looked at Amy, as if she was looking at a treasure. He had originally thought of kidnapping Amy back to Black Rock City, but now he was even more determined. If Amy is here, it will undoubtedly be much easier for him to search for magic items or explore wizard heritage in the future.
Amy didn't know that someone was already thinking about it. She was very happy to successfully get back the owner's things. Now she was excitedly urging Sunan to find the divine blood amber. After calming down, Sunan left the basement and bent down to pass through the hole.
The moment his body passed through the hole, two gleaming long swords struck from both sides, one from the left and one from the right, aiming directly at his neck and heart.
Guys, don't keep reading. The new book issue requires reading data. I beg you to read it. Swish! The sword blade with fighting spirit tore through the air, stirring up a piercing sonic boom. Almost in the blink of an eye, Sunan fell into the deadly danger of being besieged. However, there was no panic on his face. His right hand stretched out like lightning and grabbed the sword blade attacking from the right. There was a dull sound, and the sword blade seemed to hit the tough leather. The fighting spirit and the yellow halo fought fiercely, but they could not break through. On the other side, the long sword attacking from the left was also blocked by an invisible shield and could not advance an inch. The fierce attack of the two great knights, which had been prepared for a long time, was easily resolved. Are the remaining two priests here? It's just right to deal with them together. Sunan stood up and glanced at the two people on his left and right with indifference. The two priests who were in shock saw that the enemy did not take them seriously at all, and they were immediately enraged. They shouted and rushed forward again.
Sunan threw out two rune gems without hesitation, and the blazing flames and dazzling lightning suddenly erupted, rushing forward like a long dragon, instantly submerging the two people.
After the deafening roar, there were two more corpses on the ground. Meow, Sunan is so powerful. Amy shouted 666.
Although the little guy was simple, he looked accustomed to the bloody death scene. It was estimated that his previous owner had blood on his hands. After solving the two priests, the remaining spark cultists seemed to be afraid, and no one jumped out to stop Sunan. Running wildly with wind energy particles all the way, after more than 10 breaths, one person and one cat arrived at the main building deep in the manor.
The thing is on the second floor.
Amy pointed to the middle room on the second floor with her fleshy claws. Sunan jumped high on the spot, broke through the window and entered the room, and then blasted a wall under Amy's guidance and found a secret room. There was only a stone platform and 3 boxes inside.
On the stone platform was the divine blood amber he was looking for. There were 20.4 in total. Sunan accepted them all without hesitation.
Including the previous ones, he now had 20.6 divine blood ambers. When Sunan opened the other 3 boxes, his eyes suddenly lit up.
Golden coins.
The 3 boxes were all filled with gold coins, estimated to be no less than 2,000. I didn't expect these guys to be so rich.
Sunan sighed, and then put all the gold coins into the magic cube. After doing all this, he quickly left the main building and ran out of the manor.
Not long ago, the hidden dragon sent a message that the 3 people chasing it seemed to have discovered something wrong and were rushing back to the manor. Unfortunately, they were destined to miss it. Rushing out of the manor, Sunan's footsteps did not stop, and disappeared in the night in a blink of an eye.
Not long after, 3 figures rushed into the manor and headed straight for the main building.
When Casper saw the emptied secret room, his eyes almost went dark.
Damn thief! Beast!
After coming to his senses, Casper, who was extremely angry, smashed the desk next to him with a sword. The 2 priests behind him lowered their heads in fear, not saying a word, for fear of touching bad luck. At this moment, a spark cultist rushed in and said in a panic, "Priest, it's bad, we found the bodies of Priest Braun and Priest Lori in the warehouse." Before he finished speaking, Casper's figure flashed in front of the cultist, grabbed his collar, and asked with a sullen face, What about the underground warehouse, is there any trouble? The cultist was startled and stammered. The bodies of 2 priests are in front of the door of the underground warehouse, and everything in the warehouse has been emptied. A bunch of trash. Before the cultist finished speaking, the extremely angry Casper had already slapped him on the forehead. The unlucky guy didn't even have time to hum, and died tragically in an instant. Damn you, I will find you. Casper's angry roar was heard far away in the middle of the night. Just as Casper was furious, Sunan had quietly returned to the tavern room. At the same time, Elon also returned to the vicinity of the tavern and found a place to hide. After checking and making sure that no one had entered the room since he left, Sunan sat down and took out all the spoils he got tonight. Looking at the more than 20 pieces of divine blood amber on the table, Sunan was full of joy. Opening the Rubik's Cube and putting the divine blood amber in one by one, Sunan stared at the information on the synthesis interface. After putting in 6 pieces of divine blood amber in a row, the information on the synthesis interface finally showed obvious changes. Divine blood amber, divine blood content 0.4 milliliters, carrying it with you can greatly increase the attraction to energy particles. With low mental pollution, long-term close contact will lead to changes in thinking and cognition, and generate faith in the source of divine blood. Compared to before, the attraction of the divine blood amber to energy particles has increased significantly, and the mental pollution has also been significantly weakened. Enjoy. Sunan put all the remaining divine blood amber into the magic cube in one breath, and the synthesis interface information changed significantly again. Divine blood amber, with a divine blood content of 1.3 milliliters, can attract free energy particles after contact with the air, forming a high concentration energy area. When in this area, slight auditory and visual hallucinations will occur, and mental strength above 18 can be immune. Success! Sunan was delighted. After the synthesis of the god blood amber, the side effects of mental pollution have completely disappeared, leaving only a little side effect of auditory and visual hallucinations. Sunan guessed that it was the prayers he heard before and the magnificent hall he saw. However, as long as there is no mental pollution, a little slight auditory and visual hallucinations can be completely accepted. Moreover, when the mental power reaches 18 or above, this side effect can also be immune. Compared with the initial god blood amber, the final synthetic product is undoubtedly much better. Without hesitation, Sunan decisively chose to synthesize. When the synthesized god blood amber was taken out of the magic cube, he clearly felt that the free energy particles in the surrounding air quickly gathered together, with the god blood amber as the center, forming a dense area of energy particles with a radius of about 2 meters. Bathed in the dense energy particles, Sunan felt that his mind was unprecedentedly clear and active. Even without his active absorption, many energy particles had already sunk into his body in the depths of his sea of consciousness, strengthening his body while filling the star ring. In this case, meditation can be at least 2 or 3 times more efficient than before, or even more. Strong joy surged in Sunan's chest. The effect of the synthetic product is much better than he expected. With the god blood amber, the time he needs to advance to the 3rd level wizard apprentice can be shortened by at least half. With the god blood amber alone, his trip to Stone Bell City was not in vain. Meow, what's going on? How come all the energy particles are running to you? Amy soon noticed the strange phenomenon around Sunan, jumped up from the table in surprise, and stared blankly at the god blood amber in the latter's hand. That god blood amber is strange. Why does it seem to be different? I made a little modification to it. Involving his own secrets, Sunan did not explain too much. He said a vague perfunctory sentence and put away the god blood amber, and turned to look at the things on the table. The things left by Amy's mysterious master were basically books or magic items. He had already read the books roughly, but as for the magic items, because time was tight at the time, he did not have time to carefully identify them. Now he had time, so he picked them up one by one and looked at them carefully. There are 18 magic items in total. Half of them are jewelry, and the rest are relatively large items such as cloaks, robes, and weapons. What makes Sunan regretful is that most of these magic items are completely damaged. They seem to have existed for a long time, and the enchanted runes on the surface have long been worn out and blurred under the erosion of time, and the magic properties contained in them have long disappeared. Only 2 magic items have relatively light enchantment runes, and they can probably be used after repair. Judging from the number and complexity of the enchantment runes, these 2 magic items were originally at least magic level, that is, real witchcraft weapons. But even if they are repaired now, they are at most second-rate magic items. What a pity! Sunan sighed, and then he was a little confused. It is impossible for a magic weapon to be naturally corroded to this extent without thousands of years.
Does Amy's master have a hobby of collecting old magic weapons? Sunan turned to look at Amy, raised the ring in his hand and asked, Amy, do you recognize this ring?
Amy glanced at it and nodded. Yes, this is a magic weapon made by the master not long ago. I saw this ring in the laboratory before I went to bed.
It's strange, how could it become so dirty? Sunan was stunned. When you saw the ring before, it was still new?
Yes.
Are you sure you remember it correctly? Amy thought about it and nodded vigorously, absolutely. Sunan couldn't help but take a breath.
The corrosion marks on the ring were definitely formed naturally. If what Amy said is true, it means that this ring was made thousands of years ago. And Amy's master, the wizard who made this ring, is most likely one of the wizards who left the Starlight continent thousands of years ago and went on an expedition to the multiverse.
Wait. Sunan reacted quickly. Amy's master left while she was sleeping, so doesn't that mean Amy slept for 1,000 years? This little guy is actually over 1,000 years old? Amy suddenly noticed that Sunan looked at her with astonishment.
That look was as if he was looking at some extremely rare creature.
What's wrong, meow?
The little guy tilted his head in confusion.
Sunan was silent for a while and asked, Amy, have you ever seen a wizard other than your master?
Of course I have. Many of the master's friends are wizards, and there are many students of wizard apprentices. I can see them every day, but they are all gone with the master now.
It's so strange, meow.
There were obviously many wizards and wizard apprentices on the street before, but I haven't seen any since I woke up.
You are the first wizard apprentice I met. Are there few wizards in this town? The case is solved.
This little guy is really a magical pet that has lived for 1,000 years.
But what Sunan doesn't understand is why Amy's master only left it in the Starlight continent.
Why did the little guy sleep for 1,000 years?
Although part of Amy's origins were guessed, there were more questions that were incomprehensible. Amy seemed to have noticed something from Sunan's expression, and asked in confusion, what's wrong, meow?
After hesitating, Sunan told Amy about the wizards leaving the Starlight continent. After hearing this, the little guy was stunned and his eyes were dull.
Master, the master left the Starlight continent, and left me behind. Why? Did Amy do anything wrong?
Sunan comforted, maybe your master didn't want to abandon you, but did it for a reason. Look, your master left so many things, which means that he must have left in a hurry at that time. Hearing this, Amy's eyes lit up and nodded vigorously. That's right, meow, I don't usually sleep that long.
It must be the master who did it.
If the master wanted to abandon me, there was no need to do such a thing.
That's right, Sunan said along with the little guy's words.
After making sure that her master had not really abandoned her, Amy regained her vitality and muttered as if to encourage herself, my master will definitely come back. I will wait for him here. Sunan thought that this was really possible. After 1,000 years, the elements will revive, and the wizards who left will return to the Starlight continent.
Maybe Amy's master is among them. In that case, Amy, do you want to go to where I live? Meow, where Sunan lives.
Amy was a little moved when she heard this, but she was also a little hesitant.
But what if I leave and my master can't find me when he comes back? Sunan smiled and said, you are your master's magic pet, right?
Yes.
That's fine. There is a contractual induction between wizards and magic pets. If your master comes back, he can't find you. It seems so. Amy suddenly realized.
Sunan continued to persuade him, besides, if you stay here, the people of the Spark cult might come to catch you again.
It's better to leave with me and go to a place where they can't find you.
In fact, Amy no longer has the god blood amber in her hand, and the people of the Spark cult can no longer hunt it through the induction of the god blood.
But Amy, who has a touching IQ, didn't think of this at all.
She just thought Sunan's words made sense. In addition, she had a good impression of Sunan who helped her twice, so she didn't hesitate and happily agreed. Seeing this, Sunan's eyes flashed a smile. Although he did this for his own selfish reasons, it was also for Amy's good. This little guy is too simple and doesn't know much about the current Starlight continent. It's easy to suffer if he lives alone outside. After all, malicious perception is not omnipotent. It's better to follow me, at least he can eat and sleep well, and he won't be treated badly.
After the excitement, Amy said a little embarrassedly, but Sunan, will this be too much trouble for you? How could it be?
Sunan smiled slightly, and then pointed to the things on the table, but if you really feel bad, why don't you lend me these things first, and return them to the original owner when your master comes back?
No problem.
Amy agreed without thinking. Anyway, these things are useless here. By the way, let's go to your master's residence tomorrow to take a look. Maybe we can find some clues about your master's departure. It's rare to find a wizard's residence thousands of years ago, so Sunan will certainly not miss it. Maybe he can find something valuable. Amy didn't doubt him and agreed crisply. There were still 4 or 5 hours before dawn. Sunan didn't plan to waste time. He sat cross-legged on the bed, holding the divine blood amber and began to meditate. For hours later, he opened his eyes and opened the panel immediately. My meditation proficiency increased by 287 points, which is almost 3.5 times the previous one. My mental strength increased by 0.04. Not bad. Sunan nodded with satisfaction. At this rate, he could build the 4th star ring in less than a month. If we can make a second level active potion, the efficiency can be greatly improved. It just so happens that I got more than 2,000 gold coins from the Spark Church. I will try to synthesize a higher level potion when I go back. In fact, Sunan has also considered opening up a magic plant garden and planting a large scale silver moonflower for making secondary active potions, so that the cost can be greatly reduced. But the planting and cultivation of magic plants is different from ordinary plants. It is not just a piece of land and a few people. In addition to a series of common environmental factors such as climate, soil, and humidity, planting magic plants also involves energy density. With the current energy density of the Starlight continent, it is barely possible to plant magic plants on a small scale. If you want to plant them on a large scale, you must set up a rune array to gather energy particles and artificially increase the energy density. It is precisely because of the difficulty of cultivation that the price of silver moonflower has remained high. This is because silver moonflower is not a particularly precious magic plant. If it is a more precious magic plant, the person who takes care of it must also master certain magic plant cultivation knowledge. In short, building a magic plant garden is not something that can be done overnight. At least Blackstone City does not have the manpower and material resources for Sunan to build a magic plant garden. Let's consider this matter after we take back the Flash territory. I apologize to everyone. The previous wizard apprentice level was mixed up. I changed it again. In the future, the wizard apprentice level will be from level 1 to level 3 from low to high. Thanks to the book friends who reminded me. The night passed and the dawn arrived. As soon as the sky was light, Sunan took Amy out of the tavern. The residence of Amy's master, the mysterious wizard, was located in the Sharpstone Valley east of Shizhong City. More than 10 kilometers out of the city is a pine forest. Following the dense trees all the way east, over 2 hills, you will enter the scope of the Sharpstone Valley. After entering the valley, the further you go, the more desolate the environment becomes, and the terrain gradually becomes rugged. There is almost no vegetation on the surface, and there are jagged sharp rocks everywhere. Dead grass and thorns grow out of the cracks in the rock wall, making a creaking sound as the cold mountain wind blows. Sunan was a little puzzled why the wizard chose to live in such a desolate place. But then he thought that it was 1,000 years ago, and maybe 1,000 years ago, the Sharpstone Valley was not what it is now. Amy lay quietly on Sunan's shoulder, licking her paws boredly. It was not until the sun rose from behind the distant mountains that the man and the cat finally arrived at a river beach. Meow, walk along the river and you will reach the place. Amy pointed to the front and said. Sunan did not leave immediately, but ordered the hidden dragon hiding nearby to explore the front first. This place has long been known to the Xingho sect. If the latter wants to catch them, they will most likely send people to squat here, so it is better to be careful. However, after a round of search, no one was found hiding nearby. It seems that those guys have not recovered from the battle last night. Sunan was relieved and walked towards the upper reaches of the river. Under Amy's guidance, he soon found a cave in the middle of a rock wall. With the blessing of wind energy particles, Sunan easily climbed up the rock wall and entered the cave. The cave was dark, but the passage was very flat and spacious, and traces of artificial construction could be seen everywhere. Sunan casually took out a night shining pearl as a light source and walked inside. At the end of the passage was an extremely spacious circular hall, with square granite bricks on the ground, engraved with dense and strange patterns, like some kind of large magic array. However, many of the patterns have faded and blurred, and the magic array has long been unable to start. There are more than 10 doors on the surrounding walls. Behind that door is the apprentice living area, where wizard apprentices basically rest. That leads to the plantation, which used to have many strange magic plants and many elves, but now they are gone. That is the warehouse, and this is the magic experiment square. Amy introduced to Sunan where the doors led one by one, and she knew them all. The area of the entire building is unusually large, with passages extending in all directions and countless rooms. It can be said to be a castle built inside the mountains. Judging from the runes that look like crystal marks left on the wall, this should have been a building similar to a wizard tower. But now it has been destroyed and fallen. Sunan originally thought that he could find a bargain here, but he got nothing along the way. The Xingho cult's ability to act was higher than he expected. They emptied the place directly without leaving anything valuable. It's a pity that this place is too remote and the surrounding environment is a bit desolate, otherwise we could build a laboratory and magic plant garden here. Sunan thought with some regret. Since he couldn't find anything valuable, he didn't stay any longer and turned around and left with Amy. After walking out of the cave, Sunan suddenly remembered something and asked Amy, "The people of the Xingho cult said that you had been wandering around the north of the city before. Why?" Amy was stunned for a moment, and then shouted, "Meow, I almost forgot, there is still something I haven't brought back." Sunan was surprised. "What is it?" "It's the bloody mandragora. After the bad guys took this magic plant away, they didn't know why they put it in a big house. I wanted to take it back, but there was a very powerful evil spirit guarding it, and I couldn't beat it." Bloody mandragora. Sunan was surprised. In his impression, this is a very evil magic plant that feeds on the blood of living people. As it matures, its rhizomes become brighter red, and eventually they will become as red as blood. Once fully mature, the bloody mandragora will emit hidden mental fluctuations, creating illusions to lure nearby creatures and devour their souls. When it has devoured enough souls, terrible evil spirits will be born in the bloody mandragora, and they will start to kill nearby living people and devour souls to strengthen themselves. It is precisely because of this characteristic that places where bloody mandragora are cultivated generally have to set up corresponding restraining arrays. Otherwise, it will definitely cause evil spirit disasters in the end. Thinking of the ghost rumors he heard in the tavern before, Sunan suddenly understood. The big house that Amy mentioned is most likely Lord Kyuburo's manor. It seems that it is most likely that the Spark cult designed to get the bloody mandragora into that manor, but what is their purpose in doing so? After a little thought, Sunan quickly figured out the joints. Shizhong City is the central city of Inoue territory, and Viscount Inoue happens to be one of the nobles who does not get along with Marquis Jinyan. If an evil spirit appears in his territory, Viscount Inoue must find a way to deal with it. Otherwise, if he leaves it alone, the harm of the evil spirit will soon expand and eventually endanger the entire Shizhong City. And relying solely on the power of the knights to eliminate the evil spirit, it is unknown how many lives will be lost. Even if the evil spirit is finally removed, the Silver Moon territory will certainly be seriously injured. By then, Marquis Jinyan and the Spark cult will be able to take advantage of the situation. This evil spirit incident is most likely another part of Marquis Jinyan's conspiracy to control the Jinyan province. This guy is really not quiet at all. Sunan secretly complained, and then his mind became active again. Although the bloody mandragora is very harmful, it is also a very rare magic plant with a wide range of uses. For example, the formula of the evil hallucination potion that can increase mental power that I saw in Angel McLean's diary before, its main ingredient is the juice of the bloody mandragora. Angel McLean has been looking for the bloody mandragora for decades but has not found it, but he found it under such circumstances. It must be said that fate is playing tricks on people. Among the materials for making evil hallucination potions, the bloody mandragora is the rarest. Other materials can be synthesized through the magic cube. As long as I get this bloody mandragora, I can make evil hallucination potions continuously. Sunan was excited for a moment, but soon calmed down. Evil spirits are not easy to deal with. It's better to prepare more trump cards before going. Sunan thought of the two half-damaged magic items he had just obtained last night. If these two magic items can be repaired, it will undoubtedly be more certain to deal with evil spirits. In addition, he can't help Inoue solve the problem for nothing, and he still has to get the reward he deserves. Silver Moon Castle, Meeting Room. Viscount Silver Moon sat alone in the hall, rubbed his brows, and sighed with a frown. He had not slept well for a single day since the evil spirit incident. Those ignorant lower-class people only thought that the Kyuburo manor was haunted and treated this matter as a casual talk after dinner, but only he knew how serious the real situation was. That was an evil spirit. The legendary evil undead creature. If it is not handled properly, the entire Stone Bell City may become a ghostland. In order to deal with the evil spirit in the manor, he has lost a great night and 5 nights, and his flesh is almost bleeding. But after such a great sacrifice, the evil spirit is still alive and kicking, and even because it devoured the souls of 6 knights, it has become more ferocious and terrifying. If the evil spirit is not eliminated as soon as possible, the situation will only get worse. When he thought of this, Viscount Silvermoon couldn't help but hate Kuburo, who had been locked up in the cell. If this idiot hadn't been unable to watch over his wife, allowing her to be deceived by the spark cult and bring the evil blood-colored flower into the manor, and if he hadn't blocked the news when someone died later because he was worried about his reputation being affected, things wouldn't have developed to the point where they couldn't be reversed. This idiot who harms others and himself, killing him 10 times won't relieve the anger in his heart. After taking a few deep breaths, Viscount Silvermoon calmed down his anger and asked the clerk beside him, "Are all the recruits here?" "All here, sir." The clerk bowed and said, "They are all waiting in the reception hall in front." Viscount Silvermoon hummed, stood up and walked outside. To destroy the evil spirit, the combat power of his men alone is definitely not enough, and some mercenaries or wandering knights must be recruited from outside. To deal with powerful and terrifying evil spirits, one more knight's combat power is good. It's a pity, if only a wizard could be found. Not those liars who are called wizards but actually only pretend to be gods, but real wizards. They are the real professionals in dealing with evil spirits. But wizards always keep their whereabouts secret, and Viscount Silvermoon didn't know where to find them for a while. I heard that the second son of the former Flash Baron became a wizard. I don't know if it's true or a rumor. While thinking, Viscount Silvermoon had already arrived at the reception hall. He glanced around and saw more than 20 people sitting in the hall. Almost all of them were strong men in their 30s or 40s wearing armor. Knights who are not of noble origin usually have to be promoted to knights in their 30s or 40s because of the poor quality of their breathing training and the lack of resources. And generally speaking, knights are the end point. Unless there is an adventure, it is impossible to be promoted to a great knight in a lifetime. So for those sitting in the hall now, it is good to have a peak knight, and there is no hope for a great knight. There was one person whose dress was more conspicuous, which made Viscount Silvermoon look at him more involuntarily. Not only did the man wear a thin grey robe, but he also wore a night owl mask on his face, which was particularly conspicuous among the armored knights. However, those who can sit here have all been preliminarily assessed and confirmed to have knight-level strength, so Viscount Silvermoon did not say much, and went straight to the first seat at the back of the hall and sat down, waving his hand to signal the secretary. The secretary immediately stepped forward, looked around and said, "First of all, thank you all for coming to participate in the recruitment. We have explained the specific situation on the recruitment form, but I still want to remind you that the evil spirit in the Kuburo Manor is very powerful. Even as strong as a knight, he will die if he is not careful. Even so, do you still want to participate?" Everyone's face remained unchanged. The news that several knights died in Kuburo Manor has long been a hot topic in Shizhong City, and they certainly know it. In this case, they still came to participate in the recruitment, and they were obviously prepared psychologically. "I only have one question," a burly man said in a muffled voice. "Is the bounty of 1,000 gold coins real?" The clerk glanced at the man and nodded. "Of course it is true. The 1,000 gold coins will be divided equally among everyone present according to their strength. If anyone unfortunately dies in the manor, we will also send the money to the family members designated by that person." Hearing this, the knights present showed joy. More than 20 people share 1,000 gold coins. Even the weakest one should be able to get 20 to 30 gold coins, right? This is almost equivalent to their income for 3 or 4 years. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded. "If I am the only one participating, will all the 1,000 gold coins be mine?" As soon as this was said, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became stagnant. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was the guy wearing a mask who was unique and eccentric. "TSK, what a big tone. Do you know what you are talking about? Want to take 1,000 gold coins by yourself? Hey, I just don't know if you have the strength to do that. I haven't seen such a rampant guy for a long time." Many malicious eyes gathered on the masked man. Who is easy to mess with when they come out to be mercenaries and wandering knights these days? Seeing someone more arrogant than themselves, many people were immediately unhappy. "Boy, if you want to take the bounty by yourself, you have to get past me first." A burly man stood up, patted the iron axe on his back, and stared at the masked man with unfriendly eyes. "Looking at how arrogant you are, you must have a few tricks up your sleeve. Let's compete. If whoever loses, kneel down and bark like a dog, and then quit. Do you dare?" Someone recognized the strong man as a well-known wandering knight, whose strength had already reached the level of a high-level knight, and looked at the masked man with a hint of schadenfreude.
That's a good idea. Let's have a fight. Whoever gives in is a coward.
Boy, please agree quickly.
Are you afraid? The knights clamored. Viscount Inua watched this scene with cold eyes and did not say anything to stop it.
To be honest, he was also a little curious about the masked man's background. Anyone who dares to say such things on such occasions is either an idiot or very confident in his own strength.
He intuitively felt that the masked man was not the former.
Under the gaze of everyone, the masked man, or rather Sunan, just nodded calmly.
That's a good suggestion, that's it.
Sunan raised his head and met the strong man's eyes. A strange light appeared in the eyes behind the mask.
Now, you can kneel down and bark like a dog.
The ferocious smile on the strong man's face quickly faded, and his facial features became dull for an instant. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the strong man slowly knelt down on the ground and opened his mouth.
Woof! Thanks to Sunsongji-1 for the tip, thank you. Silence.
The hall was completely silent. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them in amazement, their mouths wide open and unable to speak.
What happened? Why did this guy give up before the fight even started?
In the hall, only Viscount Silvermoon's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of something, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face.
What did you do to him?
A man who seemed to be a friend of the strong man rushed forward, pulled the strong man up from the ground, and glared at Sunan at the same time.
Sunan said lightly, "It's just a little trick. Why, do you want to try it too?"
Facing Sunan's indifferent eyes, the man's expression froze, and the words came to his lips but couldn't come out. At this time, the strong man also woke up. Recalling his actions just now, his face suddenly turned the color of pig liver, and he shouted angrily, pulled out the battle axe on his back, and rushed towards Sunan.
Everyone was shocked.
The two knights guarding Viscount Silvermoon were about to stop him subconsciously, but the next second they saw Sunan wave his hand, and a dazzling lightning flashed out of thin air, piercing through the void and hitting the strong man.
Crack! In the blink of an eye, the latter fell to the ground with a charred body, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive.
The hall fell into silence again. Everyone stared at the strong man on the ground in a daze, and they didn't come back to their senses for a long time.
A high-level knight was defeated so easily? What kind of method was that lightning? Crack! Crack! The applause suddenly sounded, waking everyone up.
Turning his head, it was Viscount Silvermoon who stood up and applauded, looking at Sunan with a smile on his face.
Your Excellency has a good method.
Just as you said, as long as you can get rid of that evil spirit, the bounty will all belong to you. As soon as these words came out, the faces of all the knights suddenly became very ugly.
However, no one raised any objections.
Not to mention that Viscount Silvermoon had already made a decision and they had no right to object. The power displayed by Sunan alone made them lose the idea of resistance.
Some well-informed knights had already vaguely realized Sunan's identity.
They knew they had no chance, so they turned around and left without saying a word. Soon, except for Sunan, all the other recruited knights in the hall had left. Viscount Silvermoon didn't care at all, staring at Sunan with a sharp gaze and asked, "What's your name?"
"Ange McLean. If I'm not mistaken, Lord Ange is a wizard, right?"
"Yes."
"That's great."
Although he had already guessed, Viscount Silvermoon was still very excited to hear Sunan admit it himself.
"With your help, we can definitely solve the evil spirit." "The evil spirit is not a problem," Sunan said lightly, "but before solving the evil spirit, I have other conditions."
"Please tell me, sir. I hope you can pay me the bounty of 1,000 gold coins in advance and exchange it for a physical object of equal value specified by me."
Viscount Inua hesitated for a moment and agreed readily. "No problem, what do you want to exchange it for?"
Sunan handed over a list, which contained materials for making secondary active potions and a set of tools for making potions. The synthetic cube has limited space, and he did not bring the tools this time, so he could only buy another set. Viscount Inouye took a look and found that it was not a very rare thing. He breathed a sigh of relief and smiled and said, "I will have someone purchase everything as soon as possible."
"You can rest in my mansion first." Sunan did not refuse and agreed.
Viscount Inouye then called the butler and told him to take Sunan to the prepared room and to serve him wholeheartedly.
After Sunan left the hall, the knight next to him couldn't help but say, "Sir, do you trust him so much? What if he takes the things and runs away?"
The person who spoke was one of the only two great knights left under Viscount Silvermoon. Seeing him raise doubts, Viscount Silvermoon was not annoyed, and asked with a smile, "Ubano, if you fight him, how sure are you that you can win?"
Ubano hesitated, but still said truthfully, "Less than 50%, that man's methods are too weird, I can't see through it. Although he can also kill high-level knights in seconds, he can never be as calm as Sunan. Besides, Sunan obviously didn't try his best. The scene of the strong man being manipulated like a puppet to kneel and bark like a dog is still vivid in my mind. Such methods are simply unpredictable. Viscount Silvermoon laughed and shook his head, patted Yubano on the shoulder, and said meaningfully, "You will definitely lose." Seeing that Yubano was a little dissatisfied, he smiled and said nothing, turned around and walked into the side door of the hall. People who don't know wizards don't know how strange and terrifying the power of this group is. That is beyond the cognition of ordinary people, belonging to another world. Viscount Silvermoon is very efficient. The next day, a large number of silver moonflowers were delivered to Sunan. After instructing the housekeeper not to disturb him, Sunan began to make potions. The materials worth nearly 1,000 gold coins were finally made into 102 bottles of secondary active potions. Sunan then began to synthesize. It was almost the same as he expected. When 22 bottles of secondary active potions were put in, the active potion displayed on the synthesis interface had become a first-class top-grade. The effect and duration were extended. However, the mental power limit was also increased to 8 points. Sunan did not stop and continued to put potions into the magic cube. When the number increased to 50.8 bottles, the synthesis interface suddenly changed. Super Energy Potion, second level/low quality. After taking it, it can greatly improve mental activity, enhance the absorption efficiency of energy particles, prolong meditation time, and last for 48 days and 4 hours. There is no effect of stacking. The mental power of the user must reach 13 or above. Not bad. Sunan was delighted. This potion is much more effective than the active potion. Especially the effect of enhancing the absorption efficiency of energy particles, combined with the divine blood amber, it can completely play the role of 1 + 1 greater than 2. In addition, the duration is also extended by nearly half. I wonder how the effects of the middle and upper grades are. Sunan continued to add potions. When the number of potions increased to 80.5 bottles, the Super Energy Potion became a second-level middle-quality potion. The effect description did not change significantly, but the duration increased to 54 days, and the mental power limit became above 15. When the number of potions increased to 105 bottles, Sunan added the potions he had left before. The Super Energy Potion finally became a second-level upper-quality potion. Super Energy Potion, second level/top grade. After taking it, it can greatly improve mental activity, greatly enhance the efficiency of absorbing energy particles, prolong meditation time, and last for 62 days and 10 hours. There is no effect when it is stacked. The user's mental power must reach 18 or above. 18 usage limit. Sunan shook his head with some regret. His current mental power is less than 16, so even if he synthesizes a second-level top-grade super energy potion, he can't take it. But he soon cheered up again. It's good to be able to synthesize a second-level medium-grade super energy potion. It's enough for now. It won't be too late to synthesize a second-level top-grade super energy potion after the mental power breaks through 18. A bottle of second-level medium-grade super energy potion costs about 850 gold coins, and the effect can only last for less than 2 months, which is about 5,000 to 6,000 gold coins a year. Sunan couldn't help but sigh. It's such a big expense for a second-level wizard apprentice. I really don't know how many gold coins he will spend every year after he is promoted to a wizard. Although the expenditure was huge, in order to improve his strength, Sunan spent money without hesitation. After taking the synthetic super potion, his meditation efficiency increased to an astonishing level. After a 4-hour meditation, the proficiency of the Star Ring meditation method soared by 514 points, and the mental strength also increased by 0.06. The efficiency was more than 6 times that of the previous time in Blackstone City. Sure enough, the super potion and the god blood amber have a good compatibility. Sunan was full of joy. In addition to meditation, the effect of the super potion also greatly improved his progress in learning spells. In just one day, the learning progress of Spell Missile exceeded 5%. This also means that at most 20 days, he can master a new first-level spell. Sure enough, high-level resources are the guarantee for rapid improvement of strength. Sunan breathed a sigh of relief and decided to stay in the mansion of Viscount Silvermoon for a while, and make full preparations before entering the manor to deal with evil spirits. In the following time, Sunan settled down in the mansion with peace of mind. In addition to meditation and spell learning, he would repair magic items, occasionally play with Amy, and pet the cat. As for Yinlong, he released him from Stone Bell City and went to hunt for food in the nearby mountains and forests. With the dual benefits of Super Potion and Divine Blood Amber, the proficiency of the Star Ring meditation method soared like a rocket. On the 13th day in the mansion, the Star Ring meditation method was successfully upgraded to level 5. Sunan also successfully constructed the 4th Star Ring. Sunan Yenist, human male, 17 years old, spirit 17.34/constituent 13.77, skills, Star Ring meditation LV5, 35/30,000, potion making LV3, 727/6000, biological transformation LV2, 319/3000, puppet refining LV2, 1701/3000, 30,000 proficiency. It will be full in less than 2 months. Sunan was very happy when he thought that he would soon be able to build the 5th Star Ring. The 20th day in the mansion, Sunan successfully mastered Spell Missile. This is also the first offensive first-level spell he mastered. Spell Missile is a missile made of highly condensed energy particles shot from the palm. The number and power of the missile depends on the caster's mental strength and spellcasting proficiency. For spells that appear on the panel, the spellcasting proficiency must have reached the level of full mastery. With Sunan's mental power close to 18, he can release up to 3 spell missiles at the same time. He has tested that a single spell missile is enough to penetrate a 2 cm thick black stone iron plate. Even a knight in heavy armor would definitely feel uncomfortable if he was hit by a spell missile. When my mental power is improved in the future, I can release dozens of spell missiles at the same time to form a barrage attack. That's terrible power. There are a total of 8 spell model books left by Master Amy. In addition to spell missiles, there are Burning Hands, Magic Alarm, Debilitating Rays, Languages, Magic Disguise, Colorful Aura, and Featherfall. Among them, the only combat spells are Burning Hands, Debilitating Rays, and Colorful Aura. Sunan thought about it and decided to learn Debilitating Rays second. Although the rune gem is powerful, it consumes more than 10 gold coins to use it once. After a battle, gems worth 50 or 60 gold coins are often consumed. It's too expensive. Sunan decided to use spells and energy particle manipulation to fight as much as possible in the future. Unless he encounters a difficult enemy, he will use rune gems. Otherwise, no matter how many gold coins he has, he can't withstand such consumption. It's a pity that super magic skills require sufficient mental power to master. You have to be promoted to a 3rd level wizard apprentice before you can practice. Otherwise, if you master the silent and instant spells, it will be much more convenient to cast spells in battle. On the 25th day in the mansion, Sunan finally finished repairing the 2 magic items. Put the repaired magic items into the magic cube, and the corresponding information quickly emerged. Protection Ring, alchemy/secondary magic item. After activation, it can form an invisible protective force field on the body surface, which can be used 3/3 times, and can be restored by injecting mental power or automatically absorbing free energy particles. Magic Coin, alchemy/sub. Magic item. After activation, it can randomly summon a creature from another world, obey the user's command, and the creature will disappear after serving the user for half an hour or dying. The protection ring looks like an ordinary copper ring, which is very inconspicuous. This is in line with the wizard's pursuit of practicality. They often like to make magic items less noticeable, so that in battle, the enemy will not pay too much attention to this magic item, and thus be prepared in advance. Sunan tested it and found that the force field formed by the protection ring has a high defense force, which is almost the same as the shield spell. However, it is better than the shield spell in that it has a larger defense area and can resist attacks from all directions without dead angles. Unlike the shield spell, it can only defend a single direction. Once it is attacked from multiple directions at the same time, it cannot resist all of them. Including the protection ring, Sunan already has 2 ring-type sub-magic items. The other magic coin is a relatively rare summoning magic item, and its effect is very similar to the first level summoning monster spell. However, the good thing is that the alien creatures summoned by the magic coin are roughly between the junior knight and the peak knight. The effect is much stronger than the first level summoning monster. In Sunan's opinion, the magic coin is actually very close to the glimmer level magic item. In the process of repairing these 2 magic items, Sunan's learning progressive, magic item manufacturing, has also reached 100%, and he has successfully mastered this skill. It just so happens that I bought a book low-level magic items before. After returning to Blackstone City,
I can try to make magic items. A powerful wizard must have many magic items. After all, no matter how talented a wizard is, it is impossible to be without weaknesses. The weak points of the combat system must be supplemented by magic items. Preparation is complete, and the next step is to deal with the evil spirit. With the magic coin and the protective ring, Sunan has more confidence in the next action. When Viscount Silvermoon received the report from the butler and Lord Inge said that he could act, he was really relieved. Although the other party told him in advance that in order to solve the evil spirit without any mistakes, it would take some time to prepare, but after more than 20 days, Inge showed no signs of taking action, and he gradually became anxious. Every day, the evil spirit in the Kuburo Manor became stronger. If it was delayed for too long, it might develop to an irreversible point. Fortunately, the wizard was finally willing to take action. Viscount Silvermoon immediately decided, gather people and go to Kuburo Manor. Kuburo Estate. In just 1 or 2 months, this once bustling manor was completely abandoned. It's better during the day, but it's downright ghostly at night. The soldiers responsible for sealing off the manor could hear vague and strange whining sounds every night, as if a female ghost was moaning and moaning, which scared them so much that they couldn't sleep well at night. If it weren't for the pressure from their superiors, the soldiers would have been unable to hold on and ran away. Silver Moon Viscount saw once sent people to explore. As a result, a big knight and 5 knights went in. In the end, only 1 knight came out alive, and his spirit was already a little abnormal. Standing not far from the manor, Viscount Silveryue suddenly felt pain again as he thought of the lost knights and knights. What's the situation inside now? Sunan asked. The clerk on the side quickly said, the manor is now covered with datura. Most of the original vegetation has died and withered, and there is sometimes a faint mist during the day. Sunan's eyes flashed slightly when he heard this. Datura is beautiful and enchanting and has medicinal properties, but it is also a poisonous plant and has hallucinogenic effects. Those datura that are accompanied by bloody datura in the manor are definitely more toxic and hallucinogenic than ordinary datura. Right now, the entire manor is filled with the pollen and fragrance of these datura, and the entire environment has been transformed into a highly poisonous area. Anyone below the level of a knight may be poisoned and die within a short distance of entering. It is as strong as the knight and the great knight. In that kind of environment, it is considered good to be able to exert 6 or 7 points out of 10 strength. Your Excellency Ange, what are you going to do? Viscount Silveryue asked. Sunan added a shield to himself and said casually, just wait outside. Viscount Inoue said in astonishment, don't you need me to send someone to go in with you? No need. Sunan waved his hand. The knight cannot play much role in the ghost realm of evil spirits and will only be a hindrance. He didn't want to be in the middle of a fierce battle with evil spirits and suddenly find that his allies had been manipulated by illusions and turned into enemies who stabbed him in the back. Taking out a rune gem and holding it in his palm, Sunan strode towards the manor. Both Hidden Dragon and Amy were left outside by him. Evil spirits rely on perception to locate their prey. The Hidden Dragon's ability to change color and convert reality into reality is useless in front of evil spirits, and its sharp claws cannot harm evil spirits. Amy was even less helpful. Entering the manor from the outside, just stepping through a door, the light in the field of vision suddenly became much darker. Everything you see seems to be covered with a layer of gray color, and there is deathly silence and gloominess everywhere. The temperature in the air suddenly became much colder, and the cold wind blew by, bringing with it a faint choking sound. What a rich negative energy particle! Sunan raised her eyebrows slightly. For wizards who specialize in necromancy spells or have ways to eliminate the impact of negative energy particles on the body, this manor is undoubtedly a treasured place for practice. Meditating here can at least double your efficiency. Unfortunately, Sunan did not have the means to eliminate the side effects of negative energy particles, so he could only give up. But even if there were, the evil spirits here would not allow him to practice in peace. After a slight pause, Sunan continued walking inside. As far as the naked eye can see, there are datura flowers in full bloom. After Sunan entered, these mandala flowers began to sway slightly, and the swaying movements were unusually neat. Even the flower openings were faintly facing Sunan, which was creepy. However, Sunan looked as usual and ignored these mandala flowers. In my previous life, I have seen so many species in the game that lose sanity. There are countless disgusting monsters in the multiverse such as whispering balls, deathstalkers, and socicide parasites. There are also scenes that make people lose sanity like crazy. They abound. Compared with those scenes that make people couldn't help but suspect the designer's psychological problems, this situation is considered normal. Passing through the deserted courtyard, Sunan entered from the side door and walked through the corridor to the hall. Under the influence of negative energy particles, the furniture here has begun to mold and rot. Datura vines pass through the furniture and spread in all directions, almost covering the entire hall. Sunan took out a long sword from the Rubik's Cube and casually cut off the vines blocking the way, ignoring the faint sobbing coming from his ears. I searched a few more places, but still found nothing. Along the way, besides Datura flowers, there are also Datura flowers. Sure enough, without spells such as detecting undead, it is impossible to find the evil spirits in the ghost realm with the naked eye. Sunan stopped and glanced at the strange fog that spread around him at some point. When he entered the manor, he had already activated the protective ring. There is a protective force field guarding you, so you don't have to worry about being affected by the poisonous fog, but if you stay here for a long time, the protective force field will soon be eroded and dissipated. We have to fight quickly. Sunan no longer hesitated, flipped his wrist, and there was already a ruby in his palm. The next second, raging waves of flames centered on him and suddenly exploded in all directions. Wherever the flames passed, Datura flowers and vines fled around like living creatures, but they were quickly caught up by the flames, twisting and burning crazily, and the fire spread quickly. In an instant, the entire manor boiled like boiling oil poured with water. The choking sounds all around suddenly rose to a higher pitch. The surrounding mist rushed towards the burning mandragora, as if trying to put out the flames, but the magic flames formed by high-density energy particles were different from ordinary flames, and these mists could not put them out at all. Sunan changed a few places and threw a few flame-rune gems. Before long, the whole manor had turned into a sea of fire. As the mandragora flowers were burned into charcoal in large numbers, the strange fragrance and mist in the air dissipated visibly. Ah! A piercing scream suddenly sounded. It seemed that there was an extra layer of strange energy in the void, and the momentum of the rapidly spreading sea of fire suddenly stagnated, and then it weakened rapidly at an astonishing speed, and finally disappeared. At the same time, a dark red mandragora flower suddenly appeared out of thin air on the open space 100 meters in front of Sunan. The flower was blooming beautifully, but the stamen in the center was a distorted human face. Next to the mandala flower, there was a girl wearing a white dress stained with black and red blood, with disheveled hair and a pale and twisted face. She stared at Sunan with resentment, and a cold and weird smile appeared on her face. Finally, you are willing to show up. Sunan raised his eyebrows. He. Accompanied by a weird laugh, a group of dark shadows appeared from all sides, surrounding Sunan in the middle. They maintained the outline of human form, and their appearance before birth could be vaguely recognized. Many of them were servants and soldiers who died in the manor. Among them, there were 5 armored warriors with particularly gloomy auras, who were the 5 dead knights and knights under the command of Viscount Silver Moon. These souls after death have been transformed into resentful souls by the bloody mandala. They paused slightly, and then rushed towards Sunan with a sharp hiss. Sunan had no intention of dodging at all. These resentful souls alone could not break the protective force field on his body. He spread out his palm, and a pure gem appeared in his palm out of thin air. The next second, he pointed his finger, and a ghost suddenly tilted its body, and was involuntarily pulled by some invisible force, screaming as it was pulled into the gem. After a strange spell of light, the gem was stained with a strange gray. The soul is a carrier, the energy it contains is soul energy, and the transformation into an entity is soul crystal. In the opinion of many wizards, soul energy is the most all-encompassing energy in the multiverse. You must know that even elemental energy cannot be absorbed by many creatures. But soul energy is different. There are almost no creatures that cannot absorb and utilize soul energy. Soul energy is arguably the most versatile energy in the multiverse. The soul crystal is the product of the dissipation of the soul after death, a condensed body of soul energy. Unfortunately, it is difficult for soul crystals to occur naturally, and only some special beings will drop original soul crystals. In most cases, wizards obtain soul crystals through artificial creation. If you want to artificially create soul crystals, you must prepare a carrier. What wizards use most are various gems. What Sunan is doing now is to artificially create soul crystals. Accompanied by unwilling screams, ghosts were pulled into the gem one after another, and the color of the gem gradually changed to gray. In just a few moments, all the resentful souls around Sunan were wiped away. Any more? Sunan looked at the evil spirit expectantly. Just such a small amount of resentful soul is not enough to completely transform the gem into a soul crystal. Seemingly irritated by Sunan's gaze, the evil spirit screamed and raised his hand to receive a negative energy shock. Unfortunately, the attack was blocked by a shield as soon as it reached Sunan. Seeing this, the evil spirit simply lifted its feet off the ground and rushed towards Sunan. Is this the only resentment? Sunan frowned in dissatisfaction, then without even looking at the attacking evil spirit, he uttered complex and difficult syllables. He currently has 3 layers of protection on his body. Shields, energy particles and rings of protection. There is also an earth rune gem held in the palm of the hand, ready to be activated at any time. There is no need to worry that evil spirits can break through one's defense in a short time. Sure enough, by the time he prepared the spell, the evil spirit's hands covered with sharp claws couldn't even break through the shield. Spell missile. 3 fist-sized missiles shot out and penetrated the evil spirit's illusory body like bullets. The latter suddenly let out a shrill scream, and its body became visibly dimmed to the naked eye. Sunan's expression remained unchanged and he calmly released the second spell missile. The fighting between the two sides instantly became intense. The evil spirit completely gave up on defense. In fact, she couldn't defend herself, and kept changing directions around Sunan to attack, intent on breaking through, intercepting and tearing the latter's body apart, but unfortunately they were all stopped in time by the shield. Sunan concentrated on releasing spell missiles. When the evil spirit finally tore apart the invisible shield in front of it, it had been hit by 4 spell missiles in a row, and its originally translucent body became more and more illusory, with a feeling that it was about to dissipate at any time. At this time, the evil spirit finally realized that something was wrong and tried to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. After releasing the 5th spell missile that he had prepared, Sunan then raised the gem in his hand. The evil spirit, which had been hit by 3 more spell missiles, was pulled closer to the gem by a huge invisible attraction before it could catch its breath. Although it struggled frantically, it was still unable to resist the power of the gem, and eventually its entire soul entered the gem. And as the soul submerged, the color of the gem also completely changed, turning into a gray crystal. It's done! A hint of joy appeared on Sunan's face. Under normal circumstances, he would have to use the souls of at least dozens of knights to create the lowest soul crystal. However, with his current mental strength, he is still unable to extract the soul from the corpse. He can only use some magic items or magic circles. Unfortunately, he does not have them. The resentful evil spirits are much simpler. Just beat them to weaken their strength and then forcefully absorb them. One evil spirit is worth 20 or 30 knight souls. Putting away the crystal, Sunan raised his head and looked at the bloody mandala not far away. The evil spirit can be said to be a clone formed by condensing almost all the power of the bloody mandala. It is not restricted by the flower body and can move freely. Therefore, with the death of the evil spirit, bloody mandala also suffered a heavy blow, and became visibly weakened. Even the size has shrunk a lot, leaving only less than 20 centimeters tall. When Sunan pulled it out of the ground, the bloody mandala let out a shrill scream and struggled violently to get back into the ground. However, it was so weak that it couldn't resist Sunan's strength and was forcefully stuffed into a plated hole. In a silver box. The surface of the box is engraved with a spirit-sealing magic circle, which can restrain the bloody mandala's spiritual power from escaping. As long as the box is not opened, the bloody mandala cannot become a demon. After doing all this, Sunan clapped his hands and looked around. As the entrenched evil spirits were eliminated and the bloody mandalas were sealed, large areas of mandalas in the manor began to wither and wither. After a short time, the environment returned to normal. Apart from being a little dilapidated, nothing abnormal could be seen. But in fact, there are still a lot of negative energy particles left in the air, which cannot be inhabited for the time being. If they are lost naturally, it will not return to normal levels within 4 to 5 months. Of course, if a wizard apprentice comes to purify it, it will return to normal in a few days. But Sunan was not willing to do unpaid work. To be honest, 1,000 gold coins is already very cheap to kill an evil spirit. If it weren't for the bloody mandala and soul crystal, he wouldn't have been willing to take this kind of job. Outside the manor, Viscount Inoue paced back and forth, looking up at the manor from time to time, his expression unable to hide his anxiety. Not long after Sunan entered the manor, a raging fire suddenly ignited inside, followed by a series of screams, which frightened him. He wanted to take people in to investigate, but he didn't dare to take the risk. He was so anxious that a layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. Fortunately, Sunan came out of the manor not long after. Mr. Eng. Viscount Inoue greeted him immediately, wanting to say something but stopping. Sunan said lightly,
The evil spirit has been destroyed by me. Hearing this, Viscount Inoue breathed a sigh of relief. There are still a lot of negative energy particles left in the manor, don't live in it within half a year. Sunan reminded again. Viscount Inoue nodded quickly to show that he understood. In fact, Sunan didn't need to say that he would not divide the manor anymore. After such a strange thing happened, the manor will be closed and abandoned in the future. But it doesn't matter. As long as Shizhong City is not affected, he won't feel too bad about a manor. This time, it's all thanks to Lord Eng. I have asked people to prepare a dinner. Please give me a favor. Viscount Silver Moon's tone was very enthusiastic. It was not easy to meet a powerful wizard, so of course he was reluctant to let him go. If he could recruit him to his territory, he would be very happy even if he divided a town to him. But to Viscount Silver Moon's disappointment, Sunan refused without thinking. No, I have something else to do. After saying that, without waiting for Viscount Silver Moon to respond, Sunan left without looking back. At this time, a guard ran from a distance and passed by him. Before Sunan had gone far, his keen hearing allowed him to clearly hear the guard's whispered report to Viscount Silver Moon. My lord, the Flash Baron has declared war on Blackstone City. Today's 10.000. Word update ends this plot and returns to Blackstone City. Please vote for me next month. Thank you everyone. Year 1250 of the Starlight Calendar. The beginning of the month of Dongqin. Not long after the new year, the Flash City demanded that the Lord of Blackstone City, Kianist, come to Flash City alone to confess his crime and accept punishment on the charge of colluding with the Spark Cult. After being rejected by Kianist, they brazenly sent troops to attack Blackstone City. Click, click. The sound of metal armor plates rubbing against each other rang out. Ki led his men to the city wall, took the brass telescope from Brad, and looked into the distance. Under the night sky, the entire plain outside the city was dotted with the light of the bonfire. There were shadows around the bonfire, and dense tents were connected together, spreading far across the plain. Owen has come out in full force this time. Not only his army, but also the armies of the three traders, Davin, Zorf and Norwood, have also been dispatched. In addition, they have also recruited thousands of mercenaries. Brad looked at the army in the distance, his expression a little heavy. Owen's army alone has nearly 4,000 people. With the addition of mercenaries, the number of troops has exceeded 5,000, which is almost 4 times that of Blackstone City. This war is not easy to fight. Mercenaries are not a concern. These guys are undisciplined and are just a mob. They can still play a role in frontal battles on plains, but they are a drag in siege battles. He put down the brass telescope and said, but his brows were slightly frowned. Obviously, his heart was not as calm as he said. Although he knew that after the assassination failed, Owen would most likely not care about it anymore and would definitely tear his face and attack Blackstone City directly, when things really happened, he still felt heavy pressure. Especially looking at the dense army outside the city, the burden on his shoulders became even heavier. Blackstone City has been expanding its armaments during this period, but to this day, it only has an army of about 1,300 people. Among them, 300 people are militiamen who have only received basic training and have never seen blood. It is still questionable how much combat power they can exert on the battlefield. Among the remaining 1,000 people, 800 are city guards, and their combat power is still good. The remaining 200 people belong to the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment. This is the trump card that Ki really relies on. It's a pity that the time is too short. If I have another year or two, I can make the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment a real full-night army. Even if there are only 200 or 300 people, it will be more than enough to flatten the entire Flash territory. Ki sighed secretly. It costs about 50 gold coins to train a Black Rock Cavalry. Even with the cash cow of the Black Rock mining area, the expansion speed of the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment has always been very slow. So far, there are only 200 people. Have all the people from the Black Rock mining area withdrawn? Ki turned his head and asked. Jotun nodded and said, they have all been safely withdrawn. According to the scout's intelligence, the enemy has now occupied the place. Ki nodded slightly, looking at the army in the distance, thinking silently, and thinking about the next strategy. For them, defending the city is more advantageous. The elite cavalry regiment under Owen is more suitable for fighting on plain terrain, and its combat effectiveness will be at least reduced by half in the battle of defending the city. After all, horses cannot fight on the city walls. But the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment is different. The Black Rock Leopard can be used to defend the city without any problem.
It is better to say that the puppet creations that are fearless of death can exert stronger combat effectiveness in the battle of defending the city. This is more beneficial to Black Rock City. Just defending the city blindly is not enough. Once the war is delayed for too long, supply will become a fatal weakness. In addition, the Black Rock Mine is still in the hands of the enemy, and Key does not want the Black Rock Mine to become the enemy's cash cow in turn. The best way is to defend the city for a while, wear down the enemy's strength, and then send the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment to directly attack the core of the enemy camp when the enemy relaxes. If they can directly kill the enemy's command center, this war will be their victory. Since the establishment of the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment, relevant information has been blocked, and outsiders have no way of knowing how powerful this army is. The rebels are unprepared for this, and the plan is likely to succeed. With thoughts flying in his mind, Key quickly made a plan in his mind. Looking back, seeing that all the generals had a solemn expression on their faces, Key said calmly, "The enemy is coming fiercely, but we are not vegetarians. We have been working hard to accumulate strength in the past 2 years. Isn't it for today? Next, let those rebels see our strength." "That's right, Your Excellency is right. Let those rebels see how powerful our Black Rock City is. I can't wait." Encouraged by Key, the general's fighting spirit quickly rose. Brad and Jotun looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Outsiders don't know the secret, but as members of Black Rock City, they know very well how exaggerated the changes in Black Rock City have been in the past 2 years. In terms of knights alone, Black Rock City already has more than 160 people. Many viscounts don't even have so many knights. Not to mention that Black Rock City also has 200 Black Rock Leopards with knight-level combat power. In total, Black Rock City has more than 300 knight-level combat power. To be honest, if Black Rock City was not limited to one city, the basic military strength was too poor, and there was no other elite army to show except the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment. Owen alone would not be enough for them to fight. And all this is thanks to His Excellency Sunan. I wonder where His Excellency Sunan is now. Jotun patted the long sword at his waist and grinned, "If Lord Sunan is here, we don't have to defend the city, we can just go out and fight those bastards." The surrounding knights nodded in agreement. Even Brad, who is always steady, is no exception. If it were someone else, even if a peak knight came, they would not believe that one person could influence the outcome of a war of 5,000 or 6,000 people. But Sunan is different. They have seen how mysterious the wizard's methods are, and therefore have extremely strong confidence. If it is that person, maybe he can really create a jaw-dropping miracle. Not staying for too long, Key observed on the city wall for a while, then turned and left. The preparations before the war were extremely cumbersome, and there were still many things waiting for him to arrange. The next day. Not long after dawn, a melodious and low horn sounded outside the city. Key led a group of generals to the city wall, and looking out, he saw that the dense army in the distance began to form a battle array. Before long, thousands of soldiers pushed siege equipment and slowly advanced towards the city wall. "You are really impatient." A cold light flashed in Key's eyes. He raised his hand and shouted in a deep voice, "Prepare for battle." "Yes, sir." All the generals responded in unison, then turned around and loudly ordered the soldiers to prepare for battle. The defending army acted quickly. "Kill!" The deafening shouts and screams echoed over the city wall. Countless siege ladders were set up in front of the city wall, and a large number of mercenaries and soldiers climbed up densely. Looking from a distance, the city wall looks like countless ants clinging to it. On the Starlight continent where knights roam, the defensive role of towering city walls is not very obvious. Even a trainee knight can climb up the city wall despite arrows and falling rocks. Not to mention the knight, the height of only tens of meters is just a few vertical jumps for the knight. Therefore, the city wall often becomes a key point in fierce competition between the two sides. Less than half an hour after the war broke out, the city wall had turned into a bloody battlefield like a meat grinder. Blood spread outward along the gaps between the stone bricks and soon soaked the ground. Behind the battlefield, in the center of the heavy guard of the army, four knights in armor looked coldly at the city wall with flesh and blood flying everywhere. Devon frowned and said, "Black Rock City's resistance is unexpectedly strong." "It's normal." The tall Zolf said in a low voice, "Expanding the army is ultimately a matter of money. Key holds a treasure like the Blackstone mining area. It would be a waste if the military strength does not improve at all." Norwood smiled and said, "Don't worry, our military strength is several times that of Black Rock City. No matter how hard you think, we can't lose." Then he showed a flattering smile to the man next to him. "What's more, we still have Lord Martell here, and with you leading the army, defeating Blackrock City is just a matter of hands. The man named Martel is about 40 years old, with a tough appearance and a powerful aura. He is one of the newly entrusted lords after Owen occupied the Shining Collar, and he is also his confidant. Martel is also a high-ranking knight. This time, he led the army on the expedition under Owen's order, and he worked hard to make meritorious deeds so that he could entrust more land. After listening to Norwood's words, a flash of pride flashed across Martel's face and he smiled. Lord Norwood is right. There is a gap of several times in strength. I really can't think of a reason to lose. Devon was more mature and prudent after all. Seeing the disdainful expressions on Blackrock City between the two of them, he couldn't help but remind him, don't forget that there is a wizard in Blackrock City. Lord Devon is talking about Sunan. Norwood smiled. We have watched that kid grow up. He has been cowardly and timid since he was a child, and his body is so weak that he can't even practice breathing techniques. How can such a loser be a wizard? Besides, it's not certain whether the rumors about wizards are true or false. Martel also looked disapproving. Even if he is a real wizard, he is not afraid of the dignified high-ranking knight. Devon actually had doubts about this rumor in his heart. Seeing that both of them were indifferent, he stopped talking and continued to look at the battle in the distance. The first group to attack the city were mercenaries and the troops brought by the three lords, and their combat effectiveness was far from outstanding. Because of this, our own army has not captured the city wall yet, and the fierce tug of war continues. Even because it has been unable to attack for a long time, our own army's offensive has begun to show some fatigue. Seeing this, Martel finally couldn't hold it any longer and led the elite troops from Flash Tai to charge forward. As Martel's army entered the battlefield, the pressure on the defenders increased sharply. In just a moment, the siege army occupied an additional area of the city wall. Martel used an indomitable and courageous attitude to plow a path of blood among the defenders, killing them until the defense line was crumbling. Seeing this scene from a distance with a brass telescope, Devon and the other three looked happy at the same time. As expected of Lord Martel, he is truly amazing. This is the power of the senior knight. But just when the three of them were happy, the situation on the city wall suddenly changed. A group of panther-like creatures suddenly rushed up the city wall and ferociously attacked the siege army. These ferocious beasts were unexpectedly powerful, and they were even able to fight against the knights. For a while, the momentum of the siege army's attack came to a halt. At the same time, Ki also appeared on the city wall with a black panther and stopped Martel. Although Ki is only a junior knight and is far less powerful than Martel, he can't stand the fact that he has a fierce knight-level Blackrock leopard beside him who is not afraid of death. One person and one beast cooperated so well that for a while, even Martel was unable to do anything to them. What is that? Norwood was shocked. Devon and Zolf also showed shocked expressions. After coming back to his senses, Devon hesitated and said, that seems to be the mount of the Blackrock Cavalry Regiment. Mount? Zolf and Norwood looked at each other in astonishment. They knew that Blackrock City had formed a cavalry regiment, and the mount was said to be a strange leopard beast. At the time, they scoffed at it and didn't take it too seriously. Although many exotic beasts are more powerful than war horses, being powerful does not mean they are suitable for the battlefield. For cavalry, the most important thing about a mount is its tameness and its ability to obey its master's orders. Only in this way can 1 + 1 be greater than 2. It's just that exotic beasts that can be domesticated on a large scale and adapted to the battlefield are extremely rare. At that time, the three people in Devon only thought that Blackrock City was trying to please others. But when they actually saw it, they were shocked to find that those Black Panthers advanced and retreated in a controlled manner, cooperated extremely well, and were not afraid of death. They were more elite than the most elite soldiers. It's simply not suitable for the battlefield. If all the mounts of the Blackrock Cavalry Regiment were this kind of creature, then the combat effectiveness of this army would be terrifying. With 200 Blackrock leopards joining the battlefield, the area originally occupied by the attacking party was quickly taken back. The battle suddenly fell into a stalemate again. Damn it! Blackrock City actually has such a trump card. Norwood was annoyed. Zor frowned and said, this is troublesome. With those strange beasts, it may not be so easy to break through Blackrock City. Davin also frowned. With such a variable out of thin air, even if they can finally capture Blackrock City, they will probably be seriously injured. The loss of siege is too great, it is better to besiege the city. After thinking for a while, Davin looked at the other two. Winter has just passed, and there must not be much food in Blackrock City. As long as we besiege it for 1 or 2 months, Black Rock City will definitely not be able to hold on. At that time, they will definitely come out of the city and fight us. Zorf and Norwood's eyes lit up and nodded. Good idea. Wait until Lord Martell comes back, and I'll propose this. The main force for the decisive battle outside the city will be the elite cavalry regiment under Baron Owen. In this way, their army's casualties can be reduced. When the three were proud of coming up with a good idea, they suddenly heard a shrill scream. They turned their heads and looked in the direction of the sound, and were shocked to find that the right wing of the army, where the elite cavalry regiment was located, was in chaos for some reason. Hundreds of war horses fled in all directions, and the neighing sound was endless. Many cavalrymen were thrown off their horses, and then they were trampled into meat paste by the swarming horses' hooves. In the process of appeasing their horses, more cavalrymen were thrown out as if they were hit by a running elephant, falling more than 10 meters away, howling miserably. Some unlucky guys even twisted their bodies into strange arcs in mid-air, and died without even a groan after landing. What happened? Devon was shocked and angry, and summoned his adjutant to question him. However, the adjutant also looked confused. Sir, I don't know what's going on. Those soldiers suddenly flew out. Waste. Devon's face darkened, and he didn't care to continue yelling at the adjutant. He turned his horse around and wanted to go over and see for himself. But the next moment, he stopped. Just because the commotion in the distance is spreading here. It was only when he got closer that Devon could see a clue. There seemed to be an invisible giant beast rushing towards this side of the crowd. Soldiers blocking the way were knocked away and suffered broken muscles and bones. Looking down from a high altitude, one can clearly see that the originally dense crowd was forcibly plowed out a shocking path of blood, spreading towards where Devon and the other three were. When Devon and the other three saw this, their expressions suddenly changed. Stop it! Devon almost roared and ordered. However, facing the invisible enemy, the soldiers had no way of intercepting them. They could only block the way with their flesh and blood bodies. However, they were knocked away in the next second, or even broke into several pieces on the spot, with blood splattering. Such a bloody scene made the fear on the faces of the surrounding soldiers even more intense. After dozens of soldiers died in mysterious and tragic deaths, the remaining people finally collapsed, screaming in terror and fleeing in all directions. Death to those who run away. Devon killed a soldier who was running away like a headless fly with one sword, and shouted loudly. Unfortunately, this move was of no use to the soldiers who were blinded by fear. Only a few knights bravely stood in front of the three lords. They are all knights with village enfeoffments. Once they escape on the battlefield, they will inevitably be liquidated afterwards and deprived of their village territory. Damn it! What kind of monster is that? Norwood looked frightened. That's my magic pet. A voice suddenly came from behind. Everyone turned around suddenly, and then they were shocked to realize that someone else had appeared behind them. After seeing the man's face clearly, Norwood's pupils shrank suddenly and he blurted out, Sunan. In his opinion, Sunan should be in Blackstone City now. How could he cross the battlefield and appear in the center of his own army? How did this guy do it? Devon and Zolf were also a little surprised, but they looked at each other, quickly made a decision, and pulled out their weapons with a clang. Kill him. The surrounding knights swarmed forward and charged towards Sunan with murderous intent. Compared with terrifying invisible monsters, enemies that can be seen with one's own eyes are obviously easier to deal with. However, they soon discovered that this idea was wrong. A dazzling thunder suddenly erupted in the field of vision, and the dazzling light made the knights subconsciously close their eyes. And once I close my eyes, I can never open them again. Severe pain swept through their bodies in the next moment, and darkness flooded their consciousness. Devon and the other three saw Sunan wave his hand, and countless thunder and lightning suddenly erupted, snaking through the void like a long snake and shooting out in all directions. In just an instant, more than a dozen knights were all turned into charcoal and fell to the ground dead. Devon and the other three looked at this scene with dull eyes, their minds were blank, and their mouths were wide open, unable to speak. What kind of power is this? More than a dozen knights, including some hideout-level knights, were killed instantly? The three people's faces were pale, and their eyes looking at Sunan were filled with uncontrollable horror and fear. Only then did they suddenly realize that the rumors about Sunan were actually true. Whether it was the powerful means of the legendary wizard or whether Sunan had become a wizard, the authenticity of these rumors was extremely powerfully proven at this moment. Seeing Sunan looking at him with indifferent eyes, Zolf suddenly jumped up and reacted first, shouting urgently, Wait a minute, I surrender. As long as you don't kill me, I can ask my family to pay a huge ransom. Zolf said quickly, fearing that Sunan would take action if he spoke too slowly. Devon and Norwood quickly reacted and said the same thing. Not to mention the unfathomable Sunan, the invisible giant beast alone is a terrifying weapon of war when placed on the battlefield. No matter how elite the army is, it will collapse in the face of such a monster. They even doubted whether Martel could deal with Sunan and the giant beast. No matter what, the most important thing right now is to save his own life. Surrender? Sunan smiled, nodded, and said, "Okay, surrender and kill half." Devon and the other three were delighted when they heard the first half of the sentence, but then they were stunned. What does killing half mean? Before the three of them could figure it out, Sunan raised his hand, and dense wind blades emerged out of thin air, sweeping in like a flurry of sharp arrows, smashing their lower bodies into a puff of blood mist. It wasn't until their upper bodies fell to the ground that the three of them reacted and let out shrill screams. The knight's powerful physique allowed the three of them to scream for 4 or 5 minutes even though only half of their bodies were left, before gradually becoming quiet and dying with fear and despair in their hearts. Sunan withdrew his gaze and turned around to look around. Under the back and forth charge of the hidden dragon, the enemy was killed and injured, and the rest escaped completely. Seeing this, Sunan directly ordered Yinlong to charge towards the enemy troops who were attacking the city. The siege army never expected that an enemy would come from behind, and they were caught off guard. The key is that the soldiers attacking the city had no idea where the attack was coming from. When they looked up, they only saw the twisted and broken bodies of their companions, with broken limbs and flesh flying everywhere. They were so frightened that their faces were pale and their eyes were blank. Martel also noticed something was wrong at this time. What on earth are those three guys doing? How did they let the enemy come over? But when he took the time to look back, he could only see a messy camp and corpses everywhere. What's going on? What about the troops on standby? Why did it all disappear? In the blink of an eye? Martel looked astonished. On the other hand, when Qi, Brad, Xiaodun and others saw the scene below, they immediately thought of the invisible giant beast raised by Sunan, and their faces showed surprise. "It's Your Excellency Sunan. Your Excellency Sunan is back." The word Sunan seemed to have some kind of magic power. As soon as this name came out, the morale of the defending knights immediately increased, and the offensive suddenly became much more fierce. Sunan? That wizard? Martel's expression changed, and he vaguely understood that he and others might have misjudged a very important piece of information. It's a pity that I realized it was too late at this time. After all, Martel was a decisive person. When he saw that the situation was not good, he did not hesitate at all. He retreated decisively and jumped off the city wall, intending to escape. But the moment he landed, he suddenly felt his ankles tightening. He looked down and was shocked to find that there was a bloody vine under his feet that was spreading upwards along his ankles. Martel immediately slashed with his sword, but the bloody vines were unexpectedly tough. He could only cut off one vine with all his strength. Moreover, he clearly felt that his physical strength was being lost and being absorbed by these weird vines. Not far away, Sunan raised his hand slightly, and the blood vine ring on his index finger shimmered. He smiled coldly, a light flashed in front of his palm, and 3 spell missiles roared out. Martel, whose movements were restricted by the blood vines, could not dodge at all. He could only watch as 3 spell missiles struck, piercing through the armor and causing the Do Chi shield to fluctuate violently. The violent impact made Martel's face turn pale, and before he could catch his breath, 3 more spell missiles hit him. Under the fear of death, Martel gave a sharp shout, and his strong fighting spirit suddenly burst out. He tore the blood vines on his body into pieces with a roar, and then ran away in the distance without looking back. But just after running more than 10 meters, he suddenly felt a cold air rushing up from his back, and instinctively raised his long sword to slash diagonally behind him. When the crisp sound of gold and iron clashing suddenly burst out. The long sword seemed to hit something, and sparks appeared out of thin air. Vaguely, Martel seemed to see the outline of a giant beast lying on all fours with sharp teeth and claws. Before he could figure it out, the giant beast suddenly twisted around and pulled its thick tail out of the air. Bang! Martel flew backwards and fell out like a kite with its string cut off. A mouthful of blood spurted out in mid-air, and he fell heavily to the ground with a loud bang. Laugh! 3 spell missiles struck immediately, and Martel's head instantly exploded like a watermelon. Seeing the headless body lying on the ground from a distance, Sunan slowly retracted his palm. The high-level knight is a bit trickier. Without using rune gems, you have to team up with the hidden dragon to kill him. Martel's death was like the straw that broke the camel's back. The siege soldiers could no longer hold on and began to flee. Generals such as Brad and Jordan immediately opened the city gates and led their men to chase and kill the defeated troops. Key strode up to Sunan, laughed and gave him a warm hug. Welcome home. Because of Sunan's intrusion, the war ended with an ending that no one expected. In this battle, the enemy killed more than 1,300 soldiers and took 600 to 700 prisoners. More people fled without a trace. The number of soldiers killed in Black Rock City was relatively small, less than 200. On the contrary, more than 20 Black Rock leopards were destroyed. When taking stock afterward, Brad's distressed cheek twitched. But most people were excited. After all, being able to defeat the rebels at this price is already worth it. After winning the battle, the entire Black Rock City was filled with a joyful atmosphere. That night, Key held a celebration banquet in the banquet hall of the inner castle. All the knights gathered together to drink and talk. Some injured knights were also wearing bandages and drinking with others. After a round of drinking with the generals in the front hall, Key went to the meeting hall at the back and found Sunan, who was resting, only to find that the latter was playing with his cat. When did you get the cat? Key looked at the white cat lying on Sunan's lap in surprise. This is Amy, my friend. Sunan smiled slightly and introduced to Amy, this is my brother Key. Seeing Sunan introducing himself to a cat in a serious manner, Kui was a little amused, but the next second his eyes widened in shock. Meow, hello. The cat actually raised its paw and said hello to him. Talking cat? Key opened his mouth slightly. Even though he had seen many things from Sunan that were beyond his comprehension, at this moment he still felt that his outlook on life was being impacted. The world was more bizarre than he imagined. Hello. Kui greeted Amy with a strange expression. Then he sat down opposite Sunan, took a sip of wine to collect his thoughts, and then spoke slowly. I thought now would be a good time to take back the glitter collar. Sunan seemed to have expected what Kei was going to say, and was not surprised at all, smiling and nodding. When do you plan to send troops? 3 days later. Kei said solemnly, we can't give Owen time to rectify his retreat, otherwise it will be even more difficult to capture Glitter City. Now that the offense and defense are switching, even if we don't count those defeated troops, it won't be easy for our troops to capture Glitter City. Indeed. Key glanced at Sunan, with a meaningful smile on his face. But aren't you here? Sunan smiled, nodded, and said nothing. He understood what Key meant. Indeed, he has more than 10 ways to break through the gate of Glitter City. And as long as the siege battle is turned into a city and street battle, Blackstone City's advantage will be much greater. At a time when the elite cavalry regiment was nearly wiped out and most of the army was disabled, if the high walls of Glitter City were to be lost again, Owen would have no ability to fight against Black Rock City. How's the potion sale going? Sunan suddenly remembered that before going to Stone Bell City, he had left a batch of potions and asked Key to deliver them to the Firefox Chamber of Commerce for trial sale. He didn't know what the response would be. Mentioning this, Key showed a happy smile on his face. The response was very good. The potion was very popular and sold out in less than 3 days. Mujua also brought news that many lords of the Jinghua Principality want to order another batch of potions from us. At present, the intended orders I have received have exceeded 500 bottles. Mujua's idea is to see what you want. If you plan to take the order, he can collect a part of the deposit from those lords in advance. Of course I'll take it, Sunan said without thinking. After retaking the Shining Territory, he will start building a base and open his own magic plant garden, as well as a series of facilities such as a magic item manufacturing room, apothecary room, a large laboratory and a puppet factory. The gold coins needed are at least 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. With such a large expenditure, it is naturally impossible to collect all the territory's wool, and he must also find a way to make money to subsidize it. With the business route of selling pharmaceuticals, the economic pressure was relieved a lot. The Firefox Chamber of Commerce also sent a lot of things. I have them delivered to the warehouse in your yard. You can take a look when you have time. I see. Sunan stood up and left the meeting hall. Back in the yard, Amy jumped out of Sunan's arms, disappeared, and went to play with the hidden dragon. Sunan came to the warehouse and quickly found several boxes piled in the corner. 2 of the boxes were filled with books. These books have obviously been wiped clean carefully, but no matter the color of the cover or paper, there is a sense of vicissitudes accumulated by the years. Sunan picked up and read each book. Not surprisingly, more than 90% of the books were knowledge-based, and many of them overlapped with what he had. There are only 4 spell model books. One is a 0-level spell, Messaging Technique. One is a 2nd level spell, Mayofu's Acid Arrow. Among the things left by Amy's master, there is also a second level spell model book, Smashing Soundwave. Both of these spells are more practical offensive spells among the second level spells. The remaining two books gave Sunan a surprise. Both are first level spell model books, namely, Silent Phantom, and Level 1 Summon Monster Spell. The former can be said to be one of the spells that wizards must learn. The effect is to instantly create an illusion of a single object or creature within a certain range, and it can move freely to achieve the effect of confusing the audience. Mastering this spell will undoubtedly greatly enhance combat flexibility. Although the uncertainty of Level 1 summoning monsters is a bit high, if you are lucky enough, it can also play a significant role at certain times. Moreover, a high uncertainty can be compensated by the number of times, as long as you prepare in advance. In short, both spells are very practical. Including these two, I have 9 first level spells that I haven't mastered yet. It will take at least a year to master them all. Sunan sighed secretly. Having said that, he wished that there were as many spells as possible. For wizards, the more spells they master, the stronger their ability to deal with various unexpected situations. In addition to spells, there were also several books that interested Sunan in those knowledge books. One is Puppets and Golems. Golems can be said to be one of the branches of puppets, and it is also the branch with the most in-depth research and the most technology since the birth of wizards. When golems were first created, they were actually regarded by wizards as servants and assistants with simple intelligence. It was not until later that wizards tried to add rune secrets to golems, giving them corresponding expertise and skills, making them more intelligent and more powerful. The combat capabilities of golems were greatly improved, and they began to be widely used on the battlefield, and even the famous golem army appeared. As more and more wizards invested in the research and development of golems, the types of golems gradually increased, and their power was greatly enhanced. Based on the materials used, golems can be roughly divided into flesh golems, clay golems, stone golems, metal golems, and supreme golems, etc. Among them, flesh golems are more special. Their power depends on the quality of the flesh and blood used to make the golems, and the upper and lower limits are extremely wide. From low-level flesh golems made of beasts, their combat power is not much stronger than that of primary knights. From god-body golems made of the flesh and blood of gods, even true spirit wizards have to retreat when they encounter them. Clay golems are more often used as laborers. Their combat power is not particularly strong. At most, they can bully apprentice knights. Stone golems are slightly better, but they are only at the combat power level of formal knights. There are much richer types of metal golems. Iron golems, adamantium golems, shadow steel golems, diamond golems, etc. Generally speaking, the more expensive the materials, the more powerful the golems made. Even the lowest level iron golems have the combat power of legendary knights. Such as shadow steel golem and diamond golem, they are more than enough to fight against formal wizards. Of course, the manufacturing cost of such golems is also astronomical. Sunan doesn't know whether Starlight Continent can find all the materials to manufacture Shadow Steel Golem and Diamond Golem now. As for the Supreme Golem, it is the original form of the magic energy construct. On top of this original form, wizards have also developed legendary construct life such as Arcane Guardian, Magic Energy Mecha, Tower Spirit Construct, Mithril Sage, etc. This kind of legendary construct life is generally used to deal with gods. In addition to the above golems, there are also special models of golems such as Deep Dark Golem, Strangling Golem, Skeleton Golem, etc. However, because the function is relatively simple, generally only wizards with special needs will make it. In general, the combat effectiveness of golems varies greatly depending on the type. Many wizards will make golems to serve as labor or guards. Sunan has had similar ideas. But if you want to make a golem, the soul core is indispensable. Soul cores can give golems simple intelligence, allowing them to do less complex repetitive work. Clay golems and stone golems are fine, as they do not require high-quality soul cores, and gemstones can be used as soul cores. But higher-level metal golems must use soul crystals. According to mass energy and quantity energy, soul crystals can be divided into 5 levels: micro, small, medium, large and legendary. Generally speaking, the higher the level of soul crystals used, the smarter the golems made. The soul crystals that Sunan got from the Kuburo Manor before were only the lowest grade micro soul crystals. It is okay to make steel golems, but it is beyond the ability of higher level golems. However, Sunan is already very satisfied with having a steel golem at this stage. Once the magic crystal forging furnace is built, start making golems. The second book that interested Sunan was about how to artificially make secondary magic stones. The so-called secondary magic stones refer to energy crystals that are artificially made and contain less energy than magic stones. Although it is not as versatile and functional as real magic stones, it can be used as a substitute for magic stones in many places, so it is called secondary magic stones. In the heyday of wizards 1,000 years ago, the scope of use of secondary magic stones was not very wide. However, with the sharp decline in the concentration of energy particles, all the magic stone veins in the Starlight continent have been exhausted, and there is no more naturally produced magic stone, so the importance of secondary magic stones has become prominent. It can even be said that secondary magic stones are now the only choice for wizard apprentices when choosing energy crystals. This is good. For secondary magic stones, real magic stones should be synthesized using magic cubes. Sunan's eyes lit up. If there are magic stones, it will be much easier to build a magic crystal forging furnace in the future and set up an energy particle gathering array when opening a magic plant garden. Putting the sorted books aside, Sunan turned to look at the last box. The box contains some things that look very old. However, after checking them, Sunan found that most of them were antiques and had no meaning to him. There were only 2 objects with some lines on the surface, which showed that they were once magic items. However, due to the erosion of time, these 2 items are now completely destroyed. Magic items from thousands of years ago are basically unusable now. I was lucky to get the protection ring and magic coin before. It seems that I still have to be self-reliant and make magic items myself. Sunan packed up the useless things, ordered the servants to clean them up, and then walked to the laboratory. This time, a lot of rune gems were used. Considering that he would attack the flashing city next, he had to make another batch of rune gems for self-defense. He exchanged all the more than 2,000 gold coins he got from the Spark Cult stronghold for various gems, and he planned to use half of them to make rune gems. Baron Owen's attack on Blackstone City attracted the attention of many nobles. When Baron Owen took advantage of his brother's death in battle, disregarded his face and directly seized the title, and exiled his 2 nephews to Blackstone City, it caused quite a stir in Jinyan province. Many people speculated that once Baron Owen had integrated the Shining Territory and had secured his title, he would be free to wipe out the root of the problem. And the development of the situation was not unexpected. Baron Owen could not wait to send troops almost as soon as winter was over. The accusation used was that Blackstone City colluded with the Spark Cult, which was a lie that anyone with a discerning eye could tell was nonsense. Many nobles could not stand Baron Owen's shameless behavior and felt sympathy for the Key brothers. But no one thought that Blackstone City could defeat Baron Owen. After all, the gap in strength between the 2 sides was so great that it was almost obvious at a glance. But the final result surprised everyone who paid attention to this matter. Baron Owen was defeated. And it was a miserable defeat. The 5,000 strong army was beaten to pieces, and only about half of them escaped. The elite cavalry regiment was completely wiped out. The leading knight Martel and 3 lords died on the spot. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as heavy casualties. After this battle, the strength of Baron Owen and Blackstone City can be said to have been completely reversed. For a time, all the nobles in Jinyan province had a new understanding of the strength of Blackstone City. And the name Sunan also officially entered the vision of many nobles. According to the fleeing soldiers, the 3 lords and Knight Martel all died at the hands of Sunan. The latter can release lightning, wind blades and summon bloody vines, and his methods are amazing. He also has a giant beast that can be invisible. It was because of the sudden attack of the giant beast that the army quickly collapsed and eventually led to defeat. It can be said that the defeat of Flash City this time was mostly due to Sunan. He changed the outcome of the war with his own strength. All the nobles who heard this information were dumbfounded. You know, even a strong knight can't do such a thing. Unless a legendary knight takes action, there may be some possibility. At the age of less than 20, he can do something that even legendary knights may not be able to do. It can be called a miracle. It was from this incident that the nobles of Jinyan province knew that the legend about wizards was true. For a time, except for the small group of nobles standing at the top of the pyramid who already knew the wizard's secret, everyone else began to collect information about the wizard. And on the 4th day after the war ended, an even more shocking news came out, causing an uproar in Jinyan province. Blackstone City officially sent out troops, aiming directly at Flash City. Click! The sound of breaking porcelain echoed in the chamber. Owen held the cracked cup, ignoring the fragments that punctured his skin and the blood flowing down. He stared at the middle-aged man sitting opposite with his bloodshot eyes, and said in a hoarse voice, "Is this really what the Marquis said?" The middle-aged man is well-dressed, has a mustache, and looks like a pampered aristocrat. After listening to Owen's words, he picked up the black tea and took a sip before speaking slowly. The Marquis has been busy dealing with matters in the Storm territory recently and has no time to pay attention to your matters. Besides, the Marquis has given you a lot of help before, and even helped you contact the killers of the Spark cult. He has done enough, but how did you repay the favor? You were forced to this point by two little brats. Do you know how many nobles are laughing at you outside? The middle-aged man spoke slowly, but the content of his words was merciless. Owen's forehead was beating with anger, but he didn't dare to get angry in front of this person, so he could only grit his teeth and endure it. To be honest, he couldn't understand why things turned out like this. In just less than 2 years, how did the two brothers grow Blackrock City to the point where it is now? And that Sunan, who was a loser who couldn't even learn the breathing method 2 years ago, why did he suddenly become a wizard, and even Martel died at his hands? Unable to understand. Owen said he really couldn't understand. Maybe he shouldn't have cared about Face in the first place and it would be best to just kill the two brothers. It's only now that I regret it, it's too late. Unless the Marquis of Jinyan is willing to send troops, it is really unlikely that he can defend Glitter City with the only troops he has left. What's more, even if he can hold on, he, the Flash Baron, may only exist in name only. Thinking of this, Irving took a deep breath, suppressed the annoyance in his heart and said, Special Envoy Gillett, if the Marquis is dissatisfied with me, you can punish me later, but I will never complain. But once the Flash territory changes hands, the Marquis will no longer. It will be difficult to control this land. Is the Marquis willing to give up the Shining Territory? Jill glanced at Owen and said with a half-dot smile, You don't need to worry about this. Even if the Flash territory changes hands, I will take it back with my own hands in the future. Owen was stunned. What does this mean? Could it be that the Marquis of Jinyan was finally going to break the unwritten rules among nobles and go directly to seize the territories of other nobles? But if you really want to do this, I am afraid that the nobles of the entire principality will not allow it, and they will definitely attack the Marquis of Jinyan. Even the Marquis of Jinyan cannot afford such consequences. Or does the Marquis of Jinyan have a way to make other nobles in the principality turn a blind eye to this? What does Special Envoy mean? Owen asked in surprise. You don't have to worry about this. Giller waved his hand, narrowed his eyes and said, Although you are incompetent in doing things, you have a broad mind. For the sake of your service, you ordered me to take you out of Glitter City. From now on, you can safely be the master of the manor in Golden Rock City. Owen's face suddenly turned extremely pale. From a dignified baron to the owner of a manor all of a sudden, the gap was so huge that it was really hard for him to accept. But if he doesn't do this, he won't be able to defend Glitter City on his own. In the end, there will be no second result besides being buried with Glitter City. Jill tasted the black tea slowly and looked down at Owen, whose expression was changing. He believes Irving will make a wise choice. In other words, by this time, Irving had no other way to go. At this moment, there was a sudden rush of footsteps outside. The clerk hurriedly walked into the hall, as if he wanted to report something, but after looking at Jill and the man in a cloak sitting beside him, he hesitated. Owen waved his hand impatiently. If you have anything to say, tell me. The secretary quickly bowed and said, Sir, the scouts have sent word that the Blackrock City army has marched 5 kilometers outside the city and will arrive at the city gate in at most an hour. As soon as the words fell, Owen stood up from the chair, unable to suppress the panic in his expression. How did they come so fast? After saying that, he realized his gaffe, barely restrained his panic, and waved his hands pretending to be calm. Send the order and let Dario lead the army to defend the city. No one from Blackstone City can be allowed to step into the city. When the secretary resigned, Owen no longer hesitated and said to Giller quickly, Special Envoy, I agree, I will go to Golden Rock City with you. Jill put down the teacup and smiled slightly, wise choice. Please wait for me, Mr. Special Envoy, I'll have my things packed right away. If you run away, you still have to take the property you need to take with you. If you want to be the owner of a manor, you must have money to purchase land. Before Blackrock City is attacked, we must seize the time to collect our property. In order to avoid Gilles' dissatisfaction, Owen also went up and stuffed a small bag of gold coins into Gilles' hand. Sorry to trouble you, Sir Envoy. Gilles weighed the bag with a smile on his face. No need to worry, Lord Baron. Please feel free to rest assured. With Mr. Huachi here, even if the Blackrock City army surrounds Glitter City, we can get out of here safely. Owen heard this and glanced at the cloaked man next to him in surprise. Since entering the meeting room, the cloaked man has not spoken a word, and has been sitting quietly beside him without saying a word. He thought the cloaked man was Gillis's guard. But from Gillis' tone, the cloaked man named Hodge seemed to have no lower status than him. I wonder who Mr. Hodge is. Owen was about to test the cloaked man's background, and suddenly heard a noise coming from outside. He frowned and was about to call the guards to question him, but he saw Hodge in front of him suddenly stand up. Something is wrong, there are screams, it's an assassin. Assassin? Owen was half believing and half doubting. The Blackstone City Army was 10 kilometers away, and his mansion was heavily guarded. What kind of assassin could break in? However, Owen soon had no doubts. The shouting and killing quickly approached the meeting room, and then suddenly quieted down. Following closely, a figure slowly stepped into the meeting room. The moment he saw the face of the person coming, Owen's eyes widened in shock. Sunan. Giller's eyes fixed, and he sat up straight subconsciously, looking at the young man standing at the door with interest. Is this the wizard in the rumored Blackstone City? Sunan's eyes swept over the three people in the hall, and his sight paused on Hodge. He narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. It seems that I came at the right time. Are you three discussing how to escape? Without bothering to answer Sunan's teasing words, Owen subconsciously took a step back and shouted in horror, come quickly, there is an assassin. Giller couldn't help but frown at the sharp voice that changed its tone due to fear, and looked at Owen with a flash of contempt in his eyes. The enemy has entered the house, and it is obvious that the guards must have been killed. He is still shouting like a fool, which is really embarrassing. Why didn't I see that this guy is such a fool before? Owen also understood at this time, his face suddenly turned pale, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Gillis ignored the idiot, turned to look at Sunan, chuckled playfully, Sunan Yenist, I've heard of you, the legendary wizard. The Marquis praised you as a promising young man, how about it, would you consider working for the Marquis? As long as you have enough merits, let alone a mere baron, even the title of Viscount, the Marquis can reward you. Who are you? Sunan glanced at Gillis. Gillis Konos, the special envoy of the Marquis of Jinyan. Gillis raised his chin slightly, with a hint of arrogance in his tone. It turns out that you are just a dog of the Marquis of Jinyan. Sunan shook his head. Gillis' smile froze, his face quickly turned gloomy, and he said coldly, young man, don't think too highly of yourself. Don't think that you can look down on everything just because you become a wizard. There are many people in this world who are better than you. Sunan sneered, so? Seeing that Sunan looked down on him from beginning to end, Gillis was finally completely enraged, and his face became extremely cold. It seems that you are just a fool who can't see the situation clearly. I overestimated you. People like you are not worthy of serving the Marquis. Well, since you are here, don't leave, and leave your life here. Mr. Hodge, please. The last sentence was said to the cloaked man next to him. Hodge nodded, tore off the cloak, revealing a vicissitudes of life face of about 40 years old, as well as the silver scales and fine steel sword underneath. I've heard a lot of rumors about wizards, but this is the first time I've encountered one. I hope you won't let me down. Hodge stared at Sunan with a fierce look in his eyes flashing with high fighting spirit. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Sunan's response, he swung his sword forward fiercely. Amid the piercing explosion of breaking through the air, a red flame sword energy formed out of thin air wherever the sword passed, piercing through the void like lightning and attacking Sunan. Elemental power. Sunan's eyes condensed. Without dodging, the invisible shield instantly drifted in front of him, blocking the flame sword energy. After missing the first attack, Hodge was not disappointed. He jumped out and attacked Sunan like lightning. Sunan casually threw out a lightning, slightly blocking Hodge, and at the same time took the opportunity to retreat quickly, and left the hall in a blink of an eye. Watching the two rushing out of the hall one after another, Owen was stunned and stood there, his face full of astonishment. Elemental power. Lord Hodge is a legendary knight. Giller smiled proudly. I said it long ago, with Lord Hodge here, there is no need to worry at all. After recovering from the shock, Owen suddenly felt a strong surprise from hell to heaven. Legendary knights are the top combat power of the principality. A legendary knight can fight dozens of great knights alone. With a legendary knight in charge, what is he afraid of? Owen's panic and fear were swept away, revealing an extremely excited expression. The two immediately walked out of the hall and came to the courtyard outside. The originally quiet and elegant courtyard was already in a mess at this time, with broken wood and gravel everywhere. Hodge held a long sword burning with blazing flames and continuously launched a fierce attack on Sunan. The latter was almost suppressed in place and could not dodge. He could only rely on the shield and protective ring to resist, and occasionally raised his hand to release thunder and lightning to counterattack. Flames, thunder, and lightning and winds intertwined, stirring up dull and deafening whistles. Unlike the great knight who can only rely on himself to generate fighting spirit, the legendary knight has to some extent escaped the shackles of the flesh and can communicate with the free energy particles in nature. They are similar to the second-level wizard apprentices, and have already mastered the skills of manipulating energy particles. The difference is that most legendary knights can only convert a single energy particle into a single element form, unlike the wizard apprentice who can manipulate multiple energy particles and has more diverse skills. But even so, the combat effectiveness of the legendary knight who has mastered the power of elements can be said to be a completely earth-shaking change compared to the great knight. To put it in popular terms, it is to change from a simple physical warrior to a magic warrior who practices both magic and martial arts. And it is also a magic warrior who can absorb energy particles to replenish consumption and greatly improve endurance. The legendary knight who has mastered the power of elements can already be a single enemy of thousands of troops on the battlefield, which is enough to affect the outcome of a small-scale war. It is precisely because of the power and rarity of the legendary knights that they have rarely been seen on the battlefield in recent years. They are more regarded as strategic weapons and will not be deployed easily. To be honest, meeting a legendary knight here was really beyond Sunan's expectation. It was really difficult for him, a second-level wizard apprentice, to deal with a strong man of this level. At this moment, Sunan's expression changed slightly, and a smile flashed across his face. At the same time, Hodge seemed to have noticed something and swung his sword to the side. Dang! A large number of sparks suddenly burst out from the empty void, accompanied by a low hissing sound. Hodge swung his sword and cut out a large piece of flame. The scorching heat burned the air slightly and twisted it, vaguely outlining the figure of a giant beast on all fours. It quickly transformed into a virtual body, avoiding the flames while retreating to Sunan's side, hissing softly. Sunan smiled softly and said, "Well done." Hodge narrowed his eyes and stared at Sunan's side. Although there was nothing there, he seemed to be able to clearly see the position of the hidden dragon. It's exactly the same as what the intelligence said, a beast that can be perfectly invisible. But if you think you can defeat me like this, you are underestimating the legendary knight. At the level of the legendary knight, judging the enemy's position is no longer purely relying on the naked eye, but more on perception. Unless the breath can be hidden, even if the shape, sound and smell are perfectly eliminated, the legendary knight can still judge the enemy's position by perception. At the entrance of the hall, Gillis looked at this scene with a look of disdain on his face. "It's useless, Sunan. The power of the legendary knight is far beyond your imagination. Your tricks are useless to Mr. Hodge." Facing Gillis' sarcasm, Sunan was too lazy to even respond. In terms of understanding of legendary knights, everyone present, including Hodge himself, is probably not as good as him. In his last life, he killed at least 70 or 80 legendary knights. Among them, there are even legendary knights who master the power of space. In comparison, Hodge can only be considered average. Although it is a bit tricky, he is not unable to solve it. It costs money again. Sunan sighed, turned his wrist, and there were already several sparkling rune gems in his palm. "Is that a gem?" Giller frowned in confusion as he looked at the gem in Sunan's hand from a distance. But soon, he put this doubt behind him. No matter how powerful the wizard is, he is still suppressed by Lord Hodge. Even with the help of that strange beast, Sunan could not be the opponent of Lord Hodge. From the moment Sunan appeared here, his fate was actually doomed. Either surrender or die. It can only be said that the young man is too arrogant and always thinks he is very powerful, but he doesn't know that the world is much wider than he thinks. "You are lucky." Giller turned his head to look at Owen and smiled. "As long as Sunan dies, the morale of the Blackstone City army will surely drop sharply. Perhaps you can take this opportunity to hit the opponent hard." The envoy is right. Owen's expression was also very excited. Killing Sunan, not to mention immediately solving the current dilemma, but at least it can be a big relief. It might be possible to defeat Blackstone City and regain control of the Flash territory. Thinking of this, Owen was immediately excited. He stared at the battle in the courtyard without blinking, hoping that Sunan would be killed by Hodge in the next second. The battle broke out again after a short pause. As Hodge himself said, the invisible ability of the hidden dragon was almost useless in front of him. Every time the latter attacked, the moment it transformed from a virtual body to a real body, Hodge instantly detected and captured the position. While easily blocking the attack, it also left several charred wounds on the hidden dragon.
The hidden dragon is still a bit reluctant to deal with the legendary knight now. Unless it completely transforms its bloodline into the bloodline of the sub-dragon, then it should have the power to fight the legendary knight. Sunan thought silently. However, with the hidden dragon distracting most of Hodge's attention, his situation became much easier, and he threw out a rune gem. Boom! The gem suddenly exploded in mid-air, turning into countless winding lightning snakes that poured down and covered Hodge's whole body. The violent and unparalleled might made Hodge's face change slightly. He quickly retreated and swung his sword to cut a flaming sword energy above his head. Crack! Although he reacted quickly and the flaming sword energy annihilated most of the thunder, Hodge was still hit by the remaining thunder. He froze for a moment, and the fighting spirit on his body fluctuated violently. What kind of trick is this? Hodge's face changed in horror. The power of the previous attack was much more terrifying than any of Sunan's previous attacks. With his double defense of the power of the fire element and fighting spirit, he was actually injured. However, reality did not leave Hodge room for thinking. As Sunan threw another rune gem, the second wave of attacks followed. This time, it was countless dark and deep rays of light. Shadow erosion. Before he could even react, Hodge was hit directly. He felt a chill in his body, as if he was wearing an invisible shackle, and his movements were obviously much slower. Even the mobilization of Do Chi and the control of energy particles became a little sluggish, like rust. Not far away, Sunan threw out 3 gems again. After thunder and shadow, flames, frost and hurricane swept out again, overwhelming Hodge. Facing the legendary knight, Sunan completely let go, transformed into a human turret, and continuously threw out rune gems one after another. In just 4 or 5 breaths, he consumed more than 20 rune gems. And Hodge was already blinded by the blow. He felt like he was besieged by multiple legendary knights, and elemental attacks of different attributes came from all directions at all times. Facing the fierce offensive like a storm, he didn't even have time to absorb energy particles to recover, and the Do Chi brilliance on his body was quickly shattered and destroyed. After enduring several waves of attacks with his flesh and blood, Hodge was covered with wounds of frost, wind blades, and lightning. He looked miserable, and his fighting spirit a moment ago was completely gone. Damn it! Since he was promoted to a legendary knight, when has Hodge been so miserable? His strong anger made him burst out with 12 points of strength. He actually carried the thunder and frost that were coming towards him, and rushed towards Sunan with unparalleled momentum. Then he saw Sunan spread out his hands, and the 6 rune gems in his palms shone with charming luster. Hodge has never wanted to curse like he does now. How many gems does this damn kid have? Unfortunately, he will never know the answer. The next moment, the surging elemental attack overwhelmed him. Boom! The violent shockwave spread out from where Hodge was, blowing the gravel flying. Even Gillis and Owen, who were far away, were pushed back several steps by the oncoming windwave, and the gravel hit their faces and hurt. However, the 2 of them could no longer care about anything else at this time, and just stared at the center of the courtyard with a dull look, their mouths wide open and their faces full of disbelief. Why did it turn out like this? Hodge had the upper hand just now. Why was he beaten into such a miserable state by Sunan in the blink of an eye? What on earth was going on? Ha! The strong wind blew away the smoke and dust, revealing the situation in the center of the courtyard. Hodge was covered with frost and scorch marks, lying motionless on the ground, already dead. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Sunan felt a little sorry. The soul of a legendary knight can at least create a small soul crystal, but unfortunately he cannot extract the soul from the corpse yet. What a waste! Retracting his gaze, Sunan turned to look at Gillis and Owen. When they met Sunan's gaze, they suddenly shuddered and subconsciously took a step back, their faces pale. Sir Sunan, we can actually discuss it again, Marquis Jinyan Giller stuttered, his face full of fear, completely without the pride and arrogance when he was sure of victory before. Unfortunately, Sunan had no intention of talking nonsense with him. A flash of lightning flashed at his fingertips, and a flash of lightning instantly pierced Gillis's eyebrows. The envoy's eyes widened, and he collapsed to the ground with fear and despair on his face. Owen was so frightened that he knelt on the ground with a plop, begging for mercy with a horrified face. Sunan, please let me go. I don't want the title anymore. I'll give it back to you. Just spare my life, please. Before he finished speaking, he was hit by a sleeping spell from Sunan and fainted. It would be too easy to kill you like this. The place you really should go is the execution ground. Sunan turned and looked towards the city gate, patting the head of Long who was approaching. Go, break open the city gate and welcome Big Brother and others into the city. Long screamed and disappeared quickly.
Not long after, there was a loud bang from the direction of the city gate, followed by shouts of killing. At the end of the month of winter Qin, the snow has not completely dissipated. There is still some time before the arrival of the Wind of Revival, but the entire Jinyan province is quietly restless. Two major events that have happened recently have made the aristocratic circles of the entire Jinyan province boil. The first thing is related to the Storm territory. After being in a coma for more than half a year, the Count of Storm was finally announced dead. The title was unexpectedly inherited by the youngest son of the Count of Storm. At the subsequent inheritance ceremony, the Marquis of Jinyan attended and gave his blessing to the new Count of Storm. The second thing is that the position of the Flash Baron has changed hands again. To be honest, many nobles have been mentally prepared for this result. It's just that the course of events was somewhat beyond their expectations. Blackstone City almost captured Flash City without bloodshed. According to the battle report, the Blackstone City army just arrived at Flash City before the city gate was shattered, and several generals were torn into several pieces in the public eye, and died tragically on the spot. So before the war even started, the defenders of Flash City collapsed. The Blackstone City army then marched straight in and took over the entire Flash City without much effort. This result really shocked many people. And more discerning people, when they saw this battle report, guessed the role played by Sunan in this victory. After the war, many nobles were waiting for the reaction of Marquis Jinyan. After all, everyone knew that Marquis Jinyan was behind Owen. Now that Owen was hanged and the position of the Flash Baron changed hands, if Marquis Jinyan did nothing, his prestige would inevitably drop sharply. But what is surprising is that Marquis Jinyan did not react at all after the war for a long time. Let the new Flash Baron Qi Yenist easily conquer the entire Flash territory and gradually sit firmly on the position of Baron. Many nobles were puzzled. Only a few nobles who were close to Marquis Jinyan, such as Earl Winterfrost, Viscount Blackzay and Viscount Feathered Serpent, knew what the latter was afraid of. Jinyan City, Inner Castle. Under the guidance of the housekeeper, two men in cloaks walked through the courtyard and entered the spacious and bright corridor. The corridor was hung with expensive oil paintings on both sides. The sun shone through the window, making the gilded frames sparkle. Casper was the last one, and his eyes swept over an oil painting, and his mouth twitched slightly. He remembered that this oil painting of Princess Jinghua had appeared at a large auction not long ago, and it was sold at a high price of 3,800 gold coins. And such a precious oil painting is now hanging on the corridor. Looking at the dozens of oil paintings on the corridor whose value is not much worse than that of Princess Jinghua, Casper couldn't help but sigh secretly. It is said that Marquis Jinyan is rich enough to rival a country, and now it seems that the rumor is true. In this world, gold coins represent strength, and it is no wonder that Marquis Jinyan is unwilling to be just a hegemon. While thinking, the three of them have come to the room at the end of the corridor. The butler raised his hand and knocked on the door gently, saying, "My lord, the two distinguished guests have arrived. Come in." A deep voice came from inside. The butler gently pushed the door open, then turned sideways and motioned the two to come in. Walking into the study, Marquis Jinyan was standing sideways in front of the window, staring at the sky outside. His eyes were deep and he didn't know what he was thinking. Just 2 months ago, Marquis Jinyan had just celebrated his 60th birthday, but his black hair was still as shiny as before, and his facial skin was tight and rosy. Anyone who saw him would think he was only in his early 30s. "Master Yoris, long time no see." Marquis Jinyan turned around, a smile appeared on his tough face, and raised his hand to motion the two to sit down. "Long time no see, Marquis, I am very happy to see you are well." After Marquis Jinyan sat down, Yoris also sat down opposite him. As for Casper, he consciously stood aside. He was not qualified to sit in front of these two. "I'm old, and my health is starting to decline. The hidden injuries left by previous battles flare up from time to time. Time is unforgiving." "You're joking, Marquis. You're much healthier than me." The two exchanged a few pleasantries like ordinary friends, and then Marquis Jinyan got down to business. "Master Yoris came all the way to see me. It's not just to chat with me about family matters, is it?" Yoris' smile faded, and he said solemnly, "This time I came to see the Marquis, mainly because of Sunan's matter." As soon as the word Sunan came out, a trace of haze flashed across Marquis Jinyan's face, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Casper on the side subconsciously tensed his body. At this moment, Marquis Jinyan truly revealed a trace of the overlord of Jinyan province and the sharp edge of the old legendary knight. "Sunan? Did he offend your church?" Marquis Jinyan raised his eyebrows and asked. In his impression, the only intersection between Sunan and the Spark Cult was the incident when the Spark Cult sent people to sneak into Black Rock City to assassinate. Before, he couldn't figure out why the Spark Cult assassins failed, but after the Black Rock City battle report was made public, the facts were very clear. Even Hodge died at the hands of Sunan, so it was normal for the assassination of 2 junior knight assassins to fail. It was just that the assassination was commissioned by Owen, so even if it failed, the Spark Cult would not be angry with Sunan. But what Yuri said next surprised Marquis Jinyan. To be honest, Lord Marquis, 2 months ago, our sect suffered heavy casualties in the base of Stone Bell City, losing a total of 6 priests and hundreds of believers, and the murderer who caused all this was a wizard. The other party also happened to have an invisible beast. Marquis Jinyan's eyes flashed with realization. Invisible beasts are so rare that the possibility of 2 appearing at the same time in Jinyan province is too low. In addition, the controllers are all wizards, so the probability is even lower. No wonder the Spark Cult is sure that the man is Sunan. But how did Sunan know your base in Stone Bell City? Marquis Jinyan knew that the people of the Spark Cult had means to prevent torture, and it was impossible for others to interrogate any information from this group of fanatics. If not for this, he would not be at ease to cooperate with the Spark Cult and assassinate nobles. We haven't investigated this clearly yet. Yuri's eyes twitched slightly, and then his expression turned cold. But Sunan has killed so many of our believers, we will never let him go. I came to see the Marquis this time, and I also want to deal with Sunan with you. If you want to send troops to attack the Flash territory, we are willing to lend you a hand. Marquis Jinyan tapped the table with his fingers and smiled slightly. I am naturally very happy that your church is willing to help, but now is not the time to deal with the Flash territory. Then when will we wait? Yuri's frowned slightly. He was not really in a hurry to kill Sunan, but the god Blood Amber was still in the other party's hands. This thing is of great significance to the sect. One day, he will not be at ease until he finds it back. Marquis Jinyan stood up and walked to the window, looking deeply to the south. Wait for a storm. A storm that sweeps across the principality. Hurry up. We must transport the things to the destination before dark. In Glitter City, a transport convoy moved forward slowly on the Bluestone Road, making a continuous sound of the wheels turning. Residents along the way consciously moved to both sides to avoid the situation because a group of heavily armed soldiers followed the convoy. The leading men were all wearing full body armor, and they were clearly knights at a glance. Sure enough, Glitter City is better. The corner of Black Rock City is still a bit remote after all. Looking at the scenery on both sides of the street, Xiaodun sighed with a grin. The architectural style of Glitter City is more Romanesque, giving people a majestic and solemn feeling. The road is a flat bluestone road with flowers, plants, and trees planted on both sides. The ground is clean and tidy, and there are complete sewers. Even the houses are more beautiful and tidy than those in Black Rock City. Compared with Glitter City, Blackstone City suddenly looked like the countryside. When we followed Master Key to Black Rock City, who would have thought that we would be able to return to the Shining Territory so quickly? A knight said with emotion. The other people were all filled with sadness when they heard this. Who says it's not the case? At first I thought I would stay in Black Rock City for the rest of my life. Yeah, to this day I still wonder if I'm dreaming from time to time. This is all thanks to the Lord and Your Excellency Sunan. But then again, why did Your Excellency Sunan want to move outside the city? It can't be before the knight who spoke could finish speaking, he was kicked by Xiaodun. What are you talking about? Be careful, I'll slap you. The Baron and his brothers have a very good relationship. Besides, Mr. Sunan obviously has no interest in the title. He will be a wizard in the future. Then why don't you, Mr. Sunan, stay in the city? It's so remote outside the city, how can living in an inner castle be as comfortable as that? A knight asked in confusion. Xiaodun shrugged and said, I heard that Mr. Sunan wanted to build a base outside the city. He said that he wanted to build a magic plant garden and a puppet factory. The land area that needed to be occupied was not small, so he chose it outside the city. What we are transporting this time are the materials for building the base. Seeing that everyone seemed to understand, Xiaodun waved his hands impatiently. Anyway, we just have to do what Mr. Sunan said. Everyone thought so. They can't just speculate on the plans of powerful people like Mr. Sunan, they just act accordingly. The convoy passed through the city all the way. After leaving the city gate, it walked north for 4 or 5 kilometers and finally saw a piece of flat land. Many workers are busy at work, and the crisp sound of pickaxes colliding with rocks can be heard all the time.
Xiaodun quickly found Sunan, who was wandering around the hillside, seemingly looking for something. Your Excellency Sunan, the Lord asked me to deliver something. Sunan nodded and called a steward to hand over the things. Then he took out a list and handed it to Xiaodun. This is the next batch of things that will be used. Help me give it to Big Brother. Yes, Your Excellency. Xiaodun solemnly agreed and glanced at the list secretly. Crystal, brass, silver, clay. The first few can be understood, but what is clay used for? Making ceramics? Xiaodun was secretly confused, but he was sensible enough not to ask any more questions. He took the list and said goodbye to Sunan and left. After he left, Sunan continued to explore the surrounding area. After taking over Glitter City, he started his own farming plan according to the plan. Without saying a word, he found Kei and marked a piece of land on the plain not far outside the city, preparing to build his own base. A qualified wizard must have his own territory so that he can practice and delve into knowledge with peace of mind, and develop along the way. That's why many wizards build their own wizard towers. A few powerful true spirit wizards will even spend huge amounts of resources building floating cities. It's a pity that neither the floating city nor the wizard tower is within the reach of Sunan now. He can only settle for the next best thing and build an ordinary base. A complete base must include a series of facilities such as a meditation area, a spell practice area, an experimental area, a residential area, a pharmaceutical area, a magic plant garden, a magic item workshop, a puppet factory, and a warehouse. With so many facilities built, the base covers an area even larger than an ordinary village. The gold coins consumed are also tens of thousands. Fortunately, Sunan took the time to make a batch of potions and handed them over to the Firefox Chamber of Commerce for sale. The deposit received can be used for the initial construction of the base. What he is currently exploring is the location of the leyline nodes. There are primitive magical veins underground in any world. These veins are called earth vein nodes, or element branch veins, magic nodes, etc. A name is just a code name. Essentially, leyline nodes are the intersection of natural energy. As long as large magic circles are used to set up magic supply channels at leyline nodes, stable magic energy transmission can be provided, which can greatly save energy. Otherwise, relying solely on magic stones to support the operation of facilities such as the magic plant garden, magic item manufacturing workshop, and puppet factory would not be enough even if the entire Shining Collar's income is invested. The only problem is that today's Starlight continent is barren of elements, and the elemental magic power provided by the leyline nodes has also been greatly reduced. The leyline nodes alone may only be able to support the daily operation and maintenance of the base. If you want to use equipment such as the magic crystal forging furnace, you must add magic stones as a supplementary energy source. In view of this, before the base construction is completed, a batch of magic stones must be stored. After confirming the node of the earth vein, Sunan breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at the busy crowd below. Relying solely on manpower to build the base is still a bit inefficient. It is best to create a batch of clay golems to serve as manpower. The clay golem has a power of nearly 1 ton and is a very efficient labor force. In many large-scale projects, a clay golem can be responsible for the work equivalent to hundreds of humans. The key is that the clay golem does not need to rest or eat. As long as there is enough energy supply and daily maintenance, they can be used all the time. Therefore, many wizards like to use clay golems as laborers or servants. The materials required for clay golems are simple, energy consumption is low, and maintenance is very convenient. They are the best choice for labor. As long as there are 10 clay golems, the efficiency of base construction can be multiplied several times, and a lot of manpower expenses can be saved. In addition, places like magic plant gardens and magic item workshops also need special manpower to maintain them. In addition to being literate, they must also master a certain foundation in magic plant science or enchantment science. These must be cultivated from scratch. Practicing, learning spells, building bases, making potions, refining golems, and training manpower. Sunan suddenly found that he had a lot of things to do. I'll be busy next. Jodan was very efficient and delivered the materials that Sunan needed the next day. Sunan immediately asked the workers to move the materials to the temporary laboratory, and then began to prepare to make the first golem puppet. The main material of the clay golem is clay. A kind of sticky soil with little sand. Water is not easy to pass through it, and it has good plasticity. It takes about 0.5 tons of clay to make a clay golem, plus a small amount of silver, crystal, and the most important soul core. The lowest level clay golem can use gems as the soul core, but the intelligence level of the clay golem made in this way is extremely low, and it can only be competent for simple tasks. For example, cleaning a certain area, moving things, or hammering people. Sunin had made many clay golems in his previous life. Now he is revisiting the old work and soon becomes familiar with it. More than half an hour later, there was a clay body about 2.5 meters tall on the wide workbench. Its face is square, without a neck, and its chest is broad and strong. The thick arms attached to its shoulders hang down to the knees. Its fingers are short and thick, but relatively flexible. Its legs are only 1/3 of its body length, and its feet are wide and flat. The chest of the clay golem is still open at this time, revealing the extremely complex enchanted runes inside. Sunin put the gem with the runes engraved into it, then closed the groove and began to chant the spell. The last step in making a golem is to activate the golem and give it vitality. As the spell sounded, the surrounding energy particles suddenly became active, quickly gathered from all directions, and rushed to sink into the body of the clay golem. At the same time, the elemental magic power from the earth vein node also flowed in. With the infusion of energy, the body of the clay golem gradually changed, and a vitality that was completely different from flesh and blood life was growing and growing in the clay body. The whole process lasted for more than 10 minutes. Then the magic power gradually faded, and the energy particles gradually returned to calm. Rustle! The clay golem on the workbench suddenly moved, and then sat up with its huge and burly body, staring blankly at Sunin with its stiff face. Done! Sunin showed a happy expression, pointing to the box next to him and giving an order. Move the box outside. Yes, master. The clay golem responded with a dull sound, and then jumped to the ground with a muffled bang. Its movements were a little clumsy, but it quickly adapted to it and moved the heavy box outside without any effort. Sunin nodded secretly. The clay golem is a very useful laborer, and the key is that it consumes less energy. Once the energy is fully charged, it can do hard labor for 4 or 5 days in a row. When the energy is about to run out, as long as it enters the connection array of the earth vein node, it can quickly recharge. It can be called the most useful cow and horse. The most expensive material for making clay golems is the gem. The rest of the clay and a small amount of silver, brass, and crystal are not worth much. The cost of making a clay golem is only a dozen gold coins. In the long run, it is more cost-effective and more efficient than hiring workers to do the work. Sunin immediately decided to make 10 clay golems in one go in the next 2 days so that the base can be built as soon as possible. As for the steel golem, we have to wait until the puppet factory is built before making it. After all, metal golems require higher skills and equipment. Unlike clay golems, they can be made with just a simple workbench. Time flies, and it is the month of recovery. The snow melts, and there are more touches of spring in the fields. With the 10 clay golems put into the project, the construction speed of the base has soared a lot. The heavy stone that requires several workers to carry together can often be carried by clay golems at once, which makes those workers who can't read a single word stunned. Key had come to see it several times, and after seeing the clay golems working, his eyes lit up. This thing is simply a natural baggage soldier. Key immediately had the idea of forming a clay golem baggage unit. Even after learning that the cost of making a clay golem was as high as more than 10 gold coins, he did not give up. This thing is not as expensive as the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment, but it is subversive to the improvement of war logistics capabilities. If you use this thing to form a baggage unit, the logistics pressure during the war will definitely be greatly reduced. Unable to be entangled by Key, Sunin had to agree to supply him with a batch of clay golems after meeting the manpower needs of the base. It is worth mentioning that after retaking the Flash territory, Key immediately stopped the export of blackstone iron due to the substantial increase in territory income. The blackstone iron produced in the Blackstone mine has since been supplied only to the Flash territory to arm the army and expand the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment. Expanding military power is still the top priority for the current Flash territory. After all, there is a Marquis of Jinyan next to him who is eyeing them covetously. The first problem facing the expansion of the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment is that the supply of secondary dragon blood potions cannot keep up. There are only 60 or 70 black dot scaled lizardmen captives in the Flash territory now, and the amount of blood that can be extracted each month is limited. The secondary dragon blood potion that was finally produced is far from enough to support the rapid expansion of the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment. For this matter, Kay was worried a lot and consulted Sunin several times. In this regard, Sunin also thought of many solutions. For example, drawing blood from the hidden dragon. The blood concentration of the hidden dragon is far higher than that of ordinary black dot scaled lizardmen.
It alone can obtain much more blood materials per month than the group of black dot-scaled lizardmen captives. However, after thinking it over again and again, Sunan finally rejected this idea. If blood is continuously drawn from the hidden dragon, the speed of its blood concentration will inevitably be greatly reduced. This is unacceptable to Sunan. It is important to help the territory grow, but his own strength improvement cannot be ignored. The appearance of Hodge reminded him. Although the Starlight Continent is an elemental desert today, there are many hidden strongmen. Hodge, who was at most a legendary knight of the First Ring, forced him to consume nearly 30 rune gems to solve it. If a stronger enemy appears, he may not even be able to escape. So for the sake of his own safety, the improvement of strength must not be slowed down. After thinking about it for a while, Sunan finally came up with a feasible solution. That is to find a substitute for the secondary dragon blood potion. Considering that the scale of the Blackrock Cavalry Regiment will be further expanded in the future, this substitute must be able to be mass-produced and cheap enough. This rules out potions. After thinking again and again, Sunan finally set his sights on magic plants. Although there are no magic plants that meet his requirements in his memory, it doesn't matter. Since there are none, he can cultivate them himself. With the synthetic magic cube in hand, he naturally has a greater advantage than other wizard apprentices in cultivating new magic plants. I have some ideas about potions. Give me some time and I will find a way to solve it, Sunan said. Ki trusts his brother very much. When he heard him say this, his expression relaxed a lot. Then, Ki suddenly remembered something and asked Sunan, "You said you wanted to recruit apprentices from the territory before. What's the matter? After I complete the construction here, many places will need special manpower to maintain. I plan to cultivate them myself and see if I can dig out a few wizard apprentices." Hearing the last sentence, Ki was immediately refreshed. Blackstone City was able to grow rapidly and eventually regain the Flash territory because of the wizard apprentice Sunan. Facts have proven how important a wizard apprentice is to the development of a territory. If there were a few more wizard apprentices in the territory, it would definitely be a great thing. Thinking of this, Ki immediately patted his chest and agreed to the matter, promising to do it beautifully for Sunan. With the dual benefits of Super Potion and Divine Blood Amber, Sunan's meditation progress improved rapidly, and he successfully constructed the 5th star ring in the middle of the month. Mental strength also successfully exceeded the 18 mark. In 2 months, the duration of the Super Potion was coming to an end. So Sunan synthesized another bottle of second-grade high-grade Super Potion and took it, and his meditation efficiency improved a lot compared to before. At the end of the day, the proficiency of the Star Ring meditation method increased by nearly 700 points. The level 6 Star Ring meditation method requires 50,000 proficiency points to upgrade. According to this progress, it will take at least more than 2 months. But by the time I build the 6th Star Ring, my mental power should be able to break through 20. Sunan's mind moved slightly and he called out the panel. Sunan Yeneste, human male, 17 years old, spirit 18.92/physique 14.21, skill Star Ring meditation LV6, 21/50,000, potion production level 3, 1804/6000, biomodification LV2, 526/3000, puppet refining level 2, 2371/3000, magic item manufacturing level 1, 251/1000, in addition to the Star Ring meditation method. Among the remaining 4 skills, potion production is currently the fastest growing, and the level is also far ahead. After all, Sunan now has to make potions every day, accumulate them for a period of time, and then deliver them to the Firefox Chamber of Commerce for sale. This is his current largest source of funds. The second one is puppet refining. He refines dozens of black rock leopards every month, and recently refined 10 clay golems, which has increased his proficiency a lot. A close second is biomodification. Hidden Dragon's exchange plan continues, each time providing a lot of proficiency in biological modification skills. As of today, Hidden Dragon's dragon lizard blood concentration is close to 40%. Sunan estimated that it would take at most 2 years for the bloodline of the Hidden Dragon to be upgraded to the bloodline of the Yalong. It is worth mentioning that Sunan actually had the idea of extracting Amy's space shuttle ability and copying it into the Hidden Dragon. After all, the ability to travel through space, the ability to convert virtual reality into reality, and the ability to invisibly match each other very well. The combination of the 3 can definitely make a qualitative change in the Hidden Dragon's combat effectiveness and improve it by several levels. Even the legendary knight can't resist the attack of the Hidden Dragon who has mastered the ability to travel through space.
For this reason, Sunan also used the synthesized ice mint to seduce Amy, and successfully tricked the little cat into agreeing to cooperate with his experiment. It's just a pity that many experiments failed.
After all, Amy's space shuttle ability does not come from blood, but the magic dot-like ability awakened from the familiar contract.
This ability is not a bloodline ability. Even if Amy's bloodline is extracted and integrated into the hidden dragon, it cannot be inherited or copied.
Sunan had no choice but to shelve this tempting idea for the time being. However, although the ability to travel through space is very rare, there are races with similar bloodline abilities in the multiverse. When you become a wizard in the future, you may be able to find a way to catch one back and extract the bloodline ability and copy it into the hidden dragon.
Sunan thought secretly.
Of the 4 skills, the one with the slowest growth is magic item creation. After all, except for rune gems, he has basically never made any serious magic items.
Speaking of which, making secondary magic stones should also increase proficiency in this skill, right? Sunan's heart moved.
Both the magic item workshop and the puppet factory require a magic crystal forging furnace, and the energy source for this thing is magic stone.
Before casting the magic crystal forging furnace, the magic stone must be synthesized first. Sunan turned and walked into the laboratory. Thanks to the tireless work of the clay golem, the foundation of the base has been laid and various building facilities have begun to take shape.
It is expected that the base project will be completed in another 2 months at most. After that, as long as various magic circles and magic energy transmission pipelines are laid, the base will be truly completed. Standing in front of the workbench, Sunan drew the magic circle and then placed a crystal the size of an egg in the center of the magic circle. Although the magic stone has the word stone in its name, it is actually a gray crystal. Therefore, it is also called magic crystal. Naturally, similar crystals must be used as carriers to create secondary magic stones. As Sunan recited the spell, the magic circle lit up, and elemental magic power poured out from the ley line nodes, flowed into the magic circle through the magic energy transmission pipe, and finally converged into the crystal. After about 4 or 5 minutes, the crystal completely transformed from transparent to gray, taking on a strange luster.
Sunan picked up the crystal and put it into the Rubik's Cube.
Secondary magic stone, a crystal with a purity of 99.36% and containing a small amount of magic energy.
Yes, the purity is quite high.
Sunan nodded with satisfaction and started to create more than 20 secondary magic stones. It was not until the energy-gathering magic circle he drew completely lost its effect that he stopped and started to synthesize the magic stones. It was not until the 15th secondary magic stone was put in that the magic stone information finally appeared on the synthesis interface. Magic stone, lower level, a crystal containing rich magic energy. The cost of making a secondary magic stone is only the crystal and the materials to draw the magic circle. A magic circle can produce approximately 20.7 secondary magic stones. In the end, the cost of a secondary magic stone was about 12 silver coins. The cost of a low-level magic stone is 180 silver coins, less than 2 gold coins. It seems that in the 2.0 version of Wizard Age, a lower-level magic stone can be exchanged for 50 or 60 gold coins in any country. If calculated in this way, my cost is simply a huge profit.
Sunan weighed the magic stone.
Magic stones are the product of elemental tides, a rare mineral with magic power. They are rare spellcasting materials, props for arranging magic arrays, and can also extract energy to restore consumed mental power. They are extremely versatile. Therefore, wizards are accustomed to using magic stones as hard currency. With the means of synthesizing magic stones at low cost, when the wizard age comes, he can immediately become a rich man and purchase various resources and magic items.
Just thinking about it makes people excited. The premise is that I can live 1,000 years later.
After calming down, Sunan put away the magic stone and continued to make secondary magic stones.
A lower-level magic stone can support the operation of the magic crystal forging furnace for about an hour.
Considering that there will be at least 2 magic crystal forging furnaces in the base in the future, he plans to save 200 or 300 magic stones first. It's a pity that my current mental power is not enough to open the element channel, otherwise I would not need to consume so many magic stones if I built an element pool.
The element pool is a higher-level energy supply device.
It can extract elemental energy from the elemental plane and continuously provide unlimited and stable energy, which is much more efficient than setting up magic energy transmission pipelines on the ground vein nodes. A small element pool is enough to maintain the basic needs of a wizard tower.
It's just that opening an element channel is something that only formal wizards can do. Sunan can only sigh in despair at present. Let's just work hard on making magic stones. Concentrating his thoughts, Sunan immersed himself in the work of making secondary magic stones. Just when Sunan was immersed in the work of making magic stones, a strange recruitment activity that swept the entire Flash territory was in full swing. Bang bang bang! There was a violent knock on the heavy door. In the wooden house, Sherman, who was sleeping peacefully under a worn quilt, was instantly awakened. He rubbed his eyes and shouted sleepily, "Coming!" In the middle of the month of recovery, the weather is still a little cold. After Sherman put on his shabby clothes, he picked up the leather jacket that was covering the quilt as a second quilt and put it on before opening the wooden door. Outside the door, old Roger was leaning on the carriage, holding a whip in one hand and a tobacco pipe in the other. "Hurry up, it's getting late. If you are late, you will be punished." "No." Sherman closed the wooden door and got on the carriage quickly, but he didn't look anxious at all. Roger glanced at him, without saying anything, and gave him a sharp crack of his whip. The old horse grunted and pulled the carriage slowly forward. Sherman leaned on the guardrail of the carriage, looked at the dark sky, closed his eyes and took a nap. According to past experience, it would take half an hour to reach the inner fort, and when we got there, it would be almost dawn. Sherman is an orphan. According to old Roger, he picked up Sherman on a snowy day. Because he had no children, he took Sherman back to raise him. Over the years, old Roger worked hard to raise Sherman until he was 12 years old by collecting garbage for the nobles and sending it out of the city to be cleaned up. Sherman was filled with gratitude to old Roger. Although he knew that he was not related by blood to old Roger, in his heart, old Roger was his father. Unknowingly, the carriage entered the inner city. Sherman automatically woke up from the long-established habit. From a distance, he saw the majestic and tall castle, and his eyes couldn't help but show envy and yearning. That's where the lords and knights live. Sherman didn't know how many times he dreamed that he had become a noble, living in a luxurious castle, and enjoying a high and luxurious life. Or he could become a powerful knight, gain the appreciation of the lord, and then become the lord's guard, and gain the qualification to live in the castle. In the boy's superficial understanding, that castle was the most beautiful place in the world. But in fact, he knew very well in his heart that if it were not for work, a poor man like him would never be able to set foot in that castle in his life, let alone live in it. When you wake up, everything in the dream will disappear, and only the cold reality remains. Old Roger once told him that after his death, he could inherit the 2 wooden houses and the carriage, and take over the job of cleaning up the garbage for the nobles. Sherman thought that his future would be like that. The carriage stopped in front of the castle gate. Sherman jumped out of the carriage with old Roger and walked towards the tall guard guarding the gate. In the past, when they entered the castle to clean up garbage, they would always be exploited by the guards guarding the gate and the stewards inside, asking for various benefits. However, since the previous lord was hanged, the new lord moved into the lord's mansion, and drastically changed a group of guards and servants. They have never encountered exploitation again. For this reason alone, Sherman had a good impression of the new lord whom he had never met before. Over the past few months, the gate guard had become very familiar with old Roger. Seeing the 2 people arriving, they just checked briefly and let them pass. After spending a whole morning, old Roger and Sherman expertly packed up the garbage, swept it all into the carriage, and then prepared to transport the garbage outside the city. Before leaving, one of the guards suddenly stopped Sherman, looked him up and down, and asked, "Little Sherman, how old are you this year?" Sherman was stunned, but he still answered honestly, 12 years old. "Can you read?" Sherman nodded. Poor people like him who work for noble lords generally do not know how to read, but because old Roger once worked as an accounting apprentice for a shop when he was young, although the shop later closed down, he also learned to read. And then they were all handed over to Sherman. After listening to Sherman's words, the guard smiled and said, "That's just right. The Lord issued a decree a while ago. All literate young people in the territory who are 12 years old and not more than 15 years old, regardless of gender or origin, are required to enter the country. If you want to go to the testing office for testing, you can go there later." "Test? What test?" Sherman was still in a daze, but old Roger panicked first and said hurriedly, "Sir, little Sherman has always worked diligently and has never done anything bad." The guard waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, this is a good thing. Your Excellency Sunan will recruit apprentices from the entire Shining Collar. Anyone who passes the test can serve as his apprentice and receive a gold coin every month. Subsidies." Old Roger and Sherman's eyes widened when they heard this, with shock on their faces. They worked hard for a month and earned less than 10 silver coins. But as long as you become an apprentice, you can get 1 gold coin every month? Is there such a good thing?
But immediately old Roger hesitated again.
Is there really such a thing as pie falling in this world? Wouldn't it be to trick people away and then do something bad?
Seeing old Roger's expression, the guard didn't know what he was thinking, so he smiled and cursed. Your Excellency Sunan is a legendary wizard, and the government decree was also issued by the Lord.
Do you think those two adults are free? Will you deceive a poor man?
If I hadn't seen that little Sherman is usually very well behaved, I wouldn't have bothered to remind you. Old Roger quickly apologized with a smile. Thinking about it, what the guard said makes sense. How could the decree issued by the Lord be false?
After thanking the guard, old Roger pulled Siaman onto the carriage.
On the way back, old Roger thought for a moment and said to Siaman, after you transport the garbage back, go back and wash your body, change your clothes, and then go to the inspection office.
Siaman nodded vigorously, his eyes shining.
If he could become the apprentice of the Lord Sunan mentioned by the guard, he could receive a gold coin every month. After saving for a year or two, he could move to the inner city with old Roger and open a small shop, and no longer have to get up early and stay up late to clean up garbage.
Maybe there is a chance to live in that castle.
When Siaman thought of this, he was extremely excited and wished he could fly to the inspection office right now. After returning from outside the city, Siaman rushed home, washed his body, changed into his best clothes, and then went straight to the place the guard said.
The inspection office is located at the junction of the outer city and the inner city.
In front of the temporary wooden shed, hundreds of boys and girls of about the same age as Siaman were queuing up. Many people were excitedly talking to each other, and occasionally looking forward to the front of the team. Siaman noticed that these people were dressed very decently, and the worst ones had clean clothes, unlike him who was wearing clothes that were washed white and had patches on them. Come to think of it, people who can read these days usually have good family conditions. There are very few outliers like him.
Go to the end of the line and don't wander around. A nearby soldier noticed Siaman and told him to line up. Siaman followed his instructions and came to the end of the line and waited quietly.
The boys in front of Sherman seemed to know each other and were chatting animatedly.
Your Excellency Sunan is the Lord's younger brother.
If you can become his apprentice, you will have a bright future.
My cousin works as a guard in the castle.
I heard from him that the knights all respect Mr. Sunan very much.
Even the lords often ask Mr. Sunan for his opinions. Don't you know, Mr. Sunan is a wizard? Legendary wizard? Real or fake?
Of course it's true. When my father went to attend a banquet hosted by a noble gentleman, he heard the noble gentleman say this with his own ears.
That's awesome, wizard?
Sherman rolled his eyes. When he heard the kind-hearted guard uncle mention wizards before, he was a little confused.
What exactly is a wizard?
From the tone of these people, it sounds like they are something very powerful.
Unable to suppress his curiosity, Sherman finally couldn't help but interject, "Excuse me, what is a wizard?" The people chatting looked back at Sherman and saw a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes when the latter was wearing old clothes. The boy in the lead sneered, "You don't know this? The wizard is a big man who is more powerful than the knight. He can control lightning and fire, and he can also use all kinds of magical spells." Can you control lightning and fire? Sherman was stunned. Is there anyone in this world who can do such a thing? This is amazing. That Lord Sunan turned out to be such a powerful person.
Seeing Sherman dumbfounded, the boy who spoke curled his lips contemptuously, ignored him, and turned his head to continue chatting with his companions. As time passed, the team gradually moved forward. After waiting for about an hour, Sherman finally reached the front row and could clearly see the situation in the wooden shed. There was a long wooden table inside, with a kind-hearted old man sitting behind it. Whenever a boy or girl comes forward, the old man will open a book for the other person to read. Most people only looked at it for more than 10 seconds before showing uncomfortable expressions, covering their heads and moaning in pain. At this time, the old man will close the book, say a few words of comfort and let the tester leave.
Obviously, these people are unqualified.
The test has been carried out so far, and there seem to be very few qualified candidates, only one male and one female. The two were about 12 or 13 years old, standing side by side behind the old man. The boy was wearing silk clothes that looked very expensive at first glance. He seemed to be a child of a noble family. He had a faint smile on his face. Although he tried to restrain himself, there was still a sense of superiority in his eyes when he looked at other peers. The girl's clothing is relatively less luxurious, but clean and elegant, with a strong bookish air about her.
Sherman once felt a similar aura from a bachelor, and he guessed that the girl must come from a knowledgeable family. While Sherman was observing, the first few boys had completed the test and were eliminated without exception. The three of them left the team with frustrated expressions and walked to the side, but did not leave. They seemed a little unwilling to do so and wanted to see the performance of others. Seeing that it was his turn, Sherman quickly stepped forward to the long table. "Name?" the old man asked in a gentle tone. "Sherman." The old man looked at Sherman's clothes and was slightly surprised. "Do you know how to read?" "I've learned some." Sherman rubbed his hands nervously. The old man smiled and comforted him and said, "Don't be nervous, just relax." Then he handed him a piece of paper and said, "Read the words on it." Sherman nodded, took a look at the paper, and found that it contained some common words. He was slightly relieved, cleared his throat, and read the contents clearly. "That's it." The old man nodded with satisfaction, took back the paper, opened the book and pushed it in front of Sherman. It was a book wrapped in a cold and hard black cover. On the open pages was a string of strange words that looked like ghostly symbols, making it difficult for people to understand the meaning. While reading this book, you may have some abnormal reactions such as headaches and chest tightness. This is normal. Don't worry. If the pain is unbearable, stop reading and look away. Sherman could no longer hear the old man's reminder. The moment his eyes came into contact with the book, he suddenly fell into a strange trance. The whole world seemed to be quiet for a moment. Everything around him, whether it was scenery or people, whether it was the birds in the sky, or the half-fallen leaves from the branches not far away, seemed to be frozen in mid-air. Sherman looked around and was shocked to find that the long table in front of him and the wooden pillars that set up the wooden shed had many colorful tentacles on them. The surface of these tentacles is covered with densely packed and countless eyes, floating in the air like jellyfish. Looking at the ground beneath my feet, the cracks in the bluestone bricks combined to form long cracks. The cracks opened and closed, like a talking mouth, repeating one word neatly. Truth. 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 What is this? Sherman's face was pale and his body was trembling slightly. This was the first time he had seen such a strange scene in his whole life. What happened? Just when he was panicking, those weird tentacles and mouths suddenly disappeared completely. Sherman suddenly came to his senses and was shocked to find that the world had returned to normal. Everyone around him stared at him with wide eyes, their eyes full of envy and jealousy. Siaman looked down at the books on the table and found that he could actually understand those scribbled words. "Congratulations, you passed the test," the old man said with a smile. His face was more enthusiastic than before. "Wait for a while in the back, I will take you to see Mr. Sunan after the test is over." "No way, what kind of shit luck did this guy have to pass the test? This luck is too good. It shouldn't be, how could I be worse than a poor man?" The crowd around was in a commotion and talked about it. Especially the boys who had just lined up in front of Siaman, their eyes were full of jealousy when they looked at him. At the shouting of the soldiers, the crowd gradually quieted down. Siaman was still immersed in the weird situation just now. He just nodded woodenly after hearing the old man's words and subconsciously stood behind. "Are you okay?" A pleasant voice came from his ears. Siaman raised his head and met a pair of clear eyes. "It was the bookish girl I saw just now." She whispered, "You also saw those visions, right? You all saw them?" Knowing that he was not the only one who had this experience, Siaman was inexplicably relieved. After coming to his senses, he was surprised. He had passed the test. Then he could receive a gold coin subsidy every month. Great! Looking at the ecstatic Shemin, the girl also smiled and said, "My name is Adil Yuri, what's yours?" "Shemin." Shemin looked at the other boy. The latter raised his chin slightly and said indifferently, "Corey McKinnon." Perhaps because Shemin was dressed like a poor man, Corey looked down on him. After introducing his name out of politeness, he ignored Shemin. On the contrary, Adil smiled at Shemin and did not put on a condescending attitude because of the difference in their backgrounds. "This is a gentle girl," Shemin thought to himself. The test was finally over until the sky turned yellow. The results surprised Shemin a little. In the end, only he, Adil and Corey passed. The rest were all eliminated. This made Shemin feel that he was actually quite good. "Come with me." The old man carefully wrapped the book with a fine cloth, put it in his arms, and then turned around and waved to Shemin and the other two. Led by the old man, the three entered the inner city and came to the gate of the castle. The old man seemed to have a high status, and the guards at the gate immediately saluted respectfully when they saw him. Shemin then knew that the old man was called Geller, a butler in the castle. The guard who reminded Shemin before saw him and widened his eyes in surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect Shimon to pass the test. Shimon smiled at him gratefully, thinking that he would find an opportunity to thank the guard uncle later. Master Sunan is a very good person. He never beats or scolds servants. You don't have to be nervous when you meet Master Sunan later.
On the way, old Geller comforted the three people a few words.
But it didn't work much. The three people looked a little nervous.
Needless to say, the person he was about to meet was a big shot for him. It would be strange if he didn't get nervous.
Even Adil and Cory were repeatedly told by their elders before coming here that they must respect Mr. Sunan and never make him unhappy.
After passing through the courtyard and corridor, old Geller finally brought the three people to a yard.
The spacious yard was empty, except for a kitten lazily basking in the sun on the stone table in the middle.
Adil's eyes lit up slightly.
What a cute kitten! Shimon and Cory couldn't help but take a few more glances.
But the next scene made the three of them stunned.
Old Geller walked forward, saluted respectfully to the kitten, and said respectfully, "Lord Amy, these three are newly recruited apprentices. I bring them to see Master Sunan. Meow, Sunan is meditating in the meditation room. It will take about half an hour to finish. You wait here for a while."
Amy licked the back of her paw and looked at Shimon and the other two curiously.
The latter had already been stunned and stood there. A talking cat? Are they dreaming?
The three of them subconsciously looked at old Geller, who coughed lightly and whispered, "Lord Amy is Lord Sunan."
Well, friends, please don't be rude.
Meow, come and sit down, don't stand there stupidly. Amy raised her paw and waved at the three of them. Seeing this, the three of them looked at each other and sat down at the stone table. Old Geller put down the books and a roll of parchment on the stone table, bowed to Amy again, and said goodbye. In a blink of an eye, there were only three people and a cat left in the courtyard.
Meow, what are your names?
Amy took the initiative to open the topic and chatted with the three of them with great interest.
Xiaman looked a little dazed.
He never dreamed that he would sit and chat with a cat one day. Fortunately, the other party looked very kind, and the topics he asked were what are the fun places in Flash City and where can I buy delicious ice mint and so on.
Xiaman was a little speechless. God knows what ice mint is?
On the contrary, Cory and Adil had much more experience than him, and they could answer many questions, which made Shimon feel envious and inferior.
Half an hour passed quickly.
There was a creaking sound of a door opening from the depths of the corridor.
Meow, Sunan is coming out.
Shimon and the other two stood up reflexively, looking nervously in the direction of the corridor.
A figure quickly walked out of the corridor. To the surprise of the three, they thought that Lord Sunan would be a young man in his 20s or 30s, but when they saw him in person, they found that he was very young, and seemed to be less than 20 years old. Lord Sunan!
The three did not dare to look at him anymore, and bowed in a hurry.
Sunan nodded slightly, without saying anything, stretched out his hand, and the parchment on the stone table flew out of thin air and landed in his palm.
He unfolded it and looked at it, his expression slightly changed.
Cory McKinning, the son of the Lord.
Adil Yuri, the daughter of the bachelor.
Shimon, the adopted son of the poor.
The three of them happened to represent the three classes of the Shining Territory, which was quite a coincidence. After taking back the Shining Territory, Ki conferred 3 lords in total. In addition to Brad and Jodan, there was also a knight named Starley McKinnon. He was the father of the boy named Cory. The parchment also stated the entire process of the test. The entire test lasted for 7 days, during which thousands of boys and girls who met the age limit and literacy requirements participated, but only 3 people were able to successfully pass the qualification test.
Sunan was not surprised by the result this time.
Even in the heyday of wizards 1,000 years ago, the number of people with wizard qualifications was very small compared to the huge population base, less than 1,000th. Not to mention that the concentration of energy particles has dropped significantly over the past 1,000 years, and the number of people with wizard qualifications will be even fewer.
To be honest, it was beyond Sunan's expectations to find 3 people with qualifications in the entire Flash territory. He originally thought that it would be good to find one. Of course, Sunan was not sure how the 3 people in front of him would eventually grow.
Unless the 3 people showed enough value, he would not waste too many resources to train them.
Plop! Sunan waved his hand, and 3 thick books appeared out of thin air and fell on the stone table.
This scene made the 3 children stare blankly.
This is the Star Ring meditation method, which is the key to becoming a wizard apprentice and what you will practice in the next period of time. From today on, you will live here. If you need anything in terms of food, clothing, housing and transportation, you can tell the servants. As long as it is reasonable, they will satisfy everything you want. The only thing you need to do is to concentrate on practicing the star ring meditation method. When you get started, I will accept you as my students. Do you understand? Shemin, Cory and Ada looked surprised and happy, and responded in unison. Apprentices and students are two completely different concepts, and they can still distinguish them. If they can become students of Mr. Sunan, their future will undoubtedly become brighter and more dazzling. Sunan nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand to let the three go down. It is not so easy to train suitable assistants to help maintain the various facilities of the base. The first condition is that these people must be wizard apprentices at least. Even first-level wizard apprentices who have not successfully built the first star ring will do. Otherwise, if they cannot even sense energy particles, many tasks cannot be carried out at all. Wizards are not a group that loves to spread knowledge. Many wizards train apprentices in a thankless way, either to cultivate their own power and to collect resources, or to find a group of qualified assistants. But Sunan wants both. He plans to start from now and train people step by step. When the wizard era comes 1,000 years later, he may have established his own wizard power. And to accomplish this, the first step is the most critical and the most difficult. Sunan has been mentally prepared for this. Time passed quickly and entered the month of thunder, April. The weather gradually became hotter, and the heat in the air made people a little restless. However, Sunan was quite excited. Because the infrastructure of the base was finally completed. As soon as he received the news, he immediately rushed back to the base to prepare for the last step. Laying the magic energy transmission pipeline. If the earth vein node is the heart of the base, then the magic energy transmission pipeline is the blood vessel of the base. Only after the complete magic energy transmission pipeline is laid, the elemental magic power of the earth vein node can be transported to all parts of the base without obstruction, and the various facilities of the base can operate normally. There are many materials for making magic energy transmission pipelines. Sunan thought about it again and again, and finally decided to use crystal. Crystal is the cheapest, highest performance ratio, and easiest to produce artificial magic energy transmission material. The magic energy transmission pipeline made of a large number of artificial magic energy crystals is also called the crystal trace. However, although the price of crystal is not high, because the base area is large, there are many magic energy transmission pipelines to be laid, so the final cost is not much lower. So far, Sunan has invested more than 10,000 gold coins in the construction of the base. It is almost equivalent to the income of the Flash territory for a whole year. For this reason, he worked hard to make potions almost every day in the past 2 months, delivered them to the Firefox Chamber of Commerce for sale, and with the territory subsidy, he was able to make up for it. As a result, potion making is now less than 1,000 proficiency away from level 4. This is just the beginning, and the subsequent construction of the magic plant garden will also cost a lot of money. Sunan sighed secretly. It is not difficult for wizards to make money, but spending money is also exaggerated, like running water. Melt each crystal into extremely fine silk threads, and then use the wizard's hand to control them on the ground, walls, and ceiling, drawing lines with an accuracy of microns. Sunan spent 2 full days without sleep to complete the drawing of the crystal traces of the entire base. As for the huge crystal as the core of the central energy, he set it in the center of the base and placed it in a separate room, named the Energy Center Room. Start supplying energy. In the center of the room, Sunan stretched out his hand to press the central energy core and chanted a spell. A lavender light suddenly emerged from the surface of the giant crystal, and then extended to the surroundings along the crystal veins. In Sunan's perception, the rich energy fluctuations were spreading in all directions with the room he was in as the center. Not long after, the entire base was shrouded in rich energy fluctuations. It's done! Sunan smiled happily. Now the base is truly built. Next, just improve the details of each area. Sunan took out the design of the base from the magic cube and looked at the areas divided on it. Meditation area, spell practice area, experimental area, living area, pharmaceutical area, warehouse. Sunan even divided out a prison area, which was placed next to the experimental area, ready to be used to imprison some experimental beasts in the future. If there are enemies who take the initiative to deliver themselves to the door, you can also consider imprisoning them here. These areas are all ordinary areas, and the layout is relatively simple. He can just borrow some people from Kei to handle it. The only 3 places that he needs to arrange personally are the magic plant garden, the workshop and the puppet factory. The 2 magic crystal forging furnaces have been built, just move them into the workshop and the puppet factory.
As for the magic plant garden, we need to arrange the energy gathering array as soon as possible, and then start planting the first batch of magic plants. Sunan had already decided what to plant for the first batch of magic plants. Silver moonflower is definitely needed. The raw material of the super energy potion he is currently taking is silver moonflower. This is the most indispensable material at present. Moreover, if apprentices are to be trained on a large scale in the future, a large amount of silver moonflower will definitely be used to make secondary active potions and active potions. Instead of purchasing silver moonflower from the Firefox Chamber of Commerce all the time, it is better to plant it yourself, which is cheaper. In addition, silver moonflower can be improved to cultivate better varieties, which will facilitate the production of higher level potions in the future. The second magic plant to be planted, Sunan chose the red vein fruit. This is a relatively common magic plant. Long-term consumption can slightly strengthen the physical fitness. However, the effect can only be said to be average. If you keep eating it for 1 or 2 years, you can probably increase 1 to 2 points of physical fitness. The effect takes a long time, and it is only effective for people below knights. Therefore, the price of red vein fruit is not high, even lower than that of silver moonflower. Sunan plans to fuse the blood of the Asian dragon with the red vein fruit to try to cultivate a more effective magic plant. Considering the planting and growth cycle of the fruit, this will be a relatively long process. However, with the magic cube, Sunan is very confident of success. For daily maintenance work, all of it can be left to the clay golem. Make 10 more clay golems, a total of 20 clay golems, which should be enough to bear the daily maintenance of the entire base. For guarding, stone golems can be used. In Sunan's vision, except for the apprentices to be trained in the future, there will be no other humans in the base. The daily maintenance and security of the entire base will be handed over to the golem. It's a pity that there is no tower spirit to control it, otherwise the operation of the entire base can be automated. Tower spirits are the top artificial intelligence. They are the managers of the Wizard Tower, responsible for the integrated operation of the Wizard Tower, including terminal calculation, data recording, combat command, experimental assistant, etc. One tower spirit is more than enough to take on the automated operation of the entire base. It's a pity that the lowest level tower spirits need legendary soul crystals to be manufactured, so don't expect it at this stage. 50 stone golems, combined with magic alarms, are enough to make the base's defense airtight. In the past few months, Sunan has mastered 3 more first level spells. They are Weak Ray, Birding Hand, and Magic Alarm. The first 2 offensive spells are nothing to say, but Magic Alarm is a very practical auxiliary spell. The effect of this spell is to specify a certain range of areas. When any unmarked creature enters or touches this area, an alarm will be triggered. The alarm is divided into 2 forms, mental signal and sound. The former will only be transmitted silently to the caster or the creature designated by the caster. The latter will make a sound audible to human ears, and all creatures in the warning area can hear it clearly. Sunan plans to set up a permanent magic alarm in the base. In this way, with stone golems in the open and magic alarms in the dark, the defense network is complete. Even if a legendary knight comes, he can't sneak into the base silently. It's better to make another steel golem as the final guard sequence of the base. With a legendary knight-level steel golem in charge, the safety of the base will be even more foolproof. Thank you for the rewards from my brother Juan and Shirhan, and thank you for the monthly tickets from readers, thank you. The thundering moon is like sawdust floating in the river, swirling through the fingertips and disappearing from people's sight. The weather started to get hotter day by day. Not long after entering the new moon, Sunan successfully constructed the 6th star ring. As he expected, his mental attributes also exceeded the 20 mark. Sunan Arnest, Human Male, Spirit 20.36/Physique 15.45, Skill Star Ring Meditation LV7, 21/80,000, Potion Production Level 4, 256/10,000, Biomodification LV2, 903/3000, Puppet Refining Level 2, 2822/3000, Magic Item Manufacturing Level 1, 502/1000, with a proficiency level of 80,000, it will take about 3 months to upgrade. Sunan nodded secretly. One of the conditions for promotion to the 3rd level wizard apprentice is to build 9 star rings. He is still short of 3 star rings. According to the current progress, if everything goes well, it should be completed in 2 to 3 years. At that time, all that is left is mental strength. When your mental strength is up, just take the evil potion to increase it. The most critical main material, the bloody mandala, has been obtained. The remaining materials have been entrusted to the Firefox Chamber of Commerce to collect. It is only a matter of time before we get them together. During this period of time, a large number of potions were made, and Sunan's formation making skill had broken through to level 4. This level of formation making is enough to try to make second level potions. It is worth mentioning that with the skill upgrade, the success rate of making secondary active potions and secondary dragon blood potions has further improved, already exceeding 40%. The increase in success rate also further reduced the cost of medicines and increased sales profits, which relieved Sunan, who was very short of money. The clay golem and stone golem have been made, so there is no need to spend too much time refining the golem. Sunan has been working overtime to complete the 10 clay golems and 50 stone golems needed by the base. In addition, 30 additional clay golems were made and given the key to form a supply force. Silver moonflower seeds and red vein fruit have already been ordered from the Firefox Chamber of Commerce, and it will take some time for them to be delivered. Sunan began to think about the next arrangements. In addition to practicing and learning spells, there are only 2 things he has to do next. The first is to refine the steel golem. An iron golem weighs over 10 tons and must be made of at least as much pure steel. The better the quality of the steel selected, the stronger the combat effectiveness of the final steel golem will be. Sunan plans to use black stone iron. Since black stone iron is lighter than fine iron of the same volume, the steel golem created in this way will be relatively more flexible in movement. It's just that the black stone iron in the warehouse has recently been used up, and we have to wait for new black stone iron to be shipped from Blackstone City before we can start refining the steel golem. The second thing is to create magic items. Sunan flipped his wrist, and a book appeared out of thin air in his palm. Comprehensive collection of low-level magic items. The book left by Amy's master contains more than 100 kinds of alchemy-level magic items and shimmer-level magic items, and the categories are very complete. Sunan currently has a lot of magic items in his hands, but they are all of alchemy level. He planned to make several low-light magic items for himself, including space type, attack type, and protection type, at least 1 each. However, the difficulty of manufacturing glimmer-level magic items is much higher than that of alchemy level. Considering that he currently only has level 1, magic item creation, skill, the success rate is estimated to be pitifully low. Magic item creation is less than 500 points away from the proficiency upgrade. Let's make some alchemy-level magic items to practice first. It will be just in time to update the equipment for my brother and the others. Sunan came to the workshop and took down a long sword from the weapons rack nearby. There are more than 100 weapons densely packed on the weapons rack, including swords, guns, swords and halberds, all of which Sunan asked key for. He plans to use these weapons to trial-produce demonized weapons. Enchanted weapons can be said to be a major category of alchemy-level magic items. The users are mainly knights. Many wizards create magical weapons for the knights who follow them to enhance their combat effectiveness. Some wizards who are proficient in making magic items can use silver, gold and other metals to temporarily add magical properties to the weapons of their knights on the spot during battle. This is also called a temporary magical weapon. Sunan estimated that he would have to upgrade magic item creation to at least level 4 in order to master this skill. Putting the long sword on the workbench, Sunan began to prepare materials. Commonly used materials for making magic items include various precious metals, gems, magic stones, etc. Depending on the characteristics of the magic items, some special materials are sometimes required. For example, when making space magic items, star sand is basically used. Mithril is basically used to make the staff. Demonized weapons are the simplest, as they only require basic materials and no additional materials are required. Both are alchemy-level magic items, and the difficulty of making magic weapons is lower than that of orthodox magic items. Under the bright light, silver ingots, gems and magic stones melted in Sunan's palm, turning into thin threads between his fingers. As his fingertips touched the sword lightly, they slowly merged into the long sword, and formed on the surface of the sword, leaving behind strange lines. A silvery white luster visible to the naked eye gradually emerges from the surface of the sword blade. The whole process lasted for more than 10 minutes. As the last pattern was finished, the silver thread broke from Sunan's fingertips, and the long sword flashed, with an inexplicable strange aura. Not bad, my skills are not rusty. Sunan smiled and put the long sword into the magic cube. Magic weapons, alchemical grade/sub. Magic items, with black steel characteristics, greatly improved hardness, not easy to damage, and reduced loss of fighting spirit attachment. The characteristics of alchemical-grade magic weapons are generally black steel, sharp, and bloodlight. The better ones are weak element damage and gathering chi. The former can add weak element damage to the weapon. The latter can enhance the power of fighting spirit. Generally speaking, magic weapons can only add one magic characteristic. Only wizards with extremely superb manufacturing skills can add multiple characteristics to a magic weapon at the same time. Of course, wizards at that level generally don't do such things at a thankless cost. Wouldn't it be better to make a glimmer-level magic item with this time? In addition to these characteristics, magic weapons have another feature that is not considered a characteristic. Due to the infiltration of magic power, the adaptability of magic weapons to fighting spirit is greatly improved compared to ordinary weapons. It is reflected in the fact that when attaching fighting spirit, the additional loss of fighting spirit can be greatly reduced. Because of this, even some magic weapons that failed to be refined and could not attach characteristics are very popular among knights. Speaking of which, can magic weapons with different characteristics be synthesized? Su Nan had a flash of inspiration. If it is feasible, wouldn't it be possible to synthesize a magic weapon with more than 10 characteristics? Su Nan thought and did it, and tried it immediately. In the following time, he successively made more than 20 magic weapons. The success rate is not bad, with an average of 3 successes in 5 manufacturing. Each success can increase the proficiency by about 20 points, and failure can also increase the proficiency by 7 or 8 points. After manufacturing more than 20 magic weapons, his magic item manufacturing has also successfully broken through to level 2. However, what disappointed Su Nan was that magic weapons with different characteristics could not be synthesized. That's right, magic weapons with different characteristics are essentially different items, so it's not surprising that they can't be synthesized. Magic weapons with the same characteristics can be synthesized. The characteristic effect of the synthesized magic weapons will be further enhanced. For example, Su Nan used 3 long swords with the sharp characteristic to synthesize a long sword with the armor-breaking characteristic, which easily broke the defense of fine armor with 1 strike. Although the level has not been broken through and is still alchemical grade, the power of this long sword is no less than that of orthodox magic items such as blood vine rings and magic coins. Since magic items with the same characteristics can be synthesized, I can completely use alchemical grade magic items to synthesize glimmer-level magic items, or even witchcraft weapons. The materials of glimmer-level magic items are mostly rare and difficult to find. Not to mention the materials of witchcraft weapons. In comparison, the materials of alchemical grade magic items are much more common. If one could use the alchemical grade to synthesize the glimmer grade, or even the magic weapon, it would undoubtedly save a lot of effort. Su Nan was refreshed, and felt that he had found a smooth road. Flash City, Inner Castle. In the quiet meditation room, Sherman sat cross-legged on the floor with his eyes closed. In the void invisible to the naked eye, energy particles sank into his body and disappeared as if being attracted by invisible forces. After half an hour, Sherman opened his eyes and breathed a long sigh of relief. He stood up, opened the door and came outside. Looking at the green flowers and plants in the courtyard, a trace of trance flashed across his face. From the day he took the test, his life changed drastically. The dream that I had fantasized about for more than 10 years came true. I lived in the castle of my dreams, enjoyed the service of servants like a noble, and got a gold coin every month. During this period, Sherman also returned home once, and heard old Roger say that after he moved into the castle, many people came to inquire about his news, and they also gave many gifts to curry favor with old Roger. When this was mentioned, old Roger smiled from ear to ear and praised him for his potential. Seeing old Roger's happy and gratified look, Sherman was also very happy. But what made him most happy and surprised was the knowledge taught by Mr. Su Nan. Now he should be called teacher. A magical knowledge called meditation. After spending 20.5 days successfully learning the astral ring meditation method, Sherman sensed energy particles for the first time. Since then, he felt like he was exposed to a whole new world. In just 2 months of meditation, he transformed from a skinny child into a strong young man. The body that was originally so thin that even the ribs around the waist could be clearly seen became almost visibly stronger. According to Lady Amy, he now has the physical fitness of a sword-wielding attendant. Carlo, the blacksmith at the fire hammer smithy in the north of the city, often boasted in front of him that he was once a sword-wielding squire. If Carlo knew that he, a 12-year-old child, already had the power of a sword-wielding squire, would he be so surprised that his jaw dropped to the floor? Sherman suddenly wanted to see that scene.
But he was just thinking about it. He didn't have that spare time now. After he was introduced to the star ring meditation method, the teacher officially accepted him as a student. He then gave him a lot of books and asked him to study hard. He also said that he would be tested on his study progress every month. If you satisfy the teacher, you will be rewarded. To be honest, the content of those books was complex and unheard of. What about basics of magic plants, cultivation of magic plants, basics of pharmacy, biology, variation, principles of magic, origin of wizards? Sherman was dizzy after reading it. Although he was literate, he could only read at a daily level. It was really difficult for him to read these big books. In order not to fall behind the schedule, he had to sneak away to ask Lady Amy for advice. The price was that he had to massage Lady Amy for half an hour every day. Sherman was lost in thought when the door not far away suddenly opened and Adil walked out. Seeing Sherman, Adil showed a gentle smile on his face and said, "Just finished your meditation?" Sherman glanced at the book in Adil's hand and pursed his lips nervously. Today is the monthly exam. After a while, the teacher will come to the school to test their learning progress this month. Every time at this time, he would feel nervous involuntarily. Seeing Sherman's uneasiness, Adil comforted him softly, "Don't be nervous. You have been studying hard. You will be fine." Others may not know it, but Adil knows how hard Sherman works. She and Corey would occasionally take a break because their studies were boring, but they never remembered Sherman taking a break. Every time I see Sherman, the latter is holding a book and studying seriously. This attitude of concentration and unremitting efforts made Adil secretly admired. Sherman may not be as efficient as her and Corey in learning, but he may not be behind them in terms of progress. "Thank you." Sherman nodded gratefully to Adil. At this moment, the door on the other side of the corridor opened and Corey walked out. Seeing Adil and Sherman standing in the corridor, he paused, glanced at Sherman, frowned slightly, then nodded to Adil, and walked towards the courtyard door without saying a word. Seeing this, Sherman couldn't help but smile slightly. In the past, Corey looked down on his poor status, but since he first started the star ring meditation method 2 days before Corey seemed to be even more unhappy with him. As if arousing a competitive spirit, every time the teacher tested his school knowledge, Corey looked like he wanted to compete with him, which made Sherman dumbfounded. "Don't worry, Corey is actually not a bad person, but he is a bit competitive," Adil said in a low voice. Sherman nodded in understanding. He had seen many aristocratic young masters with worse character, and in comparison, Corey was already considered very good. At least Corey wouldn't call him a bastard or a pariah to his face. Seeing that it was getting late, Adil and Sherman also came to the entrance of the courtyard and stood ready to greet the teacher. Not long after, a burst of footsteps sounded from a distance, gradually approaching. Soon, Sunan's figure appeared in sight. "Teacher!" Sherman, Corey and Adil all bowed and saluted. Sunan's mental power spread, swept around the three people, and nodded imperceptibly. "It seems that the three of you have not failed in your recent meditation, which is good." After receiving Sunan's praise, Siaman and the other two showed joyful expressions. "Meow, Sunan is here." Amy suddenly ran out from nowhere and landed on Sunan's shoulder. The bell on her neck swayed gently, making a crisp and pleasant sound. Siaman and the other two looked at this scene calmly. When they first saw Amy's space shuttle ability, they were still shocked. But later, they got used to it after seeing it more often. It was another existence that they still couldn't get used to. Just as they were thinking, a huge figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone silently, and the black and red scales and sharp claws shone with a frightening cold luster in the sun. The primitive and ferocious breath made Siaman and the other two subconsciously tense their bodies. Truth be told, they had never seen such a terrible beast before. When they saw the true face of Yin Long for the first time, the three were so scared that they almost fell to the ground. Yin Long ignored the three little guys, hissed softly, and came to Sunan. Sunan touched Yin Long's rough head and said with a smile, "Have you been out of the city again recently?" Yin Long, hiss. "Amy, meow, I'm not afraid to go out alone, I just took you out because you were bored here." Yin Long, hiss. "Amy, what's the good of sleeping? You're not a real dragon, why do you lie in your nest all day?" Sunan laughed dumbly and interrupted the quarrel between the cat and the lizard. "The base outside the city has been built. I have reserved a place for you to live. It's more spacious there. You can move over there." Hearing this, Yin Long had no objection. Amy glanced at Siaman and the other two, "Meow, where are the three of them?" Sunan glanced at the three students and said, "When they finish learning the knowledge according to my requirements, they can move into the base."
After hesitating for a while, Amy shook her head and said, "Then I'll stay here for the time being, meow."
Sunan looked at Amy deeply, nodded and said nothing more.
After waking up from a 1,000-year sleep, Amy's master and friends disappeared completely, and she was almost alone in this world. In addition to Sunan and Yin Long, there were only 3 new wizard apprentices, Shemin, Cory and Adil, who could barely be called in the same circle as her and could communicate with her. Therefore, when Sunan was off and out of sight due to his busy schedule, Amy preferred to stay with the 3 of them.
Thanks to Shirkong 2333 for the reward. In the study room, Sunan put down the book in his hand and nodded slightly.
"Yes, you 3 have passed the test." As soon as these words came out, Shemin, Cory and Adil, who were standing in front of the desk, all breathed a sigh of relief.
"This is a reward for you." Sunan waved his hand, and 3 bottles of secondary active potions floated in front of the 3 people. This is a secondary active potion, which can improve your mental activity, meditation efficiency, and learning ability. 1 bottle can last for a month.
Shemin and the other 2 were surprised to hear this, and looked at the potion in their hands with shining eyes. According to the description in the book, a real wizard potion, even if it is only a 0-level potion, has a powerful effect that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Not to mention a potion that improves meditation efficiency, which is also very precious to wizard apprentices.
Keep working hard. If you can pass the knowledge test next month, there will be a reward. After encouraging the 3 people for a few words, Sunan waved his hand and let them leave.
The 3 little guys are making good progress in their studies.
Especially Sherman.
I originally thought that his background and learning ability would be weaker than the other 2, but I didn't expect that he was not behind at all. It seems that the little guy is worth training. A smile flashed across Sunan's face. According to this progress, in about half a year, the 3 little guys should be able to take on some of the work of the base.
Leaving the courtyard, Sunan went straight to the martial arts training ground.
As expected, Ki was indeed practicing in the martial arts training ground.
Brad, Jotan, and others were also there.
For the sake of stabilizing the power, and because the secondary dragon blood potion had to be supplied to the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment, Ki had not asked Sunan to make dragon blood potions for him for more than half a year. Therefore, he is still a junior knight and there is no sign of a breakthrough yet. However, a junior knight at the age of 21 is very impressive in any country.
Brayton and Jotan have taken dragon blood potions once.
The former has shown signs of breaking through to become a knight. The latter just broke through to become a peak knight 3 months ago. Noticing Sunan's arrival, Kei immediately stopped practicing, took the towel from the servant and wiped his sweat, and said with a smile, "Why are you free today?"
"I have something for you." Kai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked quickly, "What is it?" Brad and Jordan also showed curiosity.
After all, every time Sunan took out something, it was a treasure beyond their imagination.
This time was probably no exception.
Amid the expectant eyes of the crowd, a long sword appeared out of thin air in Sunan's hand. The silver sword body shone in the sunlight, and the mysterious patterns on the surface of the blade flashed an extremely dazzling luster.
This is a demonized weapon.
Sunan came to an Iron Man target and swung his sword to cut it down. Everyone felt a flash of fire in front of their eyes, and the next second they heard a hissing sound, and the Iron Man target was broken into 2 pieces diagonally from the shoulder to the waist, and the upper part fell to the ground with a bang.
This is...
Kai took a breath. As someone who has been using swords for many years, he could naturally see how good the long sword in Sunan's hand was. The Iron Man target was forged from black stone iron, and it was extremely hard. Ordinary swords and knives could only leave a white mark on it at most. But under the swing of the long sword, it was as fragile as tofu. It can be seen how amazing its sharpness is. Under normal circumstances, with the sharpness of this sword, the fracture must be extremely smooth and flat, but in fact the fracture is uneven, with faint signs of melting. It obviously shows that the long sword also has effects similar to fire damage. This sword solidifies the 2 properties of armor breaking and weak fire element damage. In addition to being much sharper than ordinary weapons, it will also cause weak fire element damage when attacking.
Sunan retracted the long sword and explained.
This is the finished product he successfully made after 3 failures on the magic weapon that synthesized the armor-breaking property and solidified weak fire element damage. It is also the best magic weapon he has made so far. This is because magic item manufacturing has been upgraded to level 2, otherwise it would probably not succeed. At present, solidifying 2 properties at the same time is the limit of what Sunan can do. For more, he will have to wait until magic item manufacturing is upgraded to a higher level.
But even so, Ki can't let go of this sword. While stroking the long sword with excitement, he couldn't help but sigh secretly. As expected of Sunan, he can always bring him great surprises. This weapon can greatly improve the combat power of the knight. With the long sword in hand, he even has the confidence to fight against the intermediate knight. On the side, Brad and Jordan stared at the weapon in Kay's hand with envy. Seeing this, Sunan threw another magic weapon to each of them. Among them, Brad's was a shield solidified with black steel and energy concentration. It was extremely hard and could also enhance the power of fighting spirit. Kayatan's was a long sword with sharpness and weak fire elemental damage. After getting the magic weapons, Brad and Xiaotun were immediately excited and thanked Sunan repeatedly. Can this kind of weapon be mass-produced? He asked excitedly. Sunan shook his head slightly. Yours is not good, but the slightly worse magic weapons that only solidify one characteristic can barely reach the point of mass production. What about the cost? He asked immediately. He is most sensitive to this now. The Flash territory now has to expand its armaments and support Sunan in building a base, so the economic pressure is still very huge. About 20 gold coins for one piece. Sunan said. This is because the magic stone is synthesized by himself, and the cost is extremely low. Otherwise, according to the market value, if any, the cost of a magic weapon is at least 80 gold coins. Ki was slightly relieved when he heard this. It's okay, 20 gold coins are not particularly much. An ordinary fine iron long sword costs 3 or 4 gold coins. Magic weapons are much stronger than ordinary weapons, and it is reasonable that the price is several times more expensive. Having said that, to equip all the knights in the territory with a magic weapon, at least several thousand gold coins will be needed, which is another huge expense. Ki looked at the weapon in his hand and began to wonder if he could use it to open up a new trade route. Seeing his change in expression, Sunan immediately guessed his plan and said coldly, forget about selling it to the outside world. I don't have so much time to spend on making magic weapons. Ki was a little disappointed, but he also understood that what Sunan said made sense. It would be a waste of talent to let a wizard apprentice be a blacksmith. After thinking about it, he finally decided to equip the knights in the territory with a magic weapon. Sunan nodded and agreed, and handed the magic weapons made during this period to Ki, including those failed ones, and let him distribute them himself. After the matter was settled, Sunan was about to leave, but turned around and saw Ki's secretary hurriedly running into the martial arts training ground and handed a roll of parchment to Ki. The latter opened it and frowned immediately. What happened? Sunan stopped and asked. Ki took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, an epidemic broke out in Ranchuan province. There are 7 provinces in the Principality of Stars. Among them, Jinyan province is located in the northernmost part of the principality, bordering Hulan province in the southwest, and Ranchuan province in the distance. What disease? Sunan asked. Kui didn't say much and handed over the parchment. Sunan took it and looked at it, and his brows frowned. It turned out that just a month ago, a strange disease suddenly appeared in Yinling City in Ranchuan province. The sick people would gradually grow beast-like hair, claws and fangs, and even more beast characteristics, and would attack others like crazy, showing an extremely strong desire for flesh and blood. The lord of Yinling City did not take it seriously at first, and sent guards to kill the sick and buried them hastily. But the matter did not end there, and more people infected with the disease appeared in the city. In just 1 month, the number of infected people in Yinling City exceeded 500, and it was still increasing at an alarming rate. The situation has developed to this point, and the Yinling City army alone can no longer handle it. As a last resort, the lord of Yinling City had to ask Marquis Ranchuang for help. Marquis Ranchuang has already sent out troops to suppress the crazy infected people. After reading the contents on the parchment, Sunan couldn't help but grinning like he had a toothache. Isn't this beast disease? Rather than saying it is a disease, beast disease is more like a reversion phenomenon. For humans infected with beast disease, the beast factor in their bodies will be completely activated, and many beast characteristics will appear in their bodies, losing their minds and becoming bloodthirsty and ferocious beasts. However, only primitive beast people can spread beast disease. Primitive beast people refer to the first generation of beast people, and the next generation derived from primitive beast people. For example, beast people derived from primitive beast people and normal humans or ordinary beast people do not belong to primitive beast people. For example, the beast person guard Oda next to Mu Zhuo of the Firefox Chamber of Commerce is obviously an ordinary beast person. In ancient times, primitive beastmen once caused a beast disaster,
causing a large number of casualties, until it was suppressed by wizards later. Since then, wizards have realized the threat of primitive beastmen, so they killed them all. Those who can stay are ordinary beastmen who reproduced with normal humans. So it stands to reason that primitive beastmen should no longer exist on the Starlight continent, so how can beast disease appear? Sunan was secretly puzzled. This is beast disease. Sunan handed the parchment back. Seeing Kuyi's puzzled expression, he had to explain in detail what beast disease is. After hearing this, Kuyi's expression suddenly became particularly solemn. Is it difficult to deal with the infected who have turned into beastmen? It depends on the physique of the infected. If it is just an ordinary person, the infection will at most turn him into an apprentice knight. But if it is an apprentice knight or a knight, it will be very difficult. Bestiality can be serious or minor. If we can find the source of infection as soon as possible, curb the spread, and then clear all the infected people, we can quickly calm the situation. But if it is not well controlled, it may cause a disaster. Sunan shook his head. Kuyi frowned more and more when he heard this, and sighed, I hope Ranshuang province can control the situation as soon as possible. Sunan pursed his lips, but he was not too worried. There is still Hulan province between Ranshuang province and Flash territory. Even if Ranshuang province really breaks out in the beast disaster, it will be the Marquis Ranshuang and the marquises of neighboring provinces who will have a headache, and it is not his turn to worry. Time flies, and it enters the month of Xiaolong in a blink of an eye. The Firefox Chamber of Commerce finally sent the seeds of silver moonflower and red vein fruit. The construction of the magic plant garden was finally put on the agenda. However, before planting, Sunan still had to improve the seeds of the silver moonflower and the red vein fruit. The former is relatively simple, just 2 words. Synthesis. Use the basic silver moonflower seeds to synthesize better varieties. Of course, synthesis is not infinite. Although in theory, as long as there are enough silver moonflower seeds, Sunan can continue to improve it. But the problem is that the better the variety, the more demanding the growth environment. If the synthesized silver moonflower is too good, then even if the magic plant garden with the energy gathering array is arranged, the energy particle concentration may not meet its growth conditions. So what Sunan has to do is to find the extreme improved version of the seeds that just fit the energy particle concentration of the magic plant garden. This process is not difficult, just plant different synthetic seeds, and then compare them according to the growth performance, and pick out the best one. It took almost 2 months for Sunan to select the most suitable and excellent variety. The improvement process of the red vein fruit is much more difficult and long-lasting. The red vein fruit seeds must be fused with the blood of the sub-dragon first, and the improved red vein fruit seeds must be obtained after planting for a round before synthesis can be carried out. Otherwise, if Sunan fuses the seeds one by one, he will be exhausted. However, even with the energy-gathering array to improve the growth environment, the growth cycle of the red vein fruit is still as long as 3 months. In addition to the time for research and fusion, it took Sunan 4 months to harvest the first batch of seeds and named them dragon blood fruit. Then the selection and adaptation process of silver moonflower seeds was repeated. When Sunan planted the dragon blood fruit seeds he finally selected, it was already the autumn curtain month near the end of the year. The weather has become cold. Fortunately, the magic plantation has a constant temperature array, so there is no need to worry about the impact of the climate. Looking at the densely packed silver moonflowers and dragon blood fruit seedlings in the magic plantation, Sunan breathed a sigh of relief with a sense of accomplishment. From now on, he no longer needs to spend a lot of gold coins to purchase silver moonflowers, and the material problem of super potion has been temporarily solved. The same is true for the substitute of the secondary dragon blood potion. When the first batch of dragon blood fruits are harvested, the problem of insufficient potion supply can be solved. Stretching, Sunan turned and left the magic plantation. The base was quiet. Because there was only Sunan, it was quiet most of the time. Occasionally, the dull footsteps of clay golems could be heard, and they were cleaning the base. Since Shemin and the other 2 were not able to take charge of their own affairs for the time being, the planting and cultivation process of silver moonflowers was completely done by Sunan himself. Therefore, he has become even busier in recent months. So much so that the steel golem has not been refined yet, and the black stone iron sent from the flashing city is still piled up in the warehouse. However, Sunan has not missed a single day in meditation and spell practice. Now he has successfully constructed the 7th star ring, and is 1 step closer to becoming a 3rd level wizard apprentice. His mental strength has also increased to 22.12. However, the proficiency of the 8th level star ring meditation method has also soared to 130,000 points. He is still more than 20,000 points away from another upgrade. More than 20,000 proficiency, which is about a month. But according to this trend, the proficiency of the 9th level star ring meditation method is likely to reach 200,000, and in that case it will take at least 7 or 8 months to upgrade. Sunan estimated that the time is about the same as he had predicted before. If everything goes well, he will be able to construct the 9th star ring at the end of the Xiaolong month or the beginning of the Liuhua month next year. Thanks to reader 1504435735196188672 for the reward. Thank you. In the puppet factory, a low roar echoed endlessly. The huge magic crystal forging furnace hummed and vibrated violently, and a fiery orange-red light emanated from the gap of the tightly closed lid. The whole factory was filled with a burning atmosphere, and even an apprentice knight could not withstand the scorching temperature for long. Sunan was unaware of it, and stood in front of the workbench with a calm face. A completed steel golem body was placed on the wide workbench. The surface of the dark metal body was covered with dense enchantment patterns. As Sunan placed the soul crystal into the groove on the golem's chest, the silver luster quickly spread along the enchantment patterns, flowing all over the body like a stream of light. The next second, the steel golem suddenly sat up, jumped off the workbench and landed with a bang, standing upright in front of Sunan. Looking at the majestic body of the steel golem, Sunan nodded with satisfaction. The iron golem made of black iron is indeed much stronger than ordinary steel. Even if it faces Hodge, this iron golem is enough to win. A qualified iron golem, in addition to being indestructible and powerful, also has dark vision, immunity to all mental effects, immunity to poison, sleep, paralysis, confusion, suffocation and other effects, fearless of pain and death. It is also highly resistant to most elemental damage effects. For example, burns from fire, paralysis from lightning, curses from darkness, erosion from shadows, etc. It is definitely a fighting behemoth. Even in the wizard tower of a formal wizard, the iron golem can be ranked in the middle and high-level guard sequence. For Sunan's current base, which is just beginning to take shape, it is more than enough to serve as the final guard sequence. As for higher-level golems, in addition to not having soul crystals that meet the requirements, his current, puppet refining, level is not enough. The iron golem is indeed a good guard, but the key materials are a little hard to find. In addition to the metal materials that make up the body, the iron golem also needs silver, gold, crystal and other materials for enchanting runes. After the final calculation, the overall cost is close to 800 gold coins. This is without calculating the value of the soul crystal. If the soul crystal is included, the cost of the iron golem will definitely exceed 1000 gold coins. Now I don't have a second soul crystal, so I can't refine a second iron golem in a short time. Or can you try to use gems as soul cores, refine castrated iron golems with lower performance, and then synthesize them? Sunan had a flash of inspiration. If this works, even without soul crystals, you can refine iron golems. But if you do this, the amount of black stone iron consumed is not a small amount. Or use soul cores made of gems to synthesize and see if they can replace soul crystals? Anyway, it's worth a try, put it in the schedule first. Sunan added this plan to the schedule. The list is written with his daily schedule. Meditation, making potions, refining black rock leopards and golems, cultivating magic plants, exchanging blood for hidden dragons, making magic weapons. Almost every day is fully arranged. Fortunately, wizards can use meditation instead of rest and do not need to sleep, otherwise he would be too busy. Fortunately, the three little guys have learned almost everything. They will be arranged to move into the base in a few days. Then they can be assigned to simple tasks such as cultivating magic plants and extracting silver moonflowers, and I can spare time to make magic items. Because of being too busy, the plan to make glimmer-level magic items has not been put on the agenda yet. Speaking of which, the materials commissioned by the Firefox Chamber of Commerce should be delivered soon. It is worth mentioning that the reason why there is no spell learning on the schedule is that in the past 6 months, Sunan has mastered all the first-level spells that can be learned, including Magic Disguise, Colorful Aura, Feather Fall, Level 1 Summoning Monster, Silent Phantom, and Language Proficiency. So far, he has mastered a total of 12 first-level spells. For a second-level wizard apprentice who has been promoted for less than 2 years, this number of spells is amazing. However, after this, Sunan had no more first-ring spells. Although the Fox Chamber of Commerce collected various books for him according to his commission, but there are very few spell books among them, and most of them are zero-ring spells. More than half of the first-ring spells that Sunan now masters are spellbooks left by Master Amy. Sure enough, you still have to rely on wizard inheritance to make a fortune. Sunan thought of the Starry Tower, one of the 3 major wizard inheritances in the Starlight Continent. I don't know where the Starry Tower is. By the way, the Starry Tower and the Principality of Stars both have stars in their names. Is there any connection between the two? After thinking for a while without any results, Sunan shook his head and stopped struggling, but thought about another thing. The base is too big. Even if there are 3 apprentices joining in, many places are still short of manpower. We have to find more helpers. Sunan already had a solution to this problem. And it happened to be related to the 2 first-level spells he had recently mastered. That is, first-level Summoning Monster, and Language Comprehending. First-level Summoning Monster is also known as first-level Summoning Help Surgery among wizards. Many wizards will use this spell to summon some alien creatures to assist them in conducting experiments or helping to manage the base, etc. After all, compared to spending a lot of time and energy to train apprentices, summoning alien creatures is undoubtedly faster and more convenient. But this method is not without difficulties. First of all, the summoning objective, level 1 Summoning Monster, is uncertain. There are many types of alien creatures, and more than 99% of them cannot meet the requirements of wizards. If you want to summon a suitable alien creature, it is basically difficult to succeed without trying hundreds or thousands of times. The second is the language communication problem. During the spell, the caster can communicate with the summoned creature through spell contact, and there is no communication problem. But if you want to keep the alien creature, communication is a problem that must be solved. But this is easy to solve. Language Mastery is prepared for this. With this spell, communicating with alien creatures is not a problem. And in the future, you can create a magic item with a constant language mastery spell and put it on the summoned alien creature, so there will be no communication barriers. Finally, there is the contract problem. The premise of turning alien creatures into helpers is to make sure they will not betray. To go further, loyalty. So signing a contract becomes the only option. Even if you don't sign a blood contract of slavery, at least it must be a cooperative oath contract. And how to convince alien creatures to sign a contract is a problem that wizards must consider. Of course, if you are cruel enough, you can also use violence to force alien creatures to sign a blood contract. There were even wizards who used this spell to summon alien creatures as experimental materials, so that level 1 Summoning Monsters has another nickname of level 1 Summoning Resources. But the disadvantages of doing so are also obvious. Under the influence of the law of summoning in the alien world, basically no alien creatures will respond to the summons of these wizards in the future. I also have magic coins, which can also summon alien creatures, and can be used with level 1 Summoning Monsters. I hope I can summon a few useful helpers. Sunan added another arrangement to the schedule. Shining City, backyard of the tavern. Shouts and shouts were heard one after another, making a lot of noise. Hurry up and unload all the things. Be careful, I'll deduct your salary if you break anything. Pick out the marked things separately, I'll personally deliver them to the outside of the city later. Mujua loudly directed his subordinates, scolding them from time to time. Originally, with his status, he didn't need to follow the convoy to deliver the goods in person. However, in order to show his importance to the Shining Territory, he would lead the team in person every time. Thinking of the first meeting with Sunan in the tavern, Mujua couldn't help but sigh. Although he saw that Sunan was not an ordinary person and had a bright future, he didn't expect that his performance would be so amazing and brilliant. As one of the most powerful merchants in the Jinghua Principality, he had his own intelligence channels and knew how much role Sunan played in the war to retake the Shining Territory. It can be said that if there was no Sunan, Blackstone City would have fallen apart in that assassination incident, let alone a counterattack. Sunan almost reversed the strength comparison between the two sides by himself. Although Mujua had heard a lot of secrets about wizard apprentices, it was the first time he knew that wizard apprentices were so powerful. He naturally wanted to make friends with such a powerful person with a promising future. Not to mention that Sunan also cooperated with the Chamber of Commerce, and those potions brought considerable profits to the Chamber of Commerce. After unloading the goods, Mujua handed over other matters to his deputy, and he personally took people and goods to the base outside the city. Oda followed Mujua closely, and they also sat in the same carriage. After getting on the carriage and lowering the door curtain, Mujua casually asked, "Is there no news from Ranchuan province?" Oda shook his head with a heavy face and said, "No, I sent several letters, but the tribesmen there have never replied. It's strange, the beastmen in Ranchuan province live well, why would they actively spread beast disease? Mujua stroked his chin and pondered. Oda said in a muffled voice, it shouldn't be them. Only primitive beastmen can spread beast disease. We descendants can't do it. I think there must be something else going on. Mujua did not deny it. After thinking for a while, he said, after delivering the goods this time, you go to Ranchuan province to investigate what is going on. If the situation is too critical, the Chamber of Commerce will have to consider shrinking its industry in Ranchuan province. I know. Ota nodded solemnly. The two stopped talking afterwards, and the carriage soon fell into silence. Just then, there was a sudden noise outside. Mujua curiously lifted the door curtain and looked out, and found 3 black leopards running through the street, attracting the attention of passers-by. Black Rock Leopard. Mujua immediately recognized the origin of the Black Panther. Since the Battle of Black Rock City, the reputation of the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment has spread throughout the entire Golden Rock Province. Many people know that this cavalry regiment has a powerful mount called Black Rock Leopard, each of which has knight-level combat power and is fearless and better than the best warhorse. Most of the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment's reputation comes from the Black Rock Leopard. Many noble lords are very jealous of this. Mujua once tried to test Key's mouth and wanted to buy the Black Rock Leopard, but was rejected outright. However, what surprised Mujua was not this, but the 3 children riding on the back of the Black Rock Leopard. 2 boys and 1 girl, all 13 or 14 years old. Where did these 3 people come from? Mujua was secretly puzzled. These 3 people are obviously not from the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment, but they can use Black Rock Leopard as a mount, and their status in Flash City is definitely not low. Suddenly, Mujua remembered something. I heard that Sunan had accepted 3 apprentices at the beginning of the year. Could they be these 3 little guys? Who? The strong wind whistled in my ears, and the scenery on both sides swept away quickly. Shemin rode on the back of the Black Rock Leopard with excitement, experiencing the first time in his life that he could ride a leopard and run wildly. He felt his blood boiling. On the other side, Cory was also excited, his eyes shining. Only Adel's face turned pale, not quite used to such a fast speed. Not long after, the 3 arrived at the base. Is this the base that the teacher mentioned? Shemin looked at the towering stone wall and the closed door in front of him curiously. If you look closely, you can find that there are shallow strange patterns on the surface of the stone wall. He vaguely saw the pattern of this pattern in the book, which seems to be an enchanted rune that strengthens the hardness of an object. Boom! The closed door suddenly opened, and a familiar figure rushed out from it, and landed in front of the 3 people like teleportation. It was Amy. Meow, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Amy waved to the 3 people. Come in quickly. Sunan is busy. Let me take you to visit the base first and get familiar with it. Led by Amy, Sherman and the other 2 stepped into the base somewhat nervously. After entering the gate, they found 2 huge rock creatures standing behind the gate. Stone Golem! Adel exclaimed. She had seen the pattern of Stone Golem in the book, but it was the first time she saw the real thing with her own eyes. Sherman and Cory also stared at the stone golem in front of them with wide eyes, their eyes full of novelty. This is the guard Meow of the base. Amy explained. As they were talking, another team of clay golems came from a distance, as if they were about to leave the base. Amy looked back and said, a caravan has delivered something. They are going to move it. Let's go. Let's continue. She said and jumped forward. Shemin and the other 2 hurriedly followed. Amy was very dedicated. Every time she arrived at a place, she explained the use of this place to the 3 people. This is the meditation area. You can meditate here in the future. Just pick an empty meditation room. This is the spell practice area. Do you see those human-shaped targets? When you learn spells, you can practice here. This is the experimental area, where experiments are done. This is the residential area, where you will live in the future. This is the pharmaceutical area. The area of the base is ridiculously large. As they walked along, the 3 little guys were dazzled by the various facilities. Unknowingly, the group arrived at the puppet factory. Shemin noticed the huge steel behemoth standing in the corner at the first time, and couldn't help but stare with wide eyes. What is that? Amy took a look and said, that's the Iron Golem. So this is the Iron Golem. The books that Sherman and the other 2 had read only described low-level golems, and only mentioned the iron golem in one sentence without any detailed explanation. Seeing the real thing now, they were shocked. This is too big. Lord Amy, is the iron golem much stronger than the stone golem? Cole asked curiously. Of course, the iron golem's combat power is at the level of a legendary knight. Hearing Amy's answer, the three little guys took a breath and showed extremely shocked eyes. This big guy is as powerful as a legendary knight. The three of them couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and their eyes looking at the iron golem were suddenly full of awe. And their admiration for Sunan deepened a little bit. How powerful must a teacher who can create an iron golem be? After leaving the puppet factory, Amy took the three of them to visit the magic plant garden, and finally went straight to the warehouse. The last stop of the base tour was the warehouse. As soon as they walked near the warehouse, Sherman heard a melodious music from a distance. It's a violin. Otto closed his eyes and listened for a while, and said with certainty, "Yeah." Cole nodded, "The performer's skills are excellent, better than the violin teacher who taught me before." Sherman scratched his head. He couldn't tell the difference, but he just thought it was nice. "It's little Glee playing Meow, she likes playing the violin the most," Amy said, leading the way to run towards the warehouse. Sherman and the other two suppressed their doubts and hurriedly followed. When they arrived at the warehouse, they found a small chair in front of the warehouse door, and a little person was sitting on it, playing the violin with a focused look. The little person was only about 20 centimeters tall, with a slender and pretty appearance, looking like a girl who had shrunk countless times. She has light green skin with a little scale, dark green hair with shells and pearls, and a shawl made of seaweeds. She looks strangely beautiful. Otto's eyes lit up. So cute. Sherman hesitated and said, "Is this an elf?" Sherman is right, little Gilly is a gilly, a helper that Sunan summoned from another world a few days ago. Amy said. Summoned from another world? Gilly? Sherman and the other two felt that it was impressive. Don't look at how young little Gilly is, but she has lived for many years. Gilly is a very rare immortal race. The three apprentices suddenly widened their eyes in surprise. Immortal race? Isn't that immortality? Is there such a race in the world? At this time, the melodious violin sound slowly stopped, followed by a tender and pleasant voice. Amy, it's not a good habit to talk about a lady's age behind her back. Why meow, I'm telling the truth. Amy turned back and asked in confusion. Gray, who came over, glanced at it helplessly, sighed and ignored the idiot, turned to look at Sherman and the other two, and smiled. Nice to meet you, my name is Gray, I'm the new warehouse manager. Sherman and the other two came back to their senses from their astonishment and introduced themselves quickly. I know you, Lord Sunan told me. Gray smiled slightly, motioned the three to follow her, and walked to a notice board. Take a look at this. Sherman and the other two looked closely and found that the notice board was written with tasks. Take care of magic plants, clean the laboratory, refine silver moonflowers, maintain clay golems, repair humanoid targets, make secondary active potions, make secondary dragon blood potions, make brute force potions, and refine black rock leopards. There are about 20 to 30 tasks in total. Each task is marked with the location, time, acceptance conditions and contribution value after completion. Among them, the lowest contribution value is obtained by taking care of magic plants, cleaning laboratories and maintaining clay golems, which is only in the single digit. The second is to refine silver moonflowers and repair humanoid targets, with contribution values of more than 10 points. However, the former requires certain knowledge of potion making. The latter requires the mastery of zero-ring spell, repair. Neither of them can be accepted now. As for the series of tasks of making potions and refining black rock leopards, let alone. Looking at the tasks above, Otto thought about it and turned his head to ask, Lord Gilly, can the contribution points obtained by completing the tasks be used to exchange for something? Just call me Gilly. Gilly nodded to confirm Otto's guess. You're right. Contribution points can be exchanged for resources from me. There is a rule among wizards, that is equal exchange. If you want to get something, you have to pay something of equal value, including knowledge. The previous meditation method, knowledge and potion are gifts given to you by Mr. Sunan as a teacher for free. But from today on, you must obtain resources through labor. Glee led the three to another notice board, which listed various resources. From basic materials such as clay, silver, black iron, silver moonflower in various books to super potions, sub-magic items, rune gems, which Sherman and the other two were jealous of. They had long known from Amy how precious these items were. Everything was available. Even the iron golem can be exchanged. They were very excited. However, after seeing the contribution points required to exchange the iron golem, the three people's hearts twitched and immediately shook off the unrealistic idea.
You are very lucky, meow. Amy said on the side. The current Starlight continent is poor in resources. Many things here cannot be found outside. Only Sunan can get them.
As long as you work hard enough, you will not have to worry about not having resources to quickly improve your strength.
Shemin, Cory and Adil were moved by Amy's words.
Over the past 6 months, through book learning and chatting with Amy, they have long understood the importance of resources to a wizard apprentice. Without sufficient resources, wizard apprentices find it difficult to meditate and increase their spiritual power, let alone pursue the truth. And now, their teacher has provided them with a platform. A platform where you can get resources as long as you work hard. As long as they work hard to get contribution points, they can continue to become stronger, until one day, they become as strong as their teacher.
I will stay in the warehouse.
If you want to accept tasks, check contribution points and exchange things, you can come to me at any time.
Grease said.
After saying this, she raised the violin again. Seeing this, Sherman and the other two said goodbye and left. On the way to the residential area, Amy was still chattering, don't look at little Grease's small size. In fact, her archery is very powerful. She can also perform various charm spells, detection spells and invisibility spells. Even I am not her opponent. Sherman and the other two responded in a casual manner, but their minds turned to other things.
For the young apprentices, everything they saw just now seemed so novel.
Before today, they had read a lot of books and thought they had a certain understanding of the wizard world. But after seeing the facilities in the base with their own eyes, they really felt like they had lifted the curtain and saw a corner of the wizard world.
The self-righteousness before this was just a frog in the well.
Sherman, in particular, was deeply touched. Thinking of his previous dream of living in a castle, he couldn't help but want to laugh at himself.
He was too shallow and ridiculous before. The world is much wider than he thought.
Compared with the vast and mysterious wizard world, the noble castle is like a grain of sand.
I must become a wizard and see more scenery.
At this moment, the young apprentice secretly made up his mind.
The magic stone lamp emits a warm light, illuminating the entire workshop as if it were daytime.
After successfully synthesizing the magic stone, Sunan immediately replaced all the lighting fixtures in the base with magic stone lamps. Compared with torches and oil lamps, the light of the magic stone lamp is more stable and brighter. The energy consumption is not high, and one magic stone can support the use of the magic stone lamp for more than half a year. Similarly, the alcohol lamp used to make potions has also been replaced with a more precise burning lamp that uses magic stone as energy.
Thanks to this, Sunan's success rate in making potions has increased by several percentage points.
Under the bright light, Sunan looked at the ring in his palm with a focused look, with a happy smile on his face. After the materials commissioned by the Firefox Chamber of Commerce were delivered, he immediately started to make magic items. The first one was naturally a space magic item. According to the plan set before, Sunan made 7 alchemical level space rings in one go, and then put them all into the magic cube, successfully synthesizing a faint light level space ring. Space ring, twilight level/low magic item, contains 5 cubic meters of storage space. Objects placed in it are not affected by the passage of time, and living objects cannot be placed in it. The alchemical level space ring is only 0.5 cubic meters in size, and it does not have the preservation effect of pausing the passage of time. However, after synthesizing the twilight level space ring, the space has increased to 10 times the original, and it also has the preservation effect of pausing the passage of time, which is much stronger than the alchemical level space ring. In the future, I don't have to take things out of the magic cube all the time.
Sunan put the space ring on his hand and nodded with satisfaction.
The next step is to make offensive and defensive twilight level magic items. Protective magic items are easy to choose. The low level magic items encyclopedia has the method of making protective rings.
Sunan makes some according to it,
and then synthesizes them. As for offensive magic items, Sunan thought about it again and again, and finally chose an alchemical level magic item called Ice Explosion Necklace. Its effect is to explode an extremely cold shockwave with the user as the center, causing cold damage to the area within a radius of 10 meters, and adding a frost delay effect. It can be said that it can both damage and control the field.
Kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
However, unlike the space ring, which is enough, the more powerful the offensive and defensive magic items are, the better. So Sunan plans to make more and synthesize more powerful glimmer level magic items as much as possible. As long as it is stuck at the critical point of breaking through to become a magic weapon, it will be fine. After all, magic weapons require the mental power of a formal wizard to control and use. In this way, the number of synthesized items required must be quite a lot. Sunan took a deep breath and continued to concentrate on making magic items. Starlight Calendar 1251. Just a few days after the New Year celebration, the first batch of dragon blood fruit matured. Sunan immediately found a group of guards and asked them to take dragon blood fruit to test the specific effect. The result made him quite satisfied. The physical strengthening effect of dragon blood fruit is about 1/3 of the inferior secondary dragon blood potion. This range is already very good. After all, the monthly production of secondary dragon blood potion in Flash City is less than 20 bottles, and thousands of dragon blood fruits can be harvested in 3 months, which is equivalent to more than 100 bottles of secondary dragon blood potion per month. The production has increased by more than 5 times. This production is enough to supply the current army of Flash City. Even if Flash City expands its army in the future, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the production of dragon blood fruit can continue to grow, as long as the planting scale is increased. However, the premise is that there are enough apprentices to take care of and cultivate. This will take time to solve. Level 1 Summoning Monster Technique, although it can increase the number of helpers, the uncertainty is too high. Sunan tried 700 or 800 times and finally summoned a suitable one like Guli. It will also take a long time to find enough helpers by this method. The key is to attract the other party to stay. Guli is an immortal race. Her long life gives her enough time and interest to experience everything that makes her feel new. Therefore, after being summoned by Sunan, she immediately showed great interest when she heard that she was to be the warehouse manager of the base, and agreed without much hesitation. The required remuneration was not high, 3 magic stones per month. According to Glee, it was quite interesting to witness the growth of a group of young wizard apprentices. Sunan guessed that the young wizard apprentices included not only Sherman and the other 2, but probably even him. In addition to dragon blood fruit, the planting of silver moonflowers was also very gratifying. Because it was planted early, silver moonflowers had already been harvested twice. The essence extracted from the improved silver moonflowers has greatly improved the effect compared with the past, greatly reducing the cost of synthesizing super-powered potions. It is precisely because of this that Sunan has extra secondary active potions to provide to the 3 students. After the 3 little guys took over the tasks of taking care of the magic plants and extracting the essence of silver moonflowers, he was relieved for a while and had more energy to focus on other tasks. It is worth mentioning that not long ago, the 3 little guys successfully built the first star ring. The fastest one was Sherman, who took just over 7 months. This was largely due to the secondary active potion. You should know that when Sunan first started practicing the star ring meditation, he only used the essence of the silver moonflower, which was much worse than the secondary active potion. In comparison, the 3 little guys are undoubtedly luckier. They had potions to assist meditation when they first started practicing. However, in that case, it only took Sunan 6 months to build the first star ring. From this point of view, the 3 little guys are not as qualified as him. The second one to build a star ring was Cole, who took nearly 8 months, 7 or 8 days slower than Sherman. The last one was Adil, who took about 9 months. After successfully building the first star ring, the 3 little guys have now begun to learn zero-ring spells. However, Sunan estimates that it may take them more than half a year to master the first spell. This is still with the benefit of the secondary active potion. After all, they don't have a cheat code like a panel to quickly master spells. Thinking of the panel, Sunan opened it and took a look. The star ring meditation method has now been upgraded to level 9, and 8 star rings have been built, with only the last one missing. As he guessed, the proficiency required to upgrade the 9th level star ring meditation method soared to 200,000. According to his estimation, it will take at least 6 months to break through and upgrade. The current mental power is 23.88. After the 9th star ring is built, it will increase to about 25. The later it is, the harder it is to increase mental power. If you want to advance to the 3rd level wizard apprentice as soon as possible, you still have to rely on the evil hallucination potion. Is this the dragon blood fruit? Key's eyes almost lit up as he looked at the baskets of red fruits in front of him. Does this thing really have 1/3 of the effect of the secondary dragon blood potion? Sunan smiled slightly and said, "Do you want someone to try it?" "No need, aren't you and I worried?" Key laughed. Of course, he was not questioning Sunan, he just said that because he was too excited. Because the supply speed of the secondary Dragon Blood Potion could not keep up, the expansion speed of the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment slowed down significantly during this period. Even with the full support of the entire territory, the current number of the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment is only maintained at around 300. Among them, the number of knights accounts for only about 2/3. It is still a long way from the full knight army that Key expected. He dreamed that Sunan would come up with a substitute for the secondary Dragon Blood Potion as soon as possible. Fortunately, this problem has finally been solved. With this batch of Dragon Blood Fruit, the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment, which has been stagnant for a long time, can finally accelerate its expansion again. Brad, Jotun, and Starly standing behind Key also had happy faces. They all knew what the Dragon Blood Fruit meant. With this, the military power of the Flash territory can usher in another wave of rapid expansion. By the way, this is for you. Sunan threw a Dragon Blood Fruit to Key. The latter subconsciously reached out to take it and asked in confusion, "This is specially made Dragon Blood Fruit. After eating it, you should be able to break through and be promoted to an intermediate knight," Sunan said. In fact, this is a synthetic Dragon Blood Fruit, which uses hundreds of Dragon Blood Fruits. If converted into Dragon Blood Potion, it is almost equivalent to 3 or 4 bottles of top-grade Dragon Blood Potion. After hearing Sunan's words, Key's spirits suddenly lifted, and he carefully put away the Dragon Blood Fruit, preparing to find a suitable time to eat it later. This kind of good thing must not be wasted by swallowing it whole. It is best to practice breathing method immediately after taking it to achieve the best absorption effect. After coming back to his senses from the joy, Kei smiled and said, "I have issued a decree. From now on, all children over the age of 12 in the territory must undergo qualification tests. Those who are found to have the qualifications of wizard apprentices will be sent to the base and trained by you." After a pause, Kei hesitated, and finally couldn't help but say, "Can you lower the standard for selecting wizard apprentices?" The huge Flash territory finally selected only 3 wizard apprentices, which is really too few. Sunan shook his head and said, "Being able to read enlightenment books is the lowest standard. Wouldn't he like to select more apprentices? It's just that the standard has been stuck, and he can't do anything about it. People without wizard qualifications are useless even if they are sent to the base. At most, they can only do some daily cleaning work. And these are already taken care of by the clay golems. In the final analysis, the selection and training of wizard apprentices is a long process, and it can't be rushed. With the current population of Flash territory, it is already very good to have a qualified apprentice every 2 or 3 years. Unless the territory expands and acquires more territory and population, it is impossible for the number of apprentices to increase significantly in a short period of time." Listening to the conversation between the two, Jordan in the back couldn't help but glance at Starly, sighed and whispered, "I really envy your Kore, who can become a student of Lord Sunan. Why doesn't my kid have this talent?" Mentioning his son, Starly couldn't help showing a proud expression on his always solemn face. When his son was tested to have wizard qualifications, he was so happy. If his son becomes a strong man like Lord Sunan in the future, the McKinning family may prosper and become a real aristocratic family. Seeing Starly's proud face, Jordan felt sour in his heart as if he had eaten a lemon, and began to wonder whether he should have more children. "My youngest son will be 12 years old next year, and I will let him take the test then," Brad said with hope. With Starly's son as an example, all the knights in the Flash territory who have married now hope that their children can have a wizard. Key did not pay attention to the whispers of the 3 subordinates, and talked to Sunan about another topic. The beast disaster in Ranchuan province is getting worse and worse. Not only in Yinling City, the beast disease has also begun to spread to other towns. Sunan was surprised. Didn't Marquis Ranchuan send troops to suppress it? "I heard that during the suppression, dozens of knights in the army were infected, causing the situation to deteriorate suddenly. The army sent to suppress it suffered heavy losses. I guess Marquis Ranchuan is now in a state of panic." Sunan's mouth twitched slightly. Beast disease usually comes at the cost of completely losing reason, and the strength soars, similar to a permanent state of rage. If a knight is infected, it is normal for the combat power to increase by 1 or 2 small realms. If a peak knight is infected, the combat power can even soar to the level comparable to a great knight. Dozens of knights infected are enough to directly attack a fully armed cavalry regiment of 1,000 people. Just thinking about it makes people feel headache. I don't know how the generals in charge of the suppression let things develop to this point. As if seeing Sunan's doubts, Key continued, "The general in charge of the suppression has been dismissed by Marquis Ranchuan. The new one is Lord John. He is a senior general who has followed Marquis Ran Shuang in battle for many years. He is also a legendary knight. With his help, the beast disaster should be suppressed soon. Q's words were full of confidence. After all, the legendary knights were already the top combat power of the Principality of Stars. It was easy for such a strong man to suppress a group of irrational infected people. In fact, all the nobles who knew about this matter had similar ideas. But the development of the situation caught everyone by surprise. In the year 1251 of the Starlight Calendar, the spring dawn moon, March, the legendary knight John was besieged by thousands of infected people in Magnolia City and died of exhaustion. The elite cavalry regiment accompanying him was completely wiped out. As soon as the news came out, it shocked the entire Principality of Stars, and countless nobles focused their attention on the Frost Province. In the Thunder Moon, April, of the same year, the beast disaster spread rapidly at an alarming speed. Except for the central city of Frost City, almost all of the Frost Province had beast disease. And the Silver Ridge City, the source of the disaster, became a ruin. The provinces of Hulan, Hongya and Baida, which border Ranchuan Province, set up blockades on the borders, prohibiting the people of Ranchuan Province from entering the territory. In the same month, Marquis Ranchuan asked for help from the capital and requested the capital to send reinforcements. The next month, Grand Duke Fanqing sent troops into Ranchuan Province and began to suppress the infected. For a time, the entire Principality of Fanqing seemed to be filled with a precarious atmosphere. The turbulent situation outside did not affect Sunan's farming development. Time entered the end of the month of Xiaolong. Not long after his 19th birthday, Sunan built the Night Star Ring. So far, half of the conditions for promotion to a third-level wizard apprentice have been met. In the meditation room, Sunan sat cross-legged on the ground, staring at the panel in the void. Sunan Yenist, human male, spirit 25.35/physique 17.88, skills, Star Ring meditation method LV10, 35/300000, potion making LV4, 781/10,000, biological transformation LV2, 1402/3000, puppet refining LV3, 457/6000, magic item manufacturing LV2, 1532/3000. Looking at the data on the panel, Sunan's face showed a trace of joy. Next, as long as I raise my spirit to 30, I can be promoted to a third-level wizard apprentice. Sunan estimated that the evil hallucination potion can increase my spirit by at least 2 points. In other words, he still has to increase his spirit to more than 28. Now I only increase my mental power by 0.01 points every day through meditation. It will take about 8 or 9 months to increase it to 28 points. Considering that it will be more difficult to increase mental power as time goes by, it may take longer. It's a pity that I am already at the limit of taking the second-level potion now. Otherwise, if I take the third-level super potion, the meditation efficiency can be improved. Sunan felt a little regretful. Having said that, being promoted to a third-level wizard apprentice before the age of 20 is already very outstanding. At least in the current Starlight continent, Sunan doesn't think there are a few wizard apprentices whose strength improvement speed can match his own. Shaking off the idea of greed, Sunan got up and left the meditation room and walked towards the workshop. The manufacture and synthesis of glimmer-level magic items has come to an end. During this period, he successively made more than 20 protective rings and ice explosion necklaces. According to the information obtained from the magic cube, the limit of the number of synthesis of glimmer-level magic items has been almost reached. After making a protective ring and an ice explosion necklace in the workshop, Sunan began to synthesize. First, the protective ring, a total of 25 pieces were put in. This number is already the limit of the glimmer level, and one more will be transformed into a magic weapon. As the synthesis interface flashed, a new magic item was born. The Ring of Extreme Protection, glimmer/low magic item. When the wearer is hurt, it will automatically form an invisible protective force field on the wearer's body surface, which can also be activated actively, with a defense degree of 1000/1000, and can restore the defense degree by injecting mental power or automatically absorbing free energy particles. Compared with the alchemical level protective ring obtained from Master Amy, the Ring of Extreme Protection has no limit on the number of uses, but becomes a defense degree. This is not a matter of who is better or worse. However, the passive activation of protection at the moment of injury is deeply loved by Sunan. After all, no one can guarantee that they can react in time when they are attacked. With this function, at least he won't have to worry about being attacked in the future.
Sunan then summoned the Iron Golem to test the defensive performance of the Ring of Extreme Protection. The result made him very satisfied. While Sunan stood still and did not apply any other defense, the Iron Golem attacked with all its strength for more than a minute before finally breaking the protection of the Ring of Extreme Protection. You must know that this is a full-strength attack of the legendary knight. This means that if Sunan encounters an opponent of Hodge's level in the future, he can attack without any defense for at least 1 minute. In battle, allowing a wizard apprentice to cast spells for a minute without any worries means that the consequences are self-evident. At least with Sunan's current mental strength and spellcasting attainments, 1 minute is enough for him to cast 30 or 40 spells. It is worthy of being the highest level of Glimmer.level magic items. Sunan was happy. Glimmer.level magic items are already the highest level magic items that wizard apprentices can use. And the Ring of Extreme Protection he made was made at the limit of the Glimmer level, and its power is much higher than that of ordinary Glimmer.level items. No wonder its defense is so amazing. After testing the Ring of Extreme Protection, Sunan began to synthesize the Ice Explosion Necklace. Ice Necklace, Glimmer/low magic item. After activation, it will release an extremely cold shock wave around the wearer in an instant, covering a radius of 100 meters. All creatures within this range will suffer from ice damage, with a frost delay effect. The closer to the wearer, the greater the damage. After use, it needs to be charged before it can be used again. The Iron Golem is still the test subject. With the amazing performance of the Ring of Extreme Protection in front of him, Sunan was more careful and let the Iron Golem pull away a little, standing 30 meters away from him, and then activated the Ice Necklace. Click! In an instant, a chill so cold that it almost froze people's bones came out of nowhere. With Sunan as the center, a visible white frost suddenly broke out in all directions, instantly filling every inch of space within a radius of 100 meters. The surface of the steel golem not far away was almost instantly covered with a thick layer of frost. A layer of light blue ice emerged from its soles and quickly spread upward along the ankles. Crack! Crack! Almost in the blink of an eye, the steel golem was frozen into an ice sculpture. Although it shattered the ice with its immense strength in the next second and broke free, its body movements were obviously affected and sluggish. Sunan immediately released the effect of the frozen necklace. There is still a bone-chilling chill in the air. Under the terrifying cold, the ground within 100 meters radius has been completely covered by ice, forming a thin layer of light blue ice. Sharp! Sunan's face was filled with surprise. This power was beyond his expectation. You must know that the steel golem, as a constructed life form, is extremely resistant to elemental damage, and even though it is 30 meters apart, it still suffers obvious damage and impact. This shows how terrifying the power of the frozen necklace is. If he were a flesh-and-blood body and was attacked like this at a close range of 2 to 3 meters, even a legendary knight like Hodge would probably lose half his life. The frozen necklace and the Ring of Ultimate Protection are a perfect match. Sunan's eyes flashed slightly. The frozen necklace already has such a powerful power. If it were replaced by a low-light magic item that does no control and is completely damaging, how terrifying would its power be? Sunan suddenly felt itchy and wished she could make one now. Just thinking about the materials consumed to make the Ring of Ultimate Protection and the frozen necklace, the thoughts that were about to move in my heart suddenly died down. He now has less than 100 gold coins left in his hand. Before the new potion profits arrive, there is no way to create more low-light magic items. The income is still too low, and many things cannot be done. Sunan sighed slightly. The most direct way to increase income is to expand the scale of pharmaceutical sales. It's just that he can't spend too much time making potions. It's already the limit now. We can only wait for the 3 Shermans to grow up and learn how to make potions before considering expanding the scale. After more than a year of construction and improvement, the base is now basically on the right track. Sunan doesn't have to deal with most of the chores, as the clay golem and 3 apprentices are responsible for it. In addition to occasionally caring about the status of the magic plant garden, he puts more energy into meditation, making magic weapons and making potions. His mental strength and skill proficiency are steadily increasing. It was thought that this situation would continue until he was promoted to a 3rd level wizard apprentice, but what happened next broke Sunan's stable life. In the 1251st year of the Starlight Calendar, the month of Liuhua, the Principality reinforcements stationed in Ranchuan province were besieged by the infected who suddenly appeared in multiple directions during the process of destroying Yinling City. They suffered heavy losses and only 1 in 10 survived. The disaster in Ranchuan province was completely eroded,
and the infected army immediately spread to neighboring provinces. The borders of Honyay Province, Bida Province, and Hulun Province were successively attacked by the infected army and were in danger. The three marquises quickly mobilized heavy troops to station at the border to resist the invasion of the infected. For a time, the southwest of the entire principality was filled with the smoke of war. Council Room. After reading the war report in his hand, Sunan frowned slightly. The disaster spread too quickly, and the army's several attempts to suppress it failed too unusually. You really think so too? Qi handed over a letter. This is a letter from President Muzhua, take a look. Sunan took the envelope, opened it, and narrowed his eyes slightly. The content of the letter was very concise. The gist was that Muzhua sent his guard, the beastman Oda, to Ranchuan province to investigate the outbreak of beast disease. As a result, when he arrived there, Oda found that the place where his fellow tribesmen lived had long been deserted, and all the tribesmen had disappeared. He followed the traces to investigate, but accidentally discovered that a group of mysterious people were controlling the beast disease-infected people behind the scenes. Just as he wanted to continue to approach the investigation, he was discovered by the other party. After a fierce battle, he successfully escaped at the cost of serious injuries. After that, Oda didn't dare to stay in Ranchuan province any longer, and fled back to Jinghua Principality overnight. After learning about the incident from Oda, Muzhua immediately realized how deep the water behind this matter was, and decisively terminated the investigation. Out of a show of goodwill to the Flash territory, he then wrote this letter and informed Kei and Sunan of the information. In other words, this outbreak of beast disease was indeed pushed by someone behind the scenes. Sunan put down the envelope, revealing a thoughtful look. But what is the purpose of the mastermind behind this? Could it be other countries who did it? Kai said. The Starlight Continent is not peaceful, and wars break out every year between countries because of territorial resources. For example, the Tsangjin Empire, which borders the Fanqing Principality, has always been eyeing the Fanqing Principality. If it weren't for the fact that the Tsangjin Empire had just ended the war and needed to recuperate, it might have launched a large-scale attack on the Fanqing Principality. Sunan thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, it's unlikely. To be able to lead a disaster that affects several provinces, the mastermind behind the scenes must have deep-rooted power in the principality. Other countries don't have this power. Qi thought the same. If other countries have this power, there are better ways to conquer the Principality of Stars. There is no need to use such a method with huge sequelae. Even if they succeed in taking over the Principality of Stars, they will end up with a mess. But if it's not the case, who is behind it? Qi asked in confusion. Sunan said calmly, no matter who it is, the mastermind behind the scenes must have a huge plan and will make a lot of noise. Now that the disaster has spread to this extent, the other party should jump out. As if to confirm Sunan's words, Qi's secretary suddenly walked into the meeting room in a hurry. Lord, there is new information from Jinyan City. Hearing that it was about Jinyan City, Qi's expression suddenly became more serious. He quickly took the parchment from the secretary and opened it to read it carefully. After reading the above content, Kei's face had become extremely solemn. He looked up at Sunan and said in a solemn tone, Marquis Jinyan has rebelled. Sunan was slightly startled. Just this morning, Marquis Jinyan announced that Jinyan province had separated from the Principality of Stars. Earl Storm, Earl Winterfrost, Viscount Blacksay and Viscount Feathered Serpent have responded one after another. Now they have raised the banner of rebellion and formed a coalition. Sunan's expression moved, and he understood, so that's it. It seems that the mastermind behind this beast disease incident is most likely Marquis Jinyan. Kei had figured it out at this time. Marquis Jinyan started a rebellion and used the power of one province to fight against the other 6 provinces of the principality. It seemed very unwise. But the time he chose was just right. At present, Ranchuan province is almost rotten, and the army has been crippled, so there is no need to worry. The Red Leaf Province, White Tower Province, and Lake Orchid Province are facing an invasion by the infected army, and they are too busy to deal with Marquis Jinyan. The remaining Soman Province and Zizhu Province are safe for the time being. However, the comprehensive strength of these 2 provinces is ranked last in the entire principality, and they are not as strong as the Jinyan province. Even if they don't deal with Marquis Jinyan will probably attack them. In other words, his initial target is most likely these 2 provinces. While the disaster is spreading, swallow Soman Province and Zizhu Province to strengthen its strength, and then plot against other provinces. Of course, it is possible that Marquis Jinyan just happened to encounter the disaster and was not the mastermind behind it. Just thinking about the fact that Marquis Jinyan had been planning to control the power of the entire Jinyan province many years ago, it is unlikely that he had no idea of the current situation. We should prepare early, Kay said in a deep voice. Sunan also nodded solemnly. Before Marquis Jinyan launched a war, the first thing he had to do was to purge the troublemakers in the province. After years of secret development, there are now very few noble lords in Jinyan province who do not obey Marquis Jinyan. Coincidentally, Flash territory is one of them, and it is the one that jumps the most. It can be predicted that Marquis Jinyan will definitely be the first to send troops to attack Flash territory. Considering the worst development, Flash territory is likely to face the noble coalition of most of Jinyan province. The situation is serious. However, neither Kay nor Sunan looked panicked. The two knew long ago that the Shining Territory would have to confront Marquis Jinyan sooner or later. The reason why they tried so hard to accumulate strength was to prepare for this moment. Therefore, when it really happened, the two felt a strange sense of relief. Winter is still more than 3 months away. Marquis Jinyan must want to end the war before the snow blocks the road. I guess he will send a large army to attack us soon. We must prepare for war immediately. Astral Calendar Year 1251, the month of flowing fire. The Marquis of Jinyan started a rebellion and issued a declaration of independence. Immediately afterwards, 12 powerful lords including Count Storm, Count Winterfrost, Viscount Blacks, and Viscount Feathered Serpent responded and formed the Jinyan coalition. The next day, the Jinyan coalition sent troops to attack the noble lords in Jinyan province who opposed the declaration of independence, including 3 barons and 1 viscount. The war was about to break out. Shining City, the meeting hall. Kay, Sunan, the 3 lords and a group of knights gathered in the hall to discuss how to fight against the Jinyan coalition. According to intelligence, Marquis Jinyan has led his army to Mengguang City, which is located near the intersection of the borders of Soman Province, Zizhu Province, and Jinyan Province. I guess Marquis Jinyan wants to take charge in person to prevent a surprise attack from Soman Province and Zizhu Province. A long table was arranged in the center of the hall, and a military map of the Principality of Stars was spread out on the table. Brad was explaining the action intentions of the Jinyan coalition to everyone present. Every time he said a sentence, he would point out the corresponding location on the map. Except for Marquis Jinyan, the rest of the nobles of the coalition will be divided into 4 groups. Viscount Heizei will lead 1 group of troops to attack Chijiao territory. Viscount Quetzalcoatl will lead 1 group of troops to attack Mingxin territory. Viscount Fanlang will lead 1 group of troops to attack Panshan territory. Earl Storm and Earl Winterfrost will join forces to attack our Flash territory. After the last sentence, everyone present twitched their mouths at the same time and looked at Sunan at the same time. The other 3 attacked territories were led by a viscount. But the Flash territory was attacked by 2 earls. The key is that the Flash territory is just a barren territory, and this treatment is simply too outstanding. Everyone present knew that the reason why the Flash territory received such obvious biased treatment from the Jinyan coalition was entirely because of Sunan's existence. Perhaps in the eyes of Marquis Jinyan, Sunan alone is more difficult than the entire Viscount territory. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Sunan was calm and his face was calm. He coughed lightly and asked, "How many people are there in the army of Earl Storm and Earl Winterfrost?" "The preliminary estimate is at least 30,000 people," Brad said solemnly. As soon as this number came out, the other generals frowned. Although the Flash territory has been expanding its armaments during this period, and has 2 trump cards, Dragon Blood Fruit and secondary Dragon Blood Potion, its military strength has grown rapidly, but as of now, if the militia is not counted, the army that can really fight is only about 8,000 people. This level of military power is already superior to most viscounts, but it is still a bit difficult to deal with the 2 earls. "Where are they now?" Key asked again. Brad looked at the map and replied, "In 10 days at most, they will enter the Flash territory. From the marching route, the destination of the Count of Storm should be Firefly City, and the destination of the Count of Winterfrost is Qilin City. They should want to stretch the front line and disperse our troops." Key frowned and thought for a while, and suddenly shouted, "Jotan, Starly." "Yes, sir." The 2 lords stood up immediately. "I will allocate 3,000 troops to you. You go to defend Qilin City and at least delay the Count of Winterfrost for 2 months." "Yes, sir." Jotan and Starly agreed without saying a word. Qilin City is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and the terrain is steep. Only the plain terrain in front is relatively easy to deploy troops, and the defensive pressure is small, which can be said to be easy to defend and difficult to attack. With 3,000 troops, they are still confident that they can hold Qilin City for 2 months.
I will personally lead the army to Yinghua City, Qi said in a deep voice. Brad immediately understood what Qi meant and hesitated. Do you want to defeat the army of Count Storm within 2 months? Is the time too tight? Qi shook his head. He knew this truth.
But it was already very good for Joden and Starly to hold off Count Winterfrost for 2 months with 3,000 troops. If they cannot defeat Count Storm during this period, once Count Winterfrost breaks through Qilin City first, it will be even worse to be attacked from both sides. Although the gap between 5,000 and more than 10,000 troops is very large, Qi is not without a trump card.
First of all, the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment is one. Thanks to the Dragon Blood Fruit, the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment has now expanded to 500 people.
Although the knights account for only about 2/3, the combat power is also very amazing. After searching the Jinyan province for several times, there is no other elite army like the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment. With the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment, Qi has the confidence to fight against the army of the Count of Storm.
The second one is naturally Sunan. Qi turned his head to look at Sunan, and said solemnly, Sunan, what do you propose? Sunan said calmly, I want a batch of gems, and a lot of granite.
Everyone was stunned when they heard it, and they all showed confused expressions.
Qi immediately reacted, his eyes lit up and said, You want to refine stone golems?
He has seen the stone golems in Sunan's base, each of which has the combat power of a formal knight. Although they are only junior knights, their fearless and fearless characteristics can make them a weapon of war that can defeat 100 on the battlefield. Apart from anything else, with 100 stone golems and the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment, Qi is fully confident of defeating the army of the Count of Storm.
Sunan nodded gently, confirming Qi's guess. Due to the recent accelerated expansion of the Black Rock Cavalry, Black Rock iron is in short supply. For this reason, Sunan had to suspend the plan to refine the castrated version of the Iron Golem, and naturally there were no extra iron golems to be put into the war. It is worth mentioning that Sunan tried to synthesize with gem soul cores, but unfortunately the final product could not replace the soul crystal. After all, the core of the soul crystal is the soul energy contained inside. The soul core made of gems does not contain soul energy itself, and no matter how it is synthesized, it cannot produce soul energy. However, the castrated version of the Iron Golem cannot work, but the Stone Golem can. The materials of the Stone Golem, including gems, granite and silver, are easy to gather in a large number in a short time. As for money, although the current finances of the territory are very tight, there are solutions. At most, the profits from the sale of potions can be advanced to the Firefox Chamber of Commerce. I believe Muzhua will definitely agree to their request. Unless he is willing to see the defeat of the Flash territory and the trade route of selling potions is interrupted. Very good. Qi looked excited, with the Stone Golem, we will definitely win this battle. The other knights also understood the fighting power of the Stone Golem under Jodan's explanation, and they all showed excitement.
As expected of Lord Sunan, his powerful methods are indeed one after another, emerging in an endless stream. With Lord Sunan here, they are not afraid even when facing the coalition forces of the two earls.
Let's transport all the materials to Firefly City.
I will also bring the magic crystal forging furnace over there and refine the golem directly there.
Sunan smiled and said, we have to give a little surprise to the guests who have come from afar. Thanks to the book friend 20240725212327343 for the reward, thank you. As Qi's order was issued, the entire Flash territory quickly started to operate.
A large number of troops were divided into two groups, rushing to Firefly City and Qilin City respectively. Sunan also rushed to Firefly City with a magic crystal forging furnace, and set aside a piece of land in the city to temporarily build a puppet factory. Shemin, Kori and Adil were also brought over by him to help with some auxiliary work. After the skill of puppet refining broke through to level 3, it was no longer difficult for Sunan to refine stone golems, and the success rate was almost 100%. In fact, the success rate of puppet refining would not be too low, much higher than that of making potions. The real problem with puppets is the refining cost and the subsequent maintenance cost. However, this batch of stone golems are consumables to be put on the battlefield, so there is no need to consider the subsequent maintenance cost. The only thing that really needs to be concerned about is the refining cost. The cost of a stone golem is about 43 gold coins, which is almost 3 times that of a clay golem. The main cost premium is on gems, because it is necessary to use more advanced gems as the soul core. To be honest, if the gems needed for refining puppets and making rune gems must be naturally generated,
Naturally generated gems have natural spirituality. Sunan would have wanted to develop artificial gems. So far, he has spent at least tens of thousands of gold coins on buying gems. If there is a way to solve the problem of the source of gems, he can save a lot of money and spend the gold coins on other things. After the temporary puppet factory was built, it immediately entered full capacity operation. Sunan temporarily put aside cultivation and other work, and took 3 students to concentrate on refining stone golems. After more than half a year of study, Shemin and the other 2 have mastered the first zero-ring spell, the Magician's Hand. In addition, under the guidance of Sunan's inclination, the 3 began to get involved in the field of puppet refining and potion making, and mastered certain skills and knowledge. Therefore, the 3 of them acted as temporary assistants, which was quite organized. It took half a month, and Sunan finally refined 100 stone golems. It's a pity that time is too tight and money is not enough. Otherwise, we can refine more stone golems and synthesize more powerful stone golems. The effect on the battlefield will definitely be better. Sunan felt a little regretful. Although the Fox Chamber of Commerce finally agreed to their conditions and prepaid the profits from the sale of potions in advance, it was only 5,000 gold coins. It is enough to refine 100 stone golems, and it will be beyond our ability to refine more. But 100 stone golems are almost enough. Sunan looked at the densely packed tall golems in front of him and smiled. Behind him, Shemin, Kori and Adil were also excited. They also contributed partly to the golem army in front of them. When they thought that these stone golems would be invincible on the battlefield, they couldn't help but feel excited. Okay, you have worked hard during this period. Sunan turned around and smiled at the 3 people. When we return to the base, I will give you corresponding contribution points according to your efforts during this period. Thank you, teacher. Shemin and the other 2 smiled at the same time. With extra contribution points, they can exchange for more secondary active potions. Let the 3 go down to rest, and Sunan went straight to the south gate. As early as 5 days ago, the army of Earlstorm had arrived near Firefly City and launched an attack. These days, Firefly City and the Storm Army have fought several offensive and defensive battles, and the battles are extremely fierce. Fortunately, there are black rock leopards to help defend the city, and clay golems are repairing the city walls day and night, so Firefly City is temporarily not in danger of being breached. Along the way, there are few people on the street. Under the shadow of war, the city has become much quieter these days. The residents are hiding at home and rarely go out. Occasionally, groups of soldiers pass by, and they are all in a hurry. Sunan sensed that the hidden dragon was basking in the sun in the square more than 500 meters away. As for Amy, I don't know where she ran to play again. Originally, Sunan didn't plan to bring Amy out this time, but the little guy couldn't stay idle and kept making a fuss to follow, so Sunan let it go. Anyway, with the ability of the little guy, nothing will happen even on the battlefield. The iron golem was left in the base by Sunan. After all, the base is his foundation, and it cannot be lost. He must keep the power to guard it. On the wall, Ki was arranging matters for defending the city. Seeing Sunan appear, he was surprised and asked, "Why are you here?" "The stone golem core has been refined and can be deployed at any time." Hearing this, Ki was immediately refreshed. "Great, those guys on the opposite side have been very arrogant recently. I was thinking about how to teach them a lesson. Since the golem core is ready, I will lead the army out of the city tomorrow and defeat them head-on." Sunan glanced at the densely packed military camps in the distance, his eyes flashed and said, "No need to wait until tomorrow, take action tonight." "Tonight? Do you want to attack the camp?" Ki hesitated. Although attacking the camp at night can have the effect of catching the enemy by surprise, it is not only the enemy, but also our own soldiers who find it difficult to see the surrounding environment at night. If we are not careful, we may not be able to attack the camp, but instead lose our own troops. Moreover, Ki does not believe that the Earl of Storm has not prepared for this. At this moment, the enemy must have sent people to keep a close eye on the gates of Firefly City. If they make any unusual movements, they will be immediately noticed by the enemy. Seeing Ki's worry, Sunan smiled and said, "Stone golems are constructed creatures with natural dark vision characteristics. Fighting at night will not have any effect on them." "Stone golems have this ability?" Ki was surprised and happy. If this is true, then fighting at night will be a great advantage for them. But even so, night operations cannot play the role of a surprise attack. The stone golem's attack makes a lot of noise. As soon as we open the city gate, the enemy will know immediately. What if we transport the golem army to the enemy's camp quietly? Sunan smiled. How can that be done?
Key was about to refute subconsciously, and then he suddenly reacted and looked at Sunan with wide eyes.
Do you have a way? Sunan smiled and nodded.
Stone golems are not creatures with real independent consciousness, and they can be put into the storage space. Of course, the space ring has a volume of 5 cubic meters, and at most 3 or 4 stone golems can be put in, so this plan cannot be implemented at all.
But Sunan still has the magic cube.
100 stone golems, even just 2 grids are enough, more than enough.
Good, great.
Cuddy rubbed his hands excitedly. No wonder he lost his composure. If it was really like what Sunan said, 100 stone golems were quietly transported into the enemy camp, and then suddenly exploded, it would definitely cause chaos to the enemy. At that time, they would calmly open the city gates and send troops, and they would be able to easily defeat the enemy.
The battle situation can be determined overnight. This plan is simply too good. The key is actually the person who implements the plan.
If someone else said that he could transport 100 stone golems into the enemy camp, Kay would not believe it.
But Sunan is different.
Even if Sunan did not say what he would do from beginning to end, he still believed that Sunan must have his own way. Without delay, the plan was finalized and the two immediately started to act.
At night, thick clouds cover the silver moon in the night sky.
The moonlight is faint, like a touch of elegant ink in the dark night, looming. 500 or 600 meters away from the south gate of Inghua City, in a dug trench, 3 scouts were lying in the pit, monitoring the movement of the distant city gate.
This Inghua City is like a turtle shell. It's really hard to defeat it even after attacking it for so many days. Well, after all, it's still the Black Rock Leopard. Those monsters are too troublesome.
I heard they were puppets created by wizards.
TSK, wizard.
I heard that it was because there was a wizard here in the Shining Leader that the Marquis sent 2 earls to come together to create such a big battle.
Is the wizard really as powerful as the legend says? The scout lying on the far left said dubiously.
After a while, he found that the 2 companions did not respond. He turned around and looked in confusion, and was shocked to find that they had collapsed on the ground, motionless.
Not good.
His heart tightened, and he immediately realized something was wrong, and was about to jump up. The next second, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, and his consciousness fell into eternal darkness. Sunan slowly retracted his palm, his face calm without a trace of ripples. With his current physical fitness comparable to that of a peak knight, even without casting spells, it would be easy to quietly deal with 3 scouts who were not even knights. After taking a closer look at the corpse's appearance and figure, Sunan breathed a spell. Under the moonlight, his body shape and appearance changed rapidly, and in an instant he became exactly like the dead scout. Even the clothes and weapons on his body are exactly the same.
Magic disguise.
This spell can change the caster's appearance, including clothing and equipment.
Somewhat similar to transformation.
The difference is that magic disguise can only change the appearance. Even if it changes into a creature, it cannot obtain the ability of the creature. Otherwise, a human spellcaster can only transform into a human, humanoid, or other bipedal creature that looks like a human, but not into a creature of another race. After the disguise was completed, Sunan woke up the other 2 scouts and used Charm Humans to control them. Then, he used Silent Phantom to transform himself into an injured appearance. At this point, everything is ready.
Sunan ordered 2 scouts to lift him up and hurried back to the Storm Army's camp.
The Storm Army camp was brightly lit. The bright light extends to 100 meters away from the camp, and anyone who gets close will immediately notice it.
Stop.
The guarding soldiers immediately noticed the 3 people approaching and immediately ordered them to stop.
We were attacked by the enemy and a brother was injured. The guard captain signaled everyone to be alert, and he stepped forward to check. He quickly recognized that the 3 of them were the scouts sent out to monitor the city gate. Looking at the bloody wounds on the injured man's body, his doubts were relieved. The enemy troops have left the city?
No, Inghua City has not opened its gates.
Those who attacked us should be enemy scouts.
The guard captain was relieved when he heard this, as long as there were no troops on the other side. But just in case, he still said to the men beside him, Ham, you go and report this matter to Lord Thomas.
Yes, Captain.
A soldier took the